It was already evening outside, but the light from one of the windows of the student dormitory illuminated the dark street. Clutching his cell phone in his hands, Michael couldn't believe that he had just received a message from his girlfriend informing him that their relationship was over. He made his last attempts to establish communication, typing message after message and telling her how good they would be together. But this did not change the girl's decision, and in the end, Michael saw that she had blocked his contact. Noticing Michael's strange behavior, his roommates asked if he was okay, to which the young man responded with something not entirely clear. But a moment later, Michael suddenly slammed his fist on the table with all his might, and without saying a word, he stood up and quickly left the room, dropping his chair and half-eaten Chinese noodles. And his neighbors already realized that their friend had been abandoned once again. Where this time the one who broke off relations with Michael was one of the beauties of the institute, Veronica. Meanwhile, Michael had already managed to get to the place where they intended to meet and discuss everything before the girl sent him a message about breaking up, where he was still lucky enough to meet the dazzling Veronica. Recalling the joyful beginning of their relationship, the young man, holding out a bag of goodies, began to persuade the girl not to end it, claiming that he was ready to change if she was not satisfied with something about him. But the ruthless girl left him no chance, saying that she did not hold any grudge against Michael, but simply realized that her ex-boyfriend needed her more and wanted to get back together with him. This statement deeply hurt the young man, who would have been ready to accept his imperfections, but could not believe that he had given in to another, and not the best option at that, who had already managed to deceive Veronica several times in the past. At this time, a luxury expensive car pulled up to the side of the road. The passenger side window rolled down and the man sitting behind the wheel smugly invited the girl to get into the car. Veronica didn't keep him waiting, and at the end she told Michael that it would be better for them not to meet again and not to communicate at all. After these words, the girl got into the car and the car quickly sped away, taking with it the young man's last hopes and leaving him completely alone on the streets of the night city. After thinking for a few minutes, Michael threw out the goodies he had bought for Veronica and walked away. He walked around the city at night for a long time and finally decided to go into a supermarket. Washing down his grief with mineral water, the young man thought about why girls don't appreciate the sincerity of guys. He didn't know where to vent his anger and clutched the empty bottle with all his might. Fury and anger literally overwhelmed his entire being, and Michael decided that he would no longer behave politely and follow the lead of the girls, but would do so that they themselves would run after him. And then something happened. Some voice from outside first said that the connection of the master system was completed. Then a transparent screen appeared before the young man's eyes, on which his name was written. Information about the absence of enhancements was contained, and the account balance was listed as $90 billion. The young man, shocked by what was happening, tried to touch the screen, and at that very moment heard an indignant female voice calling him a pervert and telling him to watch his hands. Michael, who had not yet come to his senses, tried to figure out what was going on around him. And finally, he saw the displeased face of the girl, who was now saying that the young man was not quite right in the head, and the voiceover announced the name and age of this girl, and also announced that her attitude towards Michael was minus 50 points. Michael, still completely unaware, just stood there, his mouth open in surprise, and the voice continued, saying that he needed to spend money on girls, and once a girl's attitude rating for Michael reached plus 96 points, she would become his fan. The young man was even more shocked by what he heard, and could not believe that they had just given him 90 billion and told him to spend it, while the voice asked whether to launch the game, warning that this money could only be spent on girls. But after the stranger said that the master would receive back a tenth of what he spent on the girls, and that additional skills would also appear, the young man's answer was already predictable, where he immediately set his first goal. Putting on his best good-natured face, Michael told the girl not to be angry at his behavior, and in order to compensate for her bad mood, he was ready to buy her anything she wanted. While the girl was listening to Michael's words, the voiceover announced the successful activation of the game, and said that the reward for completing the action would also be power-up points, which could be spent on improving one's strength, agility, and spirit. The girl, having heard the cherished words about shopping, did not really believe that such an inconspicuous guy had any means, but she stated this, just in case, with caution, and with a hint of humor. Michael examined the slender body of Angelica, who was listed at the institute as the first beauty of the art department, and without thinking twice, he replied that the girl just needed to try asking, and not throw words around out of ignorance. After these words, the girl said that she wanted to treat all the students of her faculty, and therefore she needed financial assistance. To herself, She thought that this beggar was simply trying not to lose face in the eyes of others, and that he needed to be disgraced. But before she could finish her thought, she received a notification on her phone that $1,000 had been transferred to her account. This made Angelica voice the amount, which attracted the attention of the supermarket customers, while Michael stood there thinking that $1,000 was not such a big amount. The pleasantly surprised girl concluded that she had come across a real rich man. Such a fat wallet was definitely not something to be missed, and Angelica had already formed a plan of action. Turning Michael's phone towards her, she quickly flicked her fingers to add herself as his friend on the social network. And then, almost coming very close to the face of Michael, who had not yet gotten used to his new role, the girl said that she wanted to take a walk with him to a certain place where she would see how long he could last. The evening city lived its own vibrant nightlife. Heading to one of the most expensive boutiques, Angelica said that she was not at all a mercenary girl, but wanted to understand how serious the young man was about her. But Michael only thought about how the more money she spent, the greater his own winnings would be. So the words about seriousness and commercialism did not bother him very much. Michael said out loud that he was ready to do anything for Angelica, and she could choose any things without denying herself anything. They were already inside the boutique when the newly minted rich man, looking at women's handbags, suddenly heard a very familiar voice behind him. It was Veronica, standing in front of her old new boyfriend, trying on a new handbag. Michael looked closely at the face of the one who, just a couple of hours ago, had traded him for another and abandoned him alone in the middle of a dark street. Michael loved this girl, and notes of true sadness now crept into his soul. Noticing the young man's attention towards another girl, Angelica quickly reminded him of herself, saying that perhaps now was not the time, since his ex was here. To which the young man replied that this could not hinder them in any way, and the girl could calmly continue choosing things for herself. Pleased with the favorable circumstances, Angelica approached the consultant with a question about the availability of a fashionable handbag for sale, which was the subject of everyone's attention at the spring show of new models. To which the consultant responded positively, saying that another girl was currently trying on the last such bag, pointing in Veronica's direction. At that moment, Veronica noticed Michael and, thinking that he was continuing to stalk her, decided to teach him a lesson by embarrassing him in front of everyone in the store by showing that he was a beggar. Turning to her boyfriend, whose name was Mason, she asked if he remembered that her birthday was coming up, to which Mason noted with surprise that the girl had celebrated her birthday only recently. To which the resourceful Veronica stated that back then it was a holiday according to the lunar calendar, but now she would celebrate her birthday according to the solar calendar. Finding himself in a hopeless situation, Mason began to say that he did not like mercenary girls, and asked if Veronica was with him now for the sake of money. This statement took the girl by surprise, and she could not find what to answer. At that moment, Angelica came up to her from behind and carefully took her handbag in her hand. Taking advantage of the girl's confusion, Angelica took the purse with a light and nimble movement. And Michael, also without wasting time, paid for the purchase at that very moment. And while the happy girl was enjoying her new outfit, the voiceover announced 3 times that the girl's favor would be increased by 20 points. Michael was also beaming with happiness, having immediately received plus 60 points just for buying some handbag, and deciding that at this rate, it would not be difficult to achieve the desired result. At the same time, he mentally noted that his personal financial benefit from the deals could have been greater. Looking at the nondescript rich man in the person of Michael, the store consultants recalled the words of the director that one should not be prejudiced against people only by their appearance, and Veronica, who had dropped her handbag, stood with her eyes lowered to the floor. Angelica, on the contrary, was happy, noting that both the bag and the guy with the money were now taken by an owner who was better than Veronica. She looked in fascination at the simple guy looking at the handbags, and again came to the thought that this jackpot could not be missed. Approaching Michael, she gently grabbed his hand and began to thank him for his generosity, calling him sweet, which the young man did not expect, and was a little embarrassed. Veronica watched this whole scene with tears in her eyes. Saying that the young man's behavior had crossed all boundaries, Veronica pushed Michael away and rushed out of the store. But he mentally noted that this was only the beginning. At that moment, a familiar voice announced that Veronica was the second object, and that her relationship with the master was currently -10. As Michael listened to this, he watched as Mason took off, and he ran after the girl who was rushing away from the boutique, where none of the participants in the action heard how Michael was promised a reward of 20 power-up points when Veronica's attitude towards the master reached 96 points. And Angelica, not missing her chance, clung to the young man, asking where they were going now, to which Michael, who had gotten a taste for the game, replied that it was exclusively where he could spend money, since he would never believe that a girl would be satisfied with just one handbag. In one boutique, Michael pointed to the most expensive dress. In another, on the most elegant and insanely expensive jewelry. And everywhere, he invariably paid with the same card that appeared to him after he agreed to participate in the game. Angelica, who was in some kind of positive state of shock, of course, did not hear the voiceover announce that her disposition towards the master had improved by another 5 points. Buying a new expensive perfume will add another 5 points to your disposition. Then the cosmetics department, and again 5 points added to Angelica's disposition. Numerous clothing boutiques also invariably added to the popularity rating. Finally, the girl herself said that she had probably had enough this time, because all of this simply wouldn't fit into her small apartment, to which Michael simply replied that this was no problem at all, since he would immediately buy the girl a new, spacious apartment. However, the girl suddenly said that this would be too much, because this was their first meeting, where she just wanted to joke, and Michael was immediately told that the girl's disposition had dropped by -5 points. This forced the young man to be distracted from the actions of searching for an apartment, where he came to the conclusion that the statement about buying an apartment was really already unnecessary and only frightened the girl. He quickly found himself approaching Angelica and naming her full details, the faculty she studies at, her favorite color, her zodiac sign, her favorite food, and her favorite movie, which left her completely confused. After which he said that he was very attracted to her, which was what was making him behave so recklessly. After finishing his speech, he turned to the store consultant and asked to open an account in Angelica's name, to deposit $50,000, and asked to offer her only the best the next time she visited the store. And again he turned to Angelica, saying that in this way he hoped to make amends to her for his unsuccessful joke about buying an apartment. The girl, flushed from everything that had happened, stood there for a minute, unable to say anything. And Michael, who continued to play his role, came closer to her and whispered in her ear that if the girl was embarrassed by his gifts, then she could offer him something in return. This had the desired effect, and the girl finally came to life, pushing the young man away and jokingly calling him a pervert, which provoked the announcement that the girl's favor had been increased by 30 points. Michael, not noticing the admiring glances of the consultants, who were literally ready to throw themselves on his neck, concluded that if you are rich, then you will get away with anything. And Angelica suddenly asked why the young man didn't think about himself after he bought her so many gifts. To which Michael simply, and without a twinge of conscience, replied that he did not have money to buy anything for himself. The dazzling Angelica gently took the young man by the hand, and saying that it was now her turn to give gifts, pulled the young man along with her, casting an enticing glance at him. First, the girl took him through boutiques with men's clothing, and then they got busy with the young man's hair. And so, after all these manipulations, a completely different person appeared on the street. Angelica enthusiastically noted how attractive this young man really was. And Michael himself said that he now feels somehow strange and not very confident. To which Angelica, approaching the young man, said in a gentle voice and with no less gentle movements that there was nothing strange and that they made a very beautiful couple. But then she let go of his hand and began to move away. Throwing a kiss goodbye, the girl said that they would see each other later, and that she was so happy today that she almost decided that she had fallen in love, and Michael was informed that, as a result of today's meeting with Angelica, her disposition had become plus 68 points. There were fewer and fewer illuminated windows in the dormitory. Michael opened the door to the room and entered, shining like a new penny, the sight of which made his neighbors surprised. When asked what he had been doing all this time, Michael replied that he had been on a date with Angelica, to which his neighbors began to complain in turn that he had not yet managed to decide anything with Veronica, and was already dating Angelica, who, moreover, was the first beauty of her faculty. Then one of the guys approached Michael and said that Angelica was a girl not at his level, where the young man would not have enough money for her, and was immediately thanked by Michael for his friendly advice. After listening to his friend, the young man began to read new messages, where Veronica wrote that she chose Mason only because her mother was sick and she really needed money. And without thinking, he transferred her $10,000. At that very moment, a cry of surprise sounded so loud in the women's dormitory that it was heard far beyond the dormitory. It was Veronica's surprise that she noted that as soon as she mentioned the money, Michael immediately transferred the required amount. Her friend asked if this was the same Michael with whom Veronica had broken up, to which the latter answered positively and added that they needed to get rid of Mason, who couldn't even buy her a bag, and take Michael into their fold. She began quickly typing one message after another on her mobile phone. She asked where the young man got so much money, what his relationship with Angelica was like, whether he still had any feelings for her, for Veronica. Meanwhile, Michael, having heard the announcement that Veronica's favor had been increased by 5, began to think that Angelica was not as selfish as Veronica. Having decided not to answer the girl for now, the young man began to look for places where he could still spend money on girls. And so he found what he needed, an online broadcast of a famous blogger, Miranda, who was accepting financial assistance for herself. Michael's joy knew no bounds, because he found himself in the right place to spend a good amount of money, which he did not hesitate to do. Having seen the transfer from a user named Lone Wolf, Miranda, without even looking at the amount, sent him words and a sign of gratitude. But when the amount was shown on the screen, not only the blogger girl was shocked, but also everyone who was watching her online broadcast. It didn't take long to receive comments from viewers, who noted the rich man's appearance there, and asked him to give them some money. But instead of responding to these meaningless comments, Michael decided it would be a good idea to make another translation and press the corresponding button on the screen of his mobile phone. Meanwhile, in the office of the online broadcasting company where Miranda worked, a real commotion began. The project manager literally burst into the boss's office without knocking, and with a wild expression on his face, shouted that some rich man had just transferred $1 million to Miranda. The boss's reaction was immediate, where he suggested that it was either a scam or money laundering. Meanwhile, other girls who were also broadcasting online from this company were vying with each other to write to the Lone Wolf, telling each other how this rich man had just transferred $1 million to Miranda. Miranda herself could not believe that she had just received a transfer of $1 million. The director was quick to appear, and with signs indicated the boss's instructions to take this rich viewer into circulation. But Miranda stated that she could not be told about this, since she herself would not let such a goldfish go anywhere. After blowing a kiss, the girl told the Lone Wolf to send her a private message so that he could receive the gratitude he deserved from her. But the Lone Wolf did not respond to this or any of the following messages, because Michael had long since fallen into a deep, healthy sleep. A new clear and warm day arrived, and the first rays of the sun illuminated the walls of the men's dormitory. Having woken up, Michael lazily read the correspondence in the general chat about a certain rich man who appeared in the online broadcasts yesterday. While the young man was washing and brushing his teeth, he noted that his transfers from yesterday had not affected Miranda in any way, because there was no announcement about her being added to the system, nor about the accrual of favor points. He was just thinking that perhaps a personal meeting was needed for the system to recognize a new girl, when he discovered a huge number of messages from various girls who offered to meet him. However, almost immediately he noticed the commotion his comrades caused when leaving the room and asked what had happened, to which they explained to him that they were rushing to an open lesson in order to have time to take the best seats, which would allow them to fully enjoy Jessica's beauty. She was an insanely beautiful girl, whom literally all the guys at the school dreamed about. And Michael also remembered this girl in great detail, the location of which was the dream of all the guys at the university. After all, Jessica was famous as a very educated and cultured girl, developing in literally all areas. She was the chairperson of the Students' Association. Her musical talent for playing the piano left no one indifferent. Jessica did not lag behind in more dynamic sports, where she diligently studied ballet and became a state champion in fencing. While Michael was going over in his head all the merits of this university beauty, he was noticed by the students sitting nearby, who assumed that he had transferred from another group, since they had not seen him here before. But the young man didn't care about them. He was thinking about how to establish contact with Jessica, who always stays only in her own company, and for 3 years, no one has even managed to just talk to her. And then Veronica noticed him with her neighbor, where the neighbor, whose name was Inga, noted that Michael was dressed up nicely, which was probably intended to please Veronica. And at that very moment, it was announced that Veronica's favor had been increased by 10 points. Michael glanced sideways in the direction where the girl was, and noted to himself that Veronica really was some kind of superficial woman, since her disposition improved only because he dressed up a little. But, throwing aside unnecessary thoughts, the young man tried to concentrate on how he could meet and add Jessica to the system. He was distracted by loud shouts from the left side of the audience. It was one of those guys who suffered from excessive self-confidence and arrogance, who loudly declared that he was now going to get Jessica's phone number. Jessica's attention was also drawn to such statements, which made her very surprised. But before she could say a word, a self-confident guy named Greg was already nearby and offered to get to know the girl better and exchange contacts. But his unceremonious actions only confused Jessica herself, while her roommate who was nearby was not very pleased with the young man's behavior. Greg, however, wasted no time in getting closer and closer to Jessica, saying that they would be a good couple and that they should start dating. But suddenly, with a sharp movement, someone's hand pulled the guy away from the girl. It was Jessica's roommate, Kate, who raised a pen over the boy's head, accompanying her actions with words that he should not dare come near her friend. Greg, looking at the sharp end of the pen above his head, began to hastily justify himself by saying that he only wanted to join the student union and that Kate had misunderstood him. Saying that this was the dumbest excuse to approach a girl, Kate sent the unsuccessful suitor away. But not even a few seconds had passed before the attention of both girls was drawn to another voice asking Jessica to add him as a friend on a social network, which surprised them quite a bit. It was Michael, who had already prepared his phone to exchange contact information. Kate noted out loud that at least this guy was cute and sarcastically asked about his intentions to join the student society. But Michael said as honestly and openly as possible that he doesn't care at all about all these student associations, which prompted the question of why he needed Jessica's contacts at all. Delaying the moment of answer, the young man first said that it should be more than obvious to everyone. But without much pause, he immediately added that he just wanted to date Jessica. Jessica immediately blushed at what was said and didn't know what to answer to such frankness. Moreover, all the people in the audience were shocked by Michael's directness. The result of this frankness was not long in coming and was extremely unexpected for everyone, where the unapproachable Jessica suddenly took out her phone and said that she would not mind trying. Veronica looked angrily at everything that was happening, while Inga, standing next to her, added fuel to the fire, asking the girl if Michael should be her personal dog and run after her all the time. Meanwhile, Michael, enjoying his victory, concluded that simply being in communication was not so bad and had just borne fruit. And suddenly an announcement was made that a new target had been added in the form of Jessica, whose disposition was currently 0. At the end of the lecture, Michael and his friends and neighbors left the academic building, where the young people accompanying him expressed words of congratulations regarding the establishment of relations with Jessica. They asked him, after closer communication with her, to introduce them to her friends, to which Michael replied that it was too early to think and talk about it. A rather rude call made the young man stop talking and turn around. It was Greg and his minions, who expressed their misunderstanding and dissatisfaction with how Michael managed to get the contact of the university's first beauty, to which the young man simply replied that Greg should not disgrace himself now more than what had already taken place in the audience. This statement enraged Michael's opponent, but his urge to physical violence was restrained by his comrades, who reminded him of the words of the police after the last arrest that next time they would go to prison. Michael was about to continue on his way when his attention was drawn to the familiar voice of Angelica, who said that she had been waiting a long time to meet him. This statement from the first beauty of the Faculty of Arts shocked everyone on the street, and Michael, without missing a beat, said that in order to make up for the girl's wait, he would treat her to dinner. But the girl refused dinner and asked the young man if she liked the way she looked with the things he bought her, to which Michael remarked that she looked simply amazing, especially with that handbag. Veronica listened to all this, huddled in the crowd of students, feeling the feelings of jealousy and annoyance raging inside her. Meanwhile, Angelica took Michael by the arm, and together they walked away from the walls of the university, continuing their dialogue and leaving behind the shocked crowd. And Greg, also watching what was happening, literally with tears in his eyes, wondered what was wrong with him. Veronica couldn't stop her tears either, asking herself many questions, including how Angelica was better than her and why Michael made such a choice. It was getting on towards evening, and the sun was gradually beginning to sink lower and lower. Angelica suddenly stopped her movement and, turning to face Michael, showed him her recent creation. It was a portrait of Michael, where the girl explained that she had stayed up late to finish it. She insisted that the young man take the gift, where she stated that she would not forgive him if he threw away the portrait. The young man was shocked by this attitude, because it was the first gift from a girl in his entire life. Pleased with the reaction, Angelica smiled sweetly and asked if the young man liked the portrait. For a moment, Michael simply stared at the portrait in silence, showing no emotion. But gradually some thoughts began to form in his head. He remembered the girl's previous attention to him regarding his clothes and appearance, the blown kiss, and now this gift, and decided that these were just tricks on her part, so that he would fall into her net. The young man concluded that Angelica had deliberately developed such a plan right after he had spent several thousand on her. Michael grinned evilly and concluded that he was no longer the same as before, and would not fall for all these tricks. The girl, observing the changes in the young man's facial expressions, mentally noted that he did not look happy. Finally, Michael, with the most indifferent expression on his face, asked why he needed this picture. The young man's reaction greatly confused the girl, who simply did not know what to answer. and Michael suddenly abruptly closed the distance and asked how the girl intended to pay for all the gifts he had given. And at that very moment, with a deft movement, he tore the sheet of paper with the portrait from Angelica's hands. With his other hand, he stopped the movement of the girl's hand, which tried to take away the sheet of paper. Again, indecently shortening the distance, he said that he liked the girl herself more than her gift, which made her cheeks turn pink. Angelica felt how she literally dissolved in the most pleasant feelings when this young man was nearby, when he touched her. And at that moment, the voiceover announced to Michael that the girl's disposition had been increased by 5 points. Pleased with himself, Michael prepared to continue his onslaught, which was already driving the girl into ecstasy. But suddenly their almost completed embrace was broken by a guy who burst between them. He, turning to Angelica, reproached her for refusing to go for a walk with him under the pretext of going to get a manicure with a friend, while she herself was hugging some strange guy. Unable to contain himself, the young man made one complaint after another. Pointing at Michael, he stated that she only lets this guy hug her because he has money. Michael was very familiar with this behavior of the young man, and he immediately realized that this young man was a fan of Angelica. Meanwhile, the girl, enraged by the guy's behavior, began to angrily scream that he was nobody to her at all, and he shouldn't care who she hugged or what she did. But the escalation of the conflict was interrupted by the intervention of Michael, who introduced himself to the guy, asked his name, and inquired about how long he had been trying to court Angelica. The young man replied that his name was Tommy. He was also studying at the Faculty of Arts, and had been trying to attract the girl's attention for more than 6 months. It immediately reminded Michael of himself, where he had been chasing one girl for 3 whole years. He told this story to his new acquaintance, telling how he had to work 4 jobs and eat whatever he could to satisfy the selfish needs of his passion. And, finishing his sad story, he added that in the end, this girl still preferred to climb into someone else's Mercedes. Tommy was clearly shocked by such a story, which left him without any hope of attracting the attention of a girl like Angelica. And Michael followed up with some good, friendly advice, saying that those who do this to them only motivate them to become better. After which he urged him to return to the hostel and forget about Angelica, who would come running to him sooner or later, seeing his success in life. The girl didn't understand at all what was happening now, watching the action with surprise. She approached Michael by saying that Tommy was just an acquaintance, and she had never even considered him as a romantic partner. To which the young man replied that he didn't care at all what the girl might have had with this guy in the past. And then Michael, saying that the girl did not respect either herself or him, began to tear the portrait right in front of her face, causing great amazement in the girl. After tearing the piece of paper into small pieces and throwing them into the air, Michael turned around and walked away from the girl, saying that until she figured out her surroundings and learned to communicate, it would be better for them not to meet. He thought to himself that he was very interested in how the girl would react to such an attitude on his part, and what she would do. And the girl's thoughts were filled with memories of how Michael treated her at their first meeting. After all, no one had ever been so kind and indulgent to her. With tears in her eyes, the girl concluded that Michael really liked her, and now she had ruined everything herself. And as Michael was leaving, it was announced that Angelica's favor had been increased by 5 points. Studying statistics along the way, the young man came to the conclusion that the worse you treat a girl, the more she starts to like you. He decided that he was done with Angelica for now, and needed to start winning Jessica's favor. And suddenly he discovered that Jessica was also broadcasting online, specializing in music and dance. Michael found this activity very cute and assumed that this girl could only pretend to be cold and unapproachable. But in fact, she was quite nice and open. But before he had time to appear online, Miranda immediately began writing him messages that she was very happy to see him, but was in no hurry to agree to the offer to meet. From which Michael, of course, concluded that the girl was simply trying to trick him out of money, having promised to dance for him online today. Suddenly, he received a notification that the user he was following was about to take part in a competition with another user. Michael became very curious about who the unattainable first beauty of the university, Jessica, would compete with. The opponent turned out to be Miranda, who concluded that she had accidentally called out a new girl, which meant that victory was in her pocket. The young man found this very coincidence of circumstances quite interesting, where the experienced and also not lacking in beauty, Miranda competes with the novice blogger and first beauty Jessica. Miranda, absolutely confident in her victory, said that her rival should not even try to compete with her, since she has the support of such an influential person as the lone wolf behind her. From her experience of catching rich men, Miranda came to the conclusion that she should already have the wolf on her hook. And now the program has issued a notification that the user Lone Wolf has made a transfer. But what was her rage when she saw that the translation was not addressed to her at all? $5 million were sent and received into the account of Miranda's opponent, Jessica, which shocked Jessica herself. Miranda, annoyed by this turn of events, bit her lips, wondering why the wolf had chosen the new girl. The director was quick to show up and demand that the boss explain why the money was going to others. Having collected her thoughts, Miranda said goodbye to the audience, saying that she had urgent business and needed to run. And Michael, looking at the icon informing about the user's rest, said to himself that Miranda shouldn't have played with him, because he can support anyone. Then he switched to Jessica's channel. In his mind, he told her that he had spent a lot of money on her, and the girl should not disappoint him. Meanwhile, in the office of a well-known company providing a platform for online broadcasts, its director was again being informed about a huge transfer, where the project manager said that this unknown lone wolf had appeared again and had broken the previous record 5 times. Upon receiving this information, the boss became furious, declaring that this guy was probably some kind of oil tycoon, and the rest of the envious women who conduct their online broadcasts noted Michael's translation, concluding that today the lone wolf is in a musical mood. And then, clearly lacking depth of thought, they all took turns calling their assistants to carry their musical instruments. And it was already approaching late evening, where the sun had already disappeared behind the horizon, and the night darkness was gradually beginning to descend upon the city. Jessica sat at her musical instrument, shocked by the events that had happened, and Kate couldn't get enough of the fact that it all happened online, and now they could become popular. But today's heroine wasn't very happy with the prospect of becoming popular and making various men happy with her appearance. She said that the most important thing for a woman is a career and independence, both material and in all other aspects of life. Annoyed by her friend's attitude towards the issue of popularity, Kate told her not to teach her about life. And immediately after these words, she furtively asked if Jessica knew the rich man who had sent the money today, to which the girl angrily replied that she didn't know and shouldn't know him. But immediately after that, with obvious interest in the person of this rich man, she said that he really did send a lot of money, for which she needed to write him a few words of gratitude. And Kate, as she collected her equipment, thought with disappointment that her friend had said one thing, but was doing the exact opposite. Suddenly, a wild scream from her friend made the girl literally jump up and drop all the equipment. Unable to swear, she turned around and saw that nothing critical had happened, and could only quietly ask what had happened. To which Jessica responded, confused, that she apparently knew who the lone wolf really was, where she concluded that it was Michael. The girl immediately remembered the story of one boy who was the son of a very rich and successful man, but at the same time was modest and did not want to show his wealth and high position. He received the best education, but realized that he did not want to be the object of everyone's attention, and wanted to live freely. One day he met a beautiful girl, fell in love with her and decided to win her favor, but as an ordinary poor man. But the girl's friend listened to this story without enthusiasm, and only said that she had read too many romance novels. The girl began to worry a lot about this poor boy, who had been surrounded by the best since childhood, and now it was probably very difficult for him to pretend to be a simple person. Meanwhile, Michael managed to take a shower in his dorm. Having almost finished drying himself, the young man noticed that he had received a message on his phone. Taking the phone, Michael, not without surprise, noted that Jessica had invited him to dinner without even asking where he got so much money, and decided to check her out. The second half of the next, as usual, sunny day was already in full swing. Michael was on his way to a date with Jessica, where he chose a moped as his mode of transport. He stopped near a women's dormitory, where a certain man had already parked his luxury car. The man was the first to start the conversation, saying that he was waiting for his girlfriend and asking Michael who he was waiting for. At that moment, the young man saw Jessica appear on the street, looking around, apparently looking for Michael, and then the young man, pointing to her, answered the man that this was the very girl he was waiting for here. This statement greatly amused the man, where he said that with such a beauty, he himself probably had more chances than a guy who did not even have the means for a good car. Meanwhile, Jessica saw a young man waiting for her. She continued to believe in her fantasy, where Michael seemed to her to be a secret rich man who was hiding from everyone. Intoxicated by her fantasies, the girl quickly headed in his direction. Meanwhile, the guy was busy telling Michael how he had to work hard, and then, maybe in 15-20 years, such a girl would get into his car. While this tale of success was going on, Jessica had already managed to approach Michael and take her place on the moped behind him. The man didn't even have time to understand anything before a moped rushed past him, in which a guy and a gorgeous girl rushed towards new impressions from each other. The man silently watched the vehicle as it sped away into the distance, and then emotions took over, where he fell to his knees, lamenting that his whole life, aimed at getting big incomes, turned out to be meaningless, which this situation with a beauty who sat on some moped had just shown him. Jessica didn't see herself on a simple moped. She saw an expensive bike and a prince in a white suit behind the wheel. Her fantasies were dispelled by Michael's voice that they had arrived and the sight of the establishment to which he had brought them. It was one of the cheapest fast food places in town, which people of Jessica's level didn't really notice. And the main dish in this establishment was spicy crayfish and shrimp. Before sitting down at the table himself, Michael placed a napkin in front of the girl, which again evoked in her the most positive emotions, based on her fantasies, where she thought that even in the image of a simple guy, he does not forget the manners instilled in him since childhood. She also gratefully accepted from him a package of disposable gloves, which are usually worn when eating crayfish and shrimp, so as not to get your hands dirty. And so, a minute later, Michael was already eating shrimp with pleasure, and the girl, continuing to live in her fantasies, noted that these were probably the smallest shrimp that he was forced to eat for her sake, so that she would not feel awkward in an expensive restaurant. And at that moment, when Jessica once again imagined a prince in the person of Michael, the latter was informed that the girl's favor had been increased by 10 points. Michael was quite surprised by the sudden addition of a location rating, and Jessica had already taken one shrimp and started cleaning it. The girl then held the peeled shrimp towards Michael's mouth and asked him to open his mouth. Giving him her almost loving look, the girl asked the young man to allow her to feed him. Michael was completely perplexed by what was happening, but he did not resist and accepted the kindness and tenderness from the girl. Just at the moment when Veronica entered the cafe accompanied by Mason. Before she could take a step, Veronica noticed Michael and Jessica sitting at the table. She couldn't believe what she witnessed as the unapproachable Jessica hand-feeding Michael. At the same time, the girl began to think about what was going on with Michael, who had left yesterday accompanied by Angelica, and today was already in the company of another girl. Not wanting to be in front of her ex, she asked Mason to choose another cafe, saying that there were too many people there, but her companion did not heed the girl's requests, correctly assuming that she simply did not want to meet with acquaintances. Having said that he would sort everything out now, Mason, literally putting his hand on Veronica, headed with her to the table where Michael was. Michael, who had just accepted the shrimp from Jessica's hand, noticed a shadow looming over him from behind. Then he heard his name and saw bills falling in front of his face, after which Mason said that Michael should take the $500 and get out of this cafe. The young man looked at the bills that had fallen both onto the table and into the plates with food, and the only thing that came to his mind was that Mason's behavior was extremely ridiculous and did not do him any credit. Throwing in another wad of not-so-large bills, Mason said that now there should definitely be enough for Michael to get out of here, and Jessica suddenly squeezed her handbag so hard that her knuckles even cracked, which didn't go unnoticed by Michael, who couldn't understand why the girl was so angry. And the reason for Jessica's anger was Mason, who was now ruining her perfect date, and to whom she sent all conceivable and inconceivable curses. But Mason didn't calm down, saying that if it wasn't enough, he could add more, accompanying his words with a movement of his fingers, which pulled another wad of banknotes out of his wallet and threw them into the air. Suddenly, someone's hands fell sharply on the bills lying on the table. The waiter arrived and offered Mason to give him all the money in exchange for arranging another table for him. Roughly grabbing the waiter by the clothes, the man began to say that he did not want any other table but this one. But his speech was interrupted by a sweeping blow from a woman's handbag right across his face, which did not go unnoticed for a couple of his teeth. At Michael's surprised look, Jessica hastened to say that it was not her doing. And behind them appeared a huge silhouette, who called Mason a scumbag, living on her money, driving his car and, as it turns out, also sleeping with other girls using her money. Michael was literally shaken by the sight of this terrible huge woman behind him. And Mason, holding the bruised place, asked his wife Goldie what she was doing there, to which the terrible woman, terribly distorting her face and accompanying her speech with choice curses, replied that if she had not been there, she would never have found out that he was sleeping with others. And Mason suddenly started talking about how Goldie was all he had, that she was the only one, that he owed her everything and didn't even think about other girls, which Veronica, having already understood the essence of what was happening, looked at with reproach. Suddenly Mason grabbed Veronica by the hair and began to accuse her of being the one to blame, of trying to seduce him, to which the girl tried to justify herself by saying that the man himself began to court her, and said that he was single. Mason gave the girl a hard slap in the face, furiously demanding that she shut up. Not expecting such a turn of events, Veronica fell to the floor and looked at the enraged man in fear. But Mason did not calm down. Having entered into the role of a victim on whom women's charms were tested, he already raised his hand for another blow. However, someone's hand stopped his movement, It was Michael who said that the man was only disgracing himself by hitting a woman in front of the entire cafe. Veronica, who continued to sit on the floor and clutched her cheek, which was burning from the blow, suddenly realized that Michael still loved her. Meanwhile, Michael was informed that Veronica's favor had increased by 60 points and that the favor had reached the maximum possible level. After which, the voiceover said that Veronica is a fan of the master. The amount of Michael's personal financial benefit from spending on the girl is $5,000, and 20 points of reinforcement are also awarded. Without thinking twice, the young man gave the order to use 10 points to improve his physical characteristics. And at that very moment, with a deft movement of his hand, he performed a technique of bending Mason's arm behind his back, which made the latter howl, after which he pushed him away. But the restless man was not about to admit defeat. Grabbing a bottle that was standing on one of the tables, with shouts and curses, he swung his sword over the young man's head. But for Michael, who had improved his physical attributes, Mason moved too slowly. With one short lunge forward, the young man literally knocked his opponent out of his way. Michael told Mason, who was kneeling before him, that there was no shame in being kept by a woman, but there was shame in raising a hand to a woman. But these words flew past the ears of the disgraced man, who did not want to accept the loss and began to take a knife out of his pocket. Seeing the bladed weapon, Jessica shouted to her companion to be careful, and the enraged man had already managed to straighten up and begin to make a stabbing motion with his hand forward, squeezing his weapon tightly. But it was not difficult for the pumped-up young man to get out of the line of attack, simultaneously grabbing the opponent's hand and knocking the knife out of it. Where immediately after this, without giving his opponent a second to come to his senses and react, Michael used a technique that wrestlers call a throw over the back. The sound of the slap hitting the floor seemed to be heard even on the street. And here Mason lay unconscious on the floor, defeated by the brave young man who defended the girl's honor. The winner himself, modestly placing his hands in his trouser pockets, headed towards the exit, where Jessica followed him. But suddenly his movement was interrupted by Veronica, who, grabbing his leg, said that she was wrong towards him and asked him to give her another chance. Michael thought for a moment, but quickly pulled himself together and began to speak. He reminded the girl of how he dragged her several kilometers to the hospital when she got injured. He reminded her of how he worked tirelessly for 6 months to give her a new phone, which she refused because it was not the latest model. He also remembered that he had always known about her frivolity and commercialism, but he stubbornly believed that sooner or later she would notice him and appreciate his efforts. In closing, Michael said that Veronica had a lot of time and chances. Now that Michael, who ran for her, has died, and the girl has made her choice, tears of grief and despair welled up in Veronica's eyes, because every word of the young man was the truth, which, as we know, always hits hard, where the pain from its blows is always stronger than physical pain. Once outside, Michael apologized to his companion for everything that had happened and ruined their date, to which Jessica playfully replied that everything was great, and she had a unique chance to see the young man from a different side. The girl's words greatly embarrassed Michael, but at the same time they were pleasant to him. And Jessica, unable to take her eyes off the young man and replaying the events of today's date in her head, was firmly convinced that this guy could still surprise her with many more things. Soon the sky above the city was covered with black thunderclouds, and the downpour was not long in coming. The door to the dorm room swung open very suddenly, as if it had been kicked with all its might. So Veronica returned to the room after an unsuccessful evening, where her neighbor, who met her, was lamenting the fact that the girl did not have an umbrella with her, and she was all wet. The greeter hurried to tell the news that yesterday Jessica received a whole $5 million from Michael, which only further enraged the already very upset girl, who asked where she got this information from, to which the friend explained that Jessica's neighbor had let it slip. Digesting the new information, Veronica fell into a kind of stupor for a few seconds, and finally, she reached her psychological limit and burst into tears. Her sobs were accompanied by such loud sounds that in the neighboring dormitory rooms, unfriendly remarks were constantly heard addressed to the one who was disturbing her rest. Meanwhile, in the room where Michael lived, his neighbors were surprised that their friend was very good at playing video games, assuming that he was a secret esportsman. Michael himself thought that after distributing the power-up points, even games became very easy to play, but he said out loud that he was just lucky. While his friends were offering him business ideas, like broadcasting their games online, Michael was getting ready to take a shower. In the shower, he saw the direct effect of the amplification glasses, which was expressed in the clearly visible relief of the muscles on his body. He also noticed that his facial features had changed, becoming more toned and masculine. Looking at his body in the mirror, the young man only thought about how he now needed to be careful with the girls. He was distracted from admiring himself by the call of his neighbors, who were shouting that his phone was ringing. Michael, coming out of the shower, picked up the phone. It turned out that the person calling him was the first beauty of the arts faculty, the beautiful Angelica. In his thoughts, the young man came to the conclusion that this cunning girl had come up with something new to lure money out of him and win his favor, which meant he needed to be on his guard. Picking up the phone, Michael asked the girl the purpose of her call. But the loud sobbing and screaming heard through the phone speaker literally forced the young man to pull the receiver away from his ear. The apartment where Angelica lived was located in another part of the city. The room was scattered with new things, the labels of which had not even been removed yet. The girl herself was sitting in the middle of the room, kneeling on the floor, with her head bowed. Unable to stop her tears, Angelica asked Michael to lend her $500,000. She began to tell that her father had always been addicted to gambling, and then one day he lost big. Bandits came to them and took everything they had, after which their previously well-off family found itself at rock bottom. At the end, the girl added that she was not at all selfish. It was just that their family had a lot of debts that needed to be repaid. After listening to the end, Michael simply hung up without saying anything in response, which surprised the girl quite a bit. But a moment later, a message arrived on the girl's phone. After reading this, Angelica was simply shocked, because $5 million were deposited into her account. And Michael sent her a voice message that he had just accidentally missed 10. Clutching the phone with the treasured message to her chest, Angelica swore to herself that she would definitely thank Michael. The rain outside was getting heavier and heavier. Michael sat in his room, annoyed that despite everything, Angelica's disposition had not reached the foot level and was 94 points. Something had to be done. Something had to be done differently, perhaps directly. He remembered Sun Tzu's Art of War, where one of the rules was that the enemy must be forced to act when he hesitates. By morning, the rain had stopped, the clouds had cleared, and a nice, warm, sunny day was in the offing. Michael walked from the dorm to the academic buildings, accompanied by one of his neighbors. Suddenly, he heard a female voice calling out to him. It was Veronica, who, handing him a bag, said that she had prepared lunch for him and suggested that they go to lectures together. But before Michael could say a word in response, another female voice caught his attention from the other side. It was Angelica, who, holding out a special thermos for food, said that she had also prepared a delicious lunch for him, as she thought that he was probably already tired of the food in the student cafeteria. And then the two girls' gazes met, not foreshadowing anything good for each other, and Michael stood between them, stunned, not knowing what to do or what to say. At that very moment, when the situation seemed to have already become tense to the limit, Michael heard another call behind him. The young man turned around slowly, and his amazement knew no bounds. Behind him stood Jessica, who said that she had also brought him lunch, where she chose beef noodles for her dinner dish. At that very moment, the girl was met with less than friendly glances from other contenders for Michael's attention. Where to outside spectators, all this seemed like some kind of duel inside the ring. And Michael, taking the bag of food from the girl's hands, asked in surprise how Jessica knew that he liked beef noodles, to which the girl timidly replied that yesterday, when they were eating shrimp, she assumed that the young man liked spicy dishes, where everyone knows that one of the best spicy dishes is beef noodles. Michael thought to himself that this girl had a distinct advantage because of her attentiveness, and out loud he thanked her, saying that it was always nice when someone showed concern. And calculating, Jessica said that gratitude is not required. You just need to always take into account the preferences of the person you are cooking for. And the enraged Veronica and Angelica continued to devour with their eyes the seemingly quite modest Jessica. But no matter how hard they tried to make it look scarier, the opponent had already delivered her signature blow, from which all her rivals flew in different directions without any chance of success. Suddenly, Jessica pulled out a small box and handed it to Michael with words of gratitude. Michael was simply shocked, because it was the latest model of smartphone. The students standing nearby all this time, who witnessed this whole scene with the participation of Michael and the three most beautiful girls of the university, were again shocked by the fact that the unapproachable Jessica was giving gifts to this guy. Her rivals were no less shocked, and also wondered about the level of wealth of a girl who could afford to give such an expensive gift. It was a control blow from Jessica that literally smeared her opponents across the floor, and the girls had no choice but to watch the departing couple. The day was just beginning, where the sun was only just gaining its height. Veronica was the first to break the silence after Michael left, telling herself that she just wanted him back, but didn't understand why it had become so difficult. Angelica was much better at keeping her composure and turned to her recent rival, who had found herself in the same situation, asking her name and whether they could discuss something, to which the girl responded with a sudden outburst of anger, shouting that they had nothing to talk about and that this whole situation arose because of Angelica. But the enterprising girl, stopping this outburst of rage, said in a soft voice that they should act together. Because this is the only way they can effectively confront Jessica, who is taking Michael away from them. Meanwhile, Michael stood nearby Jessica and admired both the gift itself and the personal qualities of the girl who gave it. But then he looked carefully first at the girl and then at the level of her location in the system. And at that very moment, the realization came to him that such a low level of affection did not fit in with her actual actions, where, without information about her affection, the young man could have come to the conclusion that the girl had fallen in love with him. This means that now all this, delicious food, an expensive phone, is nothing more than bait for him. Michael came to the conclusion that this girl is really smart, and her methods are very sophisticated, where the predator allows the prey to think that she is the hunter. After thinking about it, the young man concluded that he needed to find some way to speed up the process of increasing Jessica's favor. Michael was distracted from his thoughts by Miranda's messages, who apologized for not being able to arrange a meeting with him last time. But that did not mean that she did not want to meet, which greatly amused the young man, who understood all her selfish motives. But right after Miranda's message, Michael received another one, which contained a link and password to enter the coolest chat in the city, where the most noble and wealthy people communicated. Having logged into this chat, the first message the young man received was a question about the possibility of discussing a business proposal. But Michael immediately realized that all these rich people just wanted to test him and decided to play this game with them. He wrote that he was ready to discuss any proposals from his new comrades, to which he immediately received a photograph indicating the location of a rich villa and an offer to purchase this elite property. The offer was unexpected, and the real estate in that area was indeed worth tens of millions. But Michael wrote that he could take a look at the house in a few days, after which he returned to Jessica's company. Meanwhile, in that very country villa, the following events took place. Having unexpectedly received permission to view the property, a certain man informed his companion that apparently this lone wolf was not a swindler, and that he really did have money, to which his interlocutor said that this would become clear in the next 2 days, and there was no need to worry in any case, because no matter how you look at it, their team would be the winner and would either get a new wealthy partner or expose the fraudster. A few minutes later, the young man received a message on his phone with the address where the villa was located. And then the question arose in his head: how much could Jessica's position improve if he gave her such a villa? The next day, Michael and Veronica got out of the taxi and were already standing in front of the house at the very address that the young man had received in a closed chat for the chosen few. The owner of the house, accompanied by a girl, stood next to the house and looked out for a wealthy buyer. He waved his hand at the young men who had emerged from the taxi and apologized for not sending a car for them, to which Michael replied that everything was fine and the man had nothing to worry about. And the owner of the house assessed the simple appearance of the guy and the sophistication of the girl, trying to understand where this simple-looking young man got so much money. But without coming to any conclusions, the man said that he himself was a businessman, but was currently experiencing some financial difficulties, and therefore decided to sell this luxurious house. After which he invited the young people to come inside, accompanying his invitation with a hand gesture. Then the standard tour of the house began, during which the owner talked about the area and other positive aspects of the house, where the owner took guests and potential buyers around all the important parts of his home, not forgetting the pool. And in the final part, he drew Michael and Jessica's attention to the gorgeous view from the window, and said that if it weren't for financial problems, he would have ordered that he be buried here too. And then it dawned on the girl that her companion apparently wanted to buy this luxurious house, which must be very expensive. Meanwhile, Michael, in his simple manner, said that the house was not bad, and asked the owner to simply name the amount he wanted to get for it, and not bother with the presentation anymore. The owner of the house would have been happy with a sum of $50 million, but he decided to raise the price a little, leaving room for bargaining, and of course, not forgetting to mention that some potential buyers had already expressed serious intentions to purchase the house. And so the price that Michael heard was $60 million. With the most disinterested expression on his face, the young man said that just $60 million was no problem for him, and he agreed to buy the house. After these words, the shocked owner of the house mentally reproached himself for not naming the sum of $80 million, and his companion could not believe that there were people in this world for whom $60 million was not money. Meanwhile, Michael turned to Jessica, asking her questions about what she thought about the house and whether it was worth buying. The girl, not expecting such a question, asked a counter-question about why the young man was suddenly interested in her opinion, to which the young man replied in a sweet tone that the reason for such interest was that he was buying this house for her. The seller could now only be surprised at how this unknown rich man was buying gifts for $60 million. On the one hand, The girl was infinitely happy to hear this. But on the other hand, she thought that it was turning out to be an overly expensive gift. She immediately imagined that after such a gift, the young man could literally decide that he had become the full owner of her body, and perhaps her soul. Very carefully, Jessica began to tell Michael that she was very grateful to him for such a luxurious gift. But precisely because of its high cost, she could not accept it. However, the young man approached her, took her hand, and began to say that too much real estate was already registered in his name, and the state had recently been imposing new restrictions. So he thought that it would not be a big deal if one villa was registered in the name of a girl. And in conclusion, Michael added that he still hopes to give the girl this house in the future. Jessica looked at the young man with her enchanted gaze, her face burning with the surging emotions. The house could only be registered in the name of the spouse, and thoughts immediately flashed through the girl's mind that Michael already saw their future together in marriage. Jessica's happiness knew no bounds, and she finally lost her head. And Michael didn't stop his onslaught, saying that he didn't see any point in dividing anything as belonging to him or her, given the level of their relationship. The girl was struck by these heartwarming words, and Michael received message after message that Jessica's favor was increasing. The young man noted for himself that his acting skills are getting better every day. At the same time, the girl accompanying the owner of the house, who, apparently, was connected to him by something more, timidly asked when the man would give her some similar significant expensive gift, at least in the form of an apartment. But the man, realizing that he was not financially capable of such gifts, only laughed absurdly in response. And now the moment has arrived that is so cherished by the owner of the house, the transfer of the advance payment. After the transfer, Michael, already saying goodbye, said that he would transfer the remaining $50 million after signing the purchase and sale agreement, to which the owner of the house, of course, agreed, saying that he would prepare all the necessary documents. And so the young people left this luxurious villa and its owners, calling a taxi again. The car with Michael and Jessica inside was moving towards the campus, and the young man sat and mentally calculated that as soon as Jessica's favor reached the required level, those $60 million spent on the house would turn into his personal $6 million, according to the rules of the system. But the girl had completely different thoughts, which she based on her experience of reading novels, where she believed that the next step on the part of the young man accompanying her now should be a declaration of love to her, where it won't be far to the wedding, which would be nice to hold somewhere in the Alps. And then they will have a long and happy family life together, children and a joint old age, until which they will carefully preserve their feelings for each other. All these dreams and fantasies made the girl's head spin, intoxicated with feelings. Michael's words that they had arrived at their destination abruptly brought Jessica out of her pleasant fantasies, where, looking out the car window, she saw the university buildings. Getting out of the car, the girl asked in surprise why Michael wasn't coming out, to which she immediately received the answer that he had been invited to a gaming club, where he was now heading. After which the car suddenly took off, leaving the girl completely alone. This was not how she saw the continuation of today, and she stood disappointed that she had not received a declaration of love. Soon the taxi brought Michael to one of the city's gaming clubs. The comrades who met him said that they had been sitting there for a long time, and had managed to lose several times while Michael was not with them. Saying that there was nothing wrong with losing, Michael said that there was no need to worry, as he was now making up for his absence. Approaching the cash register, the young man made a large order for all his friends and acquaintances in this gaming club, asking to extend the game time for everyone, bring soda and cigarettes. But the girl standing behind the cash register suddenly called him by name, where, turning his head, Michael saw Angelica, whom he did not hesitate to ask about what she was doing there. To which the girl explained that after the young man helped pay off the debts, her father founded a network of gaming clubs, of which this club is one of them. After which, the happy girl first said that everything Michael ordered today would be free for him, but then changed her mind, saying that it would always be free for him. But before Michael could say a word in response, there was a terrible roar behind him, which almost made his heart jump out of his chest, where the source of this noise was not slow to appear in the form of a big guy with a bat on his shoulder, with which he had just smashed one of the computers, who declared that he needed his money. Angelica replied that she and her father had already returned everything they owed, to which the big man said that they had forgotten about the accrued interest. But the girl was not going to give in and stubbornly defended her position, declaring that this was simply some kind of extortion. But the stubborn man suddenly grabbed the girl by the hand, saying that if there was no money, then she would go with him and work for 2 years to earn this money in his strip club. The big guy didn't even have time to understand how he suddenly lost control of the girl's hand and found himself in a not very comfortable position with his hand behind his back, where Michael, who was holding his hand, accompanied his actions with words about the man getting out of here. The girl looked at her savior with fascination and joy, saying words of gratitude. At that moment, his entire retinue rushed to the aid of their boss, which didn't frighten the young man at all, who had been pumped up by the system. He only had time to throw punches and kicks in different directions, scattering his opponents left and right, which could not go unnoticed by all the visitors of the gaming club, including Michael's friends, where Michael was the last to immediately introduce himself as some kind of hero from a computer fighting game with a perfectly set technique of strikes. It was as if they were watching real-life footage from a movie where the main character was skillfully dealing with villains, and they couldn't understand when their comrade had managed to improve his martial arts skills so much. And so, a minute later, this entire indecent company hastily retreated from the battlefield, taking with them a bunch of bruises, bumps, and broken noses. And Angelica immediately threw herself into Michael's arms with words of gratitude to her savior. At the same time, the young man was informed that the girl's favor had reached the required level, which meant that the master would receive $530,000 out of the $5,300,000 spent on her, as well as 5 power-up points. Just at the moment when Michael couldn't get enough of the award he had received, and Angelica was hanging on his neck, Veronica passed by. She got the girl's attention by calling her a lying creature. In a rage, Veronica began to accuse Angelica of breaking their agreement to confront Jessica together, and of trying to seduce Michael on her own. Seeing that the situation was getting heated, Michael instructed the system to spend all the boost points on his movement speed and literally disappeared from the scene. After some time, the young man was moving around the sports ground thinking that he had already fulfilled the system's conditions with 2 girls, which meant he needed to urgently find a new girl. Otherwise, he risked being left without income and reinforcement. A light touch on the shoulder caught the young man's attention, causing him to stop his thoughts. A charming girl stood in front of him and said that there would be a track and field competition there, and that the young man needed to leave the running track. All Michael did was remark on how attractive the girl was, immediately showing his intelligence. The young man said that he would fulfill the girl's request in exchange for her phone number. At that moment, a disgruntled male voice was heard from the side, which attracted the girl's attention, where literally a second later, the sweet girl was covered by a certain young man who called himself her boyfriend, and rudely suggested that Michael get out of here. Michael, looking closely at this guy, was thinking in his head that his face looked very familiar. And then Michael remembered how this guy had beaten him up because of a girl back in his school years. He beat him when Michael refused to do his homework for him. He also beat me just like that, when there was nothing else to do. Only one thought flashed through the young man's head, and that was the thought that the world is small and the law of the boomerang works. And while the girl was leaving with her boyfriend, the system announced to Michael that a new object named Christy had been added with a disposition level of -5, and upon reaching the required disposition level, the owner would receive, as always, 10% of the investment and 22 reinforcement points, which couldn't help but please Michael, since 22 points of reinforcement already sounded quite serious. Meanwhile, the start of the competition was approaching, where the athletes were already taking their starting positions, and Christy was shouting words of support from the stands to her boyfriend Billy, who was sending her various greetings, and the guy in glasses sitting next to her managed to notice that an extra runner had appeared at the edge of the running track. The commands to start and get ready have already been given, where the runners have taken up their corresponding pre-start positions, and then a shot from a signal pistol rang out, replacing the start command. The race began with Billy taking a huge lead, basking in his smugness, and calling those lagging behind worthless insects. He didn't even have time to understand what had happened when Michael rushed right past him at great speed. In a split second, he left Billy and all the other athletes behind him. Michael ran, mentally communicating with Billy, where he told him that now he would lose in the area where, it would seem, he had no equal. Well, Billy, meanwhile, as if hearing Michael's thoughts, also mentally said that he shouldn't be underestimated. Stopping, he took off his shoes, which he believed would significantly improve his speed, and said that he would now quickly make up for lost time. Billy glanced around and just started to pick up speed again to run. Suddenly, Michael rushed past him again, having managed to make a full circle during this time, throwing out words along the way that it would be better for him to start working with his feet and not his tongue. Watching Michael speed off on another lap, Billy couldn't believe that he had already managed to make a full lap in such a short time. Michael, again mentally communicating with his opponent, said that Billy had dedicated his entire life to hard training, but he could not compare with the capabilities of his system. Meanwhile, the commentator of the sporting event, noticing Michael's speed, began to shout loudly that he had never seen anything like this before, and that even their current champion was unable to withstand such speed. And so, less than a minute after the start of the race, Michael crossed the finish line, becoming its winner. Christy was so surprised that she couldn't believe that her boyfriend had lost. Well, Michael was already grabbed by the crowd of fans and thrown into the air, while the commentator said that they had all just witnessed the birth of a new champion. When the crowd of fans finally left Michael alone, he was approached by a track and field coach who, after first noting the young man's extraordinary abilities, invited him to join the national team. Hearing this, Billy almost cried out with tears in his eyes that this place in the team was reserved for him. Michael, on leaving, made a final statement by declaring that he was not interested in such a proposal at all. Michael's victory, appearance, and behavior did not leave Christy indifferent, where she noted the strength of spirit and masculinity of the young man. Billy's question about the essence of the girl's thoughts, voiced with a very displeased intonation, brought Christy back to reality, to which she quickly pulled herself together and replied that she was simply worried about Billy's failure at the competition. And Michael, pleased with his revenge, listened with pleasure to the system's messages about Christy's improved position. In parallel with these events, Jessica, pleased with the developments, returned to her room and, right from the doorway, and without even letting her neighbor say a word, declared that Michael had given her a house. While Kate was in a rage, Jessica told about how they went to see this house together. Then the girl began to reason out loud about how she and Michael needed to plan for the future, as well as threats against the owner of the villa so that he would not change his mind about selling. And Kate, after listening to all this for some time, decided to go online and was shocked by what she saw and read there. One of the pages of the news section of the university website featured a photo of Michael with the caption that he was the university's main ladies' man. Kate was quick to show this to Jessica, where both girls were at a loss as to what it all meant. Michael's roommate also discovered the news and showed it to the young man, who immediately declared that it was complete slander, since he was only spending money on girls. To himself, he seriously thought about the fact that someone clearly didn't like the fact that he enjoyed universal popularity. Meanwhile, a few guys who were publishing news, sitting in front of the monitor, were happy that their post had already gotten a lot of views, and Michael's reputation would soon come to an end. They were startled by the voice of Billy, who crept up behind them and asked what they were doing there. To which they replied that a certain Michael had been behaving very provocatively lately, and they decided to teach him a lesson. Looking at the photo on the internet, Billy immediately recognized the same guy who so brazenly entered the tournament and took the victory from him. But now, looking at him more closely, he remembered the one he constantly beat and harassed in high school. And then he declared that he had known this guy since school, and the definition of a ladies' man certainly did not suit him. He was more of a sycophant, brazenly pestering girls and clinging to anyone who showed him attention. And since there was some intriguing material coming up here, the young correspondents quickly sat Billy down more comfortably and asked him to tell everything in detail and more slowly, so that they could have time to write everything down. Billy, on the other hand, was reveling in the thought of revenge, where not a trace would remain of Michael's reputation, who had so brazenly deprived him of his coach's respect and first place in the competition. Soon the entire university was reading and was shocked by the news, where Michael was accused of harassing girls, of violence against them, and in general of almost half of the crimes provided for by criminal law. Having shouted that this state of affairs was unacceptable, the university rector slammed his phone on the table with all his might. He suddenly stood up from the table and loudly declared that such a thing should not happen at his university, and he would personally conduct the most thorough investigation, where he would kick that guy out if everything was confirmed. And his personal assistant looked with tears at the broken phone, which he personally looked for the boss for a whole week. Michael is a unique person, coming from a wealthy family, and cannot ignore the girl's misfortunes. He is a fair and selfless person who will never pass by someone else's misfortune and will always protect them. Every girl in this city can rely on him and count on his help and support. Every night he turns into a superhero, punishes evil and saves this sin-filled city. This is exactly how Jessica described Michael, sitting in a chair in front of the investigation team members. Those who could not believe what they heard said that the girl was clearly exaggerating and asked for an explanation of the source of such conclusions. To which the girl discontentedly stated that these conclusions were based on unquestionable female intuition. The rector, who was standing nearby, asked the assistant whether the words of this girl could be trusted, to which the assistant, reading the personal file, replied that the girl was from a good family, was the chairperson of the student society, and there was no reason not to trust her. But the distrustful rector gave orders to ask the opinion of other students, including those studying in the same faculty as Michael. In connection with this decision, the members of the investigation team asked Veronica, who was walking through the campus, to come with them, And so she, bursting into tears, was already sitting in the office and telling how she and Michael had broken up because of her. And now he was not paying attention to her. But at the same time, she called him the most reliable and worthy person. Where the investigation team member, having handed over the napkins, was very surprised that despite the fact that the young man had rejected the girl, he still continued to be a good person for her. The rector watched the girl's words about Michael silently from behind the glass. And then, without saying a word, he turned around and left the room, leaving his assistant alone and with a feeling of not understanding what was happening. Lighting another cigarette, the rector stood and thought that there was a high probability that Michael had been slandered, and that he was actually a good guy. He was distracted from these thoughts by Angelica and her father, who approached him, and he asked them how he could help. To which they, unfurling a poster that said Michael was innocent, said that this guy had helped their family a lot, and they had come to support him, where Angelica also studies here, only in a different faculty. This state of affairs could not leave the rector indifferent, where absolutely everything spoke in Michael's favor. Having said that he would certainly sort everything out immediately, and having thanked Angelica and her father for their participation, the rector said goodbye to them. And then he decided to visit the internet himself, where he could read independent and objective comments from people who were not interested in the outcome of the issue, where, literally from the first page, he came across a positive review about Michael and an expressed desire to get to know him better from some girl. This was followed by an independent description of the young man's participation and victory in a track and field competition, where he beat the reigning champion. There was also talk about Michael's most benevolent attitude towards all girls, where under the pictures and videos, there were dozens of comments from girls that this decent young man was simply slandered, and each of them would be happy to be listed as his girlfriend. This finally convinced the rector of Michael's innocence, where he saw that the guy was simply an idol of all the girls, which probably provoked his envious people to slander. Instantly, images of the past appeared in the man's head. After all, he too was once the best of the best, and a unique, handsome man in the entire university, attracting the attention of all the girls. Of course, there were regularly all sorts of envious people. There was no internet back then, and to set him up, these envious people damaged university property in his name, for which he was brought to disciplinary responsibility. His parents paid a fine, and this whole story almost ended with his expulsion. With tears in his eyes, the rector spoke words of understanding out loud to Michael, who was not there. And finally, having collected his thoughts and wiped away his tears, the rector loudly declared that he, the head of this university, would never allow lies and slander to flourish here, and justice would be restored immediately. Just a couple of hours later, all the university students were gathered in the assembly hall, where Michael stood on the stage in complete confusion and listened as the rector made a statement that the information recently disseminated about this young man was a brazen slander. The rector's impulses reached the point that he embraced the young man and said that today they had all gathered here to restore his good name. Then, saying that Michael was the pride of the university and the most kind-hearted person, the rector presented him with a certificate of honor. And at that very moment, the entire hall burst into thunderous applause for Michael. And in the middle of this applauding crowd stood an angry Billy, who could not understand what had happened, because he had expected that the false information he had reported, spread online, would completely destroy Michael, who had just been suddenly awarded a certificate of honor for some reason. Christy stood nearby, supporting the applause, and noting to herself that Michael was very good. And then Michael saw messages that Christy's favor was starting to grow with a plus sign, after which he looked at the beautiful girl, who was clearly beginning to have some feelings for him. The event was over, and all the students began to disperse in different directions. And the restless Billy approached Christy and began to make claims against her regarding the fact that she had so zealously applauded Michael, causing such stupid claims to cause a fit of anger in the girl, saying that she has the right to admire good people, and that Michael is a good man because he does a lot for people, but does not expect anything in return. The girl turned around and walked away from the evil gentleman. As she was leaving, she also reminded the guy that when he had beaten him in the race, he could have reveled in his victory, but he had behaved more than with dignity, and even refused the offer to join the national team. The gentle tone in which she spoke about Michael finally drove Billy crazy. He grabbed the girl's wrist painfully, screaming at her to shut up and that Michael couldn't get past him. Christy's eyes filled with tears of pain, and she screamed for Billy to let her go. But the guy was definitely possessed by a demon, where with a crazy look he began to talk about how Michael, in fact, is a nobody, while Billy's father has a huge fortune and offers to buy his son a luxury electric car. And then Michael walked by, saying that he didn't particularly like to show off his wealth at the university, and asked not to send an overly expensive car for him. But the already familiar owner of the villa, who decided to come for such a valuable buyer himself, nevertheless drove a very noticeable car, the sight of which literally made Billy's eyes pop out of his head. Michael quickly climbed into the car and it sped away. And Christy, watching the car take away the one she liked so much, told Billy that after his antics they had better end their relationship. But he didn't seem to even hear the girl, continuing to talk about how he didn't believe that he had just seen Michael drive away from here in a luxury car. And Michael and the seller of the villa had already arrived at the bank, where the young man transferred the remaining $50 million to the man, which caused the most positive emotions in the former owner of the villa. He offered to give the young man a ride back to the university, which Michael declined, saying that the man's car was too conspicuous and that he would be better off driving. While he was walking towards the university and thinking about what else he could buy for Jessica that was more expensive, his attention was drawn to messages in the rich people's chat room, where the seller of the house had already shared the news that the lone wolf had purchased the villa and expressed his most sincere gratitude for this help. To which Michael immediately replied that it was not at all difficult for him, and he was always happy to help. And suddenly it dawned on the young man that he could give the girl a very expensive car. After some time, Michael was already in one of the most expensive and promoted car dealerships. He was met personally by the owner of the car dealership, who greeted the lone wolf with all his heart. He was the son of the head of a huge corporation, famous far beyond the borders of their city, which was mainly engaged in the production and sale of automobiles and cargo transportation by water on its own ships. Looking at the business card handed to him, Michael thought that for his age, this young man named Mark occupied a very good position in society. Without wasting time, Mark immediately invited Michael to walk around the showroom and inspect the cars. And the salon employees who accompanied Mark, watching the men leave, were guessing who this visitor was, whom the director had decided to accompany personally. As we drove, the director boasted that this car dealership was the best and that Michael could find absolutely any car here. Hearing this statement, the young man looked at Mark, after which, in his simple manner, he said what kind of car he would like to buy. This had its effect, where the director began to say something about the limited edition of such cars and their exorbitant price. And after Michael named several more brands of expensive luxury cars, the director had no choice but to say that their showroom sells cars in the price range from $2 to $8 million. To which Michael stated that, in all likelihood, he would not find anything useful here and needed to head elsewhere. Mark, thinking that after purchasing a house worth $60 million, Michael would hardly be able to afford an expensive car, decided, as they say, to play his trump card. Approaching one example, he said that he was ready to offer the young man the most expensive car they had in their showroom, after which he tore the white sheet off the iron horse, revealing its beautiful form to the capricious buyer. And then Mark was quick to name the price of this masterpiece of automotive engineering, $22 million. Michael thought that, in principle, $22 million is neither very expensive nor very cheap, which means it would be quite suitable as a gift for Jessica. He thanked the director for his efforts, said that he would pay by card, and asked him to drive the car to the area of the student campus, after which he handed the card to Mark, who was stunned by this turn of events. While the deal was being finalized, Michael received an incoming call from his best friend Jack. Before he could press the green button on his mobile phone screen, a wild scream came from the speaker of the phone, informing Michael that she had cheated on him. Jack said that just yesterday his girlfriend Linda went to a friend's house to get her nails done, but by late evening she hadn't returned. He went out into the street, intending to follow the route the girl was supposed to take, where he witnessed a farewell scene between Linda and some man. Jack forcefully put the mug down on the table and, with tears in his eyes, finished his story by saying that he already had plans to introduce her to his parents. And then, without thinking twice, Jack emptied the mug as Michael told him to stop drinking. And his friend suddenly turned to Michael with the question that maybe it was not too late to get Linda back and persuade her to be with him. But the young man's reaction to these words was quite aggressive, where he grabbed his friend by the clothes and said that it was the girl who was to blame for everything, not him. And Jack fell to his knees, saying that he seemed to understand everything, but he couldn't help himself. But Michael was unfazed, coldly telling Jack that he was delusional about his ex actually being a good person. After which he took out his mobile phone and started dialing a number. And when his friend asked him what he had planned, the young man replied that there was no need to worry. He would arrange everything now, and Linda would beg him to be together again. Michael called the manager of the car dealership where he had recently purchased a car, who initially responded without enthusiasm. But when the young man said that he wanted to buy a few more luxury cars, Mark noticeably cheered up. And Jack silently watched as Michael manipulated his phones, called someone, and made arrangements with someone. The last conversation was with a certain girl, with whom Michael had arranged to meet in the near future. And so, less than an hour later, Angelica was already throwing herself into Michael's arms, saying that she had missed him very much, which surprised Jack quite a bit. At dinner, the young man introduced Jack and Angelica to each other. The girl wondered out loud whether Michael had really arranged a meeting with her at such a late hour, just to introduce her to a friend. But she decided to herself that meeting her best friend was a good indicator of a young man's intentions, which is a sure sign that Michael likes her, and Michael, as always, simply replied that he had invited her for a reason, but with the purpose of asking her to help them with one matter tomorrow. The long-awaited tomorrow for Jack arrived quite quickly for everyone else, including those who were racing along the track in an expensive sports car. And this was Linda with her new boyfriend, with whom Jack found her, and who was now saying that the girl would not have been happy with her ex. A bright red sports car appeared suddenly and seemingly out of nowhere. While completing an overtake, he cut off the car in which the newlywed couple was, forcing the driver to pull over to the side of the road. Linda's new boyfriend leaned out of the window, making an obscene gesture and hurling curses at the careless driver of the red car. But when the car door opened, he was simply speechless, where the graceful female foot first stepped onto the asphalt, after which a slender body appeared in a red dress, which very well highlighted and emphasized the girl's gorgeous breasts. And now Angelica has completely exited the car, where she amazed Linda's new boyfriend with her beauty, who completely forgot about everything in the world. But the show was just beginning, because the second door of the red car opened and a man's foot stepped onto the asphalt. And now, adjusting the bracelet of his gold watch, Jack was standing next to Angelica, the appearance of which attracted Linda's attention. And then Angelica grabbed Jack's hand, saying that she was very scared that the guy behind the wheel could scratch her new car, which Jack had just given her. And Jack, trying to stop the shaking in his hands, replied that then he would buy her a new one. Linda's new boyfriend couldn't believe what he was seeing, because everyone, including himself, thought that Jack's family was poor. Meanwhile, Linda began to be overcome by feelings of jealousy, envy, and anger. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Linda shouted at Jack about what kind of show he was putting on here, to which the latter paid no attention, telling Angelica to get in the car. But Linda did not calm down, declaring that she was well aware of his family's financial situation, and that this performance was simply ridiculous. Meanwhile, Mark, who remained in the car, said that this woman had figured them out, to which Michael immediately replied that it did not matter, since the final stage of his plan was beginning, which would fix everything. Before he could finish speaking, a loud roar of engines was heard, and elite sports cars began to appear from around the corner, one after another, which stopped near the place where the performance was taking place, instantly filling the empty space with their chic shine. At that moment, many young people got out of their cars, greeted Jack in a friendly manner, and headed towards Linda's new boyfriend. The young man in white, who introduced himself as Julian, literally hanging himself on Linda and her companion, asked what this scoundrel had told her about himself, assuming that these were tales about his family owning coal deposits. After which Julian immediately turned his attention to Linda's new boyfriend, saying that he was a common liar who only pretended to be rich in order to drag girls into bed. And then, returning to the others, the guy laughed and loudly added that this loser's methods were as old as the world, and it was completely unclear how anyone else could fall for them. Everything she heard plunged the girl into extreme shock, where her head was filled with thoughts about how she could have made a mistake in her choice. In a fit of rage, she rushed after her lover, shouting curses after him and wishing him a quick death. And Jack, looking sadly at what was happening, just as sadly suggested that Angelica return to the car, to which she agreed. But then his movement, which had begun, was stopped by Linda, who literally grabbed the young man's leg, accompanying her actions with words about how she had made a mistake and requests to forgive her and give her another chance. But Jack, having silently listened to everything the girl tried to justify her behavior with, just as silently, with a sharp movement, pulled his leg out of her hands, and as he walked to the car without turning around, he said that from that moment on he was cutting off all ties with Linda and asked her not to call him anymore, not to write to him, and generally not to appear in his life. And Linda's new ex-boyfriend, who tried to quietly disappear from the scene, didn't notice how he bumped into someone. It was Michael who said that he couldn't just leave here, because he would now give him 100 slaps in the face for his friend. The day, which began with a grand performance, continued with young people in one of the city clubs, where the spotlight was on Michael, who thanked everyone for helping him teach a lesson to a mercenary girl today. Before the young man could finish his words of gratitude, Julian suddenly approached him and said that he had already heard about how Michael supported girls on the online platform, and now he needed a little help. Realizing that he could only spend money on girls, the young man became a little tense when he asked what exactly Julian needed, to which Julian responded that there was one girl on the platform that he would really like to support, but at the moment he did not have the free funds to do so. Hearing this, Michael on the one hand relaxed, and on the other hand realized that this was a great opportunity to spend money on girls, and at the same time strengthen his position in the company of these rich boys. Here Mark intervened in the conversation, saying that there was no need for a lone wolf to support who knows who on the platform, and addressed some not very flattering words to Julian, and told Michael not to take the request seriously. Having listened to everything the young people said, Michael suddenly put his glass down on the table with force, which attracted the attention of the entire group of young people, who became wary in anticipation of what might happen now. But Michael, unlocking his phone, rolled it across the table towards Julian, saying that while he was going to the toilet, he could spend money on the right girl. The young man never expected such a turn of events, where he would be so easily trusted to manage other people's money at his own discretion. And a satisfied Michael went to the restroom, thinking that it would have been much worse if his company had asked him to pay the bill. There was a big guy standing next to Michael in the restroom, who was quite surprised when he saw the person standing next to him. Without further ado, the big guy gave Michael an approving gesture, which greatly surprised the young man, who did not understand what kind of attention this guy was giving him. Upon returning to the hall, Michael's eyes were met with a picture where everyone who was in their company had gathered around Julian, shouting and giving advice in turn about how much more money needed to be transferred. He somehow managed to squeeze through the dense rows of spectators to see what was happening, and Julian, who saw him, literally begged for salvation and asked that the lone wolf take the phone as soon as possible. Having fulfilled his requests and looked at the balance, the young man noted out loud with disappointment that he had been gone for quite a long time, but the guys were only able to spend 20 million. This did not go unnoticed by the company, which immediately once again asked the question of who this lone wolf was and what was the state of his family. And Julian himself, wiping his forehead, sweaty from the strain, said that he himself spent no more than several tens of thousands of dollars at a time, but several million was too much. Michael suddenly said that perhaps 20 million was not serious, and the amount should be increased to 60, which completely shocked his new friend. Julian hurried over to Michael and, grabbing his hand with the phone, declared that the girl on the platform was definitely not worth it, and there was no need to spend so much money on her. After all this, Mark came up to Julian and said that there was no point in testing the lone wolf. Such people just need to be respected. After which Julian, raising his glass, asked Michael for forgiveness for his behavior, and placed himself at the latter's disposal at any time of the day or night. And the girls watched the young people's conversations from the side, noting that the lone wolf must have a strong influence, since Julian himself, whose family is very famous in the city, pays him signs of respect. Suddenly, Michael was attracted by a message that arrived on his mobile phone. Having read it, he quickly said goodbye, and, suggesting that they continue another time, since he had urgent business, he left the club at a measured pace. Looking after the man leaving, someone dared to say that Michael simply did not want to pay the bill, to which he immediately heard in response that a person who calmly spends millions in a couple of hours is definitely capable of paying the bill. As he walked down the street, the young man typed a message to Mirinda, who wrote that she had returned to the city, agreeing to her offer to meet. Michael waited a long time for this mercenary girl to ask him for a meeting, and now it was time to get points, favor points, boost points, and cash bonuses from what he spent on her. The next day, Mirinda, who had just stepped off the plane, walked and mentally prepared herself for the fact that this was just a date, and she would be able to extract more money from the lone wolf. After all, she had absolutely everything a man could dream of. After the meeting, Michael and Mirinda headed to the nearest cafe. There they chatted over coffee, where Michael was constantly distracted by his phone, where Veronica was constantly writing to him, asking for forgiveness. Because of this, he often simply did not hear what the girl was telling him, and repeatedly asked her to repeat what she had said. Of course, Mirinda was very angry that the guy was not focusing his attention on such a beauty as her, and she thought about getting up and leaving, but at that very moment she remembered her boss, who would definitely not be happy if the lone wolf was missed. And trying on the most good-natured expression on her face, she continued the conversation, repeating her words that Michael was very young, but at the same time very rich, which was probably a consequence of the fact that he occupied a high position. Suddenly, the system gave a message that Mirinda's disposition towards the master was plus 60 points, and therefore the system could not register her, which was not very good, since all the money spent risked being wasted. A plan quickly formed in the young man's head, where it was necessary to simply lower the rating of favorability a little, which he immediately did, sticking his finger up his nose and saying that he did not hold any positions, but was the most ordinary poor man without an education. The girl, who did not want to believe this, said sheepishly that the kind of money the young man had did not fall from the sky, which meant that he at least had his own business. To which Michael simply replied that he had no business, he was simply spending his father's money. But now his father's company had gone bankrupt, and now they owed creditors several million. And then, taking the girl by the hands, Michael added that he actually met her in order to ask her to return part of the money that he sent her through the online platform. This state of affairs, of course, finally drove the girl crazy, where she screamed that Michael was not a real man and only behaved like a rich man, although in fact he was a beggar. And the system immediately notified the young man about a significant decrease in his location rating. Taking out her phone and searching for the right contact in her address book, Miranda said that she was just wasting her time with him here, while the system, meanwhile, continued to send messages about the rating decrease. Finally, the girl dialed the right number and asked the man who answered, whom she called Jim, to pick her up from the cafe where some pervert was harassing her. And Michael, watching the girl's actions, mentally concluded that he had met girls greedy for money before, but one like Miranda was hard to find. And then Jim didn't keep us waiting, and upon entering the cafe, he immediately started shouting for his girlfriend to be left alone. The girl, seeing the savior and his joyful face, immediately rushed towards him, lamenting about how the pervert grabbed her hand behind her back. But instead of embracing Miranda, Jim suddenly walked past and moved on, where he approached Michael and, firmly shaking his hand, was happy about such an unexpected meeting, and asked the young man, who did not understand what was happening, what he was doing here. Seeing that Michael didn't recognize him, Jim reminded him that they had been drinking together at the club with Julian yesterday. And then Michael remembered this guy, also expressing his joy at the meeting. And his new friend expressed regret that yesterday they were not able to have a proper walk, and therefore today he is treating, where Michael's refusal he will not accept. Miranda looked at everything that was happening with a shocked look. She could not understand how a man like Jim, whose family was at the very top of the rich, could suddenly be so kind to the poor Michael. The girl tried to approach him and say a few words, but Jim rudely interrupted her speech, saying that the lone wolf was a very close friend of his good friend. And then he said that this guy had more money than all the rich families in the city could ever dream of. Miranda glanced sharply at Michael and suddenly realized that his words about poverty were nothing more than a test. Having concluded that she needed to somehow rehabilitate herself, the girl approached and timidly asked Michael for forgiveness for her unworthy behavior. And Michael, listening at the same time to the system's message that Miranda had been added, answered her that he forgave her, since the girl was simply still young and stupid, which couldn't help but please Miranda, who expressed words of gratitude, and the system began sending messages about adding favor points. Michael thought to himself that it was not for nothing that the girl went to work in online broadcasting, because as long as the client had money, her affection would gush out like a fountain, which would only benefit him personally. At this point, Jim intervened in the conversation, angrily declaring that the lone wolf had already spent many millions on her, and she invited him to such a worthless cafe. After which he stood up and approached Michael and said that they needed to go to one of the best restaurants in the city, where, as they had already been told, he would treat them. To which the lone wolf, of course, agreed. After watching the guys get settled into the car for a while, Miranda decided not to miss the opportunity and announced that she was going with them. As they were heading to the restaurant, the girl decided to make up for lost time and strengthen her connection with the rich young man by hugging him tightly and taking his arm. In a gentle voice, she asked if the lone wolf felt any more anger towards her, where Michael, without looking up from his phone, said that of course not. And Miranda managed to note that he was going to go online broadcasting. Once on the site, the lone wolf chose his next victim in the form of a beautiful dark-haired girl, and Miranda had no choice but to silently watch Michael's actions, waiting for them to continue. And what followed next plunged Miranda into horror. However, she was not the only one in shock. The girl participating in the online broadcast, having seen the size of the transfer, could no longer utter a word. She fainted right in front of the cameras, leaving the film crew with no choice but to call the doctors. Well, Miranda was literally tearing her hair out, thinking that those 3 million that the lone wolf had just transferred could have gone to her. But suddenly, looking at the attractive young man, she began to feel something different, where Michael appeared before her as a very, very sexy young man, where the peak of this occurs just at the moment when he spends money. The girl clearly imagined his fingers moving not on the phone screen, but on her body, and the voiceover announced to Michael that the girl's level of disposition towards him immediately increased by 50 points. He glanced sideways at Miranda, thinking that there was something wrong with her, since her affection was growing just because he was spending money, and not on her. Soon, they were in a restaurant where only the highest circles of society could afford to dine. And Jim particularly noted that this restaurant had 3 main features. Michael quickly guessed the first 2, naming the unusual kitchen and unique design, which earned him praise from his newfound friend, who did not keep the guests waiting. And, pointing to one of the gazebos, he said that the 3rd distinctive feature was that girl playing a musical instrument, who is the daughter of the restaurant owner and has unique beauty. Hearing voices, Jessica looked up and saw Michael standing nearby, and the lone wolf himself never expected to meet his other girl in the restaurant. And the first thing that caught Jessica's eye was how tenaciously some pretty girl grabbed Michael's hand. At the same time, it was announced that Jessica's favor had been reduced by 5 points, and the girl herself, in a fit of rage, even broke her musical instrument. She cast a saddened glance at Michael, after which, unable to bear the tension of the overwhelming feelings any longer, she rushed away with tears in her eyes. There was very little time left before he could receive the so-called cashback and booster points, and Michael decided that it would be stupid to lose all of this now, and so he rushed after the girl. Possessing extraordinary abilities, he instantly caught up with Jessica, blocking her further path, and the girl immediately began to accuse him of playing with her feelings, where tears flowed from her eyes without stopping. The young man quickly tried to figure out what to do in this situation, so as not to lose all his favor points. Deciding to risk everything, he asked the girl if she knew about the very first rich man in their town, but the offended girl said that now they were talking about his betrayal, and not about who had how much money. But the young man, lighting a cigarette, said that he was that very famous rich man about whom so many rumors were circulating, which managed to attract the girl's attention to his words a little. Exhaling smoke, Michael asked her if she ever wondered why he lived such a simple life in such a state, and without waiting for an answer, he said that in their family there has been a tradition for centuries, whereby a young member of the family, upon reaching the age of 18, must spend $10 billion in a month in order to then inherit the entire fortune of $100 billion. It is for this reason that he diligently spends money, investing in some incomprehensible projects that do not promise profit, spends huge amounts of money on charity. And to finish his fictitious story, Michael said that the girl who came with him was involved in online broadcasting, and he, fulfilling his duty to spend, sent her a huge amount of money, which, of course, attracted her attention to him. Without even giving the girl time to come to her senses, the young man took her hand and said that no one knew his secret, and he did not expect her to understand. He was simply tired of living secretly, and wanted to share it with at least someone. Without adding anything else, Michael turned sharply and walked away from the girl, who was shocked by such details of the life of a lone wolf. Jessica's mind, having come to its senses a little, began to formulate conclusions that she was wrong to doubt this young man, because he was only trying to get an inheritance, and was not cheating on her. For a few more seconds, she looked at the back of Michael as he walked away, but with words for him not to leave, that she was wrong. Jessica rushed after him and pressed herself with all her might against his system-pumped body. Michael, continuing to play his part, without a word, simply gently placed his palm on top of the girl's palms, pressing them to himself. Jessica, clinging tightly to the young man's back, continued to think that Michael was so strongly disposed towards her that he even dared to reveal the family secret. And finally, she was filled with the thought that this young man really loved her, and Michael was informed that plus 20 points had been added to his affection rating. They soon returned to the others, where Jessica apologized for the way she had behaved, which caused a storm of emotions on the part of Jim, who was amazed at how cool the lone wolf was, who managed to change this girl's mood so much in just 5 minutes. But for Miranda, the appearance of a rival was completely unpleasant, where she decided that she would do everything to ensure that the rich man would be hers. During the meal, Miranda asked the lone wolf to introduce them to the girl he had returned with. This flattered Jessica, who snidely stated that Michael apparently hadn't even told her his name, since she called him a lone wolf, which showed his disinterest in Miranda. Such directness from the restaurant owner's daughter greatly surprised Jim, where he imagined Jessica as some kind of huge bird of prey, ready to instantly deal with its prey. Naturally, such statements could not help but offend Miranda, and she was about to begin to develop the emerging conflict. But then, in his usual simple manner, Michael intervened, saying that there was enough talk, and it was time to continue the meal. After which, the two embittered girls had no choice but to give each other the appropriate looks. Jim was very surprised by the attention the lone wolf received from the girls and sincerely admired him, where in his eyes Michael appeared as just some kind of all-powerful demon tempter. Looking at the modest way the young man ate, Jim came to the conclusion that before he had admired only the material side of this guy, but now he was becoming something like a spiritual mentor for him, from whom he should take an example in everything. After dinner, which Michael was glad he didn't have to pay for, he walked down the street, studying how many points he had left to earn for each girl registered in the system. Suddenly he saw a notification that another target had been added to the system. Opening the girl's profile, Michael saw the face of Christy, a girl with whom he hadn't even really had a chance to talk yet. He walked, thinking that the level of her disposition towards him was very, very high, which showed his strong attractiveness in the eyes of the girl. And then he heard a conversation between two guys about how one of the students was about to confess his love, and he needed to have time to see this spectacle. Michael also became curious about what kind of knight on a white horse decided to so openly confess his feelings. It was Billy, kneeling with his arms outstretched, clutching a large, beautiful bouquet. On the contrary, Christy stood in complete bewilderment and listened to Billy's words of apology and requests to give him another chance. Here, Michael squeezed through the crowd and immediately noted that the performance that Billy had put on was nothing more than a cheap show. No sooner had the young man appeared than he was immediately noticed by Christy, who immediately became noticeably more cheerful. Paying no more attention to her ex, the girl rushed towards Michael, where Billy had no choice but to shed tears and scream for the girl to come back. Approaching the young man, Christy first asked if she remembered correctly that his name was Michael, and also expressed her most joyful feelings about the fact that they met again. Without further ado, she said that she had sent Michael a friend request on a social network and asked him not to ignore or reject it. And for Billy, it was a complete collapse of all his hopes, where he dropped his hands on the asphalt and helplessly bowed his head. Gradually, he began to be overcome by rage, where he decided that he would not accept this state of affairs and would take revenge on both Michael and Christina. And Michael, as if hearing Billy's bad thoughts, suddenly turned his attention to him. Coming closer, he told Billy in a hypothetical manner that he now thinks badly of both him and Christy, does not understand how this happened and cannot come to terms with what happened. To which Billy reacted very sharply, shouting that Michael had decided to make fun of him even more. But suddenly Michael said that in fact he had always envied Billy, where Billy is well built, actively involved in sports, and has earned female attention. But he immediately disappeared as soon as he stopped being in the spotlight after Michael's victory in the tournament. And all because for Billy the only thing that mattered was winning, where he trained hard for many hours a day, completely forgetting that he needed to devote time and attention to his girlfriend. In closing, Michael said that Billy had pushed Christy away from himself, and if anyone should be hated, it should be himself. There was a grain of truth in his competitor's words, and now Billy fully realized it. And the crowd immediately picked up Michael's words, and shouts could be heard from everywhere, where people came to the conclusion that Billy himself was really to blame for the fact that his relationship had fallen apart. But Michael's speech had the strongest effect, of course, on Christy, who was now only thinking about how well this guy understood her, while this guy, meanwhile, was listening to the message that the girl's level of affection had already exceeded 90. Among this whole crowd, Jessica's neighbor Kate became an involuntary spectator of what was happening. Believing that Michael and Christy had some kind of connection with each other, the girl resolutely headed to the dorm, intending to immediately tell her roommate everything. Jessica, who was applying a face mask, almost felt her heart jump out of her chest when Kate burst into the room. She immediately began to tell her friend that she had just witnessed some girl confessing her love to Michael, to which Jessica responded that Michael cannot and should not control other people's feelings, and that the fact that other girls are grateful to him for his help is completely normal. But Kate didn't calm down. She took out her mobile phone, showed her friend how much money the lone wolf spends on other girls, and asked how she could explain it. To which Jessica replied that she was aware of these expenses of his, since Michael had mentioned them, and that these were far from all of his major expenses. She then added that her relationship with Michael was built on trust, which completely discouraged her poor neighbor. Humming a song to herself, Jessica left her friend with the thought that Jessica's crush and her conclusions were not very smart. Michael yawned loudly and impolitely, to which his companion told him to concentrate, but immediately heard in response from the young man that he had not intended to come here at all. The girls sitting opposite him recognized Michael and made eyes at him, asking if he was free that evening. And while his companion was trying to somehow justify the behavior of these girls, whom, in fact, he had invited, Michael suddenly asked what she was doing here, pointing somewhere. There, Veronica was moving through the hall, bursting into tears. Michael's companion said that she found out that he would be here, so she came too, and then added that she was visiting a doctor after talking with Michael. After listening to his comrade, the young lone wolf decided that he had apparently gone too far with Veronica's revenge. He remembered the day when she had caused him a very terrible mental wound. However, Michael was now coming to the conclusion that Veronica had truly atoned for her guilt and was repentant. He decided that she did not deserve to die for the insult she had caused him, and he was not a monster to torture the poor girl. Then the girls who were sitting next to him said that there was a rumor going around the university that he was that famous rich lone wolf, which made Veronica turn all attention while Michael tried to respond to this. But suddenly a male voice was heard from the side, saying that if Michael really was that lone wolf, then he would rip his own head off and play football with it. Moving towards Michael, a man said that the one who appears online under the name of a lone wolf spends millions, and Michael cares about every penny. Michael stood and silently looked at the approaching man, where he, without even taking the cigar out of his mouth, came very close to Veronica, introducing himself as Richard, the owner of this store, and asked the girl for her phone number, saying that he had noticed her for a long time. He managed to catch the attention of Veronica, who had recently been doing nothing but regretting her failed relationship with Michael, and she responded to his attention with a friendly look, blushing a little. Taking a closer look at the man who had appeared, Michael remembered that this was his sworn school enemy, who had always boasted of his family's status and wealth and did not disdain any methods for resolving conflicts. Many times he and his henchmen beat Michael without any principles or rules, without conscience or honor. And now, standing next to the girl who, as Richard knew, Michael had always liked, he literally provoked the latter with his gaze to respond. But the man decided that this time he would allow him to show off, since he didn't really want to show off in front of all those with whom he had gathered here today. In addition, Michael immediately had a brilliant idea to test how open Veronica had become with him now and whether she really loved him. Having come up with a plan, the young man got up from the table and, approaching Richard, introduced him as his classmate in high school, where he and his family owned many companies and were obscenely rich. After such a performance, everyone who was keeping Michael company today was amazed at what an influential person was standing in front of them now, and Veronica was not indifferent either. Meanwhile, Michael continued, saying that he really is not the lone wolf that everyone talks about. His entire fortune is a couple of million that he accidentally inherited. What was said stunned Veronica, who until the very end believed that her ex was a fabulously rich lone wolf. The girl was faced with a choice, where on one side there was a man with money, but not particularly liked by her, and on the other side there was Michael, whom she really liked, but was not rich. And at that very moment, the system announced to the young man that 20 points had been deducted from Veronica's favor, then another 20, and another, and in a matter of seconds, Michael ceased to be the object of her worship, which made him laugh a lot. And the infantile girl had already communicated with Richard, saying that she didn't mind giving him her phone number at all. Thinking to myself that in a similar situation, even a complete idiot could make the right choice between feelings and well-being. Well, pleased with himself, Richard, still smoking a cigar, told Michael that anything can happen in life, where only his love gave him her phone number and was generally well-disposed towards him. Then, coming close to the young man, he whispered that at school he had only beaten him, but today he had really smashed him to pieces. Michael, however, listened with restraint and without saying a word in response to everything his old enemy said. Having finished his bragging, Richard approached one of the store employees and said, pointing to Michael, that today this young man made him very happy, and besides, they studied together, and therefore everything should be free for him and his company. However, this gesture, like the words spoken earlier, did not produce the desired effect on Michael, and he laughed with all his might. Where people from his company became alarmed by such a sharp change in mood, and asked if everything was okay with him, to which the lone wolf waved his hand and said that everything was fine with him. He just finally put everything in its place in his head, where the young man came to the conclusion that he gave Veronica a chance to fix everything. But she stepped on the same rake again, could not overcome her greed, and again chose money. Where from this moment on, he will not believe a single tear, a single word of this girl, because she does not deserve it. With these thoughts, Michael decided to interrupt his stay in this store and headed towards the exit. At the exit he met Richard again, who said that their class meeting would take place tomorrow, and that Michael could come there too. After listening to his old enemy, the young man began to think that this meeting could be an excellent opportunity to get even and find new objects for the system. Turning around, he thanked Richard for the invitation and said that he would definitely show up at this meeting. And so the next day arrived, where all the seniors were already gathered at the table, and Richard, in his usual manner, said that no one should deny themselves anything today, since he was paying the bill. After which he was showered with compliments and words of gratitude, in response to which he said that his former classmates should not forget to mention all this when Diana came to the meeting. Michael, for now, silently watched what was happening, noting to himself that this peacock Richard did not miss a single opportunity to stand out. And then the doors to the room opened, and Diana appeared on the threshold, immediately apologizing for being late. She explained her delay by saying that her personal driver was currently on vacation, and getting here by taxi turned out to be a little longer than she was used to. Michael was mesmerized by this beautiful girl who had been his only ray of light throughout his high school years. Literally everyone at school wanted to date her. Such a mysterious and insanely beautiful girl. Without wasting a minute, Michael approached Diana, who had just managed to sit down at the table, and invited her to add him as a friend on the social network, which did not go unnoticed by Richard, who, of course, was not very happy with Michael's actions, where he decided that he needed to humiliate him again, like yesterday in the store. Meanwhile, Diana immediately agreed to add Michael as a friend, while trying to remember what kind of guy he was. At that very moment, the system announced to him that a new object had been added, where upon reaching the required level, the young man would be awarded 35 power-up points, and knowledge of 4 languages would also be added. And while everyone was whispering that Michael had changed a lot since school and had become cooler, some girl suddenly said that he wasn't cool at all, since he asked to be friends with the offspring of rich people and then stalked them. After which this girl said that all those with whom Michael now communicates are real scumbags and have deceived many girls, where apparently their classmate has become the same. The young man sitting next to Michael shouted that the girl was talking complete nonsense, and that she would do well not to disgrace honest people. But she got even more carried away, shouting that one of those rich boys had played with her and then abandoned her, exchanging her for another. Now her heart is broken, and Michael is going to sell Diana's contacts to one of those rich boys, and she's going to suffer too. And while the girl continued this performance, the system announced one message after another to Michael, where each time the level of Diana's disposition towards him fell lower and lower. And then Richard added fuel to the fire, saying that if Michael was so short of money that he was resorting to such indecent ways of earning money, then he would find work for him. But the young man had long since realized that this girl and Richard had conspired and were acting together to destroy his reputation, which could not be ignored, since such rumors quickly spread. Michael took out his cell phone and wrote a message to Mark, asking him to bring the one he had bought as a gift for Jessica to the reunion. And so the official part of the meeting came to an end, where some thanked Richard for his generosity, while others discussed where to continue this evening. And Richard himself, casting sidelong glances at Michael, thought that now he would not be able to look anyone in the eye again, which meant complete victory over him. Thinking that his rival had been eliminated, the young man approached Diana, offering to become her personal driver for the day and give her a ride home. But suddenly, one of the parking attendants called out to him and asked Richard to move his car, to which the latter reacted very violently, saying that he had paid for parking and was not going to move his car until he wanted to which the parking attendant replied that according to the rules, payment from regular guests only gives them the right to a space until 9 o'clock in the evening, and after 9 o'clock, priority goes to clients with VIP status. Richard had no idea that there could be someone here who was higher in status than him and drove a more expensive car. And so, approaching his car, he leisurely leaned against it and decided to wait for the one who, in the opinion of the parking attendant, was a VIP client. And then a red sports car drove up, and upon seeing it, Richard immediately noted that it cost more than 20 million, where he personally could only see similar cars at exhibitions. And as soon as the car stopped, Mark, who was known throughout the city as one of the richest people, got out of it. And so Richard immediately breathed a sigh of relief, where he was incredibly glad that he had not started a conflict over a parking space, risking a quarrel with such a respectable person as Mark. But suddenly, in front of everyone, Mark walked up to Michael, shook his hand in a friendly manner, and handed him the keys to the car, where the young man immediately hugged the new arrival in a friendly manner, thanking him for being able to come at such a time, to which he immediately received the answer that they were friends, and it was an honor for Mark to drive a car to his friend. Naturally, all this did not go unnoticed by Richard, who was shocked not only by the fact that this very expensive car belonged to Michael, but also by the fact that a person like Mark was so polite to his classmate and carried out his orders. And only now has it begun to dawn on everyone that Michael is not as poor as everyone thought, and he certainly has no need to hang around with the rich and sell someone's contacts. And at that very moment, everyone turned their attention to the girl who was trying to humiliate the young man by telling tall tales, and began to express their dissatisfaction with the deception. Diana was not far behind the crowd, concluding that Richard and this girl had apparently conspired to slander Michael. Meanwhile, Michael himself, accompanied by Mark, approached his old enemy and introduced him to the one who had just driven his luxury car. And the girl began to think that this young man was modest and noble, since he did not put himself on display. And even now, even after he was seriously hurt, he behaves very decently. And while the system was announcing to the lone wolf that Diana's favor had been increased by first 5, then another 10, and then another 10 points, Michael, without missing a beat, offered the girl a ride, to which the beauty of course agreed, being completely charmed by the behavior of this young man. In a matter of seconds, they were comfortably seated in Michael's car and quickly left the company of their former classmates. And Richard, listening to the conversations behind his back that concerned him, could only cast angry glances in the direction where the luxurious sports car had just disappeared from view, taking with it all his plans for tonight. An expensive red sports car raced along the illuminated night streets of the city, standing out sharply from the crowd of other cars. Only now did the girl begin to think that, under the influence of emotions, she had acted very recklessly by getting into the car of a young man who was essentially a complete stranger to her. And the driver of the car, Michael, unexpectedly turned to the girl, where he said that he couldn't help but notice a keychain in the form of a character from one of the popular cartoons. Surprised, Diana literally screamed, asking again if the young man really knew who this hero was and was watching this cartoon series. To which Michael replied that of course he watches this cartoon all the time, and this is his favorite hero, since he has the coolest abilities, to which the girl immediately agreed, explaining that she has also been watching this series for many years. After this was said, the young people looked at each other, which caused a very awkward pause. But after a few seconds, they were both laughing at their stupor after discovering the same hobby. Looking at the girl's face, Michael was surprised that she could be so active and cheerful, where it turned out that her regularly detached and indifferent facial expression was nothing more than a mask or some kind of defense mechanism. Looking at this joyful and happy face, the young man really wanted to protect this girl all her life, so that she would always smile like that. Michael felt the birth of some completely new feelings within him, previously unknown to him. Following the girl out into the street, the young man said, imitating the gesture of their favorite cartoon character, that he was very glad to get to know Diana from this new side. Responding with the same gesture, the girl said that she too was very pleased to get to know him better, after which she thanked the young man for giving her a ride. After which, for the second time, there was that same awkward pause, during which the young people stood opposite each other, frozen in those funny poses. And again, after some time, they both laughed heartily at themselves and at each other. Michael said goodbye to Diana and headed to the car, and the girl thought that this young man was not like all the other men she had had to deal with before. Diana had barely entered the house when she immediately heard her mother's displeased voice, asking where her daughter had been for so long. But before the girl could say a word in response, her mother continued, asking if her daughter had thought about that date, where, without waiting for Diana's answer, the woman continued, reminding him that things were going badly in her father's company. They couldn't do anything about it, and they really needed new investments. And then, finally, the girl was able to object, asking her mother through tears why no one cared about her happiness, and why on earth she should marry some playboy from the McEnroy family. But the formidable woman immediately objected, saying that she owed her family for raising her, growing her, feeding and clothing her. But if the father of their family's business comes to an end, then the whole family will also have a very, very hard time. Then, after a short pause, the woman said more softly that Kevin McEnroy was, of course, not the best match. But after marriage, all men reconsider their priorities and behavior. Poor Diana had no choice but to stand there and cry quietly, listening to her mother's harsh words, where her tears dripped right onto that very keychain that had brought her so much joy today. Meanwhile, Michael, who had returned to his dorm, went online with a bun between his teeth, where he intended to look for places where he could spend more money on girls. And then he came across a news item that said that the daughter of the Rockwood family was marrying the son of the McEnroy family. Michael's mouth dropped open in surprise and his bun flew down. Diana, his Diana, whom he liked so much and with whom he had such a great time, is getting married. The young man remembered how he had previously yearned for this beautiful girl, not even daring to speak to her. In that distant past, he didn't interfere when he saw her walking with some other guy. But suddenly, clenching his fists, Michael literally jumped up from his seat, resolutely heading somewhere, where he decided for himself that this time he would not remain a passive observer as his happiness slipped away from him. At that moment, a woman saw the young man walking, and the man accompanying her told her that this was Michael. Lost in his thoughts, the young man did not notice how someone blocked his path. Looking up, Michael saw a girl who, handing him her business card, introduced herself as Julia and offered to become an internet star. Without even looking at the card, the young man walked on, saying as he left that he was not at all interested in it. And Julia came to the conclusion that her proposal was rejected so decisively that it could be assumed that the young man had signed a contract with another company. Rushing after Michael, the woman tried to stop him, saying that she had a stable company that guaranteed him a high salary. Where, having overtaken the young man, Julia said that the most important thing is that their company is supported by the well-known rich lone wolf. After which the woman said in an ingratiating voice that if the young man did not sign a contract with them now, the lone wolf would block all his opportunities for further development and growth. Michael, after hearing all that was said, found this woman very disgusting, thinking to himself that he was the lone wolf that she was now hiding behind. But the persistent madam had no intention of backing down, asking if the young man had decided to cooperate with their company. Without saying a word in response, Michael took out his cell phone and quickly wrote a few messages. Julia continued her pressure, asking if the young man was ready to sign the contract. But suddenly her phone rang, and when Julia picked it up, she immediately received a good scolding from her boss, who told her to immediately stop what she was doing and go to the office. And while the annoying lady was trying to somehow explain herself to the boss, Michael calmly continued on his way, where all he could think about was that he would not let anyone take Diana away from him, and the McEnroy family would bitterly regret ever having crossed his path. Meanwhile, the car carrying the Rockwood family members was heading to the designated location where the meeting with the McEnroy family members was to take place. Inside the car, the mother continued to convince her daughter that this union was vital for their family, where Diana just needed to make friends with Kevin, who, according to rumors, was not such a bad guy. And then the girl saw a message from Michael, where he asked about Diana's whereabouts. Having replied that she had come to meet the McEnroy family, the girl also gave the young man the exact address, to which he replied that he would be there soon. While Diana was texting, she remembered Michael's face, who had recently driven her home from her high school reunion. There was no point in even thinking about it, since Michael was much more attractive than the one they wanted to introduce her to today. And then Diana's father intervened in the conversation, telling his daughter that he had never asked her for anything, but now he really needed the girl's help. The girl looked at her father and wanted to say something, but the words stuck in her throat. The girl took a deep breath, sighed heavily, and said that she agreed to help her father and meet with Kevin McEnroy. And so the car drove up to the appointed meeting place, where they were already waiting at the entrance to the business center. The greeter said that Mr. McEnroy was already waiting for them and asked them to follow him to their office. And as they entered the building, David McEnroy's assistant, glancing sideways at Diana, concluded that the daughter of the Rockwood family was indeed a rare beauty. And he even feels sorry, realizing that very soon the young gentleman, with his habits, will leave nothing of this beauty. And then Diana, who was walking behind everyone, suddenly stopped, directing her gaze somewhere downwards. And her attention was drawn to the briefcase dangling in her father's hand, making her wonder why such a pile of documents was needed for a simple acquaintance. And so the doors to the office space were opened, and the assistant obligingly invited the Rockwood family to come in. Inside the room, Kevin and his father David were sitting at a table, where the latter warmly greeted the guests, telling them not to be shy, as they were practically one family now, and ordered an assistant to serve tea. During this short period of time, Diana managed to notice an agreement lying on the table, where she could clearly read the word, marital. The girl immediately realized that this was not just a meeting to get acquainted. Her father had something bigger planned. The McEnroy Family Corporation is one of the largest in their city, and controls many areas of business, including supporting shadow projects. This multi-million-dollar company is headed by David McEnroy, who is famous for being willing to do anything, even deceive, in order to make a profit. And now this man approached Diana, noting out loud that she had grown into a very stately and attractive girl, to which Diana, observing etiquette, responded to the man with words of gratitude, discreetly typing and sending Michael a message that she was in office number 305. The tycoon's son Kevin didn't keep him waiting. He came up and after greeting him said that after seeing the girl once in a photograph, he lost the ability to sleep, thinking about her all night long. Tearing her hand away from the not particularly pleasant and sweaty palms of this vile man, Diana somehow squeezed out words of gratitude in response to what was said, and the plump son invited the girl to come over and sit down, trying to put his hand on some part of the girl's body. And so he reached his goal, where instead of putting his hand on Diana's back or lower back, he unceremoniously grabbed her right at the butt of her support. Having shouted that such behavior was completely unacceptable, the girl turned around sharply and hit the pervert on the arm. calling him a vulgarian. And then the girl's father intervened in the situation, sternly telling his daughter not to dare insult her partner's son. Diana was filled with anger, where she really wanted to say a lot to her father, but she couldn't, and out of helplessness, she only clenched her teeth tighter. The girl's father then turned to David, asking for forgiveness for her and saying that she was simply an unreasonable child who would be a good match for his son, to which Mr. McEnroy immediately replied that it was time to start studying the documents. And so the whole company sat down at the table, where the assistant was explaining something about the documents, and Kevin couldn't take his eyes off Diana. And suddenly the assistant said that, in accordance with the agreement, the McEnroy family company transfers $100 million to the Rockwood family company to purchase 20% of the shares, on the condition that Diana becomes Kevin's wife. The shocked girl listened as the assistant added that the tranches would be in stages, with the last one coming when Diana gave birth to an heir. Snatching the paper from the assistant's hands, the girl, quickly reading the lines, shouted that there could be no talk of any marriage, and especially no talk of children. Putting aside her reading, Diana looked at her father with eyes that instantly became wet, accusing him of deceiving her and trying to sell her daughter. The girl's mother approached her and tried to calm her daughter down, but Diana shouted that she was not going to calmly watch as she was being sold. Through tears streaming down her face, the girl said that she did not understand her parents' actions simply because of some problems with the business. And then, in another fit of rage, Diana shouted that it was no secret to anyone that Kevin was a pervert and a drinker, and she would never marry him. And immediately after these words, the girl's father rose from the table, walked up to his daughter, and gave her a good slap in the face. Holding her cheek, which was burning with pain, Diana looked through tears at the face of her father, who had raised his hand to his daughter. But he did not even think of admitting his guilt, where he called his daughter a spoiled child who thinks only about herself, and not about her family. Looking at her father with a disappointed look, the girl said that under such circumstances, it was definitely not she who was thinking about her well-being. And then the girl's mother intervened in the situation again, saying that her father was doing all this only for the good of their family, where she again tried to say that if their business fell, their family would fall too. But Diana cut her off, saying that if their company was going through difficulties, then why shouldn't their family unite and overcome them together, where it was not at all necessary to sell their daughter. And suddenly the girl's mother fell to her knees in front of her, lamenting that she was begging her daughter to accept the stated conditions. This greatly surprised not only Diana, but also everyone else present in the office. Demanding that her mother stop humiliating her, the girl asked her to rise from her knees, but she refused, saying that she would continue to stand there until Diana agreed to the marriage. Realizing that she was now being put in a completely hopeless situation, Diana tried to find some words, but could only make some isolated sounds. The future groom also joined in the persuasion, saying that the girl should not have brought her mother to such a state, and that he really liked her, and that he would be a good husband for her. And so Diana realized that apparently this was her destiny, where being born into a family like Rockwood initially imposes on the child a responsibility to the family, where now she will be forced to voluntarily enter this cage, where there will be a lot of money, but there will be no freedom. Having lost all will to resist, Diana said that she agreed to her family's conditions, and again asked her mother to get up from her knees. At that very moment, her parents' mood changed, where her mother called her a good girl, and her father admitted that he had overreacted, but only because he loved his daughter very much. Well, David, lighting a cigar, laconically said that since there were no more objections, he proposed to complete the deal, which the head of the Rockwood family supported with great pleasure, immediately grabbing his briefcase. And the head of the McEnroy family added that the sooner the contract is signed and the wedding takes place, the sooner the money will be deposited into the account. Kevin didn't care about contracts. All his perverted attention was focused on the beautiful girl, where all he did was imagine how much fun they could have with her in bed. This is how the deal for the sale of the daughter was concluded at the table, where the subject of today's deal, Diana, did not return to the table and stood to the side, quietly accepting her fate. But suddenly, from a powerful blow, the entrance door to the office shattered into small pieces. Both Diana and all the other people gathered in the office turned their heads sharply in the direction where the crash was heard. And Michael, who appeared on the office threshold in a more than impressive manner, asked who the fearless groom was. When Diana saw her savior, her face immediately brightened, and hope began to glimmer inside. The groom didn't keep us waiting and, expressing his incomprehension of where this impudent fellow had come from, rushed towards Michael with the intention of striking him. But as soon as he was at arm's length, the overweight groom was met with such a blow that the pervert flew back several meters, throwing chairs around with his bulk. Michael, imitating the way one blows away smoke streaming from the barrel of a gun, called after the groom who had flown away that now he could go and complain to his daddy. Having shouted that they were beating a member of a respected family, Kevin gave the order to the bodyguards to deal with the impudent fellow, which they immediately rushed to do, showering Michael with choice curses along the way. And the young man said with a grin that he didn't see any respectable families here, but saw two old men, one of whom was selling and the other was buying a beautiful girl. But if anyone dared to lay a finger on him now, the mention of their families would disappear from the city forever. Practical and not stupid, David quickly realized that this deal was strictly confidential, and no mere mortal could possibly find out about it, and therefore stopped the bodyguards rushing towards Michael. Looking closely at the face of the young man who appeared, the man, from the height of his life experience, concluded that not everything was simple here. Approaching the young man, David said that he did not know his last name, but he would be glad to pay a visit to this brave young man, but that Michael immediately replied that the man did not have the status to pay him a visit. After these words, the unfortunate groom tried to intervene in the conversation, saying that the impudent man did not dare to talk to his father like that, but Edward himself stopped him, sternly reminding his son that he had to think 10 times before saying something. Michael, meanwhile, turned to Diana, telling her that she had nothing to worry about, as he would help her and her family. Looking at her savior with a grateful look, the girl agreed to accept any help. The young man had already managed to approach the table, where he picked up the contract and began to study its contents, while the girl's father exclaimed that he should be more careful with the important paper. After reviewing the document, Michael, smiling, addressed Mr. Rockwood that he underestimated his daughter, having decided to sell her for only 100 million, where he clearly made such a rash decision either because of old age or because of problems with his head. After which, tearing up the useless paper, Michael said that he proposed to give their family 500 million and acquire 60% of the shares, where what was said could only shock a person who completely lacks any feelings. And the experienced David immediately calculated that in order to cash out such a sum, this guy's company's income should be around 10 billion. Looking closely at the unusual guest, the head of the McEnroy family mentally concluded that he was able to read people like an open book, but not this young man. The greedy, negligent father, who had just almost sold his daughter to a pervert, thought only that with such investments he would not only revive the company, but also expand his activities. But then, Michael added that he was not going to give them that kind of money just for pretty eyes. He had one condition, where, turning around, the young man, sharply throwing out his hand, pointed in the direction where Diana was standing. Where, seeing this gesture, the poor girl came to the conclusion that now Michael wants to buy her, only for 500 million. Unable to bear such shocks any longer and concluding that Michael was just like the others, Diana almost fell to the floor. Thinking that this seemingly normal guy also perceived her as a commodity, the girl began to cry again. And again the salty liquid dripped right onto her favorite keychain. But what Michael said next stunned the girl, because he said that his condition was that these 60% of shares be registered in Diana's name. And as soon as this is documented, the promised 500 million will immediately be credited to the account. Everything she heard reverberated inside the girl in wild waves of joy, and for the second time today she found hope. After all, everything that happened once and for all unlocked all the locks and opened the way for her to the cherished freedom and happiness. Diana came to believe that real superheroes exist, and Michael was one of them. And while all these thoughts were running through Diana's head, whose face was now filled with tears of happiness, the system announced to Michael that the girl's favor had increased by +10, and by another +10, and more. In the shortest possible time, a new contract was prepared, which the McEnroy family assistant provided to the girl for review and signature, where Michael had to help a discouraged Diana sign a document, saying that from that moment on, no one could tell her what to do. And as soon as the signature was put, the girl's mother, having received the message, loudly announced that 500 million had been deposited into their account. Diana's joyful father approached the young man and asked if this was really the only condition, to which Michael replied that he did not understand what he was talking about. But deciding to teach his unscrupulous father a lesson, the young man leaned over and whispered in his ear that he only thought about the prosperity and decline of his company, and if he suddenly tried to force Diana to do something she did not want again, he would show how thin the line between these words was. After which Michael approached the girl and, saying that they were finished here, suggested that they leave this nasty place. But then David appeared on their way and apologized to the young man on behalf of his son, where the head of the McEnroy family was impressed by how this young man easily transferred 500 million, which only a few people in the world could afford, where the man concluded that the young man was very influential, and therefore it was not worth starting a fight with him. Of course, the groom, whose wedding had just fallen through, was dissatisfied, and began to scream at the top of his lungs that the uninvited guest had started it first. However, his father's slap in the face loudly interrupted the speech of the wayward offspring, where, against the backdrop of the departing couple, David shouted that it was high time to give this shameless boy a good spanking. After leaving the office, Michael and Diana got into the young man's car parked nearby, where the girl was finally able to thank her knight. But the young man, trying to turn on the radio, carelessly said that there was no need for gratitude, since this was not the first time. And then Diana remembered the events of one late evening when she was returning home on a bicycle along the dark streets, where at some point she was surrounded by a crowd of bandits who first asked if the girl had any money, but without waiting for an answer, they immediately indicated the true purpose of their attention, where they said that they also accept in kind. Diana didn't even have time to understand anything when someone suddenly rushed at one of her offenders, knocking him down and shouting at the girl to run. Trying to hold back the robber, the guy shouted for the girl to run quickly and without looking back, which she successfully did, while the gang took out their anger on the nondescript savior. At that time, the girl was too scared, and it was already quite dark outside, so she didn't even know who saved her. When Diana brought the police to the scene, all that was found there was her bicycle, on which, apparently, the bandits also vented their anger over the lost prey. Now, sitting in Michael's car, the girl said that she no longer had any hope of ever meeting her savior, where she would never have guessed in her life that it could be Michael. And the system had already begun its announcement of an increase in location. Michael looked at the girl, ready for a kiss, spellbound, listening to how his benefit from spending on this girl was 50 million, 35 points of reinforcement were added, and knowledge of 4 languages. Where, after hearing all this, the young man seemed to freeze in place from surprise. But when Michael came to his senses, he was very surprised that everything happened so quickly, and that he didn't have to invent anything or resort to any tricks. Which overall was not bad at all, considering that the girl was now ready for real intimacy. Michael immediately remembered himself from the distant past, where he told himself that he would not let him down, he would not miss his chance, since now he had the strength and opportunities with which he would show his feelings. Lost in these thoughts, the young man did not notice how he found himself very close to the face of the girl he had saved twice, where only a few centimeters remained before their lips touched. However, the beautiful ending of today's events was unceremoniously interrupted by the young man's phone ringing. On the other end of the line was Jessica, who informed the young man that she had already moved into the villa, and then asked if he knew what would happen tomorrow. Thinking that the girl had called at the wrong time, Michael nevertheless said that he remembered her birthday, and had even already prepared a gift. However, the girl asked him to do without expensive gifts this time, since there would be a lot of not very wealthy classmates at the party, whom she did not want to put in an awkward position. To which the young man replied that in that case, he would have to think carefully about what to give her, where he imagined that instead of this expensive car, he would show up for his girlfriend's birthday in a house bought for 60 million with some nondescript painting. This is not how he imagined his appearance at this rich girl's party. Only now did Michael realize, glancing sideways in the direction where Diana was sitting, that she hadn't said a word and hadn't even asked who had called him. Deciding that it would be better not to hide anything, the young man said that a classmate had just called him and invited him to her birthday party, after which he asked Diana to join him, where Michael figured out that if he asked her to go, it would eliminate all suspicions. But if she agreed, then something would have to be thought up. However, the girl declined the invitation, saying that tomorrow at home there would be a large-scale discussion of today's events with a clear head, and there would also be a celebration with Michael's friends, whom she did not know. Diana thought to herself that some questions were better left unanswered, so it was better not to ask. The young man said that he was very sorry that she would not be able to go with him, since the girl would outshine everyone there, to which she replied that next time she would definitely accept his offer. The young man himself, who seemed to be showing politeness, was inwardly glad of the refusal, since consent would have been much more problematic. Diana was lost in her thoughts, concluding that rich and successful men always have various beauties hanging around them, but no one could take this gentleman away from her. Saying goodbye on the street, Diana once again thanked her savior, apologizing at the same time for the fact that he had spent so much money for her sake. And the resourceful young man, approaching the girl, said that if she was so worried about it, she could always share a percentage of the profits with him. However, instead of answering, Diana suddenly approached Michael and kissed him on the cheek. After which, the girl, already leaving, turned around and said that this was his percentage, where with these actions, she left her mark on Michael, which means that now, he belongs to her. The young man, not knowing what to say to all this or how to react, simply stood there, thinking that this girl was perfection itself. It was a busy day, and humming a tune to himself, Michael walked to the car, thinking that it would be nice to play video games now. But suddenly his attention was drawn to a painfully familiar female voice calling him by name and asking if this was his car. Turning around, the young man saw Veronica standing in front of him in the company of her friend. Without saying a single word to the girl, Michael quickly got into his car, and pressing the gas pedal to the limit, he quickly left the place where he had said goodbye to the wonderful girl, which a minute later became the place where he met the one whom he could no longer respect. And then her good friend, who was standing next to Veronica, concluded that it seemed that Michael had lied about his poverty last time, simply testing his love, which immediately reached the girl who had missed her chance, who remembered how she behaved then in the store, choosing the latter between sympathy and money. Tears of despair immediately appeared in her eyes, where Veronica now fully realized that she had completely ruined everything. Throwing herself on her friend's neck, she screamed hysterically that this time Michael would definitely not forgive her. And her friend, in a not at all friendly manner, agreed that now Veronica had no chance, but at least she could try herself. What she heard made the girl very angry, and she grabbed her friend by the hands and screamed, asking since when had she suddenly become interested in Michael. To which the now ex-girlfriend replied that he was attractive, rich, and she saw no reason to deny herself the opportunity to be with him. And then the girl added that, apparently, Veronica was simply boring him, but her friend could easily please him, which finally enraged the girl who had made the wrong choice. Jumping up to her friend, she called her cheap, reproaching her for trampling on their long friendship with her selfish interests. But the attacked girl did not remain in debt, and grabbing Veronica by the hair, returned her insult, adding that it was not she, but Veronica, who jumped on Richard's fat wallet, after which mutual insults and threats of physical violence rained down on both sides, and clumps of hair flew in all directions. The girls were already skating on the asphalt when random passers-by started pointing their phone cameras at them. When the fight was over, Veronica slowly trudged down the street, lamenting that she had now lost everything, both her boyfriend and her friend. Remembering her beloved, the girl thought that the more beautiful he becomes, the more they move away from each other. Flowing with tears, slowly walking down the street in dirty and torn clothes, Veronica came to the conclusion that getting Michael back was becoming an unrealistic task. And then Julia suddenly appeared in front of the girl, clutching a business card in her hand, and said that she shouldn't cry. Giving Veronica her card, Julia invited her to become an internet star. And as a trump card, she added that if she wanted to get her boyfriend back, she had a great idea for this. Michael sat in his dorm room, thinking about what to choose as a gift for Jessica. Getting up from his seat, he was about to go shopping in his search, when suddenly his neighbor said that Veronica now has her own channel, where she shows something new. Not believing his ears, Michael jumped up to the monitor and saw his ex, who, wiping away tears, told the whole world about how he ran after her, where the girl ended her story by saying that in the end she became of no use to him. Michael's neighbor wondered if she really had something with the lone wolf, since the girl called him by that name, and Michael thought to himself that she was a real bitch, where beyond any shame this traitor managed to make herself a victim in this story. However, after thinking a little, the young man came to the conclusion that Veronica herself would never have thought of such a thing. Reaching for his phone, he was already unequivocally convinced that someone had advised her to hide behind the lone wolf and portray herself as a victim. Michael called the right people and asked them to find out what company was broadcasting live broadcasts at the internet address he had provided. A couple of minutes later, he received a message indicating the name of the company, and Michael immediately remembered that it was on behalf of this company that the crazy Julia had approached him on the street. This time the young man decided that there would be no mercy for this unprincipled woman. Meanwhile, comfortably lounging on a chair with a cup of coffee, Julia informed her boss that the popularity indexes had increased many times over after Veronica's broadcast. She remembered a recent conversation with her boss, where he reproached her for threatening the very night wolf who could ruin their entire company, to which Julia replied that it was just a student, and the boss, raising his voice even more, shouted that this student was the lone wolf, which Julia couldn't believe, because from the guy's appearance she would never have guessed that he was capable of spending tens of millions. But the boss opened his laptop and showed the information he had collected, explaining that a certain Veronica was his first love. He had been pursuing her for 3 years, but now they had broken up, which greatly pleased the enterprising woman, who decided that this was an excellent coincidence, where a lone wolf would never forget his first love, and this should be used. Where, according to Julia's plan, Veronica should become popular, which will cool the guy's ardor, where he will understand that it was in vain that he refused to cooperate with her. But suddenly her phone rang, and the words that came through the speaker struck like thunder, as it said that their company was blocked throughout the entire internet space. In parallel with these events, Michael typed and sent a message that the company that was currently broadcasting false information from Veronica, to put it mildly, he did not like, and he would be grateful if this company disappeared once and for all. And so, the next day, something unimaginable began throughout the city, where some people doubled the stars' fees, luring them to themselves, while others terminated contracts with Julia's company. Others checked for information about tax evasion, while others took on the liquidation of all assets. After Michael's message, the days of this office were numbered. And now Julia's assistant was already telling her that all the major shareholders had withdrawn their assets, and now the company had to pay them $10 million, which the woman naturally did not have. Completely broken and destroyed, without a penny in her pocket, Julia was left wondering who could have done all this. It didn't take long for the creditors to come forward and remind us that the loan payment was already 6 months overdue. Following them, the stars that Julia's company broadcast on the internet arrived and said that they were quitting, wishing their former boss good luck. And when the woman returned to her office, she was reminded that she needed to pay the rent, where if the payment was not made on time, the lease agreement would be terminated. And so, by evening, Julia and her assistant were carrying out the last remaining property from the completely destroyed company. Bursting into tears, the woman came to the conclusion that all this was the work of a lone wolf, and that only he had the connections with which such a thing could be done. Michael, reading the message about the complete liquidation of the company, smiled and said to himself that he would somehow need to thank those to whom he turned for help in this matter. After which, the young man got into his luxurious car and decided that it was time to sort out a gift for Jessica, since there was less and less time left before the start of the holiday. But suddenly a sharp blow to the side window literally made the young man jump in surprise. It was Julia who said that she had made a mistake, that she would be smarter next time, and asked the lone wolf to give her at least some chance of survival. Michael was in complete shock, because suddenly the system announced that a new object in the person of Julia had been added. Making a more than serious face, the young man said that it was only a warning that the woman should never catch his eye again. After which he pressed the gas pedal and the car took off, leaving the ruined woman completely alone and with the thought that this lone wolf is very handsome and courageous, where she was especially turned on by the rudeness on the part of the young man. Michael, in the car speeding away, could only be surprised at how the system announced an increase in Julia's affection, which was completely absurd in such a situation. Jessica's guests admired her new villa, making various guesses about how much such a property might cost. The heroine of today's celebration herself walked timidly among the guests, constantly answering the questions that were voiced, that she is not the daughter of a secret billionaire. But suddenly one of the guests asked if this villa really belonged to Jessica, where the girl explained her doubts by the fact that she and her father were present at the auction, where the house was bought by a certain man who has no relation to Jessica's family. Kate, who was also present among the guests, stood up for her friend and told Patricia, who was Jessica's sworn enemy, that the latter was not going to deceive anyone here. But suddenly Patricia had support in the form of a certain young man who said that he also knew about the sale of the house to that man, since he was present at his daughter's birthday, which became the reason for the purchase. At that very moment, rumors began to spread among the guests that Jessica was, in all likelihood, just the kept woman of the gentleman who had bought the house. But suddenly someone put a document on the table with a loud bang, certifying the right of ownership of this villa. It was Kate who crossed her arms in victory, telling everyone that the name of the owner, Jessica, could be seen right now in this document, which immediately silenced their opponent who had lost this fight, just as the people around immediately changed the direction of the conversation, declaring that they had never doubted Jessica's integrity and had no idea that her work was so profitable. Jessica herself, not paying much attention to the conversations of those gathered, was only thinking about why the one she was waiting for so much had not yet arrived. Meanwhile, Michael had already managed to reach the birthday party venue and was getting out of his car clutching the gift. Remembering that Jessica had asked him not to stand out, the young man left the car far from the house and continued on foot. The noise of a powerful engine behind him attracted the young man's attention. But before he even had time to turn around, a luxury sports car rushed past, almost hitting him. The car stopped right in front of the entrance to the house, causing general admiration, where Paul Mitchell, the most popular guy at the university, whose family was also far from poor, got out of the car and explained the location of the villa on the phone. Noticing a nondescript and modestly dressed guy with a teddy bear, Paul was mentally surprised, thinking that Jessica definitely had some problems with taste, since she invited such a ragamuffin. And then the birthday girl herself appeared on the street, joyfully exclaiming that her long-awaited man had finally arrived. To which Michael and Paul turned around, respectively, where each of them took what was said personally. Without wasting a second, Jessica ran towards where Paul was preparing to embrace her, also saying that he missed her. But with a deft movement, the girl dodged the embrace and continued on her way, where she stopped only near Michael, who, in front of the shocked rival, congratulated the girl by presenting her with his modest gift. Some guests were no less surprised when they saw how happy the birthday girl was with a simple teddy bear, while she did not react to their gifts, such as branded watches and handbags, and simply thanked them for their attention. Paul stood there thinking about how he had been trying to court Jessica for a long time, which had brought no results, and then some upstart suddenly captured all her attention. While he was thinking about his failures and his new rival, a small van pulled up to the house. Paul narrowed his eyes sarcastically and smiled, mentally noting that now was his time to come out. Approaching the girl and distracting her attention from Michael, the young man said that he had also prepared a gift for her, where meanwhile, loaders were removing something very large and heavy from the back of the car. As he watched his rival watch the gift being retrieved, Paul silently noted that he was about to show this upstart where he belonged. When the gift was delivered to the room, unpacked and installed, everyone saw that it was a piano, produced by one of the most famous companies in the world, which cost a fortune. Paul, without leaving the girl, said that this would be a great end to today's flow of gifts. He then added that he wished Jessica a happy birthday and asked if she liked his gift, to which the birthday girl replied that the gift was gorgeous, but since it was very expensive, she would return the money for it. As he walked towards the musical instrument, Paul said that he would not accept any money from her, where, sitting down at the instrument, the young man said that the gift was not yet finished, since he had written a song for the girl. All the girls around were delighted to note that they were now in for an unforgettable spectacle, as Paul had won the music competition last year. And so the young man put his hands on the keys, and the room was filled with the beautiful sounds of music, where, in parallel with the melody, the room was also filled with the guests' remarks, noting the excellent playing. When Paul finished, Jessica came up to him and told him that he played just great, which made her feel a little embarrassed for her more modest playing skills. And so, wanting to completely crush his opponent, Paul suddenly said, turning to Michael, that if he also wanted to impress the girl, then he should play too. The opponent's plan immediately became obvious to the young man, who only chuckled at this pathetic attempt to seize superiority. Moving towards the musical instrument, Michael told Paul that he could not refuse the request of such a respected person. Jessica stood there surprised that the young man could play the piano, and all the other guests began to discuss his appearance, which did not indicate that he was a musician. Of course, the young man who sat down at the piano had never even stood near such a musical instrument in his life, but he had something no one else could even dream of: the system and its power-up points. Michael glanced sideways at his opponent, and mentally noted that this guy wouldn't be able to look good at the expense of others' reputations today. He then ordered the system to provide him with piano-playing skills that would correspond to 50 years of practice. The system completed its task, and the young man prepared to make music. Paul, who was standing nearby, suddenly felt some changes in his opponent's energy, which greatly worried him. And then Michael's fingers began to deftly move over the piano keys, extracting from it the sound that was already familiar to everyone, which made Paul's eyes open wide. After all, it was the same melody that he himself had just performed that was playing, and no one else was able to remember it in such detail after hearing it only once. Noting to himself, not without a smile, that he had already managed to shock his opponent, the young man also mentally said that the best was yet to come, and then his fingers began to increase the tempo of the melody, where Paul couldn't believe his eyes that at such a speed the young man never made a false note, and Michael's playing speed continued to increase exponentially. The guests at the festival began to feel as if it was not just one person playing, but a duet, and that the performer had not two, but four hands, where one of those present had already managed to mention that this was a long-lost art of speed playing, which was possessed by a single maestro of the distant past, where teaching such a practice has always been famous for its particular cruelty towards the student. And once we master the skill, every note of the music literally hits the very hearts of the listeners like bullets. And now, finally, the final chords of the piece were heard, and Michael, exhaling, removed his hands from the keys of the musical instrument. All the guests at today's event stood with their mouths open and looked in amazement at the one who had just managed to amaze them all. Michael, standing up from his seat, took a cigarette out of the pack and lit it from the hot strings of the instrument, and the young man headed straight towards his opponent today, Giving Paul a friendly hug, Michael said that he was actually playing well, where he just needed to practice more. Then success awaited him in the future. After which, with one deft movement, the young man placed the cigarette he had lit into his opponent's mouth. And moving away from him, he said that the piano is an instrument for expressing feelings, and not a way to compete and seek favor. Without saying anything in response, Paul remained standing where Michael had left him, with a cigarette in his mouth and a feeling of complete defeat. And finally, all the viewers burst into thunderous applause, beginning to note that they now understand why Jessica is so nice to this nondescript boy. The hero of the occasion and the musical confrontation, looking at Michael, came to the conclusion that she was incredibly lucky with him, where he is not only rich, but also very talented. And while the young man was sitting on the couch and drinking juice, the system announced to him that the girl's favor had been increased by 5 points. Immediately after that, the system reported that the level of location had reached the required limit, where the young man was awarded all the promised bonuses. And from that moment on, Jessica becomes Michael's devoted fan. And the last thing the young man heard in this advertisement was the amount of his personal benefit from the expenses incurred on the girl, which amounted to just over 7 million, which could not but please the young man, where he noted that after all, this villa was not purchased in vain. After hearing all about bonuses and accruals, Michael sat and thought about where he should spend his boost points. He was distracted by a familiar female voice, which uttered words of surprise at the young man's talents. Clinging to the young man's body, Jessica said that she was very happy that he was next to her today. And the resourceful Michael immediately replied that the girl could consider the musical masterpiece as his second gift, and now he was very interested in how she would thank him. And only Paul sat quietly to the side, thinking that today he had suffered a defeat on all fronts. Suddenly, those present perked up, and the news spread throughout the hall that Melanie Stone herself had arrived for the celebration, to which Michael and Jessica responded by interrupting their dialogue. And then in the passage appeared the figure of that very girl whose appearance had caused such a great stir. Melanie Stone was considered the most beautiful woman in their entire university, where she also served as the president of the student union. But she was even more famous not for her appearance, but for her disdainful attitude towards the male half of the planet's population, where for this reason, most assumed that Melanie preferred girls when it came to personal close relationships. Because of this, and also due to the rather close relationship between Melanie and Jessica, many were convinced that they were a loving couple. But in reality, the situation was somewhat different, where in early childhood Melanie was attempted to be raped. The attacker did not have time to carry out his plan, as the police, who were called when they saw the maniac dragging the girl into the bushes, neutralized him. Little Melanie remained safe and sound, but suffered mostly psychological trauma. But it was from then on that she hated all men very much. As Melanie moved around the room, Jessica asked Michael a provocative question about who was prettier, she or Melanie, to which the young man, showing maximum tenderness, replied that Jessica was the most beautiful of all the girls in the world. To himself, he thought that he would, in principle, like to stay away from Melanie, since there was definitely something wrong with her head, because now he needs fans, and not those who could potentially deal with him. And suddenly Jessica called out to her friend, saying that she was late and inviting her to come over, which did not really inspire Michael, who did not want to cross paths with this girl. Coming closer, Melanie apologized to her friend for being late, explaining it was due to heavy traffic jams in the city. Jessica, firmly grasping Michael's hand, immediately introduced him to her friend as her boyfriend. After exchanging greetings, Melanie was the first to start the conversation, asking if he was playing now, to which the young man answered in the affirmative, feeling extremely awkward next to this girl. But instead of words of delight, the evil girl said that she had already heard about how Michael was jumping around the university from one girl to another, where he was certainly talented in the game, but led an immoral lifestyle, which rolled like a blade across the young man's body. Of course, Michael was very indignant at what was said, but Jessica calmed him down, saying that Melanie had a sharp tongue, but a kind heart. And at that moment the system made itself known, announcing that Melanie had been added as an object, where the current location level was about 80 points, which finally drove the young man crazy, where he complained that the system, apparently, broke down, last time connecting some pervert, and now this killer of the male spirit. Beside himself with rage, Michael kicked the floor, mentally lamenting that he had just exchanged a few words with Melanie and immediately earned minus 80 points, but Jessica looked on in surprise. Having calmed down a little, Michael, casting a sideways glance at Melanie, noted that he was, after all, turning into a womanizer, where even now he is attracted by the beauty of this girl who is evil towards men, which, however, the young man immediately wrote off as the fault of the system, because of which he pays so much attention to the opposite sex. The celebration continued, and it was already getting dark outside. It was time for the birthday cake, which Michael delivered to the hall amid cries of congratulations. As per tradition, Jessica made a wish and blew out all the candles on the cake with a strong exhalation, after which she and Michael cut the cake into individual portions. And when the treats were handed out, and the birthday girl herself thanked her guests for their attention, Melanie asked them to step away with her for a minute, which seemed very strange to Jessica since her friend's face was very worried. Their conversation took place outside, under the bright light of a huge moon, where Melanie, without preamble, advised her friend to stay away from Michael, which provoked Jessica to ask the logical question, why? To which the friend replied that it was obvious that this guy had already had relationships with many people at the university, and she didn't want her friend to be left with a broken heart. And, finishing her glass, Melanie added that she was graduating soon and planned to hand over the post of student union president to Jessica. This news almost shocked the girl so much that she couldn't find what to say right away. After all, as far as the functioning of the student union is concerned, in this regard over the past year they have had many disagreements, where no one wanted to give in to each other. And now this impulse to give her such a high post made Jessica think seriously, where the first thought that came to her mind was that Melanie really was more into girls and apparently was hitting on her. Quickly starting to shake his head and hands, Jessica told her friend that she wasn't sure she could handle such responsibility, and Michael was actually a very good and caring young man. To which Melanie, approaching the girl, sternly said that she did not recognize her, since previously her deputy had been more demanding of herself and others, which, in general, would not change the decision to transfer powers. But Jessica, in a less than decisive tone, suddenly said that she was planning to leave the student union altogether so that she could spend more time with Michael. What made her friend even more angry was that she menacingly asked where her friend's determination and persistence had gone, adding that Michael was generally dangerous to society. At that very moment, the system announced to Michael that Melanie's level of affection towards him had dropped to -90 points, causing him to almost choke on a piece of cake. He looked at the girls standing on the balcony, not understanding how he could have earned -10 points when he was simply eating cake. And so the guests began to gradually disperse to their homes, where the hostess of the house warmly thanked them for their visit and wished them a safe journey. Michael was also about to head towards his dorm, but he was suddenly stopped by Jessica's call, who, having caught up with him, said that she still needed to talk to him. After talking with the girl, the young man finally left her house, thinking that as soon as the level of favor increased, the girl began to seem even more beautiful to him. During the conversation, she simply suggested that they go to the movies together tomorrow, but she suggested it in such a tone as if she were asking him to spend the night with her. This attitude towards him from a beautiful girl flattered Michael very much. But his pleasant thoughts, feelings, and fantasies were interrupted by the sounds of a man's crying. Michael turned around to see Paul sitting next to his car, bawling and moaning about how the years he had spent not learning to play the piano had been wasted. Seeing his recent opponent in such a defeated state, Michael could not help but feel moral satisfaction. In one swift movement, he found himself on the hood of Paul's car, where he jumped up in surprise, calling the young man by name, and Michael expressed his pleasure that his name had been remembered so well. Then, looking closely at his defeated opponent, the young man noted that there was nothing wrong with the fact that he had lost their little musical battle. The tone in which Michael spoke and his facial expression did not please Paul at all, who then shouted that such communication with him was unacceptable. Jumping off the hood of the car, the young man said that of course Paul was right, after which he headed towards his car, noting that he was so full that it was hard to walk. But the young man, excited by the confrontation, did not calm down, saying that he was ready to admit that Michael had surpassed him in playing the piano. But, immediately taking out the key to his car, he continued that in terms of security, Michael is far behind him, where probably he is not able to pay even for a taxi home. But the young man, who was no longer interested in further confrontation, simply walked up to his car, opened the door, and began to get inside. Clutching his car key so tightly that it shattered into several pieces, the young man stood and watched silently as his opponent got into a car that cost about 5 times more than his own. But then his feelings got the better of him, and Paul fell to the ground, cursing Michael and trying to figure out where he got such an expensive car. Michael himself had long been immersed in thoughts about what kind of movie he and Jessica would watch tomorrow. And then his attention was drawn to Melanie standing on the side of the road. The night was quite cool, and it was clear that the girl was literally shaking from the cold. However, Michael concluded that it was none of his business, and this crazy girl could die of cold, but it would not affect his feelings. With these thoughts in mind, he drove past, leaving Melanie all alone in the middle of the street on this cold night, and believing that now a few more points of favor would disappear, which was of no concern to him. But suddenly the young man, looking in the rearview mirror, pressed the brake pedal, where in the reflection he saw how several strong guys approached Melanie and began to pester her. Having surrounded the girl from all sides, the bandits took turns asking questions about why such a beauty was standing there alone at night, and offered her their protection, where one big guy, attracting Melanie to himself, said that they would not take money from her for security, but would prefer other ways to pay. However, neither the number of villains nor their intentions frightened the girl at all, who shouted for the bandits to leave until she called the police. But what Melanie said didn't have any significant effect on the guys, who only laughed loudly and unanimously in response to her words. And apparently the leader of these bandits began to approach the girl, saying that with such a stubborn character as hers, their pleasures would only become more fun. But before he could finish his thought, a sharp pain pierced his entire huge body. The reason for this was a precisely aimed kick from Melanie to the place that the robber planned to use for pleasure, which all his henchmen looked at with horror. And while the man was screaming in pain, holding his injured area, and his team was trying to help somehow, Melanie quickly broke out of the encirclement and ran away. Noticing that the nimble prey was hiding from them, the wounded man shouted for the others not to let it get away. And then several robbers rushed after the girl, shouting threats of violence if she did not stop immediately. Looking back to assess the distance the bandits had approached, the girl thought that they were like a pack of hyenas. And if there had been a little less of them, then with her hand-to-hand combat skills, she would have given them a good beating. Since Melanie was looking back, she didn't see Michael suddenly appear in her path, and she crashed into him with all her might. Looking at the out-of-breath girl, the young man asked if everything was okay with her, to which Melanie said nothing, only mentally asking herself what this guy was doing here. During this time, the girl's pursuers managed to catch up with the young men, and having surrounded them, slowly tightened the ring. The angry gang leader, still holding on to his injured spot, menacingly announced that the girl would have to work for all of this until the morning. Melanie looked at this man with genuine disgust, thinking only that it was simply impossible to be so disgusting. She then turned her attention to Michael, concluding that if it weren't for him, she would have run away long ago and would be safe. Well, Michael, turning to the hooligans, said that in today's reality, laws already rule, and suggested that the attackers get out of his sight within the next 2 minutes. However, the leader of this gang smugly said that he was the law here, and the defender would be in great trouble now. In the next couple of minutes, the quiet, cloudless night was well diluted by the sounds of blows, falls, and cries of pain. And finally, in the middle of the street, only Michael remained standing from the male half, examining his fallen opponents. Shaking his palms together, the young man, looking at the lying leader of the gang, said that he should have listened to his advice, after which he turned to Melanie again, asking if everything was okay with her. But suddenly the system announced that another 5 points had been subtracted from this girl's favor, which was a real shock for Michael. Looking at this strange person, the young man could not find an explanation for what was wrong with her, and what he had managed to do wrong to her, because he was only saving the girl. Melanie remained silent for now, fixing an extremely unfriendly gaze on her savior. However, Michael gave the girl an equally angry look, where he mentally said that he had just saved her. But her affection not only did not grow, but also fell, which seemed to him the height of absurdity. And so, the first to break the silence was the rescued one, where she pointed to the lying robbers and said that all this made no sense. In an icy tone, she said that she would not fall for these outdated methods, as others had fallen for. Where Melanie drew a logical chain from the moment when she stood at the bus stop and was accosted by bandits, to when Michael suddenly appeared, supposedly to save her. After which she headed towards her savior, standing on the hand of one of the robbers along the way, and said that Michael's plan to seduce her had completely failed. And so, finally, finding herself face to face with the young man, Melanie said that he had overestimated himself and underestimated her. Suddenly, the girl grabbed the young man by the t-shirt with a sharp movement. Pulling the hero towards her, she shouted that Jessica was ready to leave the student union for him, and he suddenly decided to hit on her friend. After which, throwing the young man away with a rude gesture, Melanie, leaving, added that she really found Michael disgusting. For some time, the young man stood in the middle of the road, trying to somehow digest what had happened. But, unable to bear it, he literally grabbed his head, screaming into the void and thinking that this girl had a real persecution mania. Calling out to Melanie as she left, the young man tried to explain that everything was completely different from what the girl had imagined. But in response, she only heard that if he didn't come to his senses and start behaving normally towards Jessica, Then she would find him and cut off one known place, which finally dissuaded Michael from the need to somehow contact this abnormal woman. He let the girl go, leaving him standing among the bandits lying on the ground with mixed feelings. But then one of the robbers began to come to his senses, raising his head and trying to figure out where he was and what had happened. But at that very moment, Michael was overcome with rage, where without even looking down, he made a sharp kicking movement with his foot, where the bandit's head was unlucky enough to be in its trajectory, shouting that Melanie was just an ungrateful bitch. Without even noticing that he had just knocked out one of the bandits again, the young man turned around and walked away, cursing the girl he had saved along the way. So the young man managed to walk all the way to the university. He couldn't stop thinking about what the ungrateful Melanie had said to him, continuing to address her with abusive words every now and then. He was distracted from his dark thoughts by the vibration of the phone in his pocket and the ringtone that followed. Taking his phone out of his pocket, Michael thought that someone was clearly late with their calls. As it turned out, it was Diana who called, asking about the young man's plans for the next day. But before the young man could say a word in response, the girl, without wasting time, said that tomorrow she had a lot of free time, and she invited Michael to go to the cinema. Realizing that tomorrow he would also have a date with Jessica, the young man tried to object, but the persistent girl said that it was her first invitation, which he could not refuse. Michael had no choice but to accept the invitation, where he decided that he simply had to space out the dates so that they did not overlap in time. The next day, Michael was sitting in his car near his university dormitory, sending a message to his friend. He asked where he had been staying for so long. After all, yesterday Jack was tearfully telling about how another girl refused to go to the movies with him, and so he asks a friend to keep him company. Clutching his head, Michael smiled, thinking that his plans were changing at the speed of light, where tomorrow, apparently, he would have to watch not 2, but 3 films. After all, Jack was his best friend, who had helped him out more than once in difficult times, including with money. And so the plan was built so that at 2 p.m. he goes to the cinema with Jack, at 5 p.m. with Jessica, and at 8 p.m. with Diana. Taking a deep breath and then exhaling, the young man prepared himself for a mentally difficult day. And then the passenger door of the car opened and someone sat down in the seat next to the driver, where Michael expected to see his friend. However, instead of Jack, there was some girl sitting next to him, doing her makeup. Noticing that the driver's attention was focused on her, the girl apologized, explaining that she had been distracted and had driven the wrong car. To which the young man simply replied that it happens to everyone, told the girl to be more careful next time, and asked her to leave the salon, which left her completely amazed. However, the persistent lady was not going to give up her position, saying that perhaps she got into the wrong car, but she hoped that she met the right person. She thought to herself that she wasn't going to go out, because in that case she wouldn't be able to pick up such a handsome guy in such an expensive car. And the next gesture of rapprochement was the girl's offer to add Michael as a friend on social networks, since in her opinion, everything that happened was fate. However, the unperturbed young man, looking at the screen of his phone, monotonously replied that he did not have a phone, which again left the girl completely amazed. Assuming that this was nothing more than someone's trap, Michael thought that he would definitely not fall into it, unlike many others. The young man's last answer clearly touched the girl to the quick, and she irritably said that in that case it was time for her to go. But as soon as she started to get out of the car, her gaze met the gaze of Jack, who approached and asked the girl what she was doing there, where both the girl herself and Michael were surprised by this strange coincidence. And the young man who approached said in confusion that the girl had refused to go to the cinema with him under the pretext of visiting her mother in the hospital, but she herself got out of his best friend's car. Michael immediately realized that this was the very girl for whom he was going to the movies with his friend today, and he hoped that Jack would understand everything correctly. The owner of the car, who had also left the showroom, began to tell his friend that he would now explain everything to him. But Jack interrupted him, angrily addressing the girl that, in his opinion, she was not at all acquainted with the owner of the car, where he continued, accusing the girl of simply seeing an expensive car and deciding to flirt with the one who was driving, not knowing that he would turn out to be Jack's friend. Laughing happily and nodding his head cheerfully, Michael confirmed his friend's words, saying that everything was exactly like that. Without talking any more with this girl, who had purely selfish intentions, the friends got into the car, where, left alone, all she could do was think about how wealthy the friends of the man she had rejected were, which just didn't fit in her head, where Jack seemed like a big loser, surviving on $800 a month. But the friends soon arrived at one of the movie theaters in their city. All the spectators had already taken their seats, and the showing of a new film was beginning. However, Jack was not at all interested in the film, where he asked his friend how he managed to have so many beautiful girls hovering around him, to which Michael simply replied that he couldn't constantly drive away those who were pursuing him. And the girls sitting behind them noticed that the guys came to the cinema as a couple, finding it strange and assuming that they were in a relationship. Michael continued to answer his friend's question, saying that relationships are a battlefield where you can never relax. Leaning towards Jack, the young man said that there was no need to try harder in a relationship, as you would be respected less and less. And in conclusion, the young man said that only not very smart men give women money, while more practical ones simply spend money on them. After thinking about what was said, Jack came to the conclusion that his friend's words had a certain meaning. Grabbing his friend by the hand, the young man began to beg him to teach him how to treat girls properly, to which Michael only tried to calm him down, saying that they were being looked at. But then she said that there was nothing to teach. He was just a little nicer than his friend, and he had a little more money. Where what was said greatly upset Jack, who responded by telling his friend to stop talking like that before they quarreled. After the film ended, the friends walked towards the exit, where Jack thanked his friend for his attention and said that he was now in his debt, to which Michael replied that he had the opportunity to pay in the very near future, where Jack would greatly help him out if he called him in 2 or 3 hours. And those girls, noticing how the men held hands for the second time, made the final conclusion for themselves that they were in a relationship. Having received his friend's consent to help, Michael headed to his next date, where he needed the call in order to find an excuse to leave one date and come to another. Very soon the young man arrived at the cinema, where they agreed to meet Jessica. Seeing the girl waiting for him to appear, Michael was mentally glad that he was not late. Jessica, looking at her watch, noted that there was only half an hour left before the start of the film, and her beau was still not there. But a male voice heard behind her attracted the girl's attention. However, turning around, Jessica saw a completely different man than the one she was waiting for, where the man who approached introduced himself as Clark and asked the girl to add him as a friend on a social network, to which the girl, asking for forgiveness, replied that she had a date, which, however, did not stop the persistent guy, who said that adding her as a friend would not interfere with the date. But then, Michael, who had come up to him and patted him on the shoulder, said that the girl had already turned him down and that there was no point in wasting either her time or his. Winking at the guy and walking around him, the young man said that he would now demonstrate how to meet girls, after which he quickly approached Jessica, slamming his hand hard on the wall, which left the girl in a stupor. And he said that she was very beautiful, immediately suggesting that they find a quieter place for a closer acquaintance. This manner of introduction did not at all impress the guy standing next to him, who noted that now the matter would end in complete failure for his rival. But suddenly the girl laughed and replied that she agreed to Michael's proposal, where both Michael's opponent and all the people nearby who witnessed the events could not believe that such an approach actually worked. On the huge cinema screen, the film's main character changed the trajectory of a rocket with a kick. But Jessica didn't care about the twisted plot, where she looked sadly in the direction where her companion was sitting. And finally, she asked the young man if he was even interested in watching the film, since she saw that he was constantly busy with his phone. To which Michael quickly found his voice and replied that he simply had some minor problems at home. And then the girl had a thought that, most likely, owning such a fortune, her boyfriend and his family most likely experience constant pressure, which is incomprehensible to such simple people as she. Remembering the way he played, Jessica concluded that all other people only see his talents, but do not fully realize the effort it took him to achieve such results. Where in an aristocratic family, through blood, sweat, and tears, he had to study a huge number of disciplines, in each of which he was obliged to become the best, where the young man never complained about this difficulty, and simply silently carried this burden within himself. And then tears appeared on the girl's face, where she felt guilty for forcing him to watch a movie with her, while he, perhaps, just needed some other kind of rest. Overcome by emotion, Jessica placed her hand on top of Michael's, where this sudden gesture of hers caused no small surprise in the young man, and when he turned around, he saw the tear-stained face of his companion, surprised by the tears, since they were watching an action movie, not a melodrama. Completely bewildered by what was happening, Michael did not know at all what to say or how to comfort the girl. When the movie ended, Jessica and Michael were walking down the street, where the girl suggested that they go and sit in some cafe, as she thought the young man was hungry. And just as Michael began to answer something to his companion, suddenly a mobile phone melody was heard from his trouser pocket. In an instant, a picture flashed before the young man's eyes, where a couple of hours ago he asked his friend to call, where, having taken out his phone, the young man was convinced that his friend had fulfilled his promise, and fulfilled it at the most opportune time. After answering the call, Michael greeted his friend, But suddenly shouting into the phone that everything was so serious, the young man said that he was leaving immediately. After hanging up, the caller himself had absolutely no idea what had just happened. Michael, having apologized to the girl, said that he needed to leave, since his friend had gotten into some kind of trouble, to which Jessica responded with understanding. As Jessica watched the young man go, she thought that he was a very noble man, since he was rushing to save his friend at his first call. Well, the noble man, finding himself in the car, marked himself as a genius, mentally telling himself that now he could head out on a second date. The young man arrived at the house where Diana lived when it was already dark outside. Having sent the girl a message that he had arrived, he immediately read the reply, where Diana informed him that she was already coming down. While Michael waited, his thoughts were focused on the fact that it was incredibly difficult to juggle several fronts at once, and that such situations should be avoided in the future. But then, a pleasant female voice distracted the tired gentleman from his thoughts, where, turning around, Michael saw in front of him the charming Diana, who had taken a coquettish pose and was apologizing for being a little late. Seeing the image of his new companion today, Michael was speechless. Looking at the girl, the young man mentally noted that she was simply an incredible beauty. Wherever she chooses whatever style of clothing she wears, everything will suit her. In his thoughts about the girl's beauty, the young man lost touch with reality, which Diana quickly restored by asking if he was ready to go, to which her gentleman responded positively. And as they headed to the car, Michael thought that if today's date went well, then he could well count on a closer relationship. Soon the couple were already in the cinema, where they both watched the film with fascination and interest. The logical continuation of this wonderful evening was a visit to one of the best cafes in the city, and the young people finished their date well after midnight, where Michael parked again in the same place where he had picked up the girl a few hours earlier. Having thanked the young man for the wonderful date, Diana wished him a safe journey home and headed towards her house. But before the girl had even taken a couple of steps, Michael suddenly called out to her. Very embarrassed, the young man, using an old, hackneyed but still effective trick, asked the girl for permission to go up to her for water, where on the one hand, this state of affairs made Diana very happy. But on the other hand, the girl did not know whether it was worth inviting the young man to her place now. But then, after some 10-15 minutes, Michael was already taking a shower in the apartment of his second companion today, where the owner of the apartment herself sat on the sofa hugging a pillow, unable to understand what was happening to her today, where she had never behaved like this before. After all, Michael only asked to go up for a drink, but in the end, she leaves him with her for the night, because it is already quite late to go back. These thoughts made the girl feel very ashamed of herself, where for some reason, she gave the young man permission to stay. And then her thoughts went further, where she thought about what if suddenly intimacy happened between them, where she caught herself thinking that she was not at all against it. But at that very second, Diana covered her face with a pillow, mentally scolding herself for these vulgar thoughts. And when she removed the pillow from her face, her gaze fell on the movie tickets sticking out of Michael's clothing pocket. Having taken them out, Diana discovered that there were not 2 tickets, but 4, immediately concluding that the young man had managed to go to the cinema with another girl. A few minutes later, Michael emerged from the shower, drying his hair and telling the shower owner that he was finished, and almost immediately his gaze fell on 4 movie tickets lying on the table. Well, Diana, sitting on the sofa, said menacingly that these 4 tickets fell out of the young man's pocket, where she thinks he went to the cinema with another girl. Without giving Michael a chance to say a word in response, the girl immediately added that he had become a part of her life, but if he didn't like her and wanted to date others behind her back, he could say so right away and get out of there. Michael tried to say something in response to this claim, which, although it was a guess, was a correct guess. But the girl suddenly stood up abruptly and, pointing to the door, demanded that the young man leave her apartment, where, following the girl's words, the system announced that the level of disposition had dropped by -10 points. But not even a couple of seconds had passed before the system was activated again, announcing a decrease in the location level by another -10 points. Michael knew something had to be done urgently, otherwise the object could be lost forever. Where, without thinking twice, he told himself that he had been preparing for a situation like this, and now it was time to act. Looking at the girl with a very sad look, the young man quietly said that he was very disappointed that 2 extra tickets could so seriously undermine his credibility, to which the very angry girl replied that she was not going to discuss it at all. Then, taking out his cell phone and dialing Jack's number, Michael handed it to Diana, saying that she could ask this guy if he had been to the movies with him today. There was no categorical reaction from the girl, which meant she was ready to accept the information. And on the other end of the line, Sleepy Jack was asking his friend why he was calling so late and if it was his. But instead of his friend's voice, he heard a female voice introducing herself as Diana, who asked if he had gone to the movies with Michael today. To which the still not fully awake young man replied that he had indeed gone to the cinema with his friend because Inga, whom he had invited earlier, had refused him. And only after finishing the story did Jack have an epiphany about who was talking to him on Michael's phone at night. Looking at his mobile phone, the young man literally shouted questions into the receiver one after another, where he was interested in where the girl got his friend's mobile phone from, and whether they were together at such a late time of day. After which, words of surprise were heard from the phone speaker that they were together at such a time. After apologizing for disturbing her, Diana hung up, looking at the young man getting dressed and wondering if she could have been mistaken, or if Jack was simply covering for his friend. But then she remembered that she knew the very same Inga that Michael's friend had mentioned, and she quickly found and dialed her number. And when Inga answered, Diana asked, essentially, the same question regarding Michael and Jack's trip to the cinema. To which the girl replied that Jack had indeed invited her to the cinema, but she had refused him, where he then drove away with a guy in a red sports car. And if only she had known that Jack had such rich friends, she would never have refused him. Realizing that the circumstances were now on his side, Michael asked whether the girl had verified his integrity, or whether he should show her the history of payments on the card. But without giving Diana a chance to say a word, the young man said that he was very disappointed in her, and headed towards the exit. Diana tried to shout after him that she was wrong and would never do that again. But Michael had already left the apartment, slamming the door effectively as a final blow. And only when he was out of sight of his second companion of the evening, he breathed a sigh of relief, noting that he had just walked along the very edge. One of Michael's hardest days was over, and a new day had arrived, where the sun was already high above the university. After writing Michael an apology message, the girl received a response in which the young man took all the blame on himself, saying that he simply needed to tell her everything right away, which touched the girl in love. And when the system announced that all of Diana's favor points had been returned, the young man was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. Noting that he had even gained 1 point more than before, Michael, wiping the sweat from his forehead, assured himself that he would not get himself into such stories again. Where it was a good lesson for him that you have to make an effort to separate everyone the system works with, he needed to clearly distinguish which of the girls would simply be at the level of useful connections, and with whom he could think about a closer relationship. With such opportunities, Michael shouted that he was one of the few who did not need to choose one from several girls, since with the system he could provide for the needs of almost everyone. As he walked down the university corridor, he suddenly overheard a conversation between freshman girls who were saying that a certain Paul Mitchell, a top basketball player, had organized and sponsored a basketball tournament, which they had decided to go and watch. Hearing the familiar name, Michael was surprised that this crybaby was called the strongest basketball player, and without thinking twice, the young man decided to attend this event, immediately heading towards the gym. The game was already in full swing, and the hall was simply overflowing with both fans and fans of Paul, who shouted at the top of their lungs that they loved their idol and wanted children from him. But Michael saw some kind of pretense in everything that was happening. While the young man was thinking about his own business, two very attractive girls standing nearby noticed him, where Veronica only managed to notice that Michael was present in the hall, while Angelica had already jumped up from her seat, heading towards the object of her affection. The young man and the girl were already greeting each other warmly, and Veronica could only be angry at her own sluggishness. But before any conversation could begin, Michael's attention was suddenly drawn to a touch on his shoulder. Turning around, the young man saw another object of his system, the athlete Christy, who concluded out loud that Michael also liked basketball. Watching as Michael was surrounded on all sides by the most famous beauties of the university, the freshmen standing nearby quietly shared gossip about what was happening and discussed the girl's appearance. At that moment, Jessica appeared in the hall, accompanied by Melanie, where the latter, upon entering, managed to express a complaint to the guys, pointing out the inadmissibility of discussing the beauty of girls. Walking a little further, Melanie noted that it smelled terribly of sweat, to which her companion said that this was, after all, a sports competition. And so, having received another serve, Paul suddenly saw that Michael was in the hall, where he was furious that he was constantly surrounded by the most beautiful girls, who, for some reason, did not pay any attention to such a handsome man as Paul himself. Noticing that Jessica had also appeared in the hall, Paul decided that this was his chance to take revenge for his defeat at the girl's birthday party, where the young man thought to himself that he had been playing basketball for more than 2 years, and Michael would never beat him. With these thoughts in mind, Paul threw the ball with all his might in the direction where Michael was standing. However, the young man's reaction, pumped up by the system, was more than excellent, where he immediately noticed movement on the left. With a light and calm movement of his hand, Michael stopped the ball from moving. Looking menacingly at Paul, the young man asked how he should interpret this gesture, perhaps as revenge for losing the musical battle. To which Paul smugly replied that Michael thought too highly of himself, thinking about some kind of revenge, and he suggested a one-on-one basketball match. Throwing the ball back, the young man said that he would be happy to join in the game, and Paul, getting ready to catch the ball, noted that judging by the throw, his opponent had never played basketball in his life. But as soon as the ball touched the young man's hands, he was literally blown away along the trajectory of the ball. Such was the force of the throw. Watching what was happening, Jessica enthusiastically noted that Paul himself, the captain of the team, was unable to receive a serve from Michael, and Melanie, in her usual manner, noted that men can only rely on brute physical force. Meanwhile, Paul was trying to get to his feet while his teammates were asking him if he was okay. Casting an evil glance at Michael, the young man wondered how this seemingly nondescript guy could possess such incredible strength. Well, Michael himself had already approached his opponent, who was on all fours, saying that he was ready to play 5-on-5, where he would be able to assess the level of all the team players. Such a bold statement left no one in the room indifferent, but most of all, Paul was surprised, who noted that all the players were his people, as were the judges, which Michael knew very well, but he still decided to play. However, this state of affairs, in general, suited the university's first basketball player, since in fact his opponent would not be playing 5-on-5, but 1-against-9. And so the teams were formed, the players took their places, and the game began. When receiving the serve, Paul would rush like a hurricane to the hoop, giving instructions to everyone to clear the way for him. His thoughts were only about how he would now crush Michael, that he would rehabilitate him in front of Jessica, who would see what a worthless person he was. And his opponent stood nearby, surrounded by players from Paul's team who were trying to deprive him of the opportunity to maneuver. Looking at everything that was happening with a cold gaze, Michael mentally chuckled at this whole staged game. And now he has already turned to the system, asking to use a certain amount of reinforcement points to develop his basketball playing skill, equal to 30 years of experience. Meanwhile, Paul had already reached the opposing team's backboard with the hoop, where he was only thinking about what a beautiful ball he would now drop into that basket. With a triumphant cry, the young man soared into the air, swinging the arm holding the ball sideways and upwards in order to effectively lower the ball into the hoop. But just a few centimeters from the target, the movement of his hand with the ball was stopped by someone's hand. The ball went wide, and Paul couldn't believe that Michael had just stopped him from scoring. The spectators were no less surprised, and the fact that Michael was able to block the team captain's attack caused a stir. Well, the three who were trying to block the enemy stood there with a confused look, trying to find out from each other how Michael was able to escape, where he seemed to disappear from their surroundings and appear in another place. Paul, who had already managed to land after an unsuccessful throw, stood and looked at Michael with a confused look, trying to understand at least something of what had just happened. Well, the new rising star of school basketball, spinning the ball on one finger, had just started to say that it was now his turn to score, when suddenly the referee's whistle sounded, announcing a violation of the rules. After which Michael realized that not only everyone on the court was playing against him, but also the judges, which did not bring much joy. A penalty was immediately awarded, which was successfully converted by Paul, and his team got its first point. The thrower himself stood and gloated, thinking that even good playing skills would not help his opponent, because all the judges, as they say, were bought. However, everything that happened caused a wave of indignation among the spectators, where cries came from all sides that the game was unfair, Michael's team was being judged unfairly, and that something like this should not happen, especially within the walls of the university. As for Michael, the whole situation made him very angry, where he mentally concluded that the players and judges may not respect him, but he will make them respect the spirit of the sport. The young man's mood was more than decisive, where he decided to remind everyone present with his actions what real sport is. Having prepared himself, Michael decided that he would rely solely on himself, and not on the players cooperating with the opponent. With his very first move, he took the ball away from his main opponent, surprising the latter with the speed with which he moved. And then, a few seconds later, the young man was already flying towards the ring with his hand raised up, clutching the ball. The goal was scored, and Michael himself, in the best basketball spirit, hung on the ring where he had just dropped the ball. Not even a minute had passed before another ball was delivered by the young man straight into the hoop. And Paul, losing patience, nervously gave his team instructions that they simply needed to surround the opponent, not giving him freedom of maneuver. And these instructions concerned not only the players playing for Paul, but also those who were formerly on Michael's team. The leader's orders were carried out, and Michael found himself in a very tight ring of players, which didn't bother him at all, where the young man, smiling intriguingly, suddenly jumped with all his might and soared into the air above the heads of his rivals, after which he made a powerful throw, where the ball, of course, went straight into the hoop. And now, finally, he was able to attract the real attention of the players on the field and the referee, where everyone wondered why this young man was playing the game so furiously, where the players were most confused, realizing that this was just a staged match. And it was completely unclear why Michael was trying so hard in the game, following the rules and striving to win. The first thing he remembered about his basketball past was the referee, where his mentor always taught him that refereeing is the foundation of the game, where after the final siren, the referee's conscience must be clear. Where, having replayed these memories in his head, the judge immediately remembered the sporting spirit and respect for sport. The next ones to dive into memories were the players of the teams, where everyone had in their heads the words of the coach that victory or defeat is determined not by the score on the scoreboard, but by how much you gave it your all in the game. And now, remembering this, they looked in confusion at Michael, who, unlike them, played fairly and put in maximum effort. At that very moment, all these men mentally christened themselves as people so lowly fallen that they should not play basketball or referee the game at all. Michael, having regained possession of the ball and picking up speed to dash towards the opposing team's basket, suddenly saw that all the players had frozen in place, not understanding what was happening. Spectators and fans were also shocked by the fact that at one point the game simply stopped. No one interfered with Michael anymore. No one tried to take the ball away. No one blocked his movements, where the young man simply walked across the court, bouncing the ball off the floor under the admiring gaze of players from both teams. And then one of the spectators made the right conclusion, saying that this young man's attitude to the game crushed the other players. Jessica was not indifferent to what happened either, saying that now everyone has witnessed true sportsmanship, and only Paul was beside himself with rage, not understanding what had happened at all, and wondering whether any of those he had bribed no longer needed money. The game continued, where Michael Paul had to face him alone, where of course, the result was far from in the latter's favor. Once again picking up speed, Michael said that his opponent deserved to be humiliated by his disrespect for the sportsmanship of the game. Paul himself, looking at the opponent rushing towards him, decided that he needed to play tough in defense, which would allow him to retain at least some respect. And so Michael, having drawn level with his opponent, decided not to go around him, but to jump and drop the ball into the basket from that spot. And just as he soared into the air, Paul suddenly, with a sharp movement, delivered a powerful blow with his elbow to the young man's torso. However, the effect of this unsportsmanlike action was the exact opposite of what Paul expected, where something in his joint crunched loudly and he experienced severe pain. A sharp pain literally knocked the young man off his feet, where he screamed hysterically in pain, while simultaneously being outraged at how this was even possible. Michael, as if nothing had happened, calmly dropped his game-winning ball into the basket. Looking at everything that was happening, Jessica happily applauded, where the system immediately announced that her disposition level had grown above the minimum required, for which Michael was awarded another 10 boost points. Veronica and Angelica, who were standing nearby, also did not skimp on applause, where the system also announced an increase in their level of disposition and the awarding of 10 points of reinforcement to them. Like all of Michael's other fans, Christy also experienced the most positive feelings, and the system reported that her level of affection also exceeded the minimum required level, for which Michael also received reinforcement points. Michael himself, addressing his opponent, who was sitting on the floor and defeated in every sense of the word, said that, taking into account his moral qualities and physical abilities, Paul was not worthy of being the captain of the university team. And, concluding his speech, he added that competing with a worthless person like him is disrespect for one's abilities. But all Paul was capable of in this situation was to shout back that his opponent was simply an arrogant jerk, and that sooner or later he would take revenge on him for all the humiliations. Meanwhile, Christy, standing next to the fans who were actively discussing the events of this unusual match, tried to see where Michael had gone, who had just been on the field, where she wanted to offer him a drink after a difficult game. And then Christy's attention was drawn to Jessica, who was standing nearby, also clutching a bottle of water in her hands and looking for her lover with her eyes. Where in the end all 4 girls with water in their hands were left with nothing, since Michael never appeared in the hall again. He used the second exit from the gym to leave the university walls unnoticed. where, having avoided a collision with 4 objects of the system at once, Michael breathed a sigh of relief, noting that if he had not managed to escape, then the choice between who to take water from could have led to complete failure. Soon the young man reached his room in the hostel, where he took a shower with great pleasure after a difficult and intense game, both physically and mentally. Suddenly his attention was drawn to the illuminated screen of his mobile phone. Michael picked up his phone and saw that he had received notifications that someone named Mickey Sullivan wanted to add him as a friend and had sent one message. Having read the contents, Michael burst into wild laughter, as this Mickey asked if the lone wolf needed a wife. Catherine Sullivan was known as the youngest actress to play a leading role in a global blockbuster and an incredibly beautiful girl. However, quite recently a scandal broke out where her reputation was seriously tarnished, and she was threatened with a fine of $30 million. Having told all this, Mickey added that this girl was his sister, and he contacted the lone wolf in the hope of help. Taking a sip of coffee, Michael inquired as to why his family was related to him, since he had offered his sister as a wife, to which Mickey quickly explained that he wrote it simply to attract attention, since he thought that such a rich man as a lone wolf would not respond to his message at all, after which he added that this whole scandal around his sister was simply a setup aimed at extorting money. And finally, after a short pause, Mickey asked if the lone wolf would like to buy out his sister's house. Thinking about what was said, Michael noted to himself that he had indeed thought about investing his new personal savings in real estate. In addition, the young man thought about the character of Catherine, who, apparently, must have huge demands, like all movie stars. And that's all he needs, because according to the rules of the system, the more money he spends on an object, the larger the sum that will be at his disposal. And so, having finished his thoughts, Michael replied that he was ready to help. But in any case, he needed to look at the house first, which could not but please Mickey. He quickly pulled out his phone from his pocket, saying that he would now arrange a time, thinking to himself that the lone wolf was indeed a very rich and worthy man. Mickey immediately remembered how the lone wolf transferred millions to girls from online broadcasts, and if he liked his sister, then the future of their family would be secured once and for all. At the same time, in one of the cottages on the outskirts of the city, Catherine was talking loudly on the phone, where the girl told her invisible interlocutor that she would not date that man since there were not the most pleasant rumors about him. And when the conversation was over, the girl forcefully put the phone on the bed and began to vent her anger on the pillow, cursing the men who only think about her body. When the rage subsided, the girl fell exhausted onto the bed, thinking about what she should do now, because she had to somehow pay off the $30 million, which, of course, they were ready to give her, but on the condition of a very close personal relationship. Putting her hand on her head, Catherine sadly said into the void that she only wanted to act in films, which was not difficult at all. Her sad thoughts were interrupted by the ringtone on the phone that was lying nearby. As it turned out, it was her brother who called and happily announced that he had found her a sponsor, which did not make the girl very happy, as she decided that Mickey had apparently taken up pimping, selling his sister to rich people, which she then told her brother. What was said could not help but hurt his feelings, where he said that he was trying for her sake, and the sponsor would be a lone wolf, about whom there are so many rumors, and who is ready to buy the girl's house. Listening to her brother's explanations, Catherine, of course, imagined the image of a lone wolf in a very peculiar way, where any rich man seemed to her like a not very pleasant-looking, overweight adult man. Where, after introducing another candidate, the girl literally screamed into the phone that her brother was making fun of her, and that as soon as he appeared before her eyes, things would not be easy for him, which caused the young man to even drop the phone. However, quickly getting ready and picking up his cell phone, Mickey told his sister to trust him, since the lone wolf was very cool and would be with her very soon. After finishing the conversation, Catherine was again visited by unbridled rage, where she literally banged her head on the bed and screamed that no man could be trusted, not even her own brother. And so, throwing her hand up, the girl screamed that even if she was threatened with death, she would never go to bed with a man for money. Well, Michael had already arrived at the house where Catherine lived, immediately noting its excellent location, where the villa he had bought for Jessica was located very close by. Approaching the front door, the young man pressed the doorbell, and Catherine noted with displeasure that the new sponsor had arrived so quickly for her body. The girl walked towards the door at a leisurely pace, cursing out loud both her brother and the one who was now standing behind the door. Opening the door, Catherine began to say in the most unfriendly tone that such a grown man should already learn patience. But when she opened the door completely, her speech suddenly stopped, where, instead of the one she expected to see, there stood before her a young and rather attractive young man, who, having greeted the girl, said that he was a friend of her brother. While Catherine was at a loss, not knowing what to say, Michael walked inside in a friendly manner and without invitation, apologizing along the way for disturbing her. Of course, the girl could not help but note all the positive aspects of the fact that the lone wolf turned out to be not what she imagined, where she first met a wealthy man at such a young age, and with such a pleasant appearance. Michael, having already comfortably settled himself on one of the sofas, in a proprietary manner, invited the girl to stop being embarrassed and sit down as well, causing her considerable surprise with his behavior. Thinking that the young man had already begun to take charge of the place that he had not yet bought, Catherine nevertheless kindly offered to inspect the house, to which Michael replied that he already saw that the house was good, after which he added that the most important thing for him now was not the house. After which thoughts flashed through the girl's head about what this guy was trying to hint at now. But the young man didn't even think of hinting, saying directly about his desire to be Catherine's lover, where immediately after these words, the system announced that a new object had been added, whereupon reaching the appropriate level of disposition, which was now in the deep minus, the young man would receive 30 points of reinforcement, acting skill, and the usual percentage of what was spent. What Michael said was not voiced by chance, where he specifically decided to check how the girl would react to his words in order to understand her true essence and mood. Of course, Catherine took the young man's words as an attempt to take possession of her body, but mentally calling him not the most flattering words, the girl decided that now she would give him a test. Taking on a businesslike air, Catherine said that the young man was quite straightforward, but she agreed to be his lover, where she of course had some conditions, the first of which was the purchase of a car for her worth at least 10 million. In second place was the purchase of an apartment in one of the city's elite skyscrapers, and the last point the girl named was the sum of 500 million, which the young man should invest in her, of course, as an actress, and not as one might think. Michael's reaction to what was said was far from what the girl had expected, where he, delighted with such simple conditions, asked if just one apartment would not be enough, and offered to buy an apartment for the parents as well. To which Catherine responded with complete incomprehension as to whether this guy was all right in the head. After some time, Mickey also arrived at his dear sister's house, where he saw a parked car and was glad that he would be able to talk to the lone wolf again. However, once inside and looking into the room, the young man was surprised to see his sister all alone and asked where the lone wolf was, whose car was parked outside the house. To which the sister replied that if the brother meant that red sports car, then the lone wolf had given it to her, which left Mickey completely amazed. And Catherine added, confused, that the lone wolf not only gave her this car, but also gave her money as an advance payment for a house. This also could not fail to please the young man, who immediately inquired about the amount, where a second later, Mickey was practically screaming as he read the account statement on his sister's mobile phone screen, which showed the amount of 100 million. All this could not but please the young man, where he concluded that the lone wolf really liked his sister, since he had not even bought a house yet, but had already laid out about 120 million, if you count the cost of the car. After which, all his thoughts began to revolve exclusively around the fact that his sister definitely needed to marry a lone wolf. The girl herself sat and remembered how the young man asked her to be his lover. Here Catherine could not understand herself, thinking that she should have been angry at such words. But he was able to surprise her by immediately giving her a car and transferring 100 million to her account. Where, with all this, he didn't even try to pester her or hint at physical intimacy. Of course, this attitude won over Catherine, and thinking about the lone wolf, she came to the conclusion that he was not so bad, and the system immediately announced to Michael an increase in Catherine's level of favor by plus 30 points. Very soon, the university celebrated the end of its studies and graduation. After the official ceremony, Melanie met with Jessica, who again started talking about how her friend should stop communicating with Michael, since after graduation she would not be able to protect her. To which Jessica countered by saying that he wasn't as bad as he seemed, but her friend continued to insist, citing a recent situation where a whole crowd of girls were waiting for him with water after a game. But the girl objected again, saying that she saw it perfectly well, but in Michael's favor she could say that he did not accept water from anyone, but simply left, having done the right thing. Then Melanie decided to use her main trump card, telling how Michael, after her friend's birthday, staged an assassination attempt and rescue, trying to drag her into bed in this way. After hearing this, Jessica said that it was probably high time for her friend to see a therapist, and in general, reconsider her biased attitude towards the male half of the population, showing her friend an old news story where the girl and her father defended Michael, telling how he saved their family, Jessica said that her beloved is a very good person with a great sense of justice. And in the end, the girl added that Michael didn't even know that Melanie would be present at the party, and therefore couldn't have arranged anything. After listening to her friend and reading the news about the investigation at the university, Melanie suddenly had the thought that she might have been wrong, where she not only treated men with prejudice, but also seriously insulted the one who actually saved her honor and life. And suddenly the girl abruptly jumped up, leaving her friend alone, where she shouted after her that they still needed to take a photo together. As Melanie left the university, she cursed herself for everything she had said to Michael. Some time passed, where Melanie had already managed to get a job. Sitting at her workplace, the girl only thought about the fact that quite a lot of time had passed since those events. But she was still ashamed of her behavior. First of all, in front of her friend. Every now and then she remembered the situation when Michael stood up for her, only to be subsequently insulted by her. The girl was literally burning with shame for her behavior, and did not know how to pacify this feeling within herself. Her attention was drawn to the manager's voice, who demanded that Melanie come in to see her, and the girl immediately complied with the request, asking how she could be of service. To which the manager explained that a charity auction was planned soon, where, according to rumors, the lone wolf himself would be present, and where Melanie should go as a representative of their company, make friends with this rich man, and thereby ensure their future. Of course, such a request did not please the girl very much, who did not welcome prosperity at the expense of personal relationships between the sexes. But she couldn't refuse, saying that she would try, to which the manager harshly responded that there was no need to try, but to do. Michael was sitting in his university dorm room as usual, where he was talking on the phone with his longtime friend Mark, listening to the latter's story about how the scandal around Catherine Sullivan came about, saying that the internet was full of material on the subject. Everything that concerned the new system object, of course, interested the young man, and he decided to read the articles, approaching the computer screen. And Mark continued his story, saying that she had crossed some rich man, where several clauses were secretly added to her contract, which are now being blamed on her as having been violated, and are also destroying her reputation. Michael, listening to his friend and simultaneously reading an article discrediting Catherine, noted that she was different from most of those around her, as she had worthy moral principles. And Mark had already changed the subject, saying that if we were talking about the environment and high society, then a charity auction would soon take place, where the cream of society would be, and where a lone wolf would certainly come. The word auction appealed to Michael, where he noted to himself that it looked like a place where you could spend a lot of money and was worth visiting. But before taking part in it, the young man had to do one more very important thing. Meanwhile, in the house where Catherine lived, there was real chaos, where the owner of the house and the object of the propaganda that was defamatory towards her demanded that her assistants immediately close the resource with the false news before the news was spread throughout the entire network. To which one of the people present said that serious forces with big money were playing against them, and they did not have the means to resist them. But suddenly Catherine's attention was drawn to the lit-up screen of her phone, which showed information about a message coming from the bank. Having read the contents, the girl was shocked and confused because another 100 million had just been credited to her account. Catherine immediately realized that the lone wolf saw the information war unfolding and realized that her side might not have the resources. This gesture of goodwill on the part of the young man touched the girl to the quick, and the system immediately announced to the sponsor an increase in the level of favor of the object. And then came the day of the auction, where the organization of the event was at the highest level, and where only the richest and most famous people of the city gradually came. Those who arrived earlier were already inside and waiting for other guests to arrive and the event to begin. Julian, who was also there, asked Mickey what had changed his mood so much, to which the latter replied that now everything would be fine with his family, since his sister had established a good relationship with the lone wolf himself. And then all those present spoke out regarding the mysterious person of the lone wolf, who really managed to surprise many people. And Julian, after listening to Mickey, noted that this explains why Catherine started a war with such influential people, since the support of a lone wolf costs a lot. While the rest of those present were asking Mickey to introduce them to the lone wolf, Paul, who was in the same company, suddenly decided to leave their company. When asked where he was going, the young man waved his hand and replied that he simply needed to go to the restroom. In fact, Paul didn't go to the bathroom. He just moved around the room and thought that Mickey and his sister wouldn't be worth it without a lone wolf and a little finger. The young man's thoughts also revolved around the fact that today's auction was simply a distribution of spheres of influence for the next decade, where everyone came here in search of influential partners, and where a lone wolf would have a significant influence on the balance of power. In fact, Paul had been collecting information about this mysterious person for a long time, and he had no doubt that he had managed to create a high-quality psychological portrait of a lone wolf, where, in his opinion, a lone wolf should be a wise, far-sighted, charismatic, and at the same time reserved man of venerable age. Having decided to be the first to meet this respected gentleman today, the young man left the hall and went out into the street. While waiting for this fateful meeting, Paul only thought about how today he would prove that he was a worthy heir to his family. And suddenly his gaze stopped on a very familiar figure. Where Michael stood near the entrance to the gala event, Paul immediately noted his very modest attire. Michael himself believed that he had spent a fortune to acquire this suit and everything that went with it. With a shudder in his body, he recalled how he tried on these new things in one of the city's expensive salons. And I noted to myself that spending my own money wasn't such a great pleasure. And only now, when Michael looked at everyone who was at the entrance, he noticed one oddity. The guards who carried out the access control wore exactly the same suits that he was wearing. At that very moment, the young man heard a familiar and repulsive voice that greeted the basketball star and asked why he had decided to retrain as a bodyguard. While Paul was making assumptions about Michael not having enough money, the latter replied that he had been invited there and that they were not in a relationship to discuss each other's financial affairs. Thinking to himself that the security would throw his opponent out, Paul said out loud that he was also invited and suggested that they go inside together. And so, when they approached the entrance, the security guard demanded that Michael show a written invitation, which he, of course, did not have, which greatly pleased his longtime opponent, who began to add fuel to the fire, saying that such an important person was probably invited without an invitation. And to top off the bullying, Paul said that there is no shame in working as a security guard, but there is shame in pretending to be someone you are not. At that moment, some car drove up to the entrance, from which, shining in her indescribable beauty, came Melanie, who had arrived here on the instructions of the manager to make friends with the lone wolf. And while she was walking towards the entrance, from all sides one could hear only enthusiastic exclamations regarding her beauty, which nothing and no one could eclipse. The beauty herself did not stop thinking that she did not like this assignment at all, but she still had to fulfill it and ensure a comfortable life for her company. And then the girl's attention was drawn to the men's conversation, which was taking place in raised tones, where, turning around, she saw Michael, whom the security guard was reproaching for trying to get into such a serious event without an invitation. To which the young man once again emotionally responded that he really did not have the necessary piece of paper, but that did not mean that he was not invited. But the security guard said that all guests had been given invitations, and Paul added that only very important people, such as his older brother John Mitchell, the head of the largest internet broadcasting corporation, could be there without an invitation. After which the young man, with a clearly mocking intonation, asked Michael what corporation he was the head of to come here without a written invitation. But then Melanie intervened in the conversation, saying that Michael had arrived with her, after which she handed over her invitation card, which contained an entry with the participant's last name and a +1. While the guard was checking the invitation, Michael himself was surprised that the girl who hated him more than anyone in the world suddenly decided to help him. He received an answer to his question almost instantly, where Melanie, who had headed inside, said that she was helping him not out of the kindness of her heart, since she had not changed her opinion of him, but only out of a sense of duty for saving him. Where she admitted, with her eyes closed, that she had indeed gotten it all wrong that night when she was attacked. Michael, having called the girl overly self-confident in his mind, also mentally said that her favor would not prevent him from publicly humiliating Paul, where he was going to soon call the right person who would resolve the issue of getting in without an invitation. And so he, smiling, said that he did not need any handouts, where he was invited here not as Melanie's companion, but as an independent guest. After which he recommended that the girl, who was shocked by such a reaction, not meddle in matters that were none of her business, since this was no longer a student union where she was the main one and meant something. Naturally, everything that was said deeply hurt the girl, who mentally cursed both Michael, who did not appreciate the help, and, at the same time, all the other men on the planet. And all those who witnessed this scene began to speak out against Michael, declaring that this beggar had just been thrown a life preserver that could have pulled him into high society, and which he had so foolishly refused. Paul, however, would not let up, saying that in the future Michael would have a very hard time with such habits. And the young man, without responding to either Paul's remarks or the barbs of those around him, thought that they could laugh as much as they wanted, but his time would soon come. Julian, who had come out of the room, noticed the crowd that had arisen around Michael. Something very familiar seemed to him in this crowd, where, looking closely, he immediately spotted his old friend, the lone wolf, with whom he had already met before and spent his money in unlimited quantities. Seeing the second son of the Mitchell family mocking the lone wolf, Julian was horrified and knew that he needed to notify his older brother about this as soon as possible, while there was still something to fix. John Mitchell, in Mark's company, told him his plans for meeting the lone wolf and asked his comrade to tell him a little about him, to which Mark replied that they had a very close friendly relationship, but he could not tell anything specific about the lone wolf, to which John immediately said that his interlocutor was simply being modest. Their conversation was interrupted by a phone call, where Mark put the phone on speakerphone and asked Julian what happened, to which Julian said, quite emotionally, that at the entrance to the auction, the lone wolf was stopped and mocked, which immediately provoked Mark to ask who was so brave and reckless that he dared to do such a thing. The answer was not long in coming, where the caller said that it was Paul Mitchell, which, of course, caused a corresponding reaction from the brother of the one whose name was called. Without a moment's hesitation, John rushed to save himself, his family, and their impeccable reputation, where Mark shouted after him not to do anything stupid and to wait for him. But Paul still couldn't calm down and continued his taunts, putting his hand on his opponent's shoulder and saying that the security guard's uniform suited Michael very well. But the young man with a deft movement threw off the enemy's hand, saying that his words meant absolutely nothing to him. After which, turning his head towards the young man's ear, Michael whispered that even his high-ranking brother had no right to say anything like that about him, to which Paul immediately shouted that the impudent fellow doesn't even suspect what position his older brother holds, what connections and opportunities he has, where if he wants, half the city will crawl to him on their knees, and for insulting his brother, he will now teach Michael a good lesson, where no one will be able to stop him. Melanie stood nearby and watched the events unfold, noting that this young man in a white suit was only good at hiding behind his brother and family, but in reality he was nothing special. But looking at Michael, the girl added that in any case, this pervert deserved everything that was happening to him now. And suddenly the crowd of guests parted, letting John and Mark, who had arrived at the event, go ahead, where, looking at Brother Paul's stern face, those around him speculated as to what could have made him so angry. Seeing his brother, Paul said that he would sort out the situation himself, and his intervention was not required. But instead of words, John suddenly gave his younger brother a good, resounding slap in the face. Grabbing the place where the blow landed, Paul, not understanding what he could have done to deserve this, asked his brother why he did this to him. In response, John said that Paul had no brains at all, and pointing at Michael, he added that he should immediately apologize to the lone wolf. It is unlikely that anything could shock the young man more than the information that his longtime enemy was the famous lone wolf, and his older brother, without waiting for Paul to get the hang of an apology, offered one himself on behalf of his brother. Watching what was happening, those around were simply stunned when they realized that this young man in a cheap suit turned out to be that very rich lone wolf. Where some began to say that it was beautiful in its simplicity, others agreed that such people really did not need a written invitation, and still others even asked for an autograph. And once again, Michael's defeated and completely crushed opponent stood to the side, noting that this young man had surpassed him in literally everything, in music, in sports, and in his position in society, where instead of becoming the lone wolf's first friend, he became his sworn enemy. Here, Mark intervened in the situation, saying that this was all his fault, and that the lone wolf should have called immediately, and all the issues would have been resolved instantly. To which Michael, slapping his friend on the shoulder in a brotherly manner, said that that was why he didn't call, since his friend was too kind and had already done a lot for him. After which Mark addressed everyone present, announcing that the auction would soon begin and it was time for everyone to go inside and take their seats. Following Michael was Melanie, thinking that she had been categorically mistaken about this young man, who, it turns out, does not live for show, but is very modest, where, given his condition and position, he could get absolutely all the girls not only at the university, but also in the city. And then the girl felt doubly ashamed for all her wrong beliefs in relation to this young man, as well as for the rude words she had spoken. Clutching her head, Melanie also thought about how she could now fulfill the manager's order and establish friendly relations with the one she had humiliated for so long. Watching Michael walk inside accompanied by the richest people in the city, the girl came to the conclusion that she absolutely had to turn this whole situation to her advantage. The auction hall gradually filled up with guests who had arrived to take part in this momentous event. Sitting next to Michael, Mark told him that today's auction was not only about jewelry, antiques, and other usual auction items, but also about land. And in response to his interlocutor's question, The young man replied that the city administration had allocated the land for sale. Michael mentally came to the conclusion that there was simply no better place to spend money, where land and other real estate are always in demand and are very expensive, which will be an excellent opportunity to spend money. The only problem was who to give all this to and who is currently in the system. And then, a thought that was not entirely trivial for him came to his mind, where he, noticing Melanie sitting in the far row, thought that maybe everything he had purchased should be given to her. But then, remembering all the attempts to contact her that had ended in complete failure, Michael forbade himself from even thinking about this abnormal girl. Suddenly, one of the guests, literally jumping up in place and turning his attention to the new person who had appeared in the hall, loudly expressed his incomprehension as to what this person needed here. Turning towards the entrance, Michael saw that his recent new acquaintance, Catherine Sullivan, had arrived at the auction. Having walked proudly through the entire hall, the girl took her place without saying a single word to any of the guests. Looking around at the occupied seats, Michael noted a very strange seating arrangement, where David McEnroy, whom he knew for some reason was only in the second row, after which the young man paid attention to the name written on the chair next to his place, where in the name Howard Madison, the young man immediately recognized the head of the largest market in the city, realizing that he, as a lone wolf, was highly valued here. Imagine his surprise when, instead of the man, a girl suddenly sat down in that place, saying that she had finally found her place. Michael looked closely at the girl, whose beauty could not leave anyone indifferent. And the other guests began to discuss the reason why Howard's daughter Monica, who was known as a rather temperamental girl who was not easy to keep up with, came to the auction instead of Howard. Michael pricked up his ears, trying to catch every word of what the assembled group was discussing. Michael was captivated by Monica's beauty, and from that moment on, all his thoughts were consumed only by this girl. But suddenly realizing that all this could lead to her ending up in the system, the young man abruptly cut off his fantasies and turned away. Then John approached Monica and introduced himself, stating his first name, last name, and position, and extended his hand to the girl, where his thoughts were only about the fact that meeting the daughter of such an important person as Howard Madison could greatly help his corporation in the future, and if he was lucky, it could even lead to marriage. Without any enthusiasm, the girl offered her hand, saying that she was very glad to meet such an influential person. But the girl's thoughts were completely different, where she noted that here too there was only pretense and flattery. And if she had known about this, she would never have agreed to replace her father. Here she turned her attention to her neighbor, concluding that he looked very young, but was already sitting in the front row among the most influential people. Turning to Michael, Monica introduced herself and then asked how she would address her neighbor today. But the young man not only did not answer the question, but did not even turn to the girl, which made her think that there was something wrong with her, or that she was not beautiful enough for him. Michael prayed that the girl would stop paying attention to him, because as soon as he spoke to her, the system would immediately work, and Monica would immediately become a part of it. But the girl did not calm down, first asking if everything was okay with the young man, and then reproachfully saying that it was simply impolite of him to behave like that. But then John intervened in the situation, saying that the lone wolf should not be so distant, because the one talking to him was Mr. Howard Madison's daughter herself. This was immediately supported by Mark, who was sitting to the left of Michael, saying that the lone wolf and Monica really should get to know each other. Realizing he had no choice, Michael turned and told the girl his name. And while she was thinking about the reason why this young man did not express a desire to get acquainted with her, the system had already announced that a new object in the person of Monica had been added, where, upon fulfilling the usual conditions, 35 reinforcement points would be awarded, the skill of handling firearms would be added, and the standard 10% of the money spent would be returned. Where Michael had no choice but to accept, with inner rage, that the system had worked again. Well, Monica, looking closely at her new acquaintance, noted to herself that he was a rather unusual person, and she would remember him. And so the auction began, where its host, attracting the attention of all the assembled participants, announced the first lot. It was a luxurious necklace with a huge blue diamond encrusted in it, symbolizing eternal love. As soon as the host finished presenting the first lot to the participants, the auctioneer immediately announced its starting price of 120 million. Many of the girls present at the auction literally began to shed tears, blaming their fathers and husbands for the fact that they do not earn enough. Well, those who could afford to fight for possession of this rarest decoration took turns raising the stakes. After another participant named the amount of 150 million, Michael entered the game and immediately doubled the bet, announcing the amount of 300 million. This could not fail to impress everyone present in the hall today. The young man's neighbor was no less surprised than the others, casting another intent glance at this obviously rich young man. Even the auctioneer himself was in a state of shock for a while, as it was the first time he had ever seen someone double that amount. But finally, having collected his thoughts and remembered his duties, the auctioneer declared Michael's bid accepted, asking if anyone would offer more. The men sitting in the room were silent, unable to beat this bet and thinking about how upset their wives would be. And those who were careless and showed up at the auction with their significant others were already beginning to experience their completely unhappy emotions. Meanwhile, the auctioneer had already counted out the amount offered by Mr. Lone Wolf 3 times, and, as expected, struck his gavel on the podium, announcing that the necklace had been sold. Well, when Michael paid for the purchase, he gave orders to send this jewelry to the actress Catherine Sullivan. Melanie, who was in the hall, noted with some annoyance that such an expensive gift had suddenly gone to an actress who had recently caused a big scandal. The system began to announce the addition of affection points, and Catherine's brother Mickey could not be happier that the lone wolf was showing such affection towards his little sister. The recipient herself could not understand why this young man, who was obviously only accustomed to playing with the hearts of women, was showing her such a sign of attention. However, the girl quickly overcame this momentary weakness, ordering herself not to succumb to the rich man's charms. Squinting, Catherine noted to herself that it would definitely not work to buy her from Michael, where if he wanted to try to do it, then she would take everything from him. While all these thoughts were running through the girl's head, the presenter began to announce the next lot. It turned out to be one of the most expensive pianos, made of crystal, at which only one famous musician sat and played, performing the national anthem at the opening of the Olympics several years ago. Once the presentation of the lot was finished, the host took on the role of auctioneer and started the auction by naming the starting price of 30 million. Everyone who was interested in buying this unusual musical instrument immediately began to place their bids, each time raising the price by 5 million. One of the auction's honored guests, who, like Michael, sat in the front row, smugly outbid all bids. But even he couldn't sit still when the lone wolf announced that he was raising the stakes to 200 million. Ignoring those who were shocked and even unhappy with his bets, Michael thought about how much Jessica would like this musical instrument. However, the young man's joyful thoughts were interrupted by someone's voice announcing a new bet of 210 million. Michael turned to look at the one who had the courage and money to outbid him. This person turned out to be the daughter of the head of a large company developing mobile games and applications, Brenda Carter. Looking intently at his sudden opponent, the young man named a new sum of 300 million. But the girl was clearly interested in taking the piano home with her today and immediately countered with the sum of 310 million. The young man didn't really like this confrontation, and he even frowned, throwing a not very friendly look at Brenda. And so, with the most serious expression on his face, Michael immediately raised the bet to 190 million, indicating the amount of $500 million. This statement created a real sensation in the hall, where no one expected that the lot could be valued at an amount that was approximately twice its real value. For the second time that evening, the auctioneer was in a completely confused state, where he could not understand the quirks of these rich people. But his duties had to be fulfilled, and so the man offered to raise the stakes, starting the countdown. When Michael's bet was announced for the second time, the room remained deathly silent. And finally, the auctioneer announced the sale of the lot, which was accompanied by a not very kind expression on the face of Michael's opponent. Having said that the next lot was going to the disposal of Mr. Lone Wolf, the auctioneer thanked him for his participation. When the man finished, Brenda, clearly hurt, made a sarcastic remark, loudly noting that it was pointless to buy something you didn't even know how to play. Michael did not ignore this taunt directed at him, asking the girl how she could reliably know about his lack of playing skills. And so, having decided to teach the impudent girl a lesson, the young man rose from his seat, saying that since Miss Carter had raised this topic, he could not refuse her the pleasure. As he approached the musical instrument, the young man was already anticipating the impact his playing would have on those gathered, and now he was sitting at the crystal instrument he had just bought, and soul-stirring sounds were carried throughout the hall. Both the initiator of this performance and all the other girls present at the auction could only marvel at this delightful game. Many immediately noticed that this young man's musical abilities and skills were far superior to any other musician. The sounds of music spreading throughout the hall evoked a variety of emotions and feelings in people, where one man even remembered his first love and announced to his wife that they were getting a divorce. Others remembered their deceased relatives with tears in their eyes. Catherine also did not remain indifferent to this performance, noting that people of art cannot be bad, and her conclusions about this guy could be wrong. Watching Michael, Melanie was finally able to understand why Jessica fell in love with him. And at that very second, the system announced an increase in her disposition towards the owner by 100 points, where, finally, it climbed out of a deep minus. After finishing his speech and studying the system messages with interest, Michael came to the conclusion that Melanie definitely had some kind of mental disorder, where her attitude towards him went from one extreme to another. Leaving the stage and heading to his seat, the young man came to the conclusion that sometimes money really means nothing, and a girl's heart can be won with your talent. As soon as the young man approached his seat, he immediately heard many compliments from his neighbor Monica, who had already asked him to exchange phone numbers. However, Michael did not want to have anything to do with this girl, who was obviously simply looking for a rich sponsor. And so, when the girl suggested exchanging contacts, the young man said that he didn't have a mobile phone with him. At that very second, the system announced an increase in the girl's favor, who actually really liked the way this guy turned her down, which showed that he was definitely not interested in just her body. Michael could only be surprised that even with such communication, the girl's affection had grown, and noted that recently he had been increasingly encountering some strange women. But Monica didn't back down, saying that the young man could simply dictate his phone number or social media ID, and then she would find him herself and add him as a friend. Not knowing how to get rid of the annoying girl, the young man couldn't think of anything better than that he didn't remember his phone number or ID. But Monica insisted on exchanging at least some information that would help her later contact the guy. Put in a hopeless situation, Michael suddenly declared that he could not give his interlocutor any contact information. But surprisingly, the girl was not upset, playfully stating that she had guessed that the young man had a mobile phone with him. But suddenly the auction host announced a continuation and began to present the next lot, which was significantly different from the previous ones. And when she was told that a bankrupt company was going up for auction next, Michael noted with some pleasure that this place was truly created for him and his system. The presenter continued by saying that the bankrupt broadcasting company Dexter TV, which in its heyday was worth up to $1 billion, was being put up for auction, but the starting price was only $50 million. Without waiting for other bets, the young man was the first to raise the bar immediately to $60 million. However, after his bet, the hall suddenly became silent, with none of the participants attempting to make any more bets. The young man even turned around in surprise, not understanding what was happening and why no one was participating in the auction, where his only assumption was that no one was interested in the lot. But all the other participants did not place bets, not because they did not want to get the company, but because they understood in advance that it was impossible to outbid the Lone Wolf. The silence was broken by the auctioneer, who cheerfully noted that Mr. Lone Wolf had decided to take a swing at the third lot, and asked if there would be any more bids. The room responded with silence, and the man, counting to 3, once again announced the sale of the lot to Michael. The auctioneers listened in silence as the auctioneer expressed his hopes for a speedy return to the former glory of Dexter TV. Also present at the auction was David McEnroy, who had just received word that information had been dug up on Michael and was now wondering how useful it could be. In order to find out what he had managed to find out, the man even left the room, calling his informant and ordering him to tell him everything immediately. And so, with a smoking cigarette in his hand, David listened about where and when the one known to everyone by the pseudonym of the Lone Wolf was born. As it turned out, Michael came from a very ordinary family, where his parents grew vegetables and fruits, which they then sold at the market. The young man received his first education in a very ordinary, one might say, village school. This was followed by training in the same ordinary secondary and high schools. But the informant said that what surprised him most was the bank account this guy owns, where there are not more than 50 people in the world who have such privileges. David didn't miss a single word of what the informant told him, listening greedily about how a man from a simple family owned an account that had no limits or restrictions. The man understood perfectly well that a commoner could not have such outstanding talents or such enormous financial resources. Therefore, all this information was fictitious, which meant that Michael's family, who had connections in the government and intelligence agencies, had incredible influence. So the man gave his informant the order to stop probing immediately before they themselves became targets. Moving nervously along the corridor, David lamented that he had almost climbed into something he shouldn't have, and John Mitchell, who was watching him, noted to himself that the information about the Lone Wolf that the head of the McEnroy family had received had clearly shocked the man, which led to certain thoughts. Meanwhile, the auction ended, and all its participants gathered to take part in the ceremonial reception. And so, information began to spread among the guests of the auction that Mr. Lone Wolf came from a very influential family. Here, Julian approached Mark, who was in the company of his close friends, and was in a hurry to share new information. He said that Mr. Lone Wolf is a descendant of one of the 4 secret families that have the greatest influence in their country. And the appearance of one of the members of such a family in public can only mean that his family has decided to change the world order. Breathing a heavy and simultaneously relieved sigh, the head of the car dealership noted that this explains a lot about the Lone Wolf's behavior. Michael himself, moving around the room and listening to all these speculations about his identity, humorously noted to himself that his father was the simplest fruit seller. Suddenly, the young man's attention was drawn to female voices, which stated that in front of them was definitely a lone wolf. Just a moment later, Michael found himself literally surrounded by a crowd of girls who were vying with each other to dictate their phone numbers, addresses, inviting him to visit or just go for a walk. Meanwhile, the music began to play a little louder, and everyone present gradually began to form pairs that slowly circled around the hall. The girls literally swarmed around Michael, not giving him a break, one after another, trying to attract him to dance with them. Not knowing what to do, the young man looked around and soon saw his life preserver, where he chose as such the actress Catherine Sullivan, standing nearby with a glass of champagne in her hands. Breaking free from the clutches of the fans surrounding him, Michael asked for forgiveness, stating that he already had a partner at the event. And now the young man was already standing next to Catherine, holding out his hand to her and inviting her to dance. This gesture was extremely unexpected for the young actress, who stood there and thought about how she could act so that this guy would not consider her too pliable. She even blushed a little, remembering the gift he had given her today, and deciding that it would be somehow wrong to refuse. And as soon as she extended her hand to the young man, he suddenly pressed the girl to himself, hugging her around the waist. Finding herself very close to her partner, Catherine tried to express indignation regarding his actions, but resourceful Michael immediately said that for her sake, he had refused almost 24 girls, and therefore did not intend to wait. The system immediately activated dance skills, where after a few seconds the girl noted for herself that this guy also dances very well. On the one hand, Catherine was very embarrassed, feeling Michael's hands on her, but on the other hand, she caught herself thinking that she really liked it. In the next dance movement, the girl looked straight into the eyes of her partner, who she began to like more and more. The girl's face instantly flushed when she allowed herself to admit the thought that she was starting to feel something for this guy, and the system immediately announced an increase in the level of affection. And from all sides came enthusiastic exclamations, which saw Michael and Catherine as a very beautiful couple. Monica also watched the young people dance from her place, noting Michael's loyalty on the one hand, but on the other hand not understanding why he was with such a scandalous person. The daughter of the head of the market was especially pleased that this guy did not fall for the tricks of other girls who were ready to do anything to get such a sponsor. But at the same time, Monica was very angry that Michael refused her, where she could not believe that he valued this actress Catherine Sullivan more. Then John approached the girl and, according to all the rules, tried to invite her to dance. But she responded in a very rude manner that she doesn't dance, and she's also not very interested in old men. The man, who had just turned 30, was taken aback by Monica's abrupt statement. Meanwhile, the music ended, and Michael noted with satisfaction that he had not done this dance in vain, since Catherine's favor had increased by a whole 5 points. Just as he was about to leave the dance area, his attention was suddenly drawn to a female voice behind him. Monica approached him, extended her hand to the guy, and invited him to the next dance. Seeing this, John was beside himself with rage, because this girl had just told him that she didn't dance, and his younger brother Paul was standing to the side and sympathizing with him. Well, Michael had no intention of continuing dancing, and therefore rejected Monica's offer, citing fatigue. But the persistent girl was not going to let him go so easily, asking the young man to talk to her for a little while. Noting the excessive importunity of this person, Michael reluctantly suggested that she step aside for a conversation. Having left the dance area, the young people soon settled comfortably on the nearby sofas. Monica went on the attack without preamble, asking directly whether the guy had a girlfriend and whether Catherine was one, to which Michael, of course, answered in the negative. This answer suited the daughter of the market head quite well, and she noted to herself that if he was not in an official relationship, then she definitely had a chance. Then she decided to eliminate her rival using other methods, asking Michael if he was concerned about all the rumors circulating around Katrine, to which the young man replied that he did not care, and in general all these rumors would soon disappear, to which he would make every effort, clearly understanding that the young man was already investing in something. Monica asked how much he had already invested in the actress's activities, to which the guy replied that he bought her a car, an apartment, and is also investing about 500 million in her projects. Monica, having listened to her interlocutor, mentally concluded that he, apparently, did not even understand that he was simply being used. Where, being raised and educated in such a rich family, this poor young man never met evil and greedy people like Catherine. Imagining how this actress was extracting money from Michael, Monica literally became indescribably furious. Out loud, she asked the boy if he thought Ms. Sullivan's demands were too high, to which the young man replied, completely unperturbed, that spending money on girls was perfectly normal, and he had just sent Carton another 200 million. Unable to contain herself any longer, Monica practically pounced on her interlocutor, telling him directly that the actress was simply using him and his wallet. But very soon the girl calmed down her ardor, saying that the young man himself was free to decide who and how much to spend, and she only wanted to warn him. And when the young man replied that he was not that stupid, Monica came to the conclusion that anyone who was in love would say the same thing. Then the girl remembered how this incredible young man played the piano. His simple-minded face remained before the girl's eyes, where she could not drive away the thought that he was behaving very naively. And now the system was already announcing to Michael that Monica's level of favor had once again increased. Receiving the third message from the system about the increase in the level of his favor, Michael finally realized that this was most likely due to her feeling sorry for him. At that moment, he himself felt sorry for Monica, who did not even suspect that he was the king and god in this situation. Not without pleasure for himself, the young man came to the conclusion that his interlocutor did not even suspect what he was capable of. But then, distracted from this conversation, Michael suddenly ran his eyes around the room, wondering out loud where Catherine had disappeared to. Well, his interlocutor reproachfully noted that Michael, as it turned out, did not listen to her at all, continuing to be interested in this selfish woman. After these words, the young man's mood changed dramatically, where he said in a cold voice that he had heard everything that was said perfectly well, but sincerely hoped that Monica would not speak badly of Catherine anymore. The young man then added that, from his point of view, it was his interlocutor who was behaving very strangely, trying to create a negative opinion of Miss Sullivan in her own interests. When Michael finished speaking, Monica stood up abruptly, thinking that in this world everything had turned upside down, and kindness was mistaken for self-interest. Without saying a word goodbye, the girl left the young man, thinking that she was no worse than Catherine, and sooner or later Michael would date her. The object of her interest himself thought that this girl was very hot-tempered, and therefore it would be better to stay away from her. After some time, guests and auction participants slowly began to leave the event that was ending. Many people said goodbye to the lone wolf in a very friendly manner, inviting him to visit, and the girls continued their attempts to seduce the rich man. When the handshakes were over, Michael remembered that his car now belonged to Catherine, and so he took out his phone to call a taxi. But then a familiar male voice was heard behind him, noting that today Mr. Lone Wolf had made many people worry. Approaching, Mark asked permission to introduce his good friend Mr. Donald to Michael, which the young man greeted without any emotion. But the young man's mood instantly changed when this plump man with disproportionately large lips asked if he might be interested in buying the office building. Noticing that his interlocutor had become interested, Donald immediately went on the attack, starting to talk about all the advantages of the building. The car dealership owner was shocked when the chubby man quoted a price of $2 billion, not believing that he was actually that rich. But Michael took it quite calmly, offering to exchange contacts and asking if there were a couple more buildings for sale. Having answered that he only had one building, Donald noted to himself that he had not expected it to be bought in its entirety. When the exchange of contacts was completed, the young man, heading to the taxi, told the man not to even think about selling the floors separately to anyone, since he would definitely buy the entire building. Well, Mark and Donald headed in the opposite direction, where the latter was incredibly happy about such a useful acquaintance. Well, the star of today's auction, finding himself in a taxi, was thinking about who he could give the entire building as a gift to. But his thoughts were interrupted by the driver's emergency braking, which literally sent Michael crashing into the back of the front seat. While he was coming to his senses, the driver leaned out of the window, covering the man who appeared on the road with excellent curses. Having seen and immediately recognized Melanie, the young man decided that the girl had completely gone crazy. But then she walked around the car, approached the rear passenger door, and brazenly sat down in the passenger compartment next to Michael. Such a decisive and unceremonious action caused bewilderment in both the driver and the passenger, but Melanie coldly told the man to stop staring at her and just keep moving. The car started moving, and Michael continued to stare with an uncomprehending gaze at the fellow traveler who had suddenly appeared next to him. The girl tried to gather her courage, thinking that she couldn't fail the very first task at her first job. Having not waited for any action from the girl, the young man, thinking that as soon as he got rid of one crazy woman, Another one immediately appeared, tried to speak first. But then Melanie interrupted him, saying that her company really needed investment, and then began to talk about the successes they had already achieved. Without letting the girl finish, Michael asked if he understood correctly that she had decided to resort to his help. Melanie replied that to some extent this was true, but in addition, these investments would also be beneficial to Michael himself. Obviously, taking advantage of this situation, the young man did not calm down, and again asked whether the girl was really asking him for help. Unable to withstand this moral pressure, Melanie angrily shouted, declaring that she really was asking him for help. To herself, the girl thought with resentment that this guy was simply taking advantage of his position and money, humiliating her. But Michael had really had enough of this man-hater, and was ready to continue his performance, trying to get the girl to start begging him. Deciding to teach the girl a little lesson, he carefully took a lock of her hair in his hand, saying meaningfully that in order to get something, you need to give something. And so, getting as close as possible to the girl's face, the young man asked if she understood what he meant. Periodically watching the scene in the rearview mirror and hearing everything the young man said, the driver noticed his low moral qualities. But Melanie's patience came to an end, and with a sharp movement of her hand she shouted that she would never sleep with Michael, and now she was absolutely sure that he was deceiving Jessica. But the young man, clearly prepared for such a reaction, suddenly declared that the girl had too high an opinion of herself, since he was not at all interested in such cold and angry partners as she. These words clearly had an effect, which was immediately evident from the confused look on Michael's companion's face. However, she quickly collected her thoughts and continued the attack, asking for clarification on what was meant here. But Michael quickly changed the subject, saying that the girl had too high an opinion of herself, because for some reason she decided that he would become an investor in her company, when they had only seen each other a couple of times, and even then they had not parted on the best of terms. Melanie tried to respond to this, but the young man immediately reminded her of their last meeting, where she did not even bother to apologize. The girl had nothing to say to this, and she, pursing her lips in annoyance, said that she understood what her interlocutor was saying. Having emotionally agreed that it was all her own fault, Melanie declared that she would no longer bother the guy. And so, turning to the driver, the girl asked him to immediately stop the car and let her get out. And while she was addressing the man, Michael, looking out the window, suddenly noticed that they were in a completely different place than they should have been according to the route. The car stopped abruptly, and the young man, clutching his head, noted to himself that nothing good could be expected from the appearance of this person. And just as he thought about this, suddenly the car was surrounded on all sides and blocked by 3 more cars. From all the cars that appeared, people gradually began to emerge onto the street, and there were quite a few of them. Michael looked around, noticing that a whole gang of bandits had arrived to confront him. While the young man was noting that this time it would most likely not be possible to figure it out in a simple way, Melanie asked him what they should do, to which the young man simply replied that they had no choice but to surrender, which greatly surprised his companion. Meanwhile, the apparent leader of the group praised the young man in the waiter's suit for the excellent idea of arranging the kidnapping of a rich man from an auction. After hearing what the men were saying, Michael offered to separate peacefully, where he would be willing to give them as much money as they wanted, to which the gang leader replied that he was very happy to have such an understanding victim, but they still wanted to beat him up a little first. The man didn't have time to finish his thought completely, where his vile speech was interrupted by Michael's heel striking him right on the head. The rest of the gang didn't even understand what had happened, watching their boss lying unconscious on the asphalt. Michael, however, looked closely at his future opponents, noting that they were not just street hooligans, but a trained group of bandits. And now this group has already rushed forward with the goal of dealing with the impudent young man who dared to raise his foot against their boss. But the system did its job, and Michael's pumped-up body easily repelled attacks and dealt counterattacks. Here, one of the participants in the battle drew attention to Melanie standing nearby, offering to grab her, which would help calm the ardor of their victim. Having already experienced a kidnapping as a child, the girl became furious when she heard the men's words about her captivity. Masterfully skilled in hand-to-hand combat, Melanie prevented the attacker from carrying out his plan, where, after meeting the girl's leg, one of the attackers, with a broken face, noted that he clearly underestimated her abilities. Michael, while continuing the fight, at the same time assessed the situation, deciding that it was necessary to end all of this as quickly as possible. And so he instructed the system to use a certain amount of enhancement points to increase physical strength and agility. And the system immediately complied, reporting that the order had been carried out and the owner's characteristics had been improved. Immediately feeling how much stronger and faster he had become, Michael immediately rushed to attack his numerous opponents. His incredibly strong and fast blows broke the noses and cracked the jaws of his opponents every now and then. One of them tried to shout something, but his impulse was interrupted by a powerful blow to the groin area from Melanie, after which the girl walked away, showering the man with the most unflattering words along the way. However, the recent waiter at the auction came to his senses rather quickly, abruptly rising to his feet and snatching a knife. And now he quickly rushed in the direction where the girl who had humiliated him was heading. Melanie didn't have a chance to react, but when she turned around, she saw someone's hand stop the deadly blow, grabbing the knife right by the blade. Michael, who appeared in front of the former waiter, noted that attacking a girl from behind with a knife was not at all nice. Well, the victim herself, who miraculously escaped death, stood and watched as blood flowed from the hand of her savior. And the young man, adding that he would now teach the villain a lesson, dealt him a powerful kick. Soon it was all over, and the surrounding area was littered with the bodies of the failed kidnappers. When none of his opponents were left standing, Michael turned his attention to Melanie, whose body was visibly shaking. And suddenly the girl threw herself on the young man's neck, thanking him for saving her from the killer. Michael, who had never expected such a violent reaction from this cold girl, was extremely surprised. But a second later his face changed, where he noticed that this man-hater had another, gentle and fragile side. Hugging Melanie, the young man calmed her down and asked the girl not to take seriously everything he said in the taxi. And when he noted that his companion was a very good person, Melanie, who was pleased to hear such a compliment, looked up at her savior. The young man continued, returning to the question of investing and promising to think about it and visit their office in a few days. Without taking her eyes off her savior, the girl mentally concluded that this guy just wants to look heartless and callous, but in fact, he is very gentle and caring. The girl took his wounded hand in hers, thinking that this was not the first time he had saved her. And while Michael was assuring her that it was just a scratch, Melanie suddenly pressed his palm to her cheek, and the system announced an immediate increase in her disposition level by 30 points. The police soon arrived at the scene and detained most of the criminal group. Michael was telling one of the law enforcement officers about what had happened when suddenly a familiar female voice said that only a couple of hours had passed since they had parted, and he had already gotten into trouble. Turning and looking at the one who spoke these words, the young man could not believe his eyes. After all, standing in front of him in a police uniform was that very same daughter of the market's head, Monica Madison. The man who approached the girl reported that one of the criminal group members had died, and many of those detained were wanted, one even on the federal level. Monica stared at Michael, repeating in her head everything her colleague had just told her. Playing with the knife in her hands, the girl mentally noted that it was impossible not to fall in love with a man like Michael. Seeing another girl hovering around him, Monica was no longer surprised that he attracted so many women. At the same time, she was very irritated by the fact that no sooner had one of his fans, like Catherine, disappeared than another had already appeared. And so the government representative said that the young people would need to go with her to the station to give evidence. Melanie was questioned first, and the policeman explained that she could now go free, but would have to appear whenever necessary, including in court. Overjoyed, the girl asked where her companion was and why he had not yet been released, to which the man explained that their captain was still working with this guy, and it was unknown when he would be released. Then Melanie categorically stated that if they don't let him go, then she won't go anywhere either. Leaving the girl alone, the policeman walked away, mentally noticing that the captain was doing something strange, where for some reason she not only decided to personally work with this guy, but also turned off all video surveillance in the office, which suggested that she had a personal interest in this matter. Well, Michael, who was sitting in his office at that time, was mentally outraged about the handcuffs put on his hand, taking it as revenge for the fact that he refused her at the auction. But then the door opened and Monica entered the office, immediately handing her night guest a bag of food. While eating his noodles, Michael noted that he would never have guessed that his friend worked in the police, and even ran a precinct, to which the girl replied that she did not see anything unusual in this. Where immediately after this, the system announced that the location of this object had increased by 5 points. Michael did not understand at all why this strange woman's favor was suddenly growing, and decided that he needed to get out of here as quickly as possible. Having decided to act, the young man showed the girl a handcuff, asking why the crime victim was handcuffed and when he would be released. But Monica was in no hurry to free him, approaching the young man and noting that he was, of course, a victim, but nevertheless killed a man. Suddenly, touching his chin, Monica asked the guy about his relationship with his night companion, to which Michael, as always, simply replied that they had studied at the same university, and now she was asking him to become an investor. Suddenly, The crazy woman grabbed the young man by the hand that was free of handcuffs, and with the other, she began to unbutton his shirt. And when she finished her strange act, the young man asked what it all meant. But instead of an answer, a small first aid kit suddenly appeared right before his eyes. And the police captain who opened it explained that she simply wanted to treat Michael's wounds. Not believing in such good intentions of this truly strange girl, Michael looked at her with an uncomprehending look. Noticing which, Monica almost had to swear that she would not do anything bad or indecent. When the girl began the treatment, the young man noted that he could have done all this himself at home, rather than distract the captain from her numerous jobs. But the girl told him not to move and just accept her help, adding that inflammatory processes are no joke, and therefore the wounds need to be treated as quickly as possible. Understanding that he couldn't get out of this, the guy at the same time guessed what all this could ultimately lead to. After all, this was the most common female technique, to surround her with care so much that the man would stop controlling himself and begin to submit to her will. And when a man gets hooked, completely opposite actions begin, such as periodic ignoring, after which the object of female attention literally turns into a toy of a resourceful woman who does with him whatever she wants. This was exactly the kind of devil Michael imagined Monica, who was treating his wounds. And then the young man promised himself that he would never fall for this bait. And so, buttoning his shirt, he coldly noted that he and the captain had only known each other for a few hours, and therefore they should keep their distance. But the girl sincerely did not understand what was happening to this guy, saying absolutely seriously that she only wanted to help the wounded man. To which the young man explained that he was not angry, but simply had feelings for a completely different girl. After which the guy gave a whole speech about how Monica was a very good girl, and everything could have worked out for them if they had met a little earlier. All these words touched the heart of the police captain even more, where she never expected that such a rich man would care so much about morality. Without a doubt, this young man was the one she needed, and with whom she would connect her life without hesitation. But finally, Michael was able to leave the police station, heading towards a newly called taxi. Monica watched his every move closely from her office window, where the girl's thoughts were that she could not give this wonderful man in every sense to other women unworthy of him. Well, Michael's former companion remained at the police station, where she managed to fall asleep on the chairs while waiting for her savior. Arriving at Jessica's house, the young man only thought about the fact that he had not slept for a whole day, and hoped that his girlfriend would allow him to rest at her place. When the young man was inside, he heard the sound of running water, and headed towards the shower, assuming that the girl was there. And the girl really was in the shower, where her beautiful, slender body was hidden behind the curtain. And so the young man faced a choice, where one side of him said that he definitely shouldn't go in, but the little demon living in every person found it reasonable and even necessary to break into the shower. But when the girl finished washing herself, she turned to Jessica, noting that they really had a very large and comfortable bathroom. It was at this moment that Michael entered the room, his demonic side winning out in his torment. Seeing a stranger in front of her, the girl was initially taken aback, whispering the word, "help." But a second later, she was calling for help as loudly as she could, calling Michael a thief and a pervert. Well, the unexpected guest himself could not understand at all who she was and what she was doing in his friend's house. And now the girl was already in the arms of her friend, unable to stop her tears and declaring that the guy had seen her practically naked. And the tired young man asked Jessica to explain everything to his girlfriend while he took a shower. This behavior made Joanna even more indignant, where she called the guy a bandit who saw her naked and did not apologize, and asked her friend what kind of relationship they had with him. To which Jessica, clearly embarrassed and not telling the whole story, replied that this young man was her good friend. Joanna noted to herself that something was clearly wrong here, since her friend had never behaved like this around a man before. And now the girl began to understand that Jessica and this boor were apparently a couple. She immediately rushed to her friend and began telling her to come to her senses and not waste her time on such losers. And when Jessica asked what she meant, Joanna explained that such a successful and rich girl could not have a commoner boyfriend. To which her friend began to explain that everything was not at all as her guest had imagined, and Michael was a very good and decent guy. But Joanna did not calm down, saying that in the modern world only money and power can show decency, and therefore Jessica should choose an appropriate partner for herself, and not this ragamuffin. She immediately gave an example of how at yesterday's auction, a certain rich man spent $500 million to buy a piano, and said that her friend needed someone similar, where, immediately dreaming of an equally worse match for herself, Joanna concluded that these beauties needed only the best men. But then the girl's conversation was interrupted by a doorbell, where, without waiting for an answer, the visitor said that he was from the delivery service, While Jessica was signing, Joanna asked her what she had ordered, but her friend replied that it wasn't her. But Michael had warned her about some kind of surprise. Having heard the name of the person who saw her in negligee, the girl immediately noted that this beggar would definitely not be able to give her anything worthwhile, which was already starting to anger her friend. But then the girls saw a helicopter hovering in the sky right above Jessica's house, after which a cargo van accompanied by armed guards will stop right in front of the front door. This unusual delivery silenced both the skeptical Joanna and Jessica, who was standing next to her. But then a particularly valuable cargo was delivered to a room where it became clear that it was a musical instrument. Jessica wondered what kind of instrument it was that was being transported under such protection. And her friend, with the same skepticism, said that the less confident a man is in a gift, the more beautifully he wraps it. Deciding not to languish in guesswork any longer, the girl approached the musical instrument and pulled the cape off it, immediately after which the brightest sparkle of the crystal literally blinded the distrustful girl. And the recipient stood and enjoyed the beauty of this exclusive musical instrument. Joanna decided to check if this was really the material she thought it was, while wondering how much it might cost. Remembering the simple appearance and clothes of the young man, like those of her guards, the girl began to wonder whether she had made a mistake in him. And at that moment, on the TV, the girl saw a news story about the auction that had taken place the day before, where Michael's face immediately appeared on the screen with a message that a certain rich man had purchased a piano for $500 million. Joanna was truly shocked to hear that it was this ragamuffin who had bought such an expensive instrument. Noticing her friend's reaction, Jessica recalled her words about the guy being normal, not only in terms of his money, but also his moral qualities. A male voice, which came from behind him and announced the delivery of his purchase, attracted the girl's attention. Turning around, Joanna saw Michael standing in front of her, who had finished taking a shower and now appeared to her in a completely different light. As he walked down the stairs, the young man noted that he was only expecting delivery tomorrow, and Jessica's friend was already thinking about how handsome he was. Ignoring Joanna, Michael immediately walked over to Jessica, who thanked him for the wonderful gift. Having dressed quickly and saying that he would not allow himself to be given a cheap gift, the young man invited his girlfriend to join him at a meeting. But the hostess of the house remembered that she had a friend visiting her today, and it would be wrong to leave her here alone. And then she politely declined the trip, explaining that she had promised to spend time with her best friend. Having said goodbye to both girls, the young man left the house, and while already on the street, he received a message from the system about the appearance of a new object. The new target turned out to be Jessica's friend Joanna, which greatly amused the young man. Where he found Jessica, a very naive girl who believes in female friendship when her best friend is looking at her man. Diana walked down the street, thinking that she was missing classes because of a man, and on top of that, she was getting to the place he had designated on her own. The girl recalled that fateful evening, after which, as it seemed to her, Michael had cooled off greatly towards her. At that very moment, the young man saw a system message that Diana's disposition towards him had decreased by 1 point. It was completely incomprehensible to Michael what was going on in the woman's head, because all he had done was make an appointment with her. And so, finding himself next to a girl who was clearly dissatisfied with something, he took her hand and called Donald, saying that he was already there. And as they continued moving, the young man thought that no attempt to apologize would help here, and that something else had to be done. Where in this situation Michael was going to take such a step, after which the girl would simply have nothing to say. Meanwhile, Donald's father was asking his son who this lone wolf was for whom he had arranged such a festive reception. And Donald explained to his equally plump dad that he was a very rich young man who could afford to just buy an entire building. But Dad was still skeptical, since he didn't believe that such a rich man could be found in their city. A man standing nearby, seeing the owner of the office center, Norwood Riggs, standing at the entrance, was quite surprised that he personally came down to meet some visitor. Veronica, standing next to him, asked the man how serious this Norwood was, to which the girl's boss explained that their entire company was located in one of the offices of the building, which belonged to Mr. Riggs, where compared to Norwood's fortune, Veronica's boss considered himself a mere nobody. The girl was amazed at how rich a man could be who owned an entire building. But suddenly her attention was drawn to a very familiar male figure who approached the rich people who were greeting her. Veronica waited until the young man turned his head and recognized her ex, Michael. Meanwhile, Michael himself was already shaking the hand of Norwood, who was greeting him, thanking him for such a warm welcome. And now Riggs Jr. was already showing the lone wolf the way to the elevator, wanting to show and tell everything here, but his father limited his maneuvers to just calling the elevator. Watching the father and son, the young man noticed that they were communicating in a rather funny way. Well, Michael's ex-girlfriend, who had been watching him all this time, couldn't understand what he was doing there and why the owner of the building was personally meeting him. As the group walked to the elevator, Norwood told the guests how everything was arranged. The man explained that from the 1st to the 10th floors there are various boutiques, game rooms, cinemas, and other entertainment establishments. They had already climbed up to the required floor when Mr. Riggs was telling them that after the 10th floor there were office premises for a wide variety of companies. Moving behind everyone, Diana thought with displeasure that all this was very boring, and Michael might not even have invited her here. Throwing angry glances at the young man, the girl complained that she missed classes because of him, but Michael didn't even pay any attention to her. Meanwhile, Norwood suggested that the guy walk around the floors and look at the operating companies. Without responding to the offer, the young man suddenly turned to his companion, asking what she thought of this office center, where she, slightly hesitating from surprise, answered haltingly that she liked the building. Immediately after which Michael suddenly announced that he was buying this building, where he asked to register the ownership rights to his current companion. The young man's statement almost shocked the girl. The Riggs family members couldn't believe what they heard either, and asked the lone wolf again whether he really wanted to give the building to the girl, to which the young man replied that without a doubt, but only if she herself wanted to accept him. After listening to the young man, Norwood noted to himself that not everyone could just go and buy a building and then just as easily give it to some girl. Diana didn't believe what was happening, claiming that Michael was probably joking, since giving away an entire office center was something out of the realm of fantasy. But the young man, approaching his former classmate, assured her that this was not a joke, and now she would be able to receive an income independent of anyone. Michael then added that he did not want Diana to be dependent only on her family's affairs, and with an asset like this office center, she will always have a financial safety net. Looking into the eyes of this incredible young man, Diana reproached herself for having treated him badly lately, and the system was already conveying information to the owner about the increase in the level of the girl's disposition. But the person most pleased in this situation was the salesman, who noted with affection that an agreement had been reached between the young people. Norwood then added that the final cost of this office center is $2,600,000,000. Having shown his magic card, Michael asked him to start the registration procedure, where upon completion the man would immediately receive his money. It didn't take long to get all the paperwork done, and Mr. Riggs was already congratulating Michael on his purchase, to which he explained that he was only paying the bills, but that Miss Rockwood would become the owner of the building. And now the entire hired staff of the office center, who were transferred to its new owner along with the building, were already greeting the lady in unison. Watching her subordinates, the girl began to feel like a big boss. Only now did she understand this taste of power, and realized why her father spent so much time in his office. Diana suddenly felt how strongly this intoxicating feeling of power could affect a person. Noticing the crowd, Veronica asked one of her colleagues what had happened there, to which the girl explained that everyone was welcoming the new owner of this building, who today was a certain Miss Rockwood, who was barely over 20 years old. But despite all this, someone else acquired the building and gave it to her, which certainly doesn't happen every day. Finishing her explanation, the girl wanted to ask Veronica something, but suddenly noticed that she was no longer nearby. Running away somewhere to the side to hide her tears from everyone, the girl thought that all this should have become her property. But having replaced despair with anger, Veronica firmly decided for herself that Michael would be her boyfriend again, no matter what it cost her. While already in the subway car, Diana asked the young man why he didn't drive his own car, to which Michael had to explain, trying to get out of it, that it was sometimes useful to take a break from the car. And besides, he wanted to spend more time with his companion. Of course, the girl was pleased with such a statement from the young man, where she, deciding to keep up the conversation, suddenly asked him if he had heard of such an actress as Catherine Sullivan. Telling himself not to panic about Diana possibly finding out about his relationship with the actress, Michael replied that he had heard something about her out of the corner of his ear. And when he asked why Diana was interested in her, she explained that they were writing about this actress everywhere now. After what the girl said, the young man exhaled, as he realized that she had simply decided to discuss the news with him. And Diana continued, suddenly reading that a couple of days ago some rich man bought a crystal piano at auction. Michael didn't know what to say when his interlocutor called it downright stupidity to buy some musical instrument for such a crazy amount of money. Only now did the girl notice that her companion was all wet, where he explained that it was really hot for him here. Having reached the right station, Michael said goodbye to one of his many girlfriends. Only when he found himself completely alone was he finally able to relax completely. As he continued to move, the young man wondered whether Diana was really just reading the news, or whether she knew something and was trying to check him. Then one of his neighbors called him and recommended that the guy quickly come to the dormitory and see how the former student had been standing near the entrance for more than 6 hours waiting for someone. Melanie was indeed standing at the entrance to the men's dormitory, and behind her, they could only whisper that she had already received her diploma and that her presence here was completely incomprehensible. People also discussed what kind of amazing person he was who made her wait so long. Melanie herself looked at the display of her mobile phone for the umpteenth time, noting that it would soon start to get dark, but Michael was still not there. And then the girl remembered recent events, where she, waking up in the police station, discovered that Michael had already left it, and now she, without understanding the reason, came to the place where she could definitely meet him. Melanie didn't understand her feelings, where she felt somehow hard from the fact that she didn't see her savior. And then the thought flashed through her head that she was falling in love with Michael, which she immediately drove away, reminding herself that he was her friend's boyfriend. Meanwhile, Michael himself appeared in the crowd, wondering if this girl had come here because of him. Melanie, meanwhile, was trying to convince herself that she had come solely to not miss out on such a rich investor. And then she saw her savior, where at that very second she forgot about everything she had just been thinking about. Rushing forward, she joyfully clung to Michael's body, stunning the latter with her unexpected behavior. Next to this man, the girl was filled with feelings of stability and security. The young man tried to free himself from these embraces, but the girl began to beg him to let her stay close for just a little while longer. Michael's roommates watched the scene in amazement, unable to believe that such an unapproachable girl as Melanie would throw herself into the arms of their neighbor. At that moment there was a clap of thunder, then lightning flashed, and a couple of seconds later it started to rain. All the spectators on the street scattered, the luckiest of whom had an umbrella with them. Michael, turning to his new admirer, suggested that they also leave the street and take refuge in some warm and dry place. And now, Melanie was already entering the young man's room, where the latter's neighbors were already simply in a state of quiet horror. Sitting down on a chair and looking around, the girl noticed that the male dormitories were actually not as bad as they were said to be. Well, Michael's neighbors were already torturing the young man about why he brought this girl here. But then he was distracted from explaining to his friends by Melanie's voice, who noted that the guy had a lot of dirty clothes. Where, stretching out her hand, the girl suddenly pulled out from the laundry basket the most unexpected object for her. A little later, she recalled with great shame what she was holding in her hands, and how humiliating it really was. But then Michael told Melanie that the storm had passed, the rain had stopped, and now he could walk the girl home. When they went outside, the young man asked the girl why she had come to the dormitory, since she could have simply written about funding issues. However, Melanie insisted that she had come here for business purposes only, and only now did she realize and tell her interlocutor that she did not have Michael's contact information. And while she was offering to exchange them, happy that she could now contact him at any time, the young man himself was amazed that there were still people in the world who could wait 6 hours for a meeting. And so the young people exchanged contacts and added each other as friends on social networks, where Melanie was very happy that now she could contact Michael at any time, of course, exclusively on investment issues, as she assured herself. As he was leaving, the young man told his companion that she didn't have to worry about the investment, since he was planning to visit them at the office the following day. As she watched Michael go, the girl thought that they could call her whatever they wanted. But she really had the warmest feelings for this guy. The only thing that worried the girl was what her friend Jessica might think and say about her. The next day, sitting next to Melanie in the car, Michael suddenly noticed a strange expression on her face, as if asking him who he was texting there. The young man noted to himself that this girl probably had some kind of split personality, since yesterday everything was fine, but now she was angry again. Melanie herself was thinking about the fact that this guy already had a girlfriend, and she didn't want to ruin his relationship or be a third party in it. Taking out her mobile phone, the girl in love called her boss, informing her that she and the investor would soon arrive at the office. When they arrived at the location and left the car, Michael could not believe where the office of the company where his companion worked was located. The girl immediately noticed the young man's strange reaction to where they had arrived, where the young man noted to himself that out of hundreds of buildings in their city, the company where Melanie works is located in the very one that he had just bought and given to Diana. They were already standing waiting for the elevator when Michael thought that a meeting with Diana herself now might not be at all opportune. But then the elevator doors began to open, and behind them the young man could already discern familiar facial features, where Diana, looking at him in surprise, asked how he ended up there, since earlier he had told her that he had some business. Michael had no choice but to enter the elevator and go up, accompanied by 2 objects from his system at once. The young man mentally gave himself the instruction to remain calm and not let anyone know that he was in any way agitated. And so the guy decided to introduce the girls, introducing first Melanie, with whom he studied at the same university, and who now works in one of the companies that rent space here. After which, Michael introduced Diana, saying that they had once studied at school, and now she was the owner of this entire building. Hearing that this girl owned the entire building, Melanie was very surprised that one could be so rich at such a young age. But what interested her most was the relationship between her and Michael, where they studied together, and now she is very beautiful and rich. Not experiencing any pleasant emotions from this acquaintance, the girl nevertheless extended her hand to Diana, saying that she was very pleased to meet her. But the owner of the building also did not feel any sympathy for the new acquaintance, responding with the same feigned politeness. Looking at her rival, Diana mentally noted that Michael was most likely trying to deceive her, since he hardly came here to discuss cooperation issues with such a beauty. Inside, the girl was tearing herself apart, remembering that he hadn't found time to meet her, and for the sake of some strange beauty, he had even come to her office. When the elevator reached the desired floor, Melanie asked Michael to wait a little while she reported their arrival to her boss, and the young man watched in horror as his peculiar protective barrier, saving him from Diana's wrath, was removed. There was nothing to do, and the young man was the first to turn to the girl who remained next to him, who meanwhile took a menacing defensive pose, deciding that now the guy would be ridiculous in trying to apologize to her. But suddenly the young man quietly told his interlocutor to be careful in communicating with this girl. And when she asked, confused, what Michael was trying to tell her, he explained that Melanie had a non-traditional sexual orientation and had already set her sights on such a beauty as Diana. This information was a real shock for the girl, and Michael assured her that he was absolutely serious. It was at this moment that Melanie herself returned to the young people, informing her investor that the boss was waiting for him. Having quickly said goodbye to Diana and invited her to have lunch together, Michael headed to the meeting. Watching the young man leave, the owner of the office center, who of course did not believe his story about Melanie's orientation, was already making plans about how she could verify what he had said. And then she remembered one of her former admirers, whom she had once blocked, and who was supposed to study at the same university as Melanie and Jake. When Billy pulled out his vibrating cell phone, he was incredibly surprised to see that it was Diana Rockwood herself calling him. And so the young man, without knowing it, was helping his enemy, confirming that Melanie really does love girls. He told his interlocutor a sad story from her childhood, where she was kidnapped by a maniac. It was after this incident that the girl became cold and even aggressive towards the male part of the planet's population. Diana listened to Melanie's sad story with interest and sympathy for her suffering. In conclusion, Billy embellished the events, saying that, according to rumors, she had turned the female half of the student community into her personal harem. The information received generally pleased Diana, who immediately exclaimed that in that case Michael had not deceived her, and there was definitely nothing between him and this beauty. But as soon as Billy heard this name, his mood immediately changed. But he didn't have time to say another word, as Diana hung up and blocked his number again. The owner of the office center herself came to the conclusion that Michael did not lie to her, and Billy, who spreads gossip, should continue to be blocked. Meanwhile, the boss of the company where Melanie worked presented her activities to the investor. All this information about annual turnover, profits, new technologies, and other related information seemed incredibly boring to Michael. And then at some point, his patience came to an end, and the young man interrupted the company director's speech. Having said that, in general, everything was clear to him. The young man asked her to indicate the amount at which the girl valued her campaign. This was rather strange behavior on the part of such a rich man, which at first made the woman wary. But at the same time, she noted that a rich man of such a level could well afford to go beyond the ordinary in such negotiations. With the thought that no investor had ever offered more than 100 million before, the boss named the figure of 1 billion. After which, observing the investor's reactions, the woman again became wary, thinking that apparently such a sum was too much for this guy to handle. But suddenly, Michael took on a completely different, carefree look, where he reproached his interlocutor for wasting his time on some unnecessary figures, while the question was only about some billion. Such a statement could not leave the campaign boss indifferent, because it is not every day that you meet a person who does not consider a billion as money. Meanwhile, Michael continued, stating that he would buy 49% of the company's shares, but in order to do so, the woman would have to do something for him. The last words spoken by the investor, his mysterious tone began to lead the girl to certain thoughts, where the first thing that came to her mind was that this young man wanted to have an intimate relationship with her. She was much older than the guy, which at some point confused the woman, But a second later she thought that the rich have their own quirks, and was not at all against fulfilling his request. But the girl's playful mood instantly dissipated when the young man who approached her suddenly said that his condition was that all these shares would pass into the possession of Melanie. The girl, who had just managed to make coffee, suddenly saw Michael coming out of her boss's office, surprised at how quickly the meeting went. When the young man caught up with her, the girl asked him how everything went, to which the young man replied that Melanie was a very talented employee and would soon be promoted. Having quickly noted that it was too early for her to even dream of a promotion, the girl suddenly asked the guy what he was going to do next. And when her interlocutor asked what she meant, Melanie explained that she was not stupid and saw everything perfectly well, and now she was interested in who he would choose between her friend Jessica and the owner of this office center, where the girl was interested in this question not so much for the benefit of her friend, but for her own sake, since she also had feelings for Michael. But suddenly, completely unexpectedly, the young man replied that he did not have to and did not want to choose, since he needed both girls at once. It was a shocking statement, to which Michael's interlocutor did not know how to react or what to answer. And when she asked the young man again about what he had said, he once again stated that he needed both girls. Finally, it began to dawn on Melanie that Michael was not joking at all, and she, beginning to experience mixed feelings, tried to reproach him. But the young man interrupted her, saying that it was enough for her to pretend to be such a good girl, who just yesterday was in his arms, forgetting about her friend. Then the young man said that he was truly flattered by female attention, which he did not hide. And so, unlike Melanie, who is afraid to tell him about her feelings, he is more honest with others and with himself. And now he turned his back to his interlocutor, saying goodbye that he would wait until she decided to tell him something. Soon the young man went down to the first floor and came out onto a busy city street. Only here he was able to enjoy this pleasant feeling of superiority over this, at first glance, very correct, but equally in love with him girl. Melanie herself, after hearing this, stood there with a mug of coffee, thinking that she had indeed behaved completely incorrectly, condemning this guy when she herself had designs on him. The girl was brought out of this stupor by colleagues passing by, who informed her that the boss was calling everyone for an urgent meeting. When Melanie heard the word urgent, she immediately realized that it had something to do with funding issues and the meeting that had just taken place. Well, the company's employees, gradually taking their seats in the auditorium, shared their opinions in low voices about the reason for the meeting, where someone even suggested that the company had gone bankrupt and was closing. Melanie, who had taken one of the seats, was also very nervous, because such meetings, as a rule, did not bring good news. But then the woman appeared in front of her employees and announced that, as of today, Melanie Stone would be appointed her deputy, which was a shock not only for Melanie herself, but for everyone who was present at this meeting. Not all of the company's employees were happy with the fact that the deputy's post was taken by some young girl, who, moreover, had not even worked for the company for a year. But the boss was adamant and, accepting a document from one of her assistants, explained that Melanie had done more for the future of their company than all the other employees combined. While demonstrating the agreement, the woman announced that it was this girl who attracted investments of $1 billion and also became the owner of 49% of the shares. And when she finished speaking, she noted to herself that if she were younger, she would definitely be a competitor to this young lady in the race for such a rich man. The employees were already discussing how rich and influential their colleague Melanie was, and why she invested $1 billion in a company that wasn't worth even half that amount on its own. At this point, the meeting ended, where the boss announced as a farewell that, given the receipt of funds, everyone would receive a bonus by the end of the year. While everyone was leaving, Melanie herself, for whom everything that was said was as much of a surprise as for everyone else, stood in complete bewilderment, mentally wondering why Michael did all this for her. And then the girl remembered how her last conversation with Michael had gone, where he essentially directly stated that he knew about her sympathy for him. And a new idea immediately formed in the head of the woman in love, according to which this guy had been in love with her for a long time. With affection, she came to the conclusion that, of all the candidates, Michael, in all likelihood, wanted to choose her. And so, on the wings of love, the girl rushed out of the office, thinking only about the fact that she absolutely had to meet Michael, and the system began to issue messages about the increase in her level of disposition. And while the girl was running, her disposition level continued to increase every second until it reached the minimum level required to receive rewards. And so the system announced to the owner that he had been awarded 35 boost points, as well as 100 million of the billion spent on this object. The guy immediately remembered the situation with Angelica, when direct spending only did harm and led to a loss of favor points. praising himself for how he arranged everything regarding Melanie. While walking down the street and thinking about his strategies, the young man heard the ringtone of his mobile phone. Taking out his phone, Michael was very surprised that the unapproachable Catherine Sullivan herself suddenly decided to call him. And when he answered the call, at that very second he heard the hysterical cry of a girl who was declaring her not very good mental abilities. And when the young man asked what was going on, the artist explained that famous people had come out in support of that director, and now she was left holding the bag again. After listening to the explanations, the young man simply refused to understand how this film industry was structured and operated, where he had poured hundreds of millions into it, but still had not received any results. However, this was a great way to spend a lot more money, and so Michael told his interlocutor not to cry, as he would solve everything. There have been constant rumors surrounding director Floyd Hicks, that he was using his position to seduce young actresses who wanted to break into the big screen. But there has been no evidence to support this. And this time, all the talk around this director died down when several actresses, led by celebrity Cheryl Farrell, spoke out in his support. Listening to this information, Michael was surprised that the simple words of this actress were listened to so strongly. And his informant continued, adding that Cheryl is not only good as an actress, she also does a lot of charity work. And so Mark concluded that this time Floyd saved his reputation thanks exclusively to this girl. But in order to bring this man to the very bottom, you need to act extremely inventively. Michael didn't quite understand what his old acquaintance meant by the word inventive. And the owner of the car dealership, handing the guy a card, explained that he had hired private detectives who had found one useful person. Soon, the young man arrived at the address indicated on the card, where he was very surprised that the person he was looking for lived in such a remote place. As he approached the apartment he needed, the young man suddenly heard a loud, rude voice telling someone that he did not intend to do charity work here. Opening the door slightly, Michael was quite surprised when he saw the one standing in the very center of the room. It was Kevin McEnroy himself, who was showing a certain man a bat in his hands and demanding that he return all the money immediately. In response, the unsuccessful director Wally Fox asked the gentleman to give him another chance, where his next creation would definitely become a box office hit. But Kevin clearly had no intention of believing the man, saying that he would not give him any more money. And there were rumors that Wally had managed to cross someone in the film industry. However, the director did not despair and asked to be given at least one more chance to make the film. But the enraged son of the McEnroy family angrily shouted that now he himself would show him an action movie from the 90s, swinging a bat. But his momentum was suddenly stopped by a powerful and unexpected blow that sent the little mafia boss flying far to the side. Jumping to his feet and holding the bruised area, Kevin angrily shouted that the impudent man who dared to touch him was no longer a tenant. But then he heard a familiar voice, which advised the guy to watch his words before a bunch of troubles fell on his family. Kevin immediately recognized the one whose fist had already touched his body, remembering his father's words that Mr. Lone Wolf came from a secret, influential family. And now he was standing in front of Michael, and timidly saying that he and his henchmen were leaving this place, since the Lone Wolf had an interest in this man. Neither Michael himself, nor Wally, whom he had saved, even had time to blink before the entire crowd of young men left the room. But the director had already turned his attention to his savior, in whom he immediately saw a very influential person, of whom even the McEnroy family was afraid. Michael, glad that there were not many problems here, turned to the man he had saved, saying that he had one important matter for him. Adjusting his glasses, the lenses cracked from the beatings he had received, Wally replied that he would help in any way he could, but he had one condition. And suddenly he literally threw himself at the feet of the young man, begging him to become his patron. Soon Wally was sitting at the table, wondering what his new patron had planned with the exposure of Floyd Hicks. Michael reacted sharply to the address of patron, saying that he should not be called that, but at the same time confirming that he was interested in the man solely for the purpose of exposure. The director immediately realized that this guy already knew that he had compromising information, which he, however, was ready to pass on to him. And so Wally said, in all seriousness, that he really did have something to help with, but in return, he wanted to ask the young man for something. And when Michael pointed out that money was not a problem, the director suddenly stood up and said that he was not interested in personal gain, where he simply wanted the young man to invest in his project. Michael noted to himself that such a desire for art was worthy of praise and assistance. So he said that an actress named Catherine Sullivan would be handling his affairs in the film industry, where Wally would have to contact her to resolve the issue, which immediately caused quite a violent reaction from the director, who shouted that he was ready to give his life for his patron. The man then pulled a flash drive out of his pocket, saying that the information on it would not only destroy Floyd, but would also affect the entire balance of power in the film industry. When the electronic storage device was connected to the laptop, Michael was surprised to see only one video file there. But when Wally started the video recording, the young man immediately understood everything, seeing director Floyd in the same bed in the company of his defender Cheryl. The young man was very pleased with such excellent compromising material, which allowed him to kill two birds with one stone, where, as if guessing the thoughts of his savior, the director said that he would never have decided to publish it alone, to which Michael, hugging his new friend, explained that now he had him, and therefore they would quickly sort everything out. Meanwhile, sitting in her house, Catherine couldn't stop reading the angry comments about her personality that were all over the internet. Already realizing that she would most likely have to leave the film industry, the girl threw her mobile phone aside. But before she could sink into her sad thoughts, the means of communication that had been thrown away suddenly came to life, attracting attention with a belated ringing. Answering the call, Catherine heard Michael's familiar voice, who, having made sure that she was at home, said that he would come to her soon. Turning off the connection, the actress sadly thought about the purpose for which this guy suddenly decided to come to visit her, and even asked if she was alone. And the first thought was, of course, that her sponsor couldn't stand it and decided to take advantage of her beautiful body. Catherine greeted her guest dressed appropriately and invited him to come in, while thinking that this lustful type was no different from other men. However, the girl was very surprised that another man arrived to see her in the company of her sponsor, immediately deciding that Michael was either planning a night of love for three or simply wanted to set her up with this not very attractive man. The actress loudly began to complain about the guy bringing a stranger. Not understanding at all why the girl had such a violent reaction to his visit, the young man introduced her to director Wally Fox, explaining that with his help they would move Floyd. Immediately after which the girl's mood changed dramatically, where she mentally scolded herself for thinking badly about Michael, and timidly greeted her new acquaintance. Catherine also noted that it was quite pleasant to feel cared for, and to have a loyal and reliable person nearby who did not need only her body. When the actress finished getting acquainted with the video compromising her enemies, Michael said that he was allocating $2 billion for current expenses and the organization of a film production company. While Catherine and Wally discussed the details of the upcoming project, the young man was mentally rejoicing at the fact that he had managed to penetrate the film industry, which was created only to spend a lot of money. And so, after a while, Cherish quickly made her way to her car, where crowds of journalists asked her to comment on the published video in which she was having sex with director Floyd Hicks. The girl was beside herself with rage, wondering who had arranged all this and where such a recording had come from. At the same time, police burst into the room where Floyd was having fun with another victim of his debauchery, and where he was informed of his arrest in connection with numerous allegations of sexual harassment. And when handcuffs were fastened on the man's wrists, he finally realized that his career and quiet life were over. Once the enemies were dealt with, Catherine held a press conference at which she decided to convey important information to the public, where she talked about how, together with director Wally Fox, they had founded a new film production company and would soon begin working on new projects. But what shocked journalists most was the investment amount of $2 billion announced by the actress. Michael watched everything that was happening from the shadows on the screen of his mobile phone, comparing himself to some kind of gray cardinal, secretly ruling the world and overthrowing monarchs with one snap of his fingers. At the same time, Billy was leaving the dorm, who was very angry at Michael for taking his girlfriend away from him, and therefore wanted revenge. Taking out his mobile phone, the young man called Jessica, and when she picked up the phone, the guy said that he had important information for her. Joanna tried to stop her determined friend, saying that a call from an envious person was not a reason to quarrel with Michael. Jessica herself understood that believing the words of an unknown person that her lover had many girls was complete absurdity. But Michael really had not called or written to her for a long time. The girl in love felt in her gut that something was wrong in her relationship with Michael. Well, her accompanying friend continued to insist that this guy was giving the appearance of being a reliable and loyal person. She was just talking about how he couldn't have casual relationships, when suddenly a silhouette familiar to Jessica appeared before the girl's eyes. Standing nearby, Melanie was thinking about how to tell Michael that she really liked him when Jessica called out to her. Hearing the familiar voice of her friend, Melanie was very surprised by this completely unexpected meeting for her. And naive Jessica, not even suspecting that her older friend had come to the same guy as she, asked her what the graduate was doing there. Unable to lie to the girl, Melanie explained that she had come to Michael, but only regarding investments in the company where she worked. But Jessica immediately remembered how much her friend disliked this guy, so she would come to meet him like that. However, the girls' conversation was interrupted by the appearance of a luxury car near the hostel. Everyone who was nearby and saw Diana emerge from this car could not stop admiring her beauty and grace. Jessica and Joanna also noticed the girl's appearance, while Melanie, already familiar with Diana, angrily wondered what she needed here. Approaching Michael's fans, the owner of the office center asked if Michael Cross lived there. Jessica immediately responded to the question, asking about Diana's relationship with him. But she, having assumed a defensive posture, answered her interlocutor, who was turning into an opponent, with exactly the same question. Seeing a clear conflict brewing, Joanna suggested finding a quieter place where they could talk things out. And so, a few minutes later, all 4 candidates were already sitting at a table in one of the nearby cafes. As she finished stirring her cappuccino, Diana decided to take the initiative and start this difficult conversation. Looking at Jessica's angry face, the girl asked a direct question about whether she liked Michael, to which she sharply and coldly responded that she really liked this guy, and he definitely liked her. But Diana objected, saying that Michael had chased after her since their school years, then protected her from an unwanted marriage, and therefore it was obvious that he liked her, not Jessica. But then Joanna intervened in the conversation, noting that Michael had given her friend a villa and a crystal piano worth $500 million, which objectively showed his attitude towards her. Only now did Diana realize that her lover was the same rich man who had recently become famous for his participation in the auction. However, the girl had something to cover this card with, and she immediately reported that if we talk about the material side, then for her the gift was an entire office center. Where immediately after this, Jessica noted to herself that, apparently, Michael was simply lying to her. But at some point, Melanie intervened in the conversation between 2 girls who were trying to separate one guy, where she modestly reported that she also did not go unnoticed by the young man, who bought shares of the company for $1 billion and gave them to her. Where after what was said, each of the girls became immersed in her own thoughts. Jessica was the first to lose her temper, quickly taking out her mobile phone and saying that she needed to call him immediately and make a claim. But suddenly the girl realized that, in essence, she had nothing to present to Michael, since from their first meeting there had been no talk of an official relationship between them. Following her, Diana also mentioned that every time she tried to talk about the relationship, the young man changed the subject of the conversation. And then Joanna expressed her opinion, saying that this rich man had a great job of promising nothing to anyone, and at the same time dating everyone at the same time. Deciding not to wait any longer, Diana was the first to get up from the table and went in search of her lover with the intention of finding out everything immediately. But her impulse was stopped by Joanna, who said that in this case it was necessary to come up with something more sophisticated than an ordinary scandal, to which the owner of the office center dubiously stated that perhaps it was not worth traumatizing the psyche of her lover. Uniting the angry girls, Joanna stated that if they simply broke up with Michael, he would simply find a new victim. After which the conspirator announced that an excellent plan for revenge had matured in her beautiful head, where she suggests not to say anything to this lecher, but just continue to spend his money. And so all the girls got fired up with this idea, according to which they had to spend all his money so that he could no longer deceive anyone. Already in the evening, Jessica expressed her last doubts about their plan for revenge, but her friend insisted that there could be no pity here. And so Joanna snatched the phone from her friend, saying that if she couldn't make up her mind, then she would do it herself. Noticing the animated screen of his cell phone, Michael immediately saw that the message was from Jessica. Having read its contents, the young man realized that the girl was simply asking him for money, saying that she had recently been thinking about creating her own broadcasting company. Remembering that he had bought a bankrupt channel at auction, Michael also wondered whether she had thought of it herself, or whether someone had suggested it. And so both girls were shocked when they read in response that the young man was not only giving Jessica a broadcasting company, but also investing $5 billion in its development. Jessica interpreted this gesture in her own way, deciding that Michael had been planning her future for a long time, knowing about her passion for broadcasts, and having bought the bankrupt channel. And now the girl was already thinking that although this guy was a rake, he was far-sighted enough and cared about the future of his girls, among other things. Her friend tried to interrupt her romantic mood, saying that she needed to urgently put the squeeze on the guy before he changed his mind about investing. Jessica, of course, tried to convince Joanna that the guy's words could be trusted anyway, but she didn't listen to her at all, continuing to attack Michael with messages. To herself, the girl lamented that she had not gotten this man, where she was not at all against sharing him with other girls. Well, Michael himself, having analyzed Jessica's current communication style, came to the conclusion that it was definitely not she who was communicating with him. The young man immediately realized that the girl's phone was most likely in the hands of her enterprising friend, who was scamming him for money. But Michael didn't care at all, because the main thing for him was that the money was spent as much and as often as possible. At the same time, Diana informed her mother that she had learned of several of Michael's hobbies, which greatly surprised the woman. The girl was finishing telling the details of the exposure when the screen of her mobile phone began to glow. After showing her mother what was on the screen, Diana explained that she and all the deceived girls had created a common chat. And while she was reading the message about Jessica getting $5 billion and a broadcasting company, angry that she hadn't gotten anything yet, her attention began to be drawn to the woman sitting next to her, who told her surprised daughter that their entire alliance against Michael was nothing more than a deception. And so, remembering her sad past, the mother told her daughter that she and her father came from different social circles, where she had to make a lot of effort in order to marry him. The woman then reminded them that although their family was rich, they were still far from Michael's level. And as we know, all influential and rich men will always be surrounded by female attention, which does not give a reason to retreat and give such a value to rivals. Diana tried to object, but her mother immediately noted that despite the assertions of all her companions that Michael was a scoundrel, not one of them had ever ended their relationship with him, where each one hopes that the others will do just that, and in the end only one will remain next to this rich man. The experienced woman's arguments were not without meaning and greatly inspired the almost desperate girl. And Mom kept adding fuel to the fire, saying that it was her daughter who should get Michael, thereby ensuring the best future for herself. And so the determined girl decided that she was leaving this coalition and ending the Cold War against her lover. Sitting on his bed, Michael took out his mobile phone, which unexpectedly received a late message. The young man immediately saw that the message came from Diana, where she asked him for forgiveness for something. Having compared all the oddities that he had managed to notice in the girl's behavior today, Michael began to guess that they had most likely found out about each other's existence, which meant that countermeasures had to be taken. And so Diana noted with horror that Michael himself was calling her, where her mother recommended that she answer the call as soon as possible. Having accepted the challenge, the girl greeted her lover in the most tender tone, and the resourceful young man said that he was calling to talk about investing in a broadcasting company that belonged to his good friend. When the conversation was over and the mother asked Diana about what Michael had said, the girl relayed the gist of their conversation. This was joyful information, where the woman emphasized that under such circumstances one can safely say that her daughter occupies a special place in the guy's heart. And Diana herself, having put everything that happened together, happily stated that Michael definitely liked her. With tears in her eyes, she reproached herself for having conspired behind his back with other girls when he was being as open and honest with her as possible. And so she told her mother through tears that she had acted simply terribly and really wanted to atone for her guilt before the guy. Suddenly, Diana's face seemed to brighten, as she decided to definitely pick out some kind of gift for Michael. The man, handing Jessica another folder of documents, said that she only had to sign one more thing. And when this was done to her, he congratulated the girl on the fact that she had become the full owner of the broadcasting company. As Jessica dug into the report, she sadly noted that the company was deeply in the red, and if Michael had not invested the money, things would have been very bad. The girl also noted that the young man, although flighty, was a very reliable and caring person, and so she came to the conclusion that for everything he had done for her, she needed to properly thank the guy. There was an unprecedented excitement in the car showroom, due to the fact that quite rare and expensive cars were on display. As Jessica passed one car after another, she wondered which one Michael might prefer. And suddenly she noticed how her new friend Diana was examining the interior of one of the cars. Having looked around the salon and raised her head, the owner of the office center also noticed one of her companions in the activities against Michael. Confused about why Diana had come to the exhibition, Jessica greeted her friend. And when the newly minted owner of the broadcasting company asked who her friend was choosing the car for, she explained that it was her father's birthday and she had come for a gift. And when Diana asked whether Jessica herself had come here to choose a gift for Michael, she, very embarrassed, said that it was her father's birthday too, and she wouldn't choose a car for that scoundrel. And now both girls were laughing at such an unusual coincidence of their father's birthdays. But then their attention was drawn to another familiar female voice, asking what they were doing here, where Jessica and Diana turned around and saw their third companion, Melanie, in front of them. And of course, when asked what she was doing there, the girl said that she had come for a gift for her father. And so all three girls, very embarrassed, joked about this mysterious coincidence, where all their fathers had the same birthday. Diana, however, noted to herself that her mother was right, And these cunning girls definitely did not come here for gifts for their fathers, but for cars for Michael, just like her. The owner of the office center also noted that Jessica's financial capabilities were definitely better than hers, since she had recently received a whole bunch of money for the development of the broadcasting company. And therefore it was necessary to urgently ask for help, for which the girl used her phone. The mother who answered the call, after listening to her daughter's arguments that she didn't have enough money to buy a car, calmed her down, saying that she would sort everything out now. And so she invited her manager, whom she immediately instructed to transfer money from the reserve account to her daughter. And when the man tried to object, saying that the amount had been set aside for the wedding of the lady's son, the woman said that there was no point in arguing here, since the primary goal was to get Michael, and not to marry off her son. Where, with tears in her eyes, the woman said that all this was only for the prosperity of their family. And then Diana received a message about the crediting of a whole 60 million to her account, which surprised her quite a bit. The girl, with tears in her eyes, noted that she had been wrong about her parents having a priority over her brother. Full of determination, Diana sent a mental message to her mother not to worry, as she was definitely going to get Michael. Meanwhile, Michael himself was walking through the exhibition in the company of its owner, Mark, to whom his friend informed about the arrival of the ordered car. Moving among the nearby cars, the young man noticed that it was not only the cars that were attractive here. Looking at another beauty standing next to another cool car, the young man thought that before he would not have dared to even just go into such a salon. And suddenly he saw Diana and Jessica standing to the side, very surprised that they knew each other and were even here together. But he was completely thrown off track when Melanie, who had gone to get some water, appeared next to his two friends. Having a strong sense of smell after the kidnapping that happened to her, the girl immediately felt that someone was looking at her. Turning around and looking around, she was unable to find the source of danger and returned to her dialogue with her friends. Michael hid behind his friend's back, thinking that sooner or later it would happen, but it happened nonetheless. As always, unexpectedly. Where it was quite obvious that they were all aware that he was paying attention to each of them. And while Mark was wondering what was going on with his friend, Michael suddenly realized that despite all this, neither of them was insisting on breaking off the relationship. Consequently, the game he had started could well be continued, where completely new perspectives now opened up. And so he, having answered Mark that he had simply twisted his ankle, asked him to show the most expensive cars. And so the young man showed the guy 3 of the most expensive cars, one of which had already been ordered by Michael. But Mark was very surprised when his interlocutor, just a second later, asked him to calculate how much he owed for all 3. With this idea, the young man decided to test the strength of the union founded by the objects of his system. But suddenly Mark said that selling him all 3 cars would not be as easy as he would like. Michael said that money was not a problem, to which his interlocutor replied that it was not about money, but about the fact that 2 cars had already been ordered by another buyer. And when the young man asked who had booked these cars, Mark turned his attention somewhere to the side. There was a young man standing to the side, accompanied by a young beauty, where it was the son of the head of the family, Patrick Carson, who ordered the cars. Having finished giving his explanation, the owner of the car dealership cheerfully told the lone wolf that he had a lot of different other cars. But Michael was already watching as Patrick suddenly approached Diana, extending his hand and greeting the beautiful miss. Introducing himself as a member of the famous and influential Carson family, the young man invited the girl to get to know him better. And now he was telling a story about how Diana was very similar to one of his friends who died in childhood. And now, looking into the face of his new acquaintance, he has not let go of the warmest feelings, where he sincerely hopes that he will be able to get her contact to continue communication. At that moment, the girl suddenly saw Michael standing to the side, who was closely watching everything that was happening. Diana noticed an overly cold look in her lover's eyes, even though she hadn't done anything wrong yet. But then the girl's blood literally boiled, where she mentally noted that he himself was not at all shy about communicating with several girls at once, and he looked at her contact with another man as if she had already ended up in someone else's bed. Having decided to teach the guy a lesson, Diana agreed to exchange contacts with Patrick. But while she was doing this, she noticed that Michael had already disappeared. Looking around, the girl wondered whether she had done the right thing by deciding to teach the young man a lesson. Observing Michael's reactions, Mark asked him if he knew the girl, to which his friend replied that he had spoken to her a long time ago. Throwing an unkind glance at the owner of the salon, Michael said that he was buying all 3 cars, offering his friend $1 billion. It was a more than generous offer, to which Mark of course agreed, saying that this time Mr. Carson would do without cars. The young man noted to himself that the lone wolf was clearly jealous, but only a complete fool would refuse to earn $800 million on such a deal. He also mentally apologized to Patrick, where although he respected their family, he loved money much more. Having received the money for the cars, Mark asked Michael, who was sitting next to him, if he had any other requests or wishes. To which the lone wolf replied that he would indeed have one more request, where he wanted to do something right at the exhibition. Well, upset that Michael had suddenly disappeared somewhere, Diana continued to run her eyes around, and suddenly she saw a musical instrument being brought right into the center of the salon, which was quite unusual for a car show. All the guests immediately began to wonder about what was going on here and what to expect. And then Michael appeared, approached the musical instrument, and comfortably settled down behind it. The owner of the office center immediately noticed how sad the melody performed by the young man was. Each note literally echoed with pain in the very depths of the girl's soul, making her cry. And the young man continued, filling everything around him with a melody of sadness, melancholy, and sorrow. Everyone in the hall began to experience a variety of sensations from the melody being performed. But one thing was constant. Everyone had tears streaming from their eyes. Jessica and Melanie, who were still at the exhibition, immediately noticed that Michael was clearly not in the mood today. Well, the one who provoked this whole spectacle felt how every note was filled with a sense of loss. But then Michael finished playing and stood up from the instrument and said that you need to be able to let people go, even if you love them, and so he lets Diana go. Without saying another word, the young man turned and walked away. Realizing her huge mistake, the girl rushed after him, begging him not to leave her alone. However, the girl's path was blocked by Mark, who asked Miss Rockwood to stay for a while. Looking at the respectable man, Diana asked him why he was detaining her, to which the young man, handing the girl the papers, explained that Mr. Lone Wolf had just purchased a car, which he asked to be given to her. This was the finishing shot to the very heart, where the girl literally melted from the realization that Michael had come here to choose a gift for her. And Mark, who had reached certain agreements with Michael, willingly confirmed the girl's guesses, where, accompanying Diana, he added that the lone wolf did indeed feel a strong attachment to Miss Rockwood. Everything that happened greatly hurt the girl's feelings, where she again blamed herself for unworthy actions towards her lover. The girl understood that because of some petty idea like revenge, Michael's trust in her was finally undermined. And now she was sitting on the floor, shedding her bitter tears, and Melanie and Jessica, who had come to her, were trying to calm their friend down. However, Mark, who was nearby the whole time, immediately attracted the attention of the approaching girls by calling them by name. Handing them some papers as well, the young man explained that Mr. Lone Wolf had not shortchanged them. While taking the documents for her car, Melanie stated that, apparently, Michael had long been aware that they had teamed up against him. Jessica fully agreed with this, also noting that even under such circumstances they still received gifts from him. And so all three girls decided to try to establish a relationship with Michael, where, although he is a big fan of the opposite sex, he treats everyone with respect. Touched by yet another expensive gift, Jessica noticed that the young man always did this, making secret signs of attention and never asking for anything in return. Here Melanie remembered how Michael had stood up for her more than once. Diana also contributed her bit by saying that they had all acted very meanly by uniting against such a wonderful man. And then the owner of the system began to receive messages that the level of affection of all three girls began to rise. Leaving the car show in a taxi, Michael happily noted that the billion had done its job. The young man was extremely interested in what kind of reward he would receive when the level of the object's location began to reach 100 points. Receiving messages from Diana asking for forgiveness, the young man decided that a few days of completely ignoring the girl would only do him good. And suddenly the young man's attention was drawn to a painfully familiar female voice, which he had not heard for a very long time. Turning around, Michael saw in front of him the very first object of his system, Angelica, who stated that they had not met for a long time. Trying to find some excuse, the guy immediately noticed that this girl began to look completely different. But without allowing the young man to justify the relatively long break in their communication, Angelica pulled him along, saying that she had to show him something. And when Michael tried to find out what was going on, the girl told him to just trust her and follow her. With a completely indifferent face, the young man thought about what this selfish girl could need from him, where the options could be another branded handbag or something like that. Soon they entered some house and stopped at the door, where, in response to the guy's next question, Angelica explained that it was a surprise. And then the girl opened the door, behind which the young man saw an apartment, all hung with his own portraits. Looking at the picture gallery of his portraits, the young man asked his companion in surprise whether she had painted all of this herself, to which the girl sheepishly explained that she had bought this apartment quite recently. The living room looked somehow nondescript, and so she decided to decorate it in this way. Then Michael, smiling, said that the surprise was quite unusual, to which Angelica, even more embarrassed, replied that the surprise was not these pictures at all. Looking the young man straight in the eyes, the girl suddenly said that she was giving him this wonderful apartment, which could not help but shock the young man, to whom no one had ever given such gifts. Angelica reminded her interlocutor of how he helped her family and dealt with debt collectors. After this, her father promised never to play again, and in general, their life began to improve, where the changes affected her as well, who was able to look at herself and her life from the outside. Now she understands why Michael did not respect her at all before, where she was a materialistic and selfish girl. Now she wants to try to become worthy of her savior, and try to improve their relationship. This girl's behavior was very different from the one Michael had known before, where the past Angelica would definitely never have given him an apartment. Turning to his girlfriend, the young man said that in general, he understood her intentions, but giving her an entire apartment was too much. But Angelica, handing the guy the key, said that she understood perfectly well that he could buy himself a dozen such apartments. But for her, this gift meant a lot. Looking at the key in his hand, Michael finally understood the reason why the girl had not contacted him for so long, preparing this surprise. The newly minted owner of the apartment also noted that of all his girls, Angelica was in the most difficult situation at the time of their meeting. The girl's decision to give him an apartment certainly didn't seem very well thought out to him, but it certainly corresponded to his wishes. And so, after thinking for a moment, Michael said that he accepted this dear gift. Then one of his neighbors called him, inviting him to sit in a cafe and celebrate the upcoming holidays. And now he was already turning to the girl, asking her if she would like to join him at a meeting with friends in a cafe, where Angelica, of course, happily accepted his offer, under the system's message about increasing the level of her location. To herself, the girl was glad that she was not indifferent to Michael, who decided to introduce her to his close circle. The young man himself understood perfectly well that this girl might not be as simple as she seemed, and watching her preen, Michael mentally addressed a request to her not to let him down. While in the taxi, Melanie tried to figure out what to do next, remembering what an expensive car Michael had given her. But then the driver announced that they had arrived at the designated location, saying that payment could be made by scanning the code. And as soon as the girl brought her mobile phone up, she suddenly saw Michael standing nearby in the company of some girl. A taxi service car also pulled up to them, and they settled in. Melanie recognized one of the most outstanding beauties of the art department almost immediately, and now she was giving the driver orders to follow another taxi, saying that she would pay double the price. Some inner feeling in the girl told her that something very important was about to happen. But she was very surprised when she saw that Michael and his companion had simply arrived at the cafe. Leaning against the window, Melanie watched the couple's every move as the driver tried to get her attention so she would pay for the ride. Hearing the man's requests, the girl apologized and transferred the money by scanning the code. After which she got out of the car and headed to the same cafe, deciding to continue surveillance. Michael's friends greeted him loudly, noting at the same time that the girl accompanying him looked very familiar. As the couple approached, the young people had the opportunity to examine her more closely. And now the guys were amazed that their friend was once again accompanied by one of the most famous beauties of the university. Meanwhile, Michael approached his friends and apologized for their delay. Observing the rules of decency, the young man decided to begin by introducing the girl to his roommates, whom she must have seen many times at the university. And the guys, who had only seen Angelica from afar but had never spoken to her, introduced themselves to her one by one. Then Michael tried to introduce his current companion to his friends, but the guys immediately stopped him, saying that there wasn't a single person at the university who didn't know Angelica. But one of the young man's neighbors asked a provocative question about what kind of relationship he had with the girl. This was clearly not expected by those to whom the question was addressed, nor even by the other guys nearby. Angelica was the first to speak, noting that she herself did not yet understand what kind of relationship there was between her and Michael. She also noted that she had been chasing him for a long time and even gave him an apartment, but he had not yet reciprocated, which shocked all three guys. And so they all agreed that their friend Michael was a real demon tempter. The attention of the entire company was drawn to a girl sitting next to them, who suddenly dropped something from her hands, where Melanie, convulsively clutching a fallen mug, noted with horror that Michael had been given an apartment. The girl blamed herself for the fact that for everything this guy did for her, she never thanked him, where now his opinion of her will definitely be completely ruined, and the girl who is now with him will gain an advantage. Realizing that Angelica could pose some serious competition, Melanie decided to write about it in the general chat. And so the dinner was over, where, having asked for the bill, the young people suddenly found out that it had already been paid by a girl from their company. And when everyone asked why she did it, Angelica explained that she was simply happy to spend time in such pleasant company, and decided to treat the guys. Michael tried to say something else, but the girl asked him to stop, saying that this was the least she could do to thank him for his help. And so, having said that she still had things to do at the internet cafe that she managed, Angelica said goodbye to the guys. Analyzing the behavior of this girl, Michael noticed that she managed to intrigue him without irritating him. Watching her rival go, Melanie noted that this was a very worthy opponent, since not everyone could come up with and implement this kind of manipulation. And if at first glance the girl assessed Angelica as not the strongest opponent, basing her judgment only on her appearance, now she has significantly raised her level. Meanwhile, one of Michael's neighbors asked the latter how he managed to attract such beauties, to which the young man explained that even if he told his interlocutor about this, nothing would come of it. And suddenly Michael's neighbor noticed that today Angelica appeared before them in a completely different light, and therefore Michael should be very attentive and sensitive to her. After listening to his friend, the young man replied that he was not one of those who could allow himself to break a girl's heart so easily. Continuing their simple dialogue, the friends soon found themselves on the street, where, unexpectedly for both sides, a meeting took place between Michael and Billy, who called Jessica and informed her about his enemy's promiscuous relationships. Without saying a single word to each other, the young people went their separate ways, where the wily Billy mentally gloated over the fact that Michael had no idea who was causing him problems. At that moment, a luxury business-class car suddenly braked next to the young people, and then Diana appeared on the street, looking more than serious, so one could think that she was going to at least beat someone up well. When he saw the charming girl whom Billy had once tried to hit on, he couldn't take his eyes off her. And when she headed towards where Michael was standing, the young man again mentally gloated, believing that now the girl would give his enemy a good thrashing. But suddenly, contrary to all expectations, Diana threw herself into Michael's arms, declaring that she had made a mistake and begging him to forgive her. Michael's friends standing nearby could not believe that as soon as their friend broke up with one girl, another one immediately hung around his neck. Billy couldn't understand what was happening either. He didn't believe that this formidable girl was behaving so strangely. Meanwhile, Michael, responding to Diana's argument that she had deleted Patrick's contacts, said that he had no claims against her, since they were not connected in any way, and she was free to do whatever she wanted. To this, the girl explained that she had come to the exhibition that day in order to buy a gift for Michael. And so, having handed the young man the key to the very same luxury car in which she had arrived here, the girl asked him to accept it as an apology. Billy, watching what was happening, mentally noted that this girl didn't even deign to look at him, but was giving such a car to some Michael. Well, the recipient himself stood by the car and, looking at the key, thought about how Diana had learned to curb her character and draw the right conclusions. But continuing his game, the young man said that although he accepts the gift, it does not make any fundamental changes in their relationship, since it is now difficult for him to believe the girl's words. Then something happened that no one expected, where Michael loudly told Melanie to stop hiding, come over and get into the car so that he could drive her home. As she approached, the girl noted that she felt a little uncomfortable, since the young man should have given Diana a lift, not her. To which the young man explained that the car now belonged to him. Therefore, he himself decides who he gives a ride to in it. Having said that the guy's position was completely understandable to her, the girl opened the door and sat in the front passenger seat. And as soon as she slammed the door, Michael pressed the gas pedal to the floor, causing the car to take off with a screech. Left alone in the middle of the street, Diana silently watched the expensive gift she had given Michael recede into the distance. At that moment, Billy approached her, deciding to take advantage of the situation and declaring that this guy, who treated her like that, behaved extremely disgustingly and was unworthy of a girl. But Diana suddenly demanded that the young man shut his mouth, saying that he could not even imagine how much good Michael had done for her. Dumbfounded by such a statement, Billy tried once again to influence the opinion of his interlocutor, but she, in an even harsher and colder voice, cut off his speech, saying that her relationship with Michael was none of the young man's business. The girl's thoughts were that Michael was deliberately making her angry because he was not at all indifferent to her. Meanwhile, Melanie asked the young man why he had done this to Diana. To this, Michael explained that there was no specific reason, where this girl simply did not live up to his expectations. And his interlocutor stated that in any case his feelings are visible, because Diana is his first love. But the young man, of course, began to deny that he was in any way concerned about the fate of this girl, which only brought a smile to Melanie's face, as she didn't believe the guy's statement. Deciding to change the subject of the conversation, the girl turned to the guy, asking permission to ask him one question. The request clearly intrigued Michael, and having said that he was ready to answer, he prepared himself to receive another portion of information. And so the girl asked why he gave her $1 billion worth of company shares, and what his general relationship was with her. And when the young man asked if Melanie wanted to hear the truth, she abruptly declared that only the truth interested her. To which the young man simply replied that he did all this in order to increase the level of the girl's disposition towards him. Not understanding what he was talking about, his companion asked why he needed her favor, and Michael just as simply explained that he needed the location to complete the task. The girl, stunned by such answers, stopped understanding anything that this guy was saying, and suddenly the young man abruptly pressed the brake pedal, stopping the car's movement. After which, he told the girl that he had become a member of some system that had given him a lot of money, but he could only spend it on girls, where Melanie was one of his objects. After this statement, the young man's interlocutor asked him to stop talking nonsense. Realizing that no one would believe the truth, Michael changed his position, saying that he spent money on the girl only because she was beautiful and he wanted to get her into bed. This explanation was closer to reality, where the girl mentally noted that this could well explain everything. And Michael was amazed at the girl's reaction, where just recently she could have castrated him immediately for such statements. But now she looks very interested, and so Melanie watched from the window of her home as Michael's car drove away. The girl blushed deeply, thinking that this guy was always talking nonsense, which, meanwhile, he regularly got away with. While washing the fruit, she thought that for the money he spent on her, anyone would have been in his bed long ago. And so she came to the conclusion that this guy was pursuing some completely different goals than just dragging her into bed. Then the girl received a call from Diana, to whom Melanie immediately informed that she and Michael were no longer together, since he had driven her home and then left. The caller then asked her friend to tell her about the essence of their conversation on the road. In particular, she was interested in whether Michael had talked about her, and Melanie told everything they had talked about, including the young man's answer to the question of why he had given her $1 billion stock. And then Diana realized that she, too, had wondered about the young man's investments, which obviously would not pay for themselves. And now there are suggestions that this guy is running some kind of big game of his own, which began with large investments in female bloggers. He then invested money in the Rockwood family's projects, bought a bankrupt broadcasting channel, an office center, and made other investments. On the one hand, all this looks like waste, but on the other hand, it could well be part of some global strategy. And then Melanie realized that their company had recently begun testing a new artificial intelligence, and Michael could have invested because he saw potential, where Diana immediately confirmed her interlocutor's guess. And now the girl openly stated that all these excuses about sexual interest were nothing more than a cover for Michael's true plans. This young man is very smart and cunning and can change the world, where he clearly should not be underestimated. As the conversation ended, Diana suddenly received a message from Jessica, who asked her to rent out space in her office center in order to locate the office of her new broadcasting company there. Having answered her friend with consent, Diana immediately returned to her thoughts about how Michael had planned all this a long time ago. At the same time, Michael himself sneezed and thought that someone was definitely remembering him, because after the system was strengthened, he practically stopped getting sick. Having collected his thoughts, the young man attracted the attention of all his roommates by saying that he had important information. And when everyone had stopped what they were doing, which for the most part were computer games, the young man announced that he was moving. At that very moment, everyone in the room threw themselves at his feet, begging him not to rush into moving until he taught them how to attract girls properly. To which Michael replied that to do this, first of all, he needed to become as handsome as he was. At the same time, while at Jessica's villa, her friend Joanna happily stated that all preparations were completed and they could begin recruiting people to work for their broadcasting company. To which the girl said no less joyfully that the first person she would hire was Joanna herself, who would get the position of executive director. After which Jessica said that it would definitely take some effort to find people who would conduct live broadcasts. And while her friend was talking about the possibility of looking among her familiar presenters, the girl remembered that she had a contact with a former employee of a bankrupt broadcasting company. Loudly ordering the young man to get out of her life, the woman splashed all the water in her glass in his face. Which, however, did not anger the guy at all, who calmly said that he himself did not particularly want to continue to maintain this relationship. Julia was already shaking all over from the mere sight of this guy, but his last words only added fuel to the fire. She reminded the young man that she had supported him for several years, but he replied indifferently that now the woman had no money, and therefore she no longer interested him, since she was not able to give him the kind of life he was accustomed to. And now he was already turning around, leaving the cafe and throwing in a farewell that he had paid today's bill, since he believed that his ex simply didn't have the money for it. While the guy was leaving, the woman could hear the whispers of other cafe patrons who had become unwitting witnesses to this scene, and who felt sorry for the middle-aged woman. Completely broken and destroyed on all sides, the woman mentally noted that she was not very old yet, and perhaps she would still find an opportunity to improve her affairs. And then Jessica, who called her, suddenly offered Julia to take part in the development of a new broadcasting company. In his sleep, the young man heard a key turn in the door lock of his apartment. Quickly opening his eyes and sitting up, Michael immediately realized that someone had decided to illegally enter his home and rob him. And now he was standing next to the front door, armed with a glass vase and prepared to defend his property. And the door opened, where a second later Angelica appeared on the threshold, almost hitting him right on the head with a vase. Putting his improvised weapon back on the table, the young man, while getting dressed, reproached the girl for coming without warning, to which the girl, closing the front door and apologizing, explained that she did not expect to see Michael here, and came to make the home a little more comfortable for the time when he decided to move in. And when Angelica turned around, she noticed with pleasure that this guy simply had a great body. And then, as if reading the girl's thoughts, Michael noticed that she had seen him with a bare torso, where now their position should be equalized. Blushing a little and looking thoughtful, Angelica said that if her interlocutor really wanted this, then she would find it possible to do it. After listening to the girl, Michael said that he was speaking absolutely, because he was already quite an adult man. Deciding to see who would win this game, the girl grabbed the bottom of her t-shirt and began to take it off, where, seeing this movement, Michael was horrified, stopping the guest and saying that he was just joking. In response, the girl cheerfully told her interlocutor not to worry so much, because she was also joking. When this confrontation was over, Angelica changed the subject, saying that she had brought the young man breakfast. And while she was setting out the dishes she had prepared for her, Michael approached the girl from behind, noticing that just a couple of minutes ago, she had said that she had not even guessed about his move. After which the young man, placing his hand on the girl's tummy, asked who she was bringing breakfast for if she thought the apartment was empty. Angelica did not answer this question, thinking that she had done a lot of work that should bear fruit, and Michael was already looking at what had been prepared. The aromas of the dishes prepared by Angelica awakened a strong appetite, and the girl herself stated that she could cook a lot of things and was ready to do it for the young man every day. Such a statement could not leave the guy indifferent, where he would not mind at all receiving such a delicious breakfast every day. And so, sitting at the table, he was already offering the girl to hire her as a housekeeper, where he was ready to pay her a lot of money, to which Angelica stated that she did not need any money, since she was ready to do all this completely free of charge. As Michael continued to enjoy this delicious breakfast, he mentally noted that a beautiful girl who cooked delicious food really attracts attention. Where the young man appreciated her skills in flirting and capturing a man's interest, the young man was distracted from his breakfast and his own thoughts by his mobile phone starting to ring. And the young man was called by Catherine Sullivan, who once again asked him for help. Talking on a wireless earpiece, Michael asked what was wrong, asking the girl to hurry up and citing his busy schedule, to which Catherine replied that she really had no one else to turn to for help. And so the girl said that she and director Wally Fox had everything ready to start filming, but the company they were working with unexpectedly refused to continue collaborating. Hearing Wally's name, the young man asked the girl who he was, and his interlocutor reminded the guy of the man who calls him his patron, saying that Michael needs to work on his memory. And when Catherine finished explaining the situation to him, the young man told her not to worry, as she would help him. After which he added that in order for the work to continue normally, Katrina and Wally must refuse to work with intermediaries and organize everything completely independently, for which he allocates $500 billion. Receiving a message about the transfer of money, the girl stood and could not believe that this guy was just transferring unimaginable amounts of money for the umpteenth time. Well, the benefactor himself, taking a sip, said that in a couple of days he would come by to find out how they were doing, and for the girl to call if any problems arose, and then disconnected the connection. Putting her phone aside, Catherine noted that Michael was talking about $500 billion the same way she would talk about 5 cents. Well, the rich man himself, having finished breakfast, thanked Angelica for this wonderful food. But immediately after this, he noted that he found it reasonable to leave this apartment after all. The girl, who had not expected such a statement, exclaimed in alarm, asking why he had decided to do this. And so, having assumed the most open and submissive pose, Angelica asked him in her melodic voice what she had done wrong. In response, Michael explained that he would not be able to feel at home here if a girl were to show up at his place without warning. Immediately after which the young man added that the problem could be solved if she was ready to give him the second key to the apartment. Agreeing to the conditions put forward, Angelica sadly handed her interlocutor the second key. The cunning girl noted to herself that she had several such keys in reserve. But Michael, as if reading her thoughts, suddenly said that he understood perfectly well that his morning guest might still have the keys. But if she didn't respect his privacy, he would simply move out. Noticing that Angelica was a very understanding girl, Michael said goodbye to her, citing business. As he left, the young man thought about how to put women in their place in time, something he had learned long ago. When Michael arrived at the scene, he didn't even have time to get out of his car when he suddenly heard a familiar voice. It was his best friend Jack, in the company of his new girlfriend, who also greeted Michael. When he saw Sophia, the young man was a little upset, as he wanted to spend time only with his best friend. But there was nothing to be done, and Michael invited both young men into his brand new car. Finding herself in the luxury car, Sophia mentally noted that her boyfriend's friend was very rich, assuming that they would go to eat in one of the most expensive restaurants. But all her hopes were dashed when the girl saw the place where the young people had gathered to have a bite to eat. Jack, on the other hand, was very pleased that they had come to this particular place and not to some restaurant. And now he was happily telling his companion that there was very tasty food here, which the girl would definitely like. Having supported her boyfriend's mood, the girl at the same time thought that this Michael could only be pretending to be rich, since rich people definitely don't eat in such places. They were already sitting at one of the tables when the company's attention was suddenly drawn to a news story on TV. And then Katrin appeared on the screen, greeted all the viewers, and said that she had to report some very important information. And so the girl told them that Mr. Lone Wolf had invested $500 billion in their company, with which they were going to create the largest company in the film industry. Michael's friend understood that they were talking about him, and immediately asked if he really decided to reshape the world of cinema. Well, Jack's companion's mood instantly changed, where she fully realized how rich her boyfriend's friend was. Michael himself was not very happy with the fact that Catherine's statement made him so popular. Meanwhile, Jack did not stop, begging his friend to get autographs for him from Catherine and other stars. And when the young man started asking Michael where he got all that money from, the latter literally had to shut him up with food. Well, Sophia, who was nearby, looking at Jack, mentally concluded that this guy was her guide to a bright, and most importantly, rich future. The girl was determined to seize this opportunity where Michael makes everyone around him rich. And so, showing a completely unexpected concern for Jack, Sophia began to help him wipe the remains of the sauce from the corners of his mouth. This news story did not go unnoticed by all the other fans of Michael, who were quite surprised that it amounted to $500 billion. Where the girls were interested not only in the reason why he decided to make such investments, but also in how he knew the actress Catherine Sullivan. Melanie brought some clarity by saying that she had already seen Michael give the girl a piece of jewelry at the auction, which meant that they had met before it started. Diana, who had a good business acumen, immediately noted that such a large investment project could not be implemented so quickly, which meant that it had been in the plans for a very long time. And now all the girls have already agreed that spending $500 billion is too much just to attract a girl. And so Diana, having listed all of Michael's major investments, wondered out loud what he was up to. At some point, Joanna had the great idea to tell the public that Jessica's broadcasting company also had a lone wolf, which would immediately attract the attention of bloggers, where the owner of this company found this idea excellent and promising unimaginable benefits. Diana continued to insist that everything that was happening was part of some global plan of Michael's. In the midst of the discussion, Julia passed by and asked the girls what they were discussing. Jessica explained to her that they were simply listening to a speech at a press conference by actress Catherine Sullivan, in whose activities Mr. Lone Wolf had invested a lot of money. And as soon as the woman heard this nickname, her face immediately changed dramatically. But she experienced a real shock when Jessica brought to her the information that their entire company was created by a lone wolf. Having calmed down a little, Julia suddenly announced that she would like to quit this job. Without understanding why this woman had suddenly made such a decision, Jessica began to persuade her to stay, saying that she was ready to raise her salary, and also convincing her that with the support of the lone wolf, their future was secure. But Julia explained that the reason for her departure was the lone wolf himself, who had already ruined her company, and now his anger could also affect Jessica's activities. The girl couldn't believe that such a cute guy like Michael could do this to this woman. Deciding to discuss the situation with him in person, Jessica urged Julia to remain calm. Michael, who was on the other side of town, was just saying goodbye to his friend and his companion. Answering the incoming call, the young man said that he had time and opportunity to talk. The young man assumed that now the conversation would be about the $500 billion that he had invested in Katrin's activities. But Jessica suddenly asked him about what Julia had done to offend him, that he decided to ruin her company, where the young man did not even understand who his interlocutor was talking about. And when the girl reminded him that this woman had her own small broadcasting company, Michael immediately remembered her. And so he explained to his interlocutor that this woman had the audacity to hide behind his own name when talking to him. After this, Jessica began to beg Michael to forgive his offender, where she is ready to apologize right now. The young man did not resist, deciding that she could also be useful if she understood her mistakes. And Julia, using her employer's phone, immediately apologized, promising to help Jessica with her business. When the conversation was over, Julia felt a sense of relief in her soul, which only made Jessica happy. Michael, turning off the connection, was once again convinced that this woman, with her extensive experience, could be of great help to Jessica in developing her business. Yes, not all people can immediately understand something important. Some, like this Julia, just need to find themselves in a difficult situation. Meanwhile, Katrin, who continued to answer journalists' questions, apologized, saying that she needed to answer a call. And as soon as she answered the call, she immediately heard a huge number of not very pleasant statements from her sponsor, who was very unhappy that she had drawn so much attention to him. However, the girl was beside herself with rage when she heard Michael state his unwillingness to stand out, recalling how he squandered millions at an auction and played a musical instrument there. But at some point the guy calmed down, saying that nothing could be returned. But since the girl had arranged a press conference, he had one request. Without interrupting her patron, Katrin wondered what this unpredictable man might need this time. And when Michael voiced his request, the girl, smiling slightly, replied that she would do everything without any problems. And now she's back to addressing reporters and viewers, saying it was an important call from her lone wolf sponsor. At that very moment, all the participants of the event perked up, guessing that something very important was about to be said. And Katrin announced that Mr. Lone Wolf had acquired the Dexter TV company, which would resume its operations in the very near future, where Dexter TV begins close cooperation with the film company Best Cinema founded by her. The announced news had an immediate effect on people's minds, where girls working in other broadcasting companies immediately began to discuss their transfer to Dexter TV, where even with the payment of a penalty to their previous employer, they would earn much more. The director of the broadcasting company, whose bloggers Michael had once transferred money to, after listening to Katrine's announcement, came to the conclusion that their industry was long established, and a lone wolf would not be able to change anything in the balance of power. But then an assistant burst into his office and shouted hysterically that most of the employees had submitted resignation letters, which was a shock for the boss, where he immediately came to the conclusion that the lone wolf had the intention of reshaping this entire market. Well, Jessica was over the moon when Katrin announced her national broadcasting company, to which Diana once again noted that her assumptions about Michael's well-thought-out strategy were fully confirmed. This guy really acts as some kind of gray cardinal, where all his previous actions that seemed absurd now take on a specific meaning. At this point, Joanna entered the conversation and also stated that all of Michael's actions were explained by his desire to invest. And right after that, Diana said that in that case he was not spending the money to attract more girls, where Melanie and Jessica left off, concluding that he simply deemed them most worthy of being part of his plan. And now all three girls were asking themselves the same question, where they wanted to understand whether Michael had any real feelings for them. Diana was the first to break the silence, saying that at the moment no one was clear whether Michael liked any of them. But under any circumstances, she decides to stay by his side until he makes his own choice. The other girls just looked at each other after what was said. Julia diffused the situation by saying that men value strong and self-sufficient women, and suggested that everyone return to work. Everyone agreed with this argument, deciding that the one who would bring him the greatest benefit and advantage would stay with Michael. The man who approached Veronica gave his address and last name in order to receive a postal item, and now the girl was already showing him the parcel that had arrived, offering to help him unpack it. But then she was greatly frightened by the loud cry of a colleague who, without hiding her emotions, said that the actress Catherine Sullivan had just announced the receipt of investments of $500 billion. Having heard the reason for such a violent reaction, Veronica noted that this was most likely a publicity stunt, since this actress had recently been involved in scandals. But her interlocutor did not agree, saying that a very big and famous person was standing behind her. Continuing to open the parcel, the girl even cut her finger when her colleague called the man a lone wolf. And now Veronica's colleague was already praying that she would also meet such a rich man on her path. Well, the man receiving the parcel immediately joined the conversation, recalling that he had seen the moment when the lone wolf transferred huge sums of money to female bloggers. Veronica, for a while, fell into a state of stupor, trying to at least imagine the sum of 500 billion, and thinking about what and when she did wrong in this life. The glass of water flew several meters and shattered into pieces with a loud ringing sound, hitting the canvas of a painting hanging on the wall. And the man in glasses, sprawled in a chair, noted with displeasure that this lone wolf was constantly interfering with his business. While collecting the shards from the floor, a very attractive and provocatively dressed girl reported to the gentleman that she had already ordered him to find out everything. And the man, as if he had not heard the girl's words at all, turned to the portrait of Catherine, asking her whether the lone wolf really was her secret patron, and whether he had accidentally helped her get rid of Floyd Hicks. But then he stood up and went to the window and shouted that he was the heir of the Calloway family and always got everything he wanted. The assistant who approached him told the gentleman everything that her team had managed to gather regarding the activities of the new film company. And when the girl suggested that it was only a question of big money, the man called her very naive. But at the same time, he noted that his family had an incredible number of connections and money, so competing with them was useless. Continuing his thoughts out loud, Adam said that most likely his opponent understands all this, but definitely has some kind of secret side plan. And when he suggested that the other side's ultimate goal was most likely real estate rather than cinema, the girl suggested finding out more information about this lone wolf, where the man gave his assistant, who apparently worked part-time for him as someone else, no more than 3 days to complete this task. Well, the lone wolf meanwhile enjoyed the game on the console, managing to absorb what Angelica fed him along the way. The girl did not hide her joy when Michael won another victory in the game. But then, turning to the girl, the young man asked her if she was tired of taking care of him. After all, for the last 3 days all she did was cook, wash, and clean the apartment, to which Angelica replied that all these ordinary things were not at all a burden to her. And when he asked her if she considered him a lacking in determination, his interlocutor said that in those 3 days, the guy had risen in the game from level 19 to 45, where she had never seen such determination. Which really upset the guy, because he tried so hard to constantly play to get Angelica mad and force her to leave. When he started getting ready, the girl tried to ask to go with him, but he said that he was going to important negotiations. Having decided not to be intrusive since men value their independence above all else, Angelica simply wished him good luck in business. As she watched Michael go, the girl thought that he would soon get used to her care, and then he would definitely not go anywhere. She had no intention of losing to the other girls hanging around this guy under any circumstances. The people standing behind Katrin quietly whispered about why this whole festive event was organized, where the most knowledgeable explained that a big man was coming to visit them today. And now the leader of this meeting was already heading towards the approaching car, greeting the lone wolf as he climbed out of the car. Michael noted that a star of Catherine's stature should not have met him personally, to which the girl objected, saying that it was simply respect for the investor. And while they were heading inside the building, the girl thought that she felt very calm next to this guy, and apparently, she was beginning to feel sympathy towards him. At some point, all the people around greeted the lone wolf in unison, after which Michael asked Catherine not to make such an arrangement on his next visit, but to meet him without unnecessary noise. Coquettishly adjusting her hair, the actress replied that she understood the young man. To herself, she thought that the young man was deceiving her to some extent, since it was quite obvious that such attention flattered him. Soon they were sitting in the presentation hall, where the speaker was talking about the main task of deciding on a location for building a city for filming. Pointing to a place on the map, the man suggested stopping at this land, which would definitely ensure the achievement of the company's goals. However, Catherine did not agree with this, since land near the city was very expensive, and therefore it was better for them to choose something further away. Wally also contributed, saying that the best place to film would be a picturesque place in the bosom of nature. And so everyone who took part in this debate turned their attention to Michael, asking what the lone wolf thought about this matter. Where the young man, not expecting such attention, responded with a question about why his opinion should decide anything here, to which Catherine responded by stating that his opinion would be decisive, since all the money was his, and everyone gathered here was pursuing his interests. After thinking for a moment, Michael suddenly said that none of these 3 options were suitable, and so he went up to the map and circled a small settlement that was quite far from the city. And when he heard the opinion that this remote land had no commercial potential, he completely agreed with it, adding that they would take part in creating it. And very soon, the whole crowd of executives, managers, and other interested parties were already sitting and discussing the non-trivial decision of the lone wolf. The great businessman himself thought that he was born in this small settlement, where there would never be any commercial benefit even if an alien ship suddenly landed there. However, his plans, unlike the team's, were to spend as much money as possible. And so, sitting down in the chair, the young man stated with satisfaction that he had decided to invest in this small town. As they went to their workplaces, the company employees noted that in many years of their work, this was the first such short meeting of directors. Looking at the young and obscenely rich guy, people wondered whether he was a genius or just a fool. Well, the Grey Cardinal himself was completely satisfied with his own plan, since the money he gave to Katrin for the development of the company would definitely not be enough, and then it would be possible to invest more. These pleasant thoughts about the upcoming multi-billion-dollar expenses were interrupted by a call from Jessica. It was a video call where the girl said that they were about to have a meeting regarding the hiring of company employees, but she was very surprised that Michael was not in a work environment, but on the street, where she immediately assumed that he had forgotten about their agreement. The young man managed to get out of it by explaining that he had better reception outside. The guy concluded to himself that he had indeed completely forgotten about this agreement, believing Michael. Jessica said that after Katrin's conference, her company was in demand, but some problems had also arisen, where one of the main problems was the question of how to distribute the income received between bloggers and the company. Then employees from a variety of services and departments joined the conversation, using terminology that immediately gave Michael a headache. Here, Julia joined in to convey the information, saying that the income needed to be distributed equally, since from her past experience, she knew that any other deviation would lead to losses. And suddenly at that moment, Michael came to life when the word that was so cherished for him, losses, was heard. When he asked the woman to repeat what she had said, she explained that the company was only just getting back on its feet, and any wrong steps could lead to its complete collapse again. But the young man, on the contrary, needed to organize everything so that the companies would operate at a loss. And so he declared that the company should give at least 80% of its profits to presenters and bloggers, where, from such a statement, all the participants of the meeting fell into a state of complete stupor. Well, the leader himself continued, saying that Dexter TV should become the #1 broadcasting company in the entire country, so that everyone could earn money from them. He then added that his goal is to capture the entire market and popularize their company in the shortest possible time, where there is no need to worry about money, since he has more than enough of it. And when he finished his long and shocking speech, he turned to the participants of the meeting with the question of whether there would be any objections. But as expected, not a single objection was received to the lone wolf's arguments. A few minutes after the meeting ended, Jessica noticed her phone vibrating, where, upon opening the received message, the girl discovered that another 5 billion had appeared on her account. Well, the founder of 2 companies, aimed only at waste, was very pleased that he could now spend an unimaginable amount of money, where he would then receive his well-deserved reward. A man sitting near Jessica asked the girl why her face literally started to glow, to which she, not without pleasure, told about the latest transfer from the lone wolf in the amount of 5 billion. Everyone who was still in her office could not believe that their company had just received another round of support, and in such a large amount. And so the man who turned to Jessica mentally noted that at first he had strong doubts about the company's future. But with such support, they certainly had nothing to fear. Julia was also lost in her thoughts, thinking that she knew about the wealth of the lone wolf, but she had not even thought about how great it was. Jessica herself also thought about Michael, only not about his money, but about his mental abilities, recognizing him as a real genius. Looking at his frozen face on the screen after the end of the video call, the girl could not understand why he transferred the money not to the company account, but to her personal account. The answer came by itself, where Jessica decided that Michael did it to increase her authority among the employees, after which the warmest feelings overwhelmed the girl, who was ready to hug and kiss her sponsor non-stop. At the same time, Michael suddenly realized that he had accidentally transferred the money to Jessica's account, and not to the company's account. While he was thinking about how to explain all this to her, his phone beeped again, having read the message from the one to whom he transferred 5 billion, where she sincerely thanked her dear man. The young man could not understand what kind of outburst of tenderness this was. But in essence, this did not change anything, where Michael was only interested in this girl spending as much of his money as possible. Because once his minions spend a ton of money and destroy the business, they will rely on him even more. Jessica herself left her office and went to another part of the premises rented by her company, where the majority of employees worked. The girl loudly announced that their company had received new investments in the amount of 5 billion, which would become their main capital for development. To the delight of all employees, she announced a doubling of salaries, as well as quarterly bonuses, adding that Dexter TV should become #1 among competitors. Naturally, the workers were immensely inspired by such good news about the increase in wages, and therefore were ready to work without sparing themselves. Well, Jessica, watching people's reactions, mentally addressed Michael, saying that she would not disappoint him. As evening approached, the young man returned to his apartment, which, to his surprise, was empty. As Michael walked into the room, he noticed a small folded piece of paper on the table. It was a note from Angelica, who, citing urgent business, announced her absence, leaving the preparation of dinner to the guy himself. Having finished reading, the young man immediately noticed that this girl continued to play her secret game. After all, it was quite obvious here that at first she had shown constant concern for him for some time, to which he should have become accustomed, and now she had stepped aside so that the young man would experience discomfort from her absence. But at the same time, the guy noted that despite all these attempts to get him, he does not feel any negative emotions towards Angelica. Having settled comfortably on the sofa, the young man suddenly felt how calm he felt now. But after not staying in that position for even 5 minutes, Michael suddenly assumed a sitting position, deciding that he needed to visit his parents, and now he was already sitting on a high-speed train taking him to his small homeland, where he was exhausted from the heat and stuffiness. However, the railway did not deliver him directly to his home, where the young man had to travel the next part of the journey by bus. And so finally, he left the no less stuffy interior of the bus, noticing that before the road home seemed much shorter. The young man could only explain his feelings by the fact that his lifestyle had changed greatly recently, where he had become increasingly accustomed to comfort. However, today he could not make the entire journey in his luxury car, as his parents and everyone who knows him would immediately have a lot of questions. While Michael was walking, lost in his thoughts, his attention was drawn to a car that stopped nearby. Behind the wheel was one of Michael's former classmates, Spencer Fry, who asked whether his friend was still studying or had already found a job. When the young man replied that he was studying at university and had come home for the holidays, Spencer invited him to get into the car and talk. Once the young man was inside, he began to play the role of a poor guy who was very impressed with such an expensive car. This clearly flattered her owner, who noted that no one really needed her education, where his employment in the fish business brought in a very solid income. And while he continued to brag, Michael continued to pretend that he was very impressed with the achievements of his former classmate. Suddenly, the attention of the young people was drawn to a beautiful girl who appeared on the road. Michael literally stared at this beautiful creature, where the girl seemed very familiar to him, and so his memories moved to the distant school past, where in this beauty, the young man finally recognized his old friend Kiara Larson. Spencer, who also noticed the girl, could not help but notice that old man Larson's daughter was becoming more beautiful every year, and he was not at all averse to getting her for himself. Pressing the gas pedal, the young entrepreneur drove up to the lonely standing girl. Well, Kiara, through the lowered window, noticed Michael sitting in the passenger seat, and was very happy that he had returned. Well, Michael himself simply could not take his eyes off this charming girl, who possessed some special, natural, and very attractive beauty. And so he got out of the car and, as he had done many years ago, patted the girl on the head, asking if she had done her homework, to which Kiara indignantly responded that she had long since graduated from school and was no longer a little girl to be ruffled on the head. Here Spencer, who had also left the car, joined the conversation and immediately began to offer the girl to become his wife, where she would not need anything. But Kiara turned away and declared that the groom was not at all to her taste and was also overweight. But the guy did not give up, saying that he was even ready to lose weight to achieve his goal. The girl then stated that Spencer, who was older than both Kiara and Michael, was already too old for her. And while she was saying this, the system announced to Michael that a new object had been discovered, which, however, could not be tied to the owner, since it already had too high a location level. The young man was very upset that the system was unable to link a new object with which he could spend some more money. This beautiful girl seemed to Michael like a kind of precious stone, but the financially interested young man immediately decided that he simply needed to lower the level of the object's location, which he had already had to do before, and then he suddenly started to support Spencer's position, urging Kiara to think about his offer and not to play hard to get, since this guy had already reached great heights. And as Michael continued to elevate his comrade, the girl's favor immediately began to decline. Well, Spencer himself, who never expected such support, thanked the guy for his words. He noted to himself that education had definitely benefited him, as Michael had become very accommodating. Kiara couldn't believe what she heard from Michael, where the system gave him one message after another, informing the owner about the decrease in the level of the object's location. And finally, the girl's location reached 0, and the system announced the addition of a new object, which made the guy very happy. And the girl, upset by the young man's words, turned around and ran away with not very flattering words addressed to Michael. The young man mentally apologized to her, also mentally explaining his behavior by the fact that for completing the task with this object, he would receive a considerable amount of money in the form of reinforcement points and new skills. After saying goodbye to Spencer, Michael finally made it to his parents' house, where he couldn't understand why no one was answering his knock or opening the door. But then his attention was drawn to a neighbor who asked the guy to come to her. As the boy approached, the woman, whom everyone here called Aunt Laura, said that the boy had better go back to where he came from. Without understanding at all what the woman was telling him, the young man asked her to tell him what was going on. And Aunt Laura explained that Michael's father had run away, taking Kiara's mother with him. And after that, the boy's mother had apparently returned to her parents' house. The thing is that Michael's father and Kiara's mother were in love with each other since school. But Kiara's mother's parents were unhappy with Michael's father's financial situation, and so they married her off to a son of the Larson family. However, after Kiara was born, everyone around her noticed that she looked nothing like her father. Thomas Larser then ordered a DNA test, the results of which were disappointing for him. And just as he wanted to find Michael's father, he discovered that he had run away with his wife. This information shocked the young man so much that his face literally distorted, where the first thing he noticed was his family connection with Kiara. The woman who sat down next to the guy, who was crouched in amazement, confirmed that Kiara was Michael's half-sister. But then, a new terrifying thought struck the young man, where he himself had just led everything to the system connecting him with a new object, which turned out to be his sister. And so the young man began to slap himself in the face, in order to somehow punish himself for such vulgarity. Where Aunt Laura interpreted this in her own way, saying that the guy was not guilty of the sins of his parents. Having thanked the woman for everything, Michael turned around and went somewhere, where Laura shouted after him not to do anything stupid. Watching the young man leave, the woman noted that such a strong sense of responsibility for his parents' actions would definitely not benefit him in the future. Well, Michael walked and thought that since Kiara was his little sister, he would not allow anyone to hurt her, and especially would not give her to this arrogant Spencer. At the same time, Kiara herself was hanging washed clothes in the yard, thinking about what had changed Michael so much, where he suddenly began to support that arrogant guy who wanted her as a wife. The girl's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a strong kick to the front door, accompanied by the curses of a heavily drunk man. And then, staggering from side to side in the courtyard of the house, Thomas Larson appeared, drinking and cursing everything and everyone in this world. Looking at her drunk father with a frightened look, the girl carefully said that he should not abuse alcohol so much and so often. But the enraged man suddenly grabbed the girl by the hand and gave her a good slap, shouting that she was not his daughter. The girl protected herself from the blows of her fake father as best she could. And suddenly someone's voice was heard behind the man, demanding that he stop. Turning his head, Thomas saw Michael approaching, menacingly noting that this scoundrel Cross had come to him himself. As he approached the young man noticed that he was so drunk that he mistook him for his father. And so, under the influence of the firewater, Thomas, obsessed with a thirst for revenge, grabbed the sickle and rushed at Michael. Already frightened, Kiara, noticing this jerk, shouted at the guy to be careful. But Michael didn't need any help, advice, or tips, because his body and skills were improved by his system. Without even blinking an eye, the young man effortlessly stopped the movement of his armed hand, squeezing it so hard that the enemy dropped the sickle. And now the drunk and enraged man was already kneeling in an immobilized position, which deprived him of the opportunity to perform any further actions. However, this did not dampen Thomas's ardor at all, who continued to shout that he would kill his enemy. And then Michael turned to him, saying that he could scream and swear as much as he wanted, but he was not his father and was not guilty of anything. But these arguments had no effect, where the enraged man shouted that he didn't care who was standing in front of him, since he would destroy their entire family. The thought flashed through the young man's mind that under other circumstances he would have dealt with the impudent fellow long ago. But here, by and large, Thomas was not to blame for anything, and so he again called on him to remain calm. Realizing he needed to free his hands, Michael asked his sister to fetch a rope. While the girl was fulfilling his request, the young man dispersed all the onlookers who had gathered to gawk at what was happening, where, going in different directions, everyone only discussed how professionally and quickly the guy immobilized an adult man. And so, when Thomas was already tied to the chair, Michael expressed his sympathy to him and apologized for what happened on behalf of his family. But the man was not going to forgive, saying that he had been led by the nose and cheated on for more than 20 years, which could not be forgiven. To this, Michael sadly said that the past cannot be returned or changed. But life does not end there, and his interlocutor could consider the issue of compensation for the harm and suffering caused. Laughing, Thomas said that he would be satisfied with compensation in the form where Michael would cut off one part of his body, the absence of which would not allow their filthy line to continue. But the resourceful young man immediately declared that such a statement did not do the man any honor, and besides, this measure would no longer help. And when the man asked what he meant, the young man simply turned his gaze to his sister, who could well continue his lineage. Thomas had nothing to say to this, and taking advantage of his confusion, Michael suggested considering the issue of financial compensation, to which the man first shouted that no amount of money would bring his wife back, would not turn the girl standing next to him into his own daughter. But a second later, he said that even if he agreed, the guy would hardly have 100 million. But after this, the young man perked up, took out his mobile phone, and said that if Thomas gave up his plans for revenge, he would have 100 million. His opponent could not believe that this man from a poor family was actually offering him such a huge sum. Michael didn't say anything in response, simply showing his interlocutor the screen of his mobile phone, which displayed his bank account. Beginning to realize that this guy was not joking, and he really did have 100 million, Thomas thought about it. After all, this opened up completely different prospects for him, where he could marry again and have his own children. Where now before him, still a fairly young man, stood the choice between a new life in happiness or a new life in prison. As if even sober, Thomas asked Michael if he was joking about the money, and the guy confirmed his intentions, saying that he would send this money to the account of Kiara, who, although not his daughter, would repay him with kindness, where every year for 10 years he would receive 10 million. And when Thomas asked why not the whole amount at once, Michael explained that it was his insurance against a possible change in the man's plans. Understanding all the pain that his father had caused Mr. Larson, the young man hoped that this money would somehow help him cope and start his life anew. Meanwhile, Kiara, who had heard the entire conversation, was in shock that she was not the daughter of the man she considered her father, but was Michael Cross's sister. The system had already started sending messages about the increase in the girl's affection level, who was delighted with how her brother had protected her. Michael immediately noticed that the system messages were different from the messages about other girls, where in this case, Kiara was motivated not by financial interest, but by feelings of kinship and trust in a loved one. After transferring the money, Michael approached the man, saying that he would now untie him and asking him not to do anything stupid. And when he finished freeing the prisoner, Kiara approached him and asked her brother for the opportunity to live with him, since she was afraid to stay in this house. Happy that he had a little sister, the young man of course gave his consent to live together, since he himself was planning to take the girl to his place. Adam's assistant reported to the gentleman that behind the pseudonym of the Lone Wolf, in fact, was hiding a university student named Michael Cross, who had never had anything outstanding in his family or life. This seemed strange to her, so she dug a little deeper, where she was able to find a medical report that was more than 20 years old. The son of the Calloway family sat and silently listened to everything that his charming assistant told him. Well, the girl continued, saying that according to this conclusion, Michael Cross's mother would never have been able to have children, and therefore this young man is not the child of this unremarkable family. When the girl finished her report, Adam, who was clearly very skeptical, asked her if this was all she had managed to find out about this guy, to which his assistant confusedly confirmed what the boss had said. And suddenly the man, suddenly overcome with a feeling of rage, jumped up from his seat and hit his assistant right in the face. He called the girl who fell to the floor nothing more than trash, who was unable to obtain any meaningful information, where he was not at all interested in the fact that the Lone Wolf was not the son of his parents. Looming over the defenseless girl in front of him, Adam menacingly declared that he was interested in where this guy got all that money and who was covering for him. Ready to obey the man in everything, his assistant declared that she would carry out the order at any cost, and the ruthless gentleman reminded the girl that she owed everything to his family. But at the same time, she was not the only one, and finding a replacement for her would not be difficult. And so he let his assistant go, ordering her to keep him constantly informed of events. As Michael approached the shower, he told his sister that he had brought a towel and some clean clothes left by his mother, which he would leave at the door. The girl, taking a nice hot shower, thanked the young man for his attention and care. Exposing her beautiful face to the warm streams of water, the girl thought about how she was no longer needed by anyone, neither her father nor her mother. However, now she has an overly rich brother, whose wealth raises a lot of questions, as his family are fruit merchants. As she turned off the water, Kiara thought that if this guy who had treated her so well had gone down the wrong path in pursuit of money, then she should help him. Meanwhile, Michael, once again unable to get through to either his mother or father, sat and thought about how his exemplary parents had run away, leaving him with a lot of problems. Then Kiara came out of the shower and told her brother that she had finished her water procedures. While she was drying her hair, Michael looked into her clear and beautiful eyes, which attracted him greatly. Having shown the girl the place where she would sleep, the young man was about to go to his room, but the girl unexpectedly grabbed him by the clothes. In a timid voice, she asked her little brother to spend the night with her in the same room, where she was even willing to settle on the floor. Looking at the girl and exhaling heavily, Michael agreed to fulfill her request, deciding that it was normal for brother and sister to sleep almost together. Having already settled down on the bed, the young man still could not believe that he had a younger sister. The next day, Catherine, accompanied by bodyguards and company employees, had already arrived at the place where the company was buying land. When she left the train carriage, she immediately noticed that she found herself in some kind of backwater. The girl was met by a man who introduced himself as a representative of the administration of their town and greeted the guest. Having thanked him for the warm welcome, the actress headed to the car prepared for her. And so, very soon the girl arrived at a plot of land where heavy machinery had already begun to work. The man accompanying her reported that the development of new company lands had already begun in this area. Meanwhile, a man standing in the crowd took out his mobile phone and called the person who had sent him to control the situation. David McEnroy was not without joy when he heard the report that the company had already begun to develop the land. Having finished the conversation, the man turned to his assistant, ordering him to begin implementing their plan and buy out the neighboring lands at an inflated price. As the man with glasses walked away, the calculating man mentally addressed the lone wolf, saying that he did not want to cross his path at all, but simply saw a way to make a little money. Meanwhile, the assistant to the head of the McEnroy family, having left the boss's office, took out his phone and made just one call. But after this call, a real chain reaction followed, where some people called each other passing on important information and reporting that they were already sending their people to buy land. Meanwhile, Michael sat in the watermelon patch, noting that his parents had abandoned the entire harvest. It was here that he received a call from Catherine, who told him the sad news that all the land they were going to buy had suddenly skyrocketed in price. However, for the young man this was not bad news, as it opened up the prospect of spending even more money. Where his interlocutor decided that he had not heard what she had said, calling it very good news, and Michael corrected what he said a little, explaining that he simply meant that he could easily deal with this problem. But suddenly, when he tried to transfer money to Katrin, he received a message from the system that this operation could not be carried out. He tried to do it again, but the system again refused, saying that the owner had his own benefit from the activities of the film company, and therefore was suspected of money laundering. Having started looking for a way out of the current situation, the young man found nothing better than to transfer money through his beloved sister, where Kiara, noticing her brother's gaze, asked him who he was talking to now, to which the young man explained that he had spoken with actress Catherine Sullivan, with whom he is not in a romantic relationship. However, the girl did not believe the young man's words, believing that he was aiming far above his head, despite the fact that he was not at all poor. Picking up the theme, Michael noted that the film company was buying up land in their city, where they could now make good money from it. Kiara was interested in how one could make money from land in an unpopular town like theirs, to which the young man explained that there was a lot of land in their city, which his little sister could buy and then receive income from the fact that the film company would use it. Assessing the prospects, the girl thought that even though Michael was now providing for her completely, she should think about the future. And now she has already agreed to the proposal, saying that she will immediately talk to the head of the city. And Michael himself, watching his sister, thought that it would be nice to have such a wife and settle here, far from the bustle of the city. While he was lost in his fantasies, many expensive luxury cars began to stop right in front of him, and then a girl who appeared from one of them noted that this was the first time she had found herself in such a wilderness. Seeing a young man in front of her, the girl approached him and asked if he was Michael Cross. When the young man confirmed his identity, the girl introduced herself as Elizabeth Carson. But the young man did not at all understand what this girl meant when she said that they had not met for the first time. Unable to remember the circumstances of their first meeting, Michael said the girl must have been mistaken, to which the clearly upset girl capriciously stated that their first meeting took place at a car show, where she was in the company of her brother. Recalling that day, the young man noticed that there really was some girl with Patrick, and Elizabeth, watching the young man's thought process, thought that the lone wolf's reputation as a ladies' man was definitely not confirmed, because he didn't even pay attention to her. And so Michael asked the guest what brought her here, to which the girl matter-of-factly asked whether a lone wolf always talks about business in the middle of the street. After thinking for a moment, the young man decided that the neighbors really didn't need to know about his affairs, and then he invited everyone to follow him to his parents' house. When the young people had disappeared from prying eyes and ears, Michael again asked the girl to tell him about the purpose of her visit, to which the charming girl expressed the assumption that the lone wolf was clearly planning to make some good money, which only made the young man laugh, who was only focused on spending as much as possible. But the categorically minded Elizabeth immediately declared that he could deceive others, but not her. And then she recalled that loud statement by Catherine about the unthinkable amount of investment. But the company is headed by an actress who knows absolutely nothing about running a business. But now that everyone has started buying up land here, the secret plans of the lone wolf are becoming clear, where this is definitely some kind of deceptive maneuver. After mentally laughing at how cool he seemed in the eyes of this girl, Michael asked her how his plans could concern Elizabeth. And the girl looked intently at this strange young man, who continued to remain calm even when his plan was revealed. After all, even her influential brother would immediately abandon his plans, and therefore it is definitely impossible to quarrel with a lone wolf. And so Elizabeth declared that she had come here on behalf of their family, in order to discuss the possibility of doing business together. But their conversation was interrupted by a female voice demanding that she be let go. It was Kiara, returning from the mayor of the city, who was not allowed into her own house by the guards of the uninvited guest. Roughly grabbing the girl by the arms, the young guards told her that she could not enter the premises, but the owner of the house himself was already approaching them, angrily declaring that this was his sister and demanding that they let her go. Well, Elizabeth decided not to interfere for now, deciding to see what this cold-blooded lone wolf, who instantly lost his temper because of his little sister, would be ready for. Seeing that his guest's guards were not going to fulfill his demand, the young man coldly said that he would teach them a lesson now. Having shouted that he would now make the young men let the girl go, the guy grabbed one of them by the head and threw him aside with all his might, where all the other guards and their mistress were shocked by the incredible power this guy possessed. Elizabeth, the most shocked of all, could not believe that the guard, who was a member of the special forces, could not do anything against his opponent. Well, Michael himself had already approached his little sister, for whom he was ready to tear anyone apart. Elizabeth, watching every move of the young man, was already dreaming of getting this man for herself. And then the system issued another message, informing the owner about the addition of a new object in the person of the youngest daughter of the Carson family. But Michael did not express joy about this, looking sternly at the girl and accusing her of coming to this house to insult his loved ones. And when Kiara asked who this girl was, her brother replied that she wanted to discuss cooperation issues, but apparently their conversation was over. Contrary to all Michael's expectations, his dear little sister was enchanted by Elizabeth, who at such a young age was already engaged in such important affairs and negotiations. Well, the business girl herself reluctantly agreed that she was to some extent to blame for the guards' actions, although her brother had recruited them. But the young man remained adamant, declaring that he was not very sure of the girl's words, nor was he sure whether they should continue this conversation. But then Kiara intervened in the situation, reproached her brother for his unfriendly attitude, and introduced herself to their guest. Elizabeth, who was a little embarrassed by this attitude from the girl, also introduced herself in response. And so, a few minutes later, Michael was already watching as two girls were discussing the fact that, as it turned out, they were even born on the same day. Soon the young man had no choice but to go and do his chores while his sister and her new friend continued to actively get to know each other. But then Kiara approached her brother, saying that according to Elizabeth's stories, he was incredibly cool, to which the young man replied that she still had a lot to learn about him. The system announced an increase in the level of affection between the sister and her brother, and she herself was already sitting next to him, ready to listen to new details from the original source. Watching her relatives, Elizabeth noticed to herself that this guy and his sister had a very warm relationship. And with such a huge fortune, this young man lives in some remote place and just sits in the yard sorting through bean pods. The girl could not believe that such men even existed. And the system was already announcing to Michael an increase in his level of favor and a second new object. The young man responded to Elizabeth's request to spend the night with a categorical refusal, saying that their relationship was purely business. But she insisted, saying that she really wanted to experience life outside the big city, and that only two people lived in such a big house. Here, Kiara also joined in the persuasion, asking to allow her new friend to stay for a few days. About to say something categorically negative, the young man turned his head and immediately met those pure and innocent eyes, And so his positions were captured, where he told the girls that they could do whatever their hearts desired, which made them immensely happy. The young man thought to himself that he would show this impudent girl all the delights of life in a country house, where she herself would soon run away from here. Well, Elizabeth noticed that everything was going very well for her, where she now had a chance to observe this mysterious character. Lying in his room, Michael couldn't fall asleep, listening to his sister's voice, who admired her friend's outfits. Turning on his side, the young man also thought about how cooperation with the Carson family could be useful, where with their help, he could always remain in the shadows. Hiding from the squeals and girls' laughter with a pillow, Michael thought about how his older brother had let Elizabeth go to some unknown man, not knowing what he could do to her. An excessively loud noise coming from outside the window made the young man literally jump up in his bed. And when he came out of his room, Elizabeth met him and wished him good morning. Looking out into the street, the young man saw heavy construction equipment and immediately accused his guest of abusing his hospitality. But the girl objected to him, explaining that she simply decided to tidy up the place. Since she was going to live here for a while, she had to fix the toilet first. She then led Michael to the barn where the animals were kept, saying along the way that everything there was absolutely terrible. But now the pigsty sparkled with cleanliness, where each pig even had its own bath. Watching all this absurdity, Michael could only think that all rich people were a little crazy. Having finished inspecting the pigsty, Elizabeth led the young man into the room in which she planned to live for some time. And when the door opened, Michael saw that innovation had touched this room as well, in the corner of which he noticed his little sister, Kiara, who greeted her brother joyfully, immediately declared that their guest was simply some kind of incredible person. To which the young man replied without any enthusiasm that the main thing for him was that his little sister was happy. Well, his guest had already told him that all the materials used were environmentally friendly, after which she informed the owner of the house about the further changes she was planning. Michael understood that any resistance in this case was useless, and only mentally stated that if his parents returned, he would definitely not recognize his home. Watching the two young girls, he also noticed that he had returned here to relax, but instead, he would apparently work as a nanny. Meanwhile, one of the guards on the street reported to the gentleman that everything was going according to plan, where the young miss had already settled in the house, and the lone wolf was not at all against cooperation. To which Patrick Carson instructed his man to report to him about everything that was happening and to take good care of his sister. When he finished speaking, a female voice coming from behind him asked if everything was okay. Turning to face his interlocutor, Patrick replied that it couldn't have been better, since a lone wolf doesn't miss a single skirt. And Victoria Melton, standing next to him, noticed the high determination of her interlocutor, who did not hesitate to use his sister as bait. And now they were already discussing together that after the unification of the Carson and Calloway families, this dissolute lone wolf would not have the most enviable end. And so the girl said that since everything was going according to plan, it was time for her to enter the active phase of the game and fulfill her role. And just as she decided to leave the young man, he suddenly stopped her movement, asking where she was going in such a hurry, and whether she really didn't like the wine. To which Victoria replied that the wine was more than fine, but its taste would be much sweeter when they celebrated the victory. And so, moving along the corridor, the girl thought that if Mr. Lone Wolf was even half the same as her recent interlocutor, then he would definitely not be able to escape her charms of seduction. The people gathered at the Cross family home were actively discussing the fact that Michael had suddenly started living with the Larson family's daughter. But then the gates opened and everyone saw Michael himself coming out into the street, but only accompanied by a completely different girl. Standing next to him, Spencer was extremely unhappy that this guy was getting all the female attention. But then he turned to his former classmate, asking if he wanted to go out into the city in the evening and relax a little in a cafe. Turning to his interlocutor, the young man asked what the reason was for this, to which Spencer explained that something like a reunion of their school alumni was expected. Seeing no reason to refuse this guy, the young man agreed to go to the meeting, saying that he had plenty of free time. To himself, the young man thought that these meetings were usually created in order to brag about one's achievements to another. Having finished the dialogue, Michael and his companion continued on their way, and soon found themselves in the middle of a cornfield. Asking her companion why they had come here, Elizabeth mentally hoped that he would not do anything indecent to her away from people. It seemed to her that Michael had brought her here for a reason and had some secret, vulgar intention. She imagined the most terrible pictures when she heard the young man's words that she stayed to live with him of her own free will, just as she came here with him today also without coercion. The girl was already prepared for the worst when suddenly Michael threw her a basket, telling her to fill it with corn cobs. It was a complete failure, where Elizabeth never expected to hear something like this. Picking off one ear after another, the girl was very happy that she was finally seeing that same corn appear from the cans, and her companion gloated, thinking that now this soft-handed girl would definitely curse everything in the world. But Elizabeth did not at all give up on the work, which she liked more and more. Having finished with the corn, the young people switched to harvesting beets, where the next step for them was the need to wash the vegetables they had collected from the ground. While Michael was busy washing, Elizabeth, sitting on the stones, noted that life in the countryside was very interesting, and she no longer wanted to study and return to the city. Where after these words, the young man noted that his plan should have worked a little differently. Suddenly, the attention of the young people was attracted by a female voice calling for someone to help. Turning around, both Michael and his guest saw a girl trying to escape from the strong young men. Running for her life and oblivious to what might be beneath her feet, the victim of the attack tripped over a rock and hit the ground with great force. The men who quickly appeared nearby laughed at the girl's pose and sarcastically asked her why she had stopped running away. The girl tearfully begged to let her go when one of the pursuers had already approached and put his hand right on her head. Roughly grabbing her by the hair, the man told her that she should be a good girl and follow them. But then someone's voice behind them demanded that they let the poor girl go. It was an enraged Elizabeth, who called unworthy men the most humiliating names, which she accompanied with obscene gestures. Watching the girl, Michael chuckled, noting that she certainly had plenty of courage, since she didn't have a single guard with her. After which the young man turned his attention to his pursuers, where he immediately found it strange that he had witnessed this scene when he had finished work and left the cornfield. Nevertheless, he decided to intervene, telling the attackers that it was time for them to run wherever their eyes looked. This, however, did not please their probable leader at all, who angrily asked the guy who he was and why he was meddling in something that was none of his business. However, the young man did not engage in long dialogues, where after a few seconds the entire company was already resting unconscious on the ground. Elizabeth was truly fascinated by the way Michael dealt with these scoundrels, where the system did not have time to issue messages about increasing the level of favor. Well, the savior himself approached the girl and, helping her up, asked how she was feeling. Using her feminine charms in the role of the victim, the girl introduced herself and thanked the young man for his help, saying that she would certainly repay him. The young man was very surprised at how beautiful a girl who needed help could be. Well, his impeccable system immediately announced the addition of a new object, but the most interesting thing was what benefits were promised by reaching a certain level of disposition, where, among other things, there was a huge number of the most diverse skills. But Michael not only wondered who this girl was that was giving so many skills, but also why the favorability was a whole -80 points. He immediately remembered Melanie, who also sank into a deep negative attitude towards him, but even she did not hate him so much. At the same time, thanks to the system, the young man understood that this girl could pretend as much as she wanted, but he already knew that she had appeared here for a reason. Then Elizabeth approached Victoria and asked the girl why these guys were following her. To this, the victim explained that she simply owed them a large sum of money, and so she told her fictitious story, in which her father spent his entire life in prison, and her mother at some point became very ill. Since the bank did not approve the loan, she had to turn to private individuals to borrow money. But her mother died, and the debt remained. And these men demanded that she work off the money by selling her body, so she ran away. Finishing listening to this sad story with tears in her eyes, Elizabeth said that she was the daughter of the Carson family and would help her with money. But Victoria refused help, saying that she would solve all her problems herself, and that she just needed a little more time. And her interlocutor admired the strength and determination of the girl, who clearly was not looking for easy ways. Michael was closely watching the dialogue between the two girls, and skeptical notes had been creeping into his gaze for a long time now. Looking at Elizabeth, the young man noted that only such an inexperienced person as she could believe in this hackneyed, absurd, and obviously fictitious plot. But at the same time, the guy decided not to expose his new acquaintance for now, deciding that she could entertain him quite well. The young man also found it necessary to find out who was behind this girl, and so he instructed Elizabeth to take the girl they had rescued into the house, treat her wounds, and help her get herself in order. But looking at the happy daughter of the Carson family, Michael noted that she herself would also benefit from a shower and change of clothes, so as not to look like a pig after a mud bath. Having decided not to put off his plans for later, the young man suddenly turned to Victoria, saying that he could offer her a job. Casting a not very interested glance at the lone wolf, the girl began to say that she did not yet know what to answer to the offer. The spy noted to herself that it turned out to be much easier to infiltrate than she thought, where this guy really is crazy about girls and is already offering her a job. But suddenly Michael simply declared that since the girl was not eager to find a job, he would refuse his offer. Victoria did not expect such a strange turn of events, thinking about the guy's unusual behavior. Elizabeth decided to intervene in the situation, saying that such a beautiful and obviously educated girl would definitely not be left without a good job. To which Victoria, trying to change the subject, said that Miss Carson was much more attractive than she was. Elizabeth appreciated the compliment, saying that the girl certainly knew how to communicate, unlike those who called her a pig. Well, the spy continued to shower her with compliments, saying that her protector also had a very broad soul. But inside the girl there was anxiety, where she understood perfectly well that the lone wolf was carried away by her. But for some reason he did not develop events, where it could be because of a stranger nearby. But Elizabeth said that since Michael wouldn't take the girl, then she would find a job for her. However, this prospect did not suit Victoria at all, whose task was to get closer to the lone wolf, and she cursed the girl who stuck her nose where it wasn't her business. When they returned home, the girl's security guards surrounded the victim, vying with each other to say that now the master was at least taking them all away because they had not been paying attention. But the true representative of the Carson family immediately became indignant, shouting that her brother would definitely find out how they had confused her with a completely different person. And so the whole crowd of men tearfully begged for forgiveness, where the dirt on the girls' faces prevented them from accurately establishing the identity of the lady. Meanwhile, Michael's sister had already managed to assess the appearance of their new guest, immediately noticing how beautiful she was. Kiara was very flattered that so many beautiful girls were hanging around her brother, where it was obvious that her new friend Elizabeth was also starting to feel interested in Michael. Here the girl's attention was drawn to the object of her thoughts, who asked how she spends her time. Without answering the question, Kiara threw herself into her brother's arms, declaring that he was incredibly cool, since he had literally found himself 2 brides in just one day. And not only Michael himself tried to refute what she had been told, but also his 2 so-called brides, who unanimously declared that they had not even intended to do this. But the girl did not listen to anyone, where she was absolutely convinced that the girls were deceiving themselves. Soon Elizabeth brought a first aid kit, offering to help her new friend treat the wounds. Victoria tried to refuse help, but the girl insisted, and the spy had no choice but to start exposing her injured areas. At first, Elizabeth tried to wipe the wound with a cotton swab soaked in iodine, which, of course, caused severe pain to the wounded woman. Then the Carson family's daughter decided to try a different method, simply pouring the contents of a bottle of iodine onto the wound. Experiencing incredible suffering, Victoria only thought about killing this crazy woman. But the torture was stopped by Michael, who decided to provide medical assistance himself. Having explained to Victoria that Elizabeth had most likely never provided first aid, the young man promised to do everything quickly and as carefully as possible. In the most tender voice, the girl thanked her savior, giving him a tender and sensual look, while the system reported that her level of disposition had dropped by 5 points, which came as a complete surprise to the owner of the system, who had done literally nothing to lower the level. Unable to hide his surprise, the young man raised his head and looked at Victoria. The girl immediately felt something was wrong and asked Michael what happened, to which the guy said that everything was fine, mentally concluding that this girl would make a wonderful actress. Where, of all those whom In had managed to meet, perhaps only Angelica could have been a worthy competitor to her. The enemy was truly worthy, and therefore it was necessary to be constantly on guard. Well, the spy herself, meanwhile, was watching Michael, thinking that this man only seemed normal at first glance. But inside, he had long been rotten. The girl remembered the information from the medical institution, according to which Michael's mother could not have children. Therefore, he and that pretty girl Kiara are not brother and sister, where no one, probably, even guesses what terrible horrors he can plot against this innocent girl, covering up their life together with family ties. And so the spy decided that she would definitely expose this werewolf and completely bankrupt him. When the first aid was completed and the girl came out of the shower, changed into clean clothes, the guards could not take their eyes off such beauty. Kiara admired the girl out loud, and Michael noted her outstanding appearance to himself. At the same time, his precious little sister noted to herself that the girls who appeared in their house were worthy of each other, where her brother definitely knows a lot about girls. Victoria, having thanked Kiara for the compliment, also noted that she has a very extraordinary appearance. But then their tenderness was interrupted by Michael, who offered the girl he saved to become his personal assistant. Having said out loud that the offer was very unexpected, the girl rejoiced inwardly, happy that she had managed to win the heart of the development subject. And so she said that she did not want to remain in debt, and therefore she would work selflessly to repay for the rescue. Delighted by the candidate's consent, the young man said that in order to fully assume the position, she would need to pass some special tests. The very word special already made the girl nervous, where the only thing that came to mind was physical intimacy. And now the girl's guesses began to find confirmation, where Michael told her to follow him. As Victoria walked up the stairs, she thought that everything was moving too fast, but she had to go through this to become a trusted person. From a very early age, she was chosen by the family she served and underwent many of the most grueling trainings. And everything she had to go through over the years was only for the sake of loyalty to the Calloway family. And so now the girl was ready to give herself entirely, no matter what this dirty pervert would come up with. When they were alone, Victoria dared to ask what task the gentleman had prepared for her, to which he asked to provide him with the girl's bank account number. Thinking that this was the way a lone wolf decided to find out her information and past, the girl took out a mobile phone from a hidden place on her body. She had nothing to fear, since before this mission, all the information about her life had been corrected and replaced with false information. But then something happened that she could not have expected, where the spy was informed about the receipt of 100 million into her account. Now she couldn't understand what all this meant, where this money could be a test, or allocated for current expenses. Finally, Michael explained that the girl's task was to spend 100 million in 24 hours, and if after 24 hours her balance was zero, then the test would be considered passed. Victoria was shocked again, not understanding how 100 million could be spoken of as $10. However, the lone wolf was not a simple man, and could not do anything without some hidden meaning. Michael's behavior was so out of the ordinary that the spy could not get her thoughts in order, not understanding at all what she should do. But then the young man began to move away, saying that tomorrow he was expecting the results of the work done. Turning around for a second, the young man added that the girl should not tell anyone about this task, otherwise the mission would be considered a failure. In his mind, the guy noted that some 100 million confused the girl, and his personal assistant should not pay attention even to 100 billion. Hearing footsteps behind her, Kiara turned around sharply and saw her beloved brother. She, of course, wanted to know what task he had given their guest, but Michael immediately stated that this information did not concern the children. Switching the conversation to business, the young man asked his sister how things were with the land, to which she explained that they just needed to find those who wanted to sell it. After which the curious girl asked Michael where he was going, and while he was answering the girl, Victoria thought about what she had just heard about buying land. After all, it was definitely somehow connected with the project to create the largest film company, and then it dawned on her that the purchase of land in the north was just a deceptive maneuver, where he was preparing to buy up all the land at bargain prices in the south. In this way, he will sow real chaos in the world of real estate, where many people will lose their money and businesses by committing suicide. Pleased with herself, Victoria mentally concluded that this time the lone wolf's plans would not work out, since two powerful families had united against him. Meanwhile, Kiara begged her brother to take her to the city, and when the young man asked for what purpose, she modestly explained that she really wanted to buy some new things. Michael immediately realized that this was the influence of Elizabeth, whose clothes his sister saw, and of course, also wanted to expand her wardrobe. The young man saw no problem with spending money and allowed the girl to go with him, saying that he would pay for everything. But then the attention of the brother and sister was drawn to the appearance behind them of the daughter of the Carson family, who said that she also wanted to go to the city with them. Looking at the girl, Michael decided that it was quite possible to take her too, which would only increase his expenses. And now he had already switched his attention to Victoria, thinking about taking her with him too. And so the girls, overwhelmed with emotion, ran out of the car and headed towards the first shop. Michael approached the spy who remained in the car and told her to come with them. And when the girl asked, he explained that she should carry his sister's purchases, since he had hired her as a personal assistant after all. And so the young man, in the company of 3 beautiful girls, was already walking through the shopping center, urging his little sister to buy everything she liked. The still very shy girl looked at herself in the mirror, trying on one dress and then another. Noticing that his little sister liked something, Michael immediately noted that it suited her very well. And now he called the seller, saying that they were buying both of these dresses. In the handbag department, the young man couldn't help but notice that his little sister had excellent taste. And now he was demanding that each option be brought in 2 colors, saying that he was buying everything. And so it continued in every department that his dear little sister was brought to. At some point, Kiara stopped her brother, saying that they had bought so much that they would not be able to carry it for several years. Michael tried to justify himself by saying that despite all the purchases they had in their hands, they didn't have a single bag, to which his sister immediately recalled that Victoria was the one carrying all the bags. After this, the young man immediately approached his assistant, sarcastically asking if she was tired, where, of course, she replied that her job was not difficult. And Michael said that even if the girl was tired, it wouldn't change anything, since she had to prove that she could be useful. While Victoria was mentally telling herself to remain silent and patient, the young man gave the order to take all the things home, since they had an event planned. While accepting the boss's order, the girl only thought to herself that the moment would come when she would be able to deal with this impudent fellow. Two guys standing near a cafe were quite surprised when a car similar to the one they had only seen on TV stopped next to them. The door opened, and two indescribable beauties came out onto the street, who instantly won the hearts of the guys. But then, following the girls, a young man came out of the car, who seemed very familiar to the guys. Coming closer, Michael smiled and greeted his former classmates. Having recognized the guy, the young people were shocked that it was he who arrived in this expensive car and in the company of such beauties. But then someone's arrogant voice pointed out that this luxury car did not belong to Michael. It was Spencer, who immediately reproached the young man for trying to create the appearance of wealth in front of his comrades by renting this car. Listening to everything Spencer said, Michael could only sigh heavily, where he couldn't just go and show everyone his true wealth. Here, another character entered the conversation and said that there was no need to pounce on a person who just decided to play a little. Turning around, Michael immediately recognized another of his classmates, Andrew, who was always getting into trouble at school. And now this much better-looking young man was immediately surrounded from all sides, surprised at how much he had changed. Of course, Spencer was the one who showered the official's son with compliments the most, while Andrew himself, listening to him, pretended to be modest. But then the young man's gaze stopped on the two beautiful creatures who accompanied Michael. When Andrew asked to introduce the girls to him, Michael started with Kiara, explaining that she was his little sister. After which the young man introduced Elizabeth as his sister's best friend. And when Michael asked whether the guys would mind these girls joining their company, he, of course, did not hear a single objection. While Michael and his companions were heading inside the cafe, Andrew, who was walking behind them, was thinking about which of them to choose for himself, or whether he should take possession of both of them at once. However, the young man immediately noticed that this scoundrel had his eye on his sister and was ready to repel attacks. Soon, a luxurious table was set, and everyone who had gathered for the meeting today took their seats at it. Turning to Michael, Andrew asked about his plans after he graduated from university, to which the young man, who was most interested in the food here, explained that he hadn't really thought about it yet. To himself, he thought that his occupation of spending a lot of money on women would not be the worst thing even after graduation. But at the same time, the young man noted that such a monotonous life could soon become very boring to him. And so he, pouring himself some water, said that it was possible to go on a trip, since he did not want to waste his life going to work. To this, his interlocutor said that money would be needed for travel, and therefore he was ready to offer the guy a job in his company, where he is ready to put him in a position with a salary of $5,000 a month. After these words, Elizabeth, who was taking a sip, choked hard and spat out everything she had tried to swallow. Using a napkin, the girl apologized, saying that the water had gone down the wrong throat, after which, she thought that offering a lone wolf a job and $5,000 a month was incredible stupidity. Michael thanked his interlocutor for such a generous offer, which he refused, explaining that he did not want to work at all. Laughing, Andrew took the boy's position, saying that everyone has their own plans for life. Here one of the girls present at the meeting asked the guy what kind of business he had, to which Andrew explained that he owned a small construction company, which was a natural extension of his passion for architecture. At this point, Spencer entered the conversation, noting that the construction industry was currently undergoing major changes due to the well-known lone wolf, where Andrew's business was definitely expected to take off. Upon hearing the mention of the lone wolf, one of the girls immediately perked up, asking if the owner of the construction company knew this rich man, to which Andrew immediately stated that, of course, he had met this guy a couple of times and had coffee while discussing joint projects. Where immediately after these words, everyone present unanimously began to declare that he was very lucky, and his future was definitely secured from such a partnership. And while all these discussions were going on, the lone wolf himself sat trying to hold inside himself everything that he had managed to eat. The guy who claimed to be acquainted with the lone wolf could not even imagine what a clown he now looked like in the eyes of some of those present, and then he noticed how one of the girls who came with Michael was looking at him and laughing. Deciding that she simply liked him, Andrew turned to Elizabeth, asking why she was smiling so mysteriously. Of course, the girl did not name the real reason for her laughter, simply saying that she remembered a funny incident from life. Then, turning her attention to Michael, who had decided to try to stuff another piece of meat into himself. The daughter of the Carson family noted that a man of such stature would not even pay attention to a buffoon like this Andrew. But then she grinned, deciding that if the lone wolf himself wasn't interested in bringing this guy down, then she certainly wouldn't miss her chance. Not knowing the girl's thoughts, Michael was a little embarrassed when he saw her looking at him with a smile that definitely did not bode well. After some time, Andrew, believing in himself, his strength and his attractiveness, approached Elizabeth with a proposal to exchange contacts. And when the girl coldly asked him why he needed it, the young man explained in a sweet voice that he simply wanted to get to know her better. In response, Elizabeth asked the admirer why he even thought he was worthy of her attention. The viewers watching the events unfold mentally noted that the girl was treating the guy extremely harshly. However, the young man was not going to back down just like that, declaring that the girl had too high an opinion of herself, to which he immediately received the answer that she did not have as high an opinion as the guy himself, who clearly overestimated his strength and capabilities. This statement deeply offended Andrew, who was about to say something completely unpleasant in response. But his impulse was stopped by the appearance of the manager of the establishment where they had dined that day. The young man was greatly surprised by the appearance of the manager, who was deigning to give his personal attention to very rare and most important guests, to whom even Andrew's father did not belong. And so this high-ranking man bowed to the young girl, asking for forgiveness for the fact that they did not prepare everything in advance, since they did not know that the lady would arrive in their small town. Elizabeth, saying that no apology was necessary, since she herself did not know that she would be dining there, dismissed the man. The unlucky suitor watched this whole scene with great surprise, and all the other participants in the meeting were already starting to put this puzzle together, where they immediately remembered that Elizabeth bears the last name Carson, and the chain of these hotels and restaurants belongs to this influential family. And now everyone was simply shocked that the daughter of the Carson family had just dined with them at the same table. And then her friend approached the girl and asked if she really was the daughter of one of the richest families, to which Elizabeth explained that she simply did not want unnecessary attention. Michael watched with a bored gaze as everyone gathered gradually came to terms with the truth. Well, Andrew, who had tried to establish a close relationship with this girl, was now trying to put everything that had happened into his head. Meanwhile, a joyful Elizabeth grabbed Michael by the arm and suggested that they leave this place and return home. Andrew was truly amazed that some Michael Cross had managed to hook the heiress of the richest family, who, leaving the class reunion, shouted at the manager to put the entire bill in her name. When the young people were near their car, Michael reproached Elizabeth for putting on such an unnecessary show. But the girl said that it was for his sake, since she did not like the way Andrew treated the guy at all. Then the girl received a call from Victoria, who was waiting for the young people, where the daughter of the Carson family explained that they were at an event and would return soon. After finishing the conversation, the spy thought about the reason why she was not invited to this event, where Michael could suspect something. But a second later, Victoria noted that, in principle, she could find out all the information, right down to how much and what dishes the guy ate for dinner. Adam was taking a bath, assisted by two beautiful girls massaging his body, when suddenly his mobile phone rang. He was quite surprised when his agent told him about the task of spending 100 million in one day, where Adam regarded this approach from the lone wolf as a test of trust. After getting out of the bathroom, the man calmed Victoria down, saying that he would send people to help her spend this amount, after which he praised the girl for the work she had done, which pleased her very much and even brought a blush to her cheeks. At the same time, Michael was driving, taking the girls home from the high school reunion, when suddenly his phone rang. Slowing down a bit, the young man answered the call, where Catherine was calling him again. The girl was hysterical, stating that she was sleeping only 4 hours, but the problems were not getting any better. And when the young man asked her to calm down and explain everything in detail, the actress said that land prices had tripled, and now she couldn't buy it, to which the young man replied that the growth was, of course, large, but in general the problem was solvable. However, Catherine did not see any way out of the current situation, and therefore simply listened to what her sponsor would offer. And Michael said that if someone is trying to profit from them, the easiest solution would be to change their location. The cleaning ladies sitting on the landing were discussing the fact that in the last week, 6 people had already jumped out of their office window, trying to speculate on the land and suddenly losing all their money. And while they were sharing the horrific details of what was happening, right behind their backs, the 7th bankrupt speculator flew down. Meanwhile, Michael happily noted that they had managed to bring down real estate prices in the shortest possible time. He was just thinking about the fact that the speculators were, of course, unlucky, but that it did not affect ordinary citizens in any way. when his beloved little sister suddenly burst into his room. Without hiding his rage, Michael shouted that the girl should not burst into his room like that, where he might not be dressed. To which Kiara simply replied that they were strangers, not a guy and a girl who barely knew each other, but relatives. When she finally got her brother to stand up, when he asked her what had happened, she explained that one of the neighbors was having a grand wedding. The young man could not understand at all how the girl found out about the wedding and what relation this could have to them. But when they found themselves outside, Kiara showed her brother the huge number of cars, which only happens at weddings. But then the girl noted that none of the moving cars were even decorated for the holiday. Well, the next surprise was that this whole line of luxury cars suddenly turned towards their house. When the cars stopped, Victoria appeared from the first one, unloading some kind of bag and placing it next to her. Turning to Michael, who was nearby, the girl reported in a satisfied voice that the task he had set for her had been completed. Pointing to the parked cars, the spy said there were 10 very expensive luxury cars there. She then introduced the numerous staff she had hired who would take care of all the housework and chores. And finally, moving the bag to Michael's feet, Victoria added that these were documents for 100 properties she had purchased. The young man could not believe that this girl had managed to acquire such a huge amount of real estate in one day. However, without showing his emotions, the young man asked in whose name all the purchases were registered. To this, the girl, not without pleasure, stated that she had founded a company called Photon, to which she had made all the purchases. And so, handing the young man a package of documents, the spy added that all he had to do was sign all these documents to gain full rights. Pretending to study the documents he had received, the young man noted to himself that the girl was very capable, where in just one day she had managed to found a company, which clearly indicated that she had received help. And so, having said that they would talk about the documents later, Michael asked Victoria to follow him. Having started moving, the girl was worried that her employer might suspect something, since it would really be impossible for her to cope with such a task alone. When they were alone, Michael asked the girl if she knew why he had secluded himself with her, and when she replied that she had no idea about it, the young man turned around, and holding out a folder with documents, said that she would become the owner of the company she founded, and all its assets, which of course confused the girl, where she began to stutter that she was not worthy of such an honor. But the young man interrupted her speech, saying that she was clearly underestimating herself. But when his interlocutor asked him to explain why she had been given such an honor, Michael suddenly declared that he simply liked her very much. Playing her role wonderfully, the girl portrayed strong embarrassment, closely bordering on pleasant emotions that every girl would experience when a man expresses his sympathy. Well, Michael, who was playing his game, immediately approached Victoria, saying that he was ready to give her 100 million and 1,000 times more. Taking timid steps back, Victoria said that her boss must be joking, since they had known each other for no more than 2 days. But then Michael made a very compelling argument, saying that he would never trust 100 million and give the company to someone he doesn't have any feelings for. Meanwhile, the girl ran out of room to retreat and her back was pressed against the wall. And when she tried to object again, the young man suddenly hit the wall with his palm, saying that she could accept his feelings as love at first sight. Soon the young man's second hand was on the wall, surrounding the defenseless girl, where immediately after this gesture, Michael announced that she was now appointed to the position of his assistant. But then, abruptly removing his hands, Michael declared that the girl had passed all his tests. When the guy was far enough away from her, Victoria breathed a sigh of relief, as she had already managed to think that he would now force her into physical intimacy. At that very moment, the girl was distracted by the signal of her mobile phone, which, as usual, was in one of her intimate places. When Victoria read the message informing her that 1 billion had been credited, she immediately asked her boss to explain what it all meant, to which Michael cheerfully replied that this was the next task for his new personal assistant, where she had to spend this billion in a week. This finally broke all the logic of the girl, who could not understand why he was simply forcing her to spend huge amounts of money. And the only thought that could explain everything now and that came to the spy's head was that Michael really liked her. The great schemer himself was only glad that, although the girl had been sent to him, she nevertheless turned out to be very useful to him in terms of spending. He was also very interested in when this actress would start doing what she had infiltrated for. Victoria herself drove away thoughts that Michael might like her, remembering her loyalty to the Calloway family. She immediately decided that this billion was simply an attempt to buy her, which she, like everyone else, would definitely not fall for. Out loud, she thanked her boss in the most tender voice for such generosity, saying that she would do everything to live up to his expectations. After such words and reaction, the young man turned to the system, where he saw the same 85 points. And looking at the girl's face, whose facial expressions were completely inconsistent with her actual attitude, Michael noticed that it would be very difficult to win her over to his side. And so he, continuing to move, threw in one last thing that she was free to do with the money, whatever she considered necessary in order to spend it down to the last cent. And Victoria was very surprised that her boss just gave her $1 billion and left her company without asking for anything in return. A minute after these events, Diana was already talking to Michael, asking him where he was, expressing her desire to meet. Not knowing what to do with herself, Diana picked up her mobile phone and called Melanie, suggesting that they meet and spend time together over the weekend. But she refused her friend, saying that after being promoted to deputy director, she had to get involved in a lot of things, and therefore she was forced to work on weekends too. Plus, their entire team developing and implementing the new app works overtime and on weekends, where she can't leave them. And so the upset girl had no choice but to state that they would be able to see each other some other time. Diana made her next call to Jessica, asking about her plans for the weekend, but she too turned out to be busy, where she was already preparing for a weekend trip to another city to participate in an industry summit. Having said goodbye to her friend until next time, Diana didn't know who else to call or what to do with herself. Looking at her phone, the girl came to the thought that she could call Michael, where he himself, in all likelihood, would never call her. And now the girl was already telling the young man that she would like to meet him. Michael was standing at the entrance to his house when another super luxury car pulled up right behind him. Everyone who periodically came to his house to observe was amazed when they saw the car from the cover of magazines. But people were even more amazed when a stunning girl emerged from the interior of this insanely expensive car. And now she has already approached Michael, who met her with another watermelon in his hands. Saying that this was no place for talking, the young man invited his guest to come into the house. Spencer, who was nearby, literally tore his hair out when he realized that another hottie had come to visit his former classmate. He considered himself much more handsome and better than Michael, believing that all the beauties should stick to him, which Michael himself found quite funny. When the gates closed behind the young people, the girl suddenly slowed down and stopped. Diana lowered her head and a tear immediately rolled down her cheek. But literally a second later, she suddenly rushed forward and pressed herself against Michael's back, begging him to stop being so distant. Through tears, the girl said that she was wrong and asked the young man for forgiveness. Such a display of feelings on the part of the girl could not leave Michael indifferent. And so he turned to Diana, taking her hand and preparing to say something. But then the sound of a broken plate interrupted this scene. Turning their heads, the young people saw Elizabeth in front of them, who was clearly unhappy with the scene she had unwittingly witnessed. Immediately recognizing the youngest daughter of the Carson family, Diana asked the young man in surprise what she was doing there. But before Michael could say anything, Kiara and Victoria came to the sound of broken dishes, very interested in what was going on here. Seeing the new face in their house, the girl asked her brother who she was. Well, Diana herself already recalled her mental suffering, where she naively believed that Michael was experiencing the same. But as it turned out, all this time the guy lived in this house and was surrounded by 3 beauties. Having collected his thoughts a little, the young man said that now he would introduce everyone to everyone. The first person he introduced to Diana was Elizabeth, whom, as he already understood, the girl definitely knew from afar. After which the girl was introduced to his younger sister Kiara, whose existence he had only recently learned about. Then it was Victoria's turn, whom he introduced to his guest as his personal assistant in business. Well, finally, the guy pointed to Diana, saying that he once studied with her in high school, and found her to be a very talented girl. The one who disliked Diana's presence most was Elizabeth, who remembered how easily she had given her contacts to her brother, and who now decided that she would never give her a guy like Michael. However, Diana also did not feel sympathy for Elizabeth, as she believed that her problems with Michael began precisely because of their family, and so the girl changed her original plan to simply visit the young man, deciding to stay for a while. And so she began to play the necessary role, saying that because of long experiences she now feels very bad, and therefore would not mind living in the fresh air for a while to restore her strength. Hearing the girl's request to stay, Michael thought that if there was one more girl, it would hardly change anything. Besides, Diana will be able to create an excellent counterbalance to Elizabeth, who has recently begun to increasingly take charge here. And so, hugging the girl, Michael said that he was not at all against it, and his new guest could stay here as long as she wanted. Diana, beaming with happiness and accompanied by Elizabeth's hateful gaze, immediately headed into the house to settle in. In her mind, the new cohabitant of this strange company thought that she had already somehow gotten along with Melanie and Jessica, but they did not need another competitor. Well, her opponent immediately noticed a strong opponent in Diana. in any case deciding that she would not give Michael to her just like that. The next day, the young man, accompanied by both candidates, went to pick watermelons. And when he was resting in the shade of a tree, one gave him water, and the other wiped his face, which was wet from the heat. When the harvest for food was finished, the young people returned to the house. It was then that the young man was caught by Aunt Laura, who said that she had good news. Having said that he would stay to talk with his neighbor, the young man sent his companions and temporary cohabitants home. When they were alone, the young man suggested that his aunt wanted to tell him about his father's return, to which she immediately replied that this was unlikely to ever happen. As it turned out, the woman decided to talk to the young man about his land plot. Michael tried to ask something, but Laura stopped the guy, telling him to listen to her to the end first. And so the woman came up with a commercial proposal, where if Michael agreed to sell his plot of land, he would not only be paid generous compensation, but would also be given an apartment in the city. Doubting that such a proposal could really be real since everything sounded so fabulous, the young man asked about the original source, to which the woman explained that she works with a certain company that has put forward such wonderful conditions, and also pays additional money to those who persuade people to sell the land. And when the young man said that his neighbor had most likely gotten involved with scammers, she explained that the company had all the data open, and it was called Photon. The announced name had its effect, where the guy immediately recognized his own company, which he gave to Victoria to manage. At the same time, Kiara was standing at another house, with the owners of which she was going to negotiate the sale of a plot of land. The girl thanked Victoria for allowing her to earn good money by looking for people willing to sell land profitably. And when the spy replied that she had essentially done nothing, Kiara disagreed, saying that she had learned a lot during their communication. Looking into the beautiful eyes of this pure and honest girl, Victoria thought about how low Michael had sunk by using this child for his own interests. Having decided to snatch this girl from the clutches of this pervert, Victoria suddenly asked her how sure she was of her relationship with Michael. In response, Kiara replied in confusion that this was absolutely proven, where no one doubted it, including the man who raised her said so. Immediately after this, the spy handed the girl a folder with documents, saying that, of course, her relationship with Michael did not concern her, but Kiara was obliged to read this information. And when her interlocutor asked what was in the folder, Victoria explained that it contained a medical report that was given to Michael's mother before he was born, stating that she could not have children. The spy finished her explanations by telling Kiara that Michael Cross is not the son of this family, and therefore is not related to the girl. This was a real shock for Kiara, who immediately asked whether Michael was adopted, but Victoria had no answer to this question. The girl understood that under any circumstances, whether she was the daughter of the father of the Larson family or the daughter of the father of the Cross family, she and Michael were not related by blood. The girl immediately remembered how zealously the young man defended her from her tyrant father, who raised his hand against his stepdaughter. The girl also remembered every moment she spent with this guy, who showed genuine concern for her. And so the girl caught herself thinking that she had always liked Michael, that she simply did not want to admit it, and therefore the news could be considered good. And so Kiara told the spy that she didn't want to worry about this at all, where she and Michael had become very close anyway. However, Victoria added fuel to the fire, leading her interlocutor to certain thoughts with words about how her fake brother might have secret intentions if he knew that they were not related. And when the girl asked her to clarify what she meant, the spy explained that Michael could at the very least be a pervert. However, Kiara then stated that she needed to somehow wrap her head around all this new information, and so for now, they should just go home. And now the girls were already approaching the gates of the Cross family house. The whole way, Kiara thought that her brother apparently liked her too, but at the same time, the girl noted that he was constantly surrounded by the most beautiful girls in their country, where she, an ordinary girl from the countryside, definitely had no chance. Well, Victoria, watching the change in her companion's facial expressions, cursed Michael, who was playing with the feelings of this beautiful girl. At that very second, Michael himself was wildly surprised that Victoria's level of favorability suddenly dropped by another 5 points. And then Victoria herself entered the room, looking at whom the young man could not understand why her disposition had suddenly fallen when he had not even spoken to the girl. Watching the girl's return, Michael attracted Elizabeth's attention by asking her to light a fire in the kitchen. The girl was very upset that the house did not have a regular stove, to which the owner of the house explained that food always tastes better when cooked over a fire. He then turned to his precious little sister, saying that today he would delight her with his culinary skills. After all, cooking was the only skill he could develop without the help of the system. And so, armed with a knife and other kitchen utensils, the young man began to prepare dinner for his excessively large family. Soon, everything that had been chopped and sliced was already in the frying pan. Everyone nearby, including one of the guards, watched in fascination as Michael busied himself in the kitchen. And so, about 30 minutes later, 2 signature dishes were on the table, into which the young man had put almost his soul. The young man, of course, invited his little sister to be the first to try it. All the other girls watched without blinking as the spoonful of egg rice was sent into Kiara's mouth. And as soon as her taste buds caught the taste, Michael's sister's face literally lit up, where she immediately screamed that it was a real masterpiece. The girl experienced real bliss, where the taste of this dish seemed to transport her to a world of happiness and bliss. Snatching the spoon from her brother, Kiara furiously attacked everything that was still left on the table. Having decided that their friend was clearly overdoing it, everyone else quickly approached to also appreciate the taste of the dish. And now each of them was blissfully declaring that the food simply couldn't be that tasty. And now all 4 girls were already sitting at the table, gobbling up the prepared dishes and praising the cook. And then the system started issuing messages one after another that the level of affection for each of his girls had increased. A separate bonus was the unlocked skill for culinary arts, which was immediately increased by several dozen levels, because the owner unlocked it himself. Pleased that new skills could be acquired independently, the young man attracted the attention of his personal assistant, saying that it was time for her to finish eating, as he had another task. And when the girl tried to ask whether this question could be postponed for at least 5 minutes, Michael coldly said that she was not his guest or relative, but an employee. Realizing that the young man was essentially right, the girl agreed with his arguments, thinking to herself that even the most tyrant of tyrants gave their subordinates time to eat. When the young people went out to a quiet and secluded place, Michael noted that his assistant had been working very hard lately, and so he asked her how and where she spends the billion entrusted to her. Victoria turned out to be prepared, and handed her boss another folder containing information about where the money was spent. While the young man pretended to run his eyes between the lines, the girl outlined in a few words how many properties she had bought. She also talked about the hired specialists and noted that some of the expenses in the estimate have not yet been taken into account, but she will deal with this soon. Literally, with a sparkle in her eyes, the girl thought that this fool could not even imagine that she was capable of losing a whole billion so quickly, where she believed that his days were numbered, because everything she bought, the company she founded, required regular financial investments. Michael, of course, did not understand a single word of the papers, but he was perfectly aware that he had created a bottomless abyss into which he could safely drain his billions, where everything he manages to spend will give him his personal financial benefit. And so, turning to the spy, the young man praised her for having worked very hard, where such a calm reaction to the squandered billions surprised his interlocutor quite a bit. But at some point, Michael suddenly raised his hand and reached for the girl's face. Watching the movement of the young man's hand, the girl was at a loss as to his intentions and what she should do. Ready to entertain any of his perverted fantasies, Victoria was shocked by how he simply removed the stuck grain of rice. Having sent it into her mouth, the young man noted that the girl should eat more carefully so as not to appear in such an indecent form in front of important people. Burning with shame, Victoria told her boss that she would try to be more careful. To herself, she was glad that no physical intimacy occurred between them. But then Michael approached her again, noting that the girl apparently had enormous talent. And now she was already experiencing another shock when suddenly there were as many as 5 billion in her account. And while she was coming to her senses, Michael said that this was her new assignment, where she had to master this money within the next week. But that wasn't all, where the guy also quietly added that if she succeeded, he would accept her into his inner circle and reveal all his secrets. This was precisely the goal the spy was pursuing, and therefore she clearly reported to her boss that she would do everything in the best possible way. Michael's thoughts were that even a foreign spy could become his tool for spending money. That same evening, Victoria told her master the good news that she had a chance to get into the narrow circle of those close to the lone wolf. Having finished her report by saying that Adam would soon receive all the information he was interested in, the girl sent a message. Having finished reporting to her superiors, the girl thought that these 5 billion could also be spent on purchasing land, which would also require even more investment. Remembering the smug face of her temporary boss, the spy mentally addressed him with the words that he completely underestimated women. Michael himself, not particularly worried about anything, sat on the couch and, as usual, played on his phone. Here, Elizabeth caught his attention, saying that they had gone for a walk in their all-female company, which didn't particularly interest the young man, since he was already bored enough. Leaning back on the sofa, the guy noted that he wouldn't mind going back to his school years and living here with his parents. With these thoughts about his carefree and generally happy past, the young man did not notice how he fell asleep. The woman approaching the gates of the house did not immediately understand whether she had come to the right address, where it also seemed strange to her that there was a huge number of the most expensive cars parked around. Opening the doors, the woman loudly asked if there was anyone inside the house. The sound of a painfully familiar voice woke up the young man, who literally jumped up on the spot. Looking towards the front door, Michael was not without surprise to see his mother standing on the threshold. The woman was very happy to see her son in the house, and at the same time asked what had happened to their house. But the young man did not respond to this, simply throwing himself into his mother's arms and saying that he missed her very much. Hugging her son, Rosemary replied that she missed him too, saying that she wanted to cook something tasty for her son. Already sitting at the table, Michael said that he was already aware of the situation with Mr. Larson's father and wife, and that his position was on his mother's side. And when the woman asked her son to never be like his father, the young man reminded her that he was very modest and could not even talk normally to a girl. At that very moment, the front door opened again, and the girls who appeared in the room informed Michael that they had returned. They were very surprised when they found the guy in the company of some woman. Rosemary, who was no less surprised, immediately asked her son who all these girls were. And so Michael had no choice but to begin introducing his girlfriends one by one, where he started with Elizabeth. Everyone else immediately caught on when the young man called the woman standing in front of them his mother. And now they, one by one, began to introduce themselves to the woman, with only Kiara remaining on the sidelines. Expressing joy at the acquaintance, Rosemary mentally noted that her son, apparently, could not make up his mind, and therefore made several girlfriends at once. And so she invited the girls to sit down and rest while she prepared something for the table. But in response, the girls said that they would take care of everything, including food, and the woman just needed to sit down and rest. Michael was quite surprised that Diana, who he thought was completely incapable of cooking, volunteered to cook. Well, Elizabeth immediately grabbed the mop, saying to the woman's objections that they had already gotten used to maintaining order here in her absence. Watching the girl's clumsy movements, Michael mentally noted that she was incapable of anything, and he was the one maintaining all the order here. Rosemary also noted that her son had made a lot of wonderful friends. Immediately after these words, the system sent a message to the owner that Elizabeth's disposition level had risen by 1 point. And immediately after this came the following appeal, similar in content, only related to the personality of Diana. The owner of the system himself stood there, and could not understand why the girl's level of affection towards him had suddenly increased. Meanwhile, Michael's mother continued to speak, expressing her fears that her son would never find a bride, which were now dispelled, where the young man could only blush in response to what was said. Perhaps Michael wanted to say something, but did not have time to do so, as his mother was noticed by Aunt Laura, who immediately attracted the woman's attention. Coming out to the woman, Rosemary invited her to come into the house, but she stopped her neighbor's impulse, saying that she had important information. The woman could not understand why it was impossible to talk inside the house without hiding from anyone, and so Aunt Laura began by saying that strong changes were taking place in their settlement, to which her interlocutor stated that she had already heard about the new promising company Photon. And when the woman mentioned the very favorable terms for selling the land, Rosemary categorically stated that she would never sell her land and house. Then the neighbor said that the woman herself might not need to sell the plot, but she should think about the well-being of her son, who would need money for a wedding, a car, and to start an independent life. This made Rosemary think, and while she was thinking, the neighbor added that for her plot she received a new apartment and $600,000 in addition. But her interlocutor's plot is much larger. Therefore, the benefit will be greater. Finding no more arguments against what was said, Michael's mother said that she would think about the proposal and discuss it with her son. At the same time, Elizabeth noticed that the young man's mother had disappeared somewhere, asking him how long she had been gone. Well, Michael suddenly remembered that the girl had originally come to him to discuss options for working together. Saying that he had a proposal for Elizabeth, Michael called her to a secluded place to discuss everything. Following the guy, the girl thought that, immersed in this family atmosphere, she really had completely forgotten what she had come here for. And so, when the young people were alone, Michael handed his guest a bank card, which was issued in limited quantities only for the most influential people. After which the guy said that he put 50 billion on the card, and the PIN code was Elizabeth's birthday. The girl was shocked that the young man was giving such a huge amount of money to a stranger, and when she asked if he was afraid of losing them, Michael boldly declared that he completely trusted his guest. Elizabeth herself interpreted what was said in her own way, deciding that in this way the guy showed his sympathy for her. Then the young man approached his interlocutor, and said that he planned to hand over to her all matters related to the acquisition of land in this settlement. When Michael said that only Elizabeth could be trusted, she asked about his assistant Victoria, who was in charge of buying up land. But the guy immediately responded to this by saying that she was nothing more than someone's spy, who was simply watching his every move. The girl couldn't believe what she had just heard from the young man, and Michael added that not all families and large corporations want to cooperate with him, like the Carson family, and that is why they sent a spy. And so, taking the girl's hand in his own, the young man said once again that he could only trust her now. Elizabeth looked at the elite bank card, thinking that even her own family didn't believe in her enough to give her $50 billion at her disposal. Turning her gaze to the young man, the girl also noted that she apparently really meant something to the guy, since this project with the lands was extremely important for his affairs. Based on all this, the daughter of the Carson family found no other explanation for these events other than the fact that the guy was in love with her. Immediately after which the system began to issue messages about an increase in the level of her location. And now the number of points has reached the minimum required level, where Michael received 30 power-up points, a refund for his personal expenses of $5 billion, and several new simple skills, such as singing, drawing, and playing Go. Pleased that he had finally achieved a result, the young man approached his interlocutor, saying that everything they had just talked about should become their little secret, where the young girl was absolutely captivated by the fact that she and this guy already had their own secrets. And so, having said that tomorrow she was returning to the capital, the girl asked whether Michael would miss her, to which he immediately answered positively. Intoxicated with happiness, Elizabeth fluttered away from home on the wings of love. As he watched his guest leave, the young man thought that she was a very good girl, and could well be the one to resolve the conflict if the rest of her family suddenly turned against him. When he had finished with Elizabeth, Rosemary caught her son's attention and called him to talk. Having sat down, the woman, without any preludes, immediately told the guy that she had decided to sell their house. Michael took this news critically, saying that she should not make such hasty decisions. But the woman explained that the Photon Company offers very favorable conditions, where they will receive an apartment, as well as a lot of money, adding to which their savings will be able to buy another apartment for Michael. And then the young man thought about the fact that he found himself in a strange situation, where the company he created was now persuading his mother to sell the land and the house. While the young man was thinking, Rosemary said that it would be much better and more correct this way. Looking at his mother, the boy thought about the fact that she didn't know at all about his wealth, and that's why she was so worried about how he would live on. And so he came to the conclusion that in any case he was going to take her to the capital, where he would settle her in a normal large apartment, and therefore did not argue about the sale of the plot and the house. Michael, lounging in his chair, studied the financial report that Victoria, who was standing next to him and reporting information about the company's activities to the boss, had brought to him. The girl explained that the company had bought up a huge amount of land and was currently experiencing an acute shortage of funding. Many of their competitors are trying to buy up land plots, and therefore they need more money to compete with them. Saying that their business would likely not survive, the girl apologized to Michael, taking full blame for the failure on herself. Inside, the girl was jubilant, because she understood that this was a real collapse for the empire of the lone wolf. But the young man asked how much money his assistant now needed to continue her activities, and she indicated the amount of $10 billion. This greatly pleased the young man, who could not contain his emotions and declared that it was wonderful. Where such a reaction of the young man greatly surprised his interlocutor, who did not understand why the guy was happy that his business was on the verge of bankruptcy. But Michael had already jumped up and grabbed the girl by the shoulders and said that he couldn't have managed without her, that she had managed to spend $5 billion so quickly that another 10 needed to be spent. When the girl asked if this was sarcasm, the young man immediately stated that it was absolutely not, since it was simply a phenomenal ability to spend that kind of money in just a week. And so, turning to his interlocutor, Michael said that many people know how to make money, but only a few can spend it so skillfully. Pointing to his assistant, the young man declared that she was simply the embodiment of his guardian angel, where Michael mentally called her a stupid creature who would never understand that the more she spent, the more he would earn. Without understanding anything, Victoria timidly said that no one had noticed her talent for running a business before. But then her mobile phone screen lit up, and the girl saw a message about another $20 billion being credited to her account. She tried to ask her boss if he was afraid to trust her with that kind of money, to which he calmly replied that he didn't feel a drop of fear. Turning his head halfway, the young man added that if he works with someone, he never has any doubts about that person. Immediately after these words, the system suddenly began sending messages that the level of this girl's disposition began to rise significantly, where a satisfied Michael mentally noted that the 20 billion had done their job, as Victoria's disposition had risen to -10 points. But suddenly remembering something, the guy turned around and gave orders to his assistant to prepare a car for him, since he intended to return to the city tomorrow. This was a very unexpected request for the girl, who could only guess why he suddenly decided to return. While helping with the packing, Rosemary asked her son why he decided to return to the city when there was still quite a lot of time left before the end of the holidays. To which Michael calmly replied that a friend of his was starting a business and asked him to help with it, whereby this friend, he meant Jessica, who had recently called him and asked him to be the guest of honor at the official launch of her broadcasting company. The woman was pleasantly surprised that her son managed to combine study with work. Rosemary even shed tears when she remembered how Michael, from his youth, tried to earn money himself during the summer holidays and help his family. Noticing tears in his mother's eyes, the young man became worried. But the woman reassured him, saying that she was simply very sad that her son was leaving. And suddenly Rosemary handed Michael a card, saying that it contained 50,000, which he could spend as he wished. The astonished young man exclaimed that he could not accept this gift, as it was a lot of money. But his mother insisted, saying that relationships with girls are not a cheap pleasure. To which the young man explained that he had enormous wealth. But Rosemary clearly didn't believe his words, saying that he didn't really look like a billionaire, and therefore it wasn't worth arguing with his mother. But taking her son by the hand, the woman said that he did not need to worry about her well-being, since she now had a good income from her job at the company. And when Michael asked what kind of strange company it was that paid such money, Rosemary explained that she followed Laura's recommendation and also began finding clients for the Photon company. After this, the businesswoman said that she had 2 more meetings scheduled and said goodbye to her son, wishing him a good journey. Left alone, the young man wondered how his mother might behave if she suddenly found out that Photon was his brainchild. The young man's thoughts were interrupted by a familiar and very pleasant to his ear female voice, where Kiara, who looked into Michael's room, asked him if he was really going to leave. Having confirmed his intention to return to the big city, the young man asked the girl why she was so interested in this. But instead of answering the question, his little sister simply modestly asked to take her along. Looking at the embarrassed girl, Michael noticed that he had completely forgotten that she would not be able to return to her old house. It would be uncomfortable to stay here, since she was the result of her mother's husband's betrayal. And so, approaching Kiara, the young man put his hand on her head and said that he would gladly take her with him to the city. This was very joyful news for the girl, who immediately rushed to collect her things. Michael caught himself thinking that he really liked the presence of this beautiful girl, the only one who didn't only need his money. And that is why he really wanted to show her a completely different, luxurious and carefree life of a rich man. And now the car with Michael, Kiara, and Victoria was already racing along the highway towards the capital. Sitting in the salon, the young man scolded his assistant for finding too simple a car for him, stating that the girl should show more diligence next time. Victoria apologized to her boss, saying that on their next trip she would definitely find the most expensive car. But Kiara did not share the opinion of the young man, whose role as sister she continued to play, telling him not to scold his assistant since the car was good. Handing her brother a slice of tangerine, the girl said that Victoria was already doing a very good job of carrying out his errands. Suddenly, the system issued a message, according to which Kiara's level of disposition immediately increased by 5 points. At the same time, the system issued a message that Victoria's disposition level had dropped, where the spy thought that Michael was using this beautiful girl. And once again, the young man was amazed at how, without doing anything, he somehow managed to lower the level of this strange girl's affection. Wiping his face, Michael tried to understand how his mere presence in the back seat could have led to a decrease in the level of favorability that he had just raised with great difficulty, and at the cost of tens of billions. His thoughts were interrupted by the words of his little sister, who drew attention to the fact that a thunderstorm with heavy rain had begun outside. As the weather conditions worsened, Michael turned to his assistant, telling her to slow down and stay away from other cars. But at that very second, one of the cars moving in front of them applied emergency braking, causing it to instantly turn sideways on the wet asphalt. The truck moving alongside had no chance of avoiding this collision. Michael, Kiara, and Victoria could only watch in horror as a pile of metal flew straight towards them at great speed. The impact was so powerful that the car was literally thrown into the air, where, after making several turns in the air, and then several more on the asphalt, the car finally stopped its movement by falling on its roof. A powerful kick caused the mangled door to separate from the car's body, and then Michael appeared from the salon, covering his beloved little sister with his body, and noted that if it weren't for the system's reinforcements, he could have definitely met his end. The first thing the young man did was turn his attention to his little sister, who was also interested in whether everything was okay with Michael. As they emerged from the mangled interior, Kiara suddenly screamed that Victoria was still inside. Leaving his little sister safe, the young man rushed to help his assistant. The severely weakened girl said that her leg was trapped and she could not free it. This was the last thing she could say before losing consciousness, thinking that this was probably how she would die. But Michael wasn't going to leave the girl to her fate, and he literally began to tear apart what was left of the car. He urged the girl to hold on a little longer, where he was absolutely sure that everything would be okay. Michael's words and actions brought Victoria's fading consciousness back to life, and she immediately thought that although he was not quite a normal person, he could definitely be relied on. The guy had already gotten the girl out of the car when the system suddenly announced that her disposition level had risen and was finally, albeit slightly, still in the plus. With Victoria in his arms, the young man headed to where his little sister, whom he had saved, stood. When Kiara saw her brother's assistant, she couldn't contain her emotions, noticing what had happened to the girl's face. The spy only felt the blood running down her face, but she had not yet seen the terrible wounds that appeared on her forehead after the accident. At her request, Michael's sister picked up and brought Victoria the car mirror that had been broken off by the impact, with the help of which the girl was finally able to see what her beautiful face had turned into. It was a real shock, but Michael and Kiara tried to calm Victoria down, saying that modern medicine works wonders. With tears in her eyes, the assistant asked her boss if he now considered her a freak and whether this could really be fixed. And when the young man confirmed that the girl was still beautiful, and the doctors would not leave a trace of the scar, Victoria pressed herself against his strong body, unable to stop her tears. An ambulance soon arrived, and the young man and his sister were already sitting next to their companion, who had suffered the most. Looking at the disfigured face of his assistant, Michael decided that he should develop his medic skills, since the level of this girl's affection in the future might depend on this. Jessica called Michael, asking him if he was in town yet, and reminding him about the event on Dexter TV, to which the young man replied that he was already in the city, but was currently in the hospital, since they had been in an accident. This information made the girl very nervous, where on the one hand she asked about which hospital he was in, and on the other hand she gave orders to urgently send a car. The young man was certainly pleased with such attention, but he said that he was already leaving the hospital and suggested meeting at the event. And behind his back stood Victoria, listening to the boss's conversation. The girl thought about how much the disfigurement of her appearance could affect the completion of the task. Of course, the fact that she is not as beautiful as she used to be does not in any way negate her other abilities and qualities. However, it is no secret that external data plays a huge role in the interaction of people. Well, in the meantime, the young man finished speaking, giving his assistant the task of finding a spacious mansion for him in the city, which caused a violent reaction from his sister, who reproached her brother for burdening the wounded girl, to which Michael had to declare that she would simply cope with it better than anyone else, and he trusted her. However, his beautiful interlocutor did not calm down, continuing to insist that it was not right to exploit a person in this way. Turning to Victoria, Kiara wanted to say something to her, but suddenly she saw tears flowing down her cheeks. And now Michael's sister was already wondering about the reason for these tears, and the boss himself was thinking that he really could have gone too far. But then Victoria, turning to Kiara, said that she should not blame her brother, because despite the fact that she was now completely unattractive, Michael did not abandon her, but kept her as his assistant. And so the girl assured her boss that she would complete the assigned task with full responsibility. Soon Michael and Kiara arrived at the opening of the channel, where the girl, who was attending such an event for the first time, did not cease to be amazed. Michael's sister couldn't be happier that she could see so many celebrities here that she had only seen on TV before. Well, the older brother told his companion that in the future she would often be at such events, and therefore she should start getting used to them now. Kiara understood everything, but the only thing that confused her was that all the guests were dressed in expensive suits, while they came here in who knows what. To which the young man replied that if he wanted, next time he would come almost naked. And then Michael's ears heard the sharp words that two girls standing to the side addressed to his little sister, mocking her outfit. Kiara also heard everything that the two girls said, after which she immediately became depressed. Deciding to put these painted socialite hens in their place, Michael headed towards them. As he approached, the young man coldly advised the young ladies to be careful in their statements. But after examining the shabbily dressed young man, the girls declared that he was nobody to them and had no right to tell them anything. This statement deeply hurt Michael, who was ready to rage. But then his impulses were stopped by the approaching Kiara, who suggested that her brother not pay attention to these women. But Michael was not going to let what he had done go unpunished, still coldly saying that he was giving the girls one and only chance to apologize to his sister. But the girls clearly had no intention of doing this, where one of them said that she was very popular in the world of bloggers and did not have to apologize to anyone. But before the girl could finish what she wanted to say, Michael suddenly gave her a good, resounding slap in the face, which brought the impudent woman into a real rage, where she began to shout at the young man in an inhuman voice. But Michael already understood that in this case, words would not help, and so he equalized the position of the girl's cheeks with a second slap. Meanwhile, other guests had already noticed what was happening in the room. Listening to the whispers about how it was rude for a man to slap, Michael thought with a smile that there were people who didn't understand anything except physical strength, including women. But then several young people separated from the crowd and headed towards the scene with the aim of dealing with the instigators of the scene. As he approached, Julian immediately recognized his old friend, the lone wolf who had once let him spend a whole bunch of money. The young man found it a great stroke of luck to meet again this fellow, whose reputation had become simply incredible since their last meeting. Meanwhile, the girl, who had taken a couple of slaps, noticed Julian, whom she knew, and decided that now the impudent man who dared to touch her would definitely come to an end. And so she rushed to Julian, telling him that Michael had attacked them and begging him to deal with him quickly. But instead of the expected protection, the girl suddenly received another slap, which was accompanied by Julian's words that she was behaving extremely unworthily. Immediately after which, a resourceful young man approached Michael, offering his apologies to Mr. Lone Wolf on behalf of these girls. All the other guests did not understand why such a big man like Julian was bending over so much for this nondescript guy. Well, Kiara, who had been standing on the sidelines all this time, was very pleased with how her brother stood up for her. Where at that very second the system announced to the owner that the level of its location had once again risen. During these events, Victoria was sitting in her empty apartment and staring intently at the mobile phone in her hands. The girl thought that she needed to call her real boss now, but at the same time she couldn't get the thought of Michael out of her head. The spy wondered over and over again why she began to constantly think about this guy. With these thoughts in mind, she finally dialed the number and was already greeting the son of the Calloway family. The girl told her true master that they could now begin to act. After listening to the girl's plan, Adam praised her for the work she had done, saying that upon her return his gratitude would be boundless. But Victoria immediately asked the man not to say a word about any gratitude, where she immediately remembered how she had been living on the street for a long time, literally being on the brink of life and death. Then her life was saved by the Calloway family, who found and took the girl in, giving her food, shelter, education, and training. After the girl recalled all this to her master, Adam told her not to worry about the accident, where she would be examined by the best doctors immediately after the end of the mission. The touched girl thanked her true boss, and when the conversation was over, she immediately wondered how the man knew about the accident, which could only mean that he did not trust her and organized surveillance. Meanwhile, at the festive event dedicated to the launch of the broadcasting company, another guest of honor finished his speech, and so the host announced that a mystery guest would appear on stage next. Hearing such an intriguing announcement, Kiara began asking her brother if he knew who they were talking about. But turning to the young man, the girl was amazed to see that he had hidden his face under a mask. When Tony asked him why he needed a mask, the young man said that he was now going to put on a real show. And now the crystal piano had already been delivered and installed on the stage, and the girl watched, fascinated, as her beloved brother confidently headed off to conquer the entire hall. Once again, the girl caught herself thinking that she really liked this guy, and the system again informed the owner about the increase in her level of favor. All the other guests, watching as the masked man sat down at the musical instrument, wondered who was hiding under the mask. Well, Michael himself, having settled comfortably in a chair, closed his eyes, and for more than 5 minutes showed no signs of life at all. And so the guests quietly began to whisper that something was clearly wrong with this strange musician. 10 minutes later, the guests began angrily shouting at the artist to get off the stage and not interfere with the performance of others. The event organizer, accompanied by her friend, watched everything that was happening with alarm. Realizing that the crowd was about to get angry, Joanna told her friend that something needed to be done immediately. But Jessica was calm, saying she had no doubt in Michael, who clearly had something big planned. But in her mind, the girl asked the guy what had happened to him, because he played just great. And suddenly the young man exhaled forcefully, and his fingers fell on the keys, extracting pleasant sounds from the instrument. Jessica's facial muscles immediately relaxed, and her friend noted with some joy that the guy had finally started playing. But then, in addition to the fact that he was creating a simply divine melody, Michael also began to sing. Where everyone gathered instantly felt how deeply this piece of music touched them. Kiara was no less fascinated, noticing that this guy had an incredible number of different talents. Well, the great musician and singer himself continued his touching performance, where his song was extremely sad. Jessica and Joanna couldn't tear themselves away from his work, and didn't utter a single word. Where Joanna also noted that she could no longer hide her feelings for Michael, despite the fact that he was her friend's boyfriend. Katrin also watched the broadcast of her sponsor's performance on her mobile phone screen. Her thoughts were that only someone who truly loved could play and perform a song like that. Where at that very second the actress realized that behind her image, in which this guy appears before her every time, a wounded, broken heart is hidden, and the system was already announcing an increase in the level of her favor. When the last note was played, all the guests remained silent for some time and listened to the silence, not wanting to part with the emotions that the young man's performance had given them. But then the hall was suddenly filled with thunderous applause, with literally every spectator declaring that they had witnessed some kind of miracle. His friend Diana also watched his performance via online broadcast, once again noting that the guy is good at literally everything. The girl noted that she would probably never be able to fall in love with someone else. Then her overly strict father approached her and told her to stop using her phone at the table. But Patrick Carson, who was standing opposite them, said that in today's society, the youth's fascination with gadgets is considered quite normal, and he himself is subject to this addiction. However, the head of the Rockwood family nevertheless apologized to the important guest. Well, the young man himself has already switched his attention to the girl, mentioning that their families are starting to cooperate, which will most likely lead to their private meetings. However, this guy did not interest Diana at all, who did not forget that it was because of him that she had quarreled with Michael. Suddenly the young man stood up, saying that today he had prepared an unusual surprise for the girl, which she would definitely like. Heading towards the musical instrument, Patrick noticed that the girl liked live music, where she herself studied for several years at a music school. And now he has already touched the keys, thinking that not a single beauty has ever resisted his charm, especially when he plays. But after the girl heard Michael's performance, no other game could touch her soul and heart. At the same time, after finishing watching Michael's performance, Victoria burst into tears, wondering how this disgusting person could create such melodies that literally touch the soul. The young man reported to the young lady that they had completed the assignment and acquired the designated lands. The only thing that bothered him was the excessively high compensation for people agreeing to sell plots. But Elizabeth said that this was not his concern at all. After all, she understood perfectly well that Victoria, under the auspices of her company, had already acquired a huge amount of land, and therefore it would be possible to oppose her only on the condition of purchasing no less land. The girl was ready to smash to smithereens all the undertakings of the one who was sent to annoy Michael. The girl's thoughts were interrupted by Kiara's message, and now Elizabeth was already following the link, where she saw the broadcast of Michael's performance. Literally from the very first notes and words of the song, the girl felt how everything inside her was simply turning over. And now the youngest daughter of the Carson family has already dissolved in the bliss that descended upon her along with Michael's music, and the level of her disposition has also grown. Well, the young man himself, when he left his musical instrument, having familiarized himself with the system messages, noted that he had definitely not organized this performance in vain. The audience didn't want to let the guy go at all, begging him to stay and play some more, or at least to reveal his identity. A few days later, one of Photon's employees reported to Victoria that their affairs were not going well, as a certain company had also begun actively buying up land in the same area as them, and the girl noted to herself that most likely it was her true boss who began to implement the plan, where Photon would soon go bankrupt. The girl explained out loud that she was aware of what was happening, and that she was already going to tell the lone wolf about everything, who would tell her what to do. But when she dialed the number, the girl first encountered the fact that it was impossible to get through to Michael, since his phone was switched off. The two girls sat and discussed, not very loudly, the rumors that their company had come to an end. One of them did not believe it, referring to the lone wolf, but the other immediately explained that no one had seen or heard from him for quite a long time. And now she was already lecturing her friend, saying that the company's funding had been stopped because the lone wolf had gone bankrupt and fled. Julia, passing by the office, heard these words about the termination of funding and bankruptcy. Very soon, Jessica, having heard this, declared that a lone wolf cannot be bankrupt. Of this she is absolutely sure. But her interlocutor emphasized that this information sounded extremely convincing, where the girl should contact Michael. And then the head of Dexter TV thought about it, realizing that Michael had really disappeared somewhere recently and was not working on any of his projects. And now the news that the lone wolf has gone bankrupt and stopped funding his projects has already spread throughout all interested circles, where most of the sharks of the financial world could only rejoice at this circumstance, calling this arrogant guy a fool. After answering the girl's call and listening to what she said, Michael asked her how she came to such a conclusion, to which Diana replied that it didn't matter at all, because if the guy really had financial difficulties, she was ready to sell her office center to help. But her interlocutor withered that everything was fine with him, where his only problem was that the more he spent, the more he somehow earned. When the conversation was over, the young man noted that he had simply decided to take a short vacation, during which time he had already been completely written off. When the daughter finished speaking, the woman asked what the lone wolf had said, and she explained that he was being very stubborn, and that was why she had decided to sell the office center. Where immediately after this was said, Diana's mother, with a changed face, shouted that she should under no circumstances even think about doing this. And as a justification, the greedy woman said that if Michael had real problems, then this amount was a drop in the ocean for him. Diana thought for a moment and agreed, but her mother, depressed by her life experience, suddenly declared that the guy might be deliberately showing some weakness, where her daughter's hasty decisions could ruin all the global plans of this truly brilliant young man. Soon, Michael received a call from Jessica, who intended to sell Dexter TV to help him get out of the financial hole. Next up was, of course, Catherine, who demanded that the guy simply tell her the amount he needed. Melanie also did not stand aside, reproaching the young man for not telling him about the problems and promising to help in any way she could. Michael, already very tired of these annoying calls, said that everything was really fine with him, where he had literally just recently acquired a luxurious villa. When the conversation with Melanie was over, the young man was finally convinced that someone was simply spreading false rumors about his bankruptcy. With a smile on his face, the young man noted that now everything was going wrong, where it was not he who was spending money on women, but they were ready to spend on him. Taking the cocktail in his hands, the young man was generally pleased that the most beautiful girls were showing him such attention. These pleasant thoughts were interrupted by another call, which really just drove the guy crazy. But Elizabeth, who called him and told him to stop yelling, demanded that he tell her where he was now. And when the young man asked why she needed this information, the girl explained that she had a surprise, where after what was said, the young man clearly felt that he would not like this surprise. Patrick Carson was giving final instructions to his manager, security, and other staff, saying that they had a very important reception today, where, in addition to other high-ranking officials, a representative of the Calloway family himself should also arrive to see him. And then, a few minutes later, luxury cars began to drive up to his house one after another. And then from one of them appeared the most welcome guest, the son of the Calloway family, Adam. Showing true respect, Patrick greeted the long-awaited guest, inviting him into the house. Adam thanked the man who greeted him, saying that given their long-standing acquaintance, there was no need to observe formalities. Everyone was already going inside when suddenly a taxi stopped behind them, and Victoria appeared from it. The girl arrived at the meeting at the Carson family home at the request of her master, and seeing Adam retreating into the room, Victoria rushed after him, attracting the boss's attention. But her impulse was interrupted by a rude movement from the Carson family's guard, who demanded that the ragamuffin get out of here, where, after the reaction of one of the guards, all the other fighters took up combat positions, ready to give their lives for their masters. Well, the girl, who found herself on the asphalt from the push, loudly introduced herself to Adam, who apparently did not recognize her by her voice. Taking a closer look, the young man in glasses recognized his devoted spy, and now he was already heading towards Victoria, where he wanted to help the girl get to her feet. But when he was a few meters away, the Calloway family member clearly felt the unpleasant smell coming from her. Without hiding his disgust, the man reproached her for the fact that she had clearly not showered for several days and dared to appear here in such a state. And so, not wanting to touch his subordinate, Adam ordered the guards to help her to her feet. Watching the man she had been devoted to her entire life turn away from her made the girl feel very sad. After all, she had to give up showering for several days simply because she couldn't get the stitches and wounds wet. And she didn't think at all that her master was such an uncomprehending person that he could leave her like this because of this. And now everyone gathered in the Carson family home was already at the table, where they were raising another glass. Sitting next to the owner of Best Capital, the owner of the investment firm Golden Coin, Gordon Finch, asked Adam to tell more about the lone wolf situation. In response, the young man instructed his spy to convey all the information to his partners. And so Victoria said that she heads a company that has bought up a huge amount of land in strategically important areas, where Idris Crawford immediately realized that if the lone wolf was going to continue to develop his film company, he would not be able to do without their help, and the speaker immediately confirmed all his guesses. Patrick then joined the conversation and added that lately everyone has been talking about the lone wolf stopping funding and going bankrupt. Supporting his mood, Adam also said that it was the greed of this impudent fellow that brought him to today's crisis. And so the whole friendly company of Michael's ill-wishers joined their filled glasses, which echoed with the sound of glass ringing. And then a member of the Carson family added that at present, the lone wolf's sister has also gained his trust, where at the right moment, she will obey her brother's word. Almost bursting into the house, Elizabeth literally demanded that Michael cook what he had once fed them all when they were visiting his small homeland. But instead of Michael, the girl was met by his beloved little sister, who was very happy to see her friend again. Both girls walked deeper into the room and settled comfortably on the sofa. Without any embarrassment, Kiara asked Elizabeth how much she liked her little brother, since she was constantly following him around. But the girl did not admit her feelings, saying that it was her guys who were lining up for her. And besides, she was not at all interested in a lecher like Michael. The young man in the kitchen looked out when he heard Elizabeth's familiar voice. The young man could not imagine how the family could raise this noisy girl, but nevertheless he was glad that she was here, since his little sister would not be so bored. Continuing to prepare his signature rice, the young man turned down the heat. Suddenly, there was a loud knock on the front door, where a female voice familiar to Michael demanded that he open it, where the girl declared that she was aware that the guy was at home. Neither Elizabeth nor Kiara understood at all who could afford to show such persistence, where Michael's sister noted that the voice demanding that the door be opened sounded quite pleasant, to which Elizabeth sarcastically noted that there was most likely another victim of her brother's chat. And so the girls finally opened the doors, where Catherine, standing on the threshold, was asking who they were and what they were doing in Michael's house. And Elizabeth and Kiara, staring at the popular actress, could not understand what she could be doing in this house. A few minutes later, all three girls were already sitting at the dinner table. The daughter of the Carson family warmly noted that she could not even imagine that Michael would meet such a level of stars. Well, simple and resourceful Kiara has already asked Catherine to give her an autograph for the occasion. And while she was signing, Elizabeth was already thinking about the fact that this actress could become a serious opponent on her path to Michael's heart, where she will have to do a lot to defeat this girl. And then the object of the girl's close attention appeared in the room, bringing another culinary masterpiece he had prepared. In less than a minute, having forgotten about everything in the world, all three girls were happily and quickly gobbling up everything that the guy had prepared for them. Taking advantage of the moment, the young man asked Carton what she was doing there, and she explained that she was simply worried about the guy because of the latest rumors. When the meal was over, the girls' satisfied faces were complemented by messages from the system about an increase in the level of each of them's favor, which couldn't help but please the guy, who noted that for one of the objects there was very little left to reach 100 points. The young man's joyful thoughts were interrupted by a folder thrown in his direction, where after this movement Elizabeth announced that she had great news for Michael. Having opened the folder and started to read the attachments, the young man noticed that this company was the opposite of the company that he had given to the spy to manage. And Elizabeth, pleased with the work done, was already unfolding the map on the table to show everything clearly. And when she finished her explanations about where and what lands were acquired, the girl said that all the money allocated to her had been spent. But the young man was not at all interested in where his money was going. The main thing for him was that it was going away. Having caught a glimpse of this whole scheme, Catherine was horrified when she realized that everything that had been happening to the earth lately was the work of Michael. Only now did the girl realize that they had gained an absolute advantage, and no one could stop them from developing the film industry. Looking closely at Michael, Catherine tried to guess how long ago this guy had planned his actions. After all, the foresight and prudence of this truly great player simply amazed the imagination. And now the system sent the owner a new message that the level of Catherine's location had reached the minimum required level. And now the guy has already read that more than 2 billion have been deposited into his personal account. 30 power-up points have been received, and the acting skill has been acquired. The young man could not understand how this happened, where the only thought that came to his mind was that he looked very impressive when he read the financial report. It was already noticeably dark outside, and Jessica, who was still in the office, asked her friend to find out more about the Photon Company. After all, if this company has problems, then that means problems for its founder, Michael, dear to her heart. Being one of the best hackers, Joanna assured her friend that she would extract all the data that very day. Meanwhile, the young man stood and thought about how he could use his new acting skill to quickly increase the level of affection with girls. And then he noticed the strange look the actress was giving him. and using his new skill, he asked her why she was looking at him like that. Catherine, who was also a person of art, simply did not know what to answer to such an expressively posed question. And now the girl was already wondering whether Michael had always been so handsome, or whether it was just her wildly running fantasy. And the sly man himself noted that it wasn't that difficult to knock the girl down with the help of acting skills. And now he was standing and thinking about how this wonderful skill would help him in relationships with other girls. Now it dawned on the young man that the girl's level of affection had most likely jumped because she had taken everything that was happening for his global plan. And so he decided that she had come up with all this herself, that she had believed it herself, and therefore he certainly would not try to convince her otherwise. At this point, Elizabeth intervened in the situation, suddenly declaring that she had a real talent for business, since in a short time the company she founded reached unprecedented heights. At the same time, Victoria finished her report, saying that the return of the lone wolf to the game would be possible only under one single condition. Naturally, everyone present was very interested in what kind of condition it was that would allow a practically destroyed person to get back on his feet, to which Victoria explained that he would only get out of this if he had reserves of several $100 billion in his accounts. When Patrick heard this, he laughed, asking the girl not to joke like that again, until his heart jumped out. Here Idris turned to Adam, asking whether the girl who was now giving the report worked for him directly. And when the man confirmed this, his interlocutor asked about the reason why this girl smelled so bad, where he had always been convinced that only the most excellent beauties worked for the Calloway family. But after that, he said something that truly horrified the girl, where he asked her to remove the bandages from her head so that everyone could enjoy her beauty. Seeking salvation from shame, Victoria tried to appeal to her master. However, Adam was now weighing up what would be most beneficial for him to do, realizing that he still had a lot of business to do with Idris. And so he gave the girl a terrifying order, instructing her to immediately fulfill her partner's request and remove the bandages. Victoria tried once again to save herself from shame by turning to Adam with a request, but he had already raised his voice, saying that it was not a request, but an order. And so, with a trembling hand and through tears, the girl began to unwind the bandages on her head. And when she finished, everyone could see the terrible wound on her head, from which the stitches had not even been removed yet. At that very moment, Idris said dismissively that instead of a beautiful girl, he saw a monster and ordered her to get out of his sight as quickly as possible. But the girl herself understood that now was the time when it would be better for her to leave this society. Adam silently watched the one who had dedicated her entire life to serving his family. He immediately noticed that the wound was serious, where a scar would remain one way or another, and therefore this girl no longer represented any value to him. All the other participants in this meeting behaved more unceremoniously, shouting after the girl that she looked like an obedient little dog. And at Michael's mansion, Elizabeth was persuading her friend Kiara to go somewhere to have fun. But the girl categorically refused, hiding behind her brother's opinion that after 11 p.m., only dissolute women go to pubs, to which her interlocutor stated that she must be very bored here. But Kiara completely denied this, saying that she liked spending time with her brother. The girl's conversation was interrupted by an unexpected ringing of the doorbell. Opening it, Elizabeth and Kiara saw Victoria returning, where Michael's sister was very happy to see her. She immediately noticed that the girl was unusually pale, asking if everything was okay with her. With difficulty overcoming her bitterness, resentment, and fatigue, Victoria quietly said that everything was fine with her. But Kiara understood that her friend was not telling her everything and helped the girl into the room. Elizabeth had a completely different attitude towards her. When Michael told her that this girl was a spy, and therefore the daughter of the Carson family believed that this girl definitely should not have come here. Well, the sister of the owner of the house continued her care for the guest, informing her that Michael had asked to leave a portion of Michael's next culinary masterpiece for her. Victoria did not believe what she had just heard, and even asked the girl again about what she had said. And now the spy was already sitting at the table trying this delicious dish prepared by her fake boss. Tears streamed down the girl's cheeks as she realized that Michael saw her as a person, and not just a tool to achieve goals. Kiara immediately noticed her friend's tears, noting that if someone had offended her, they would definitely deal with him. The system was already sending message after message informing Michael of Victoria's rising favor, when the latter asked his sister where she could talk to the boss. To this the girl replied that her brother had already gone on vacation. Hearing this, the Calloway family spy was surprised that the young man went to bed so early. But his sister explained that Michael complains that he has been overwhelmed by a lot of different things lately, which makes him tired, and he wants to be alone. Well, the very tired man himself was lying calmly on his bed, drinking soda and playing another game on his mobile phone. However, Kiara's words seemed plausible to Victoria, since she knew that many big businessmen now wanted to leave the lone wolf out of business. And with all this, Michael treated her simply as a member of the family, and even remembered to give instructions to leave her something to eat. The next day, Joanna called her friend, telling her that she had worked all night, but had still managed to find something. This concerned information about the head of Photon Victoria, information about which turned out to be quite interesting. After graduating from university with honors, the girl worked for some time directly on Wall Street, and literally 2 years later she had vast experience in the financial field, where she successfully joined the team of the company Finances Are Simple. The name of this company seemed very familiar to Jessica, where her friend immediately reminded her that this company belongs to the influential Calloway family. And then the girl immediately thought about the fact that this company, like Michael's companies, is engaged in the production of films. And literally a second later, both girls loudly shouted that the head of the Photon company was simply a spy for the Calloway family. Instantly, Jessica realized what was causing Michael's problems, deciding to immediately inform him that a spy had been planted within him. But the call did not produce any results, because the young man's phone was switched off after numerous annoying calls. Soon, Melanie, in response to Jessica's question, said that she did not know Michael's new address. But when she learned that an enemy agent had been infiltrated into her lover's team, she couldn't stay away and said that she would join the girl in exposing her. Diana knew the young man's new address, and when she heard about the spy, she immediately declared that she would also go with the girls. And so all 4 of Michael's beautiful admirers rushed to save their beloved. When he woke up, the young man noticed that he felt much better today after a good night's sleep, and suddenly his olfactory receptors sensed the pleasant aroma of freshly cooked food. Entering the kitchen, the guy couldn't even believe his eyes at first when he saw Victoria preparing breakfast. The girl did not see the owner of the house approaching, and the young man had to wish her good morning to attract her attention. Turning happily, Victoria returned the favor, inviting her boss to the table. The guy really liked this kind attitude, and without hesitation he agreed to sit down at the table and have breakfast. And so the young people sat opposite each other, devouring what the girl had prepared. Victoria thought to herself that Michael probably didn't care at all that her face was now disfigured. Comparing the attitude she had to face, the girl came to the conclusion that she had been very wrong about Michael's personality. Michael himself looked at his assistant, thinking about how much the injury to her face could have hit her self-esteem. However, with the help of the system, the young man had already managed to master the skills of a medic and began developing an ointment that should help the girl. He really wanted to see who Victoria would remain faithful to after he restored her to her former beauty. Suddenly, the girl turned to her boss, asking him what might happen if she ever did something bad to him, to which the young man answered without hesitation that it depended on the situation, but he could definitely say that if his assistant lost money or business, he would definitely not blame her. Victoria was thinking about what would happen if the guy found out that she was a spy and helped arrange everything so that now he would be ruined. Then all the other girls who were in the house came to the table, where Kiara noticed that the prepared food smelled very tasty. Victoria rose from her seat and said with a smile that she had taken care of everyone, and therefore the girls could have breakfast in peace. To which Michael's little sister told her friend not to worry anymore, since she had not yet fully recovered. And so the girl went to get her breakfast, where Elizabeth asked him to put a portion for her too. A couple of minutes later, the entire large family was already sitting at the table, trying what the spy had prepared. The morning meal was interrupted by persistent ringing at the door. The first to express her displeasure at this unceremonious morning visit was Elizabeth, and Kiara immediately assumed that it could be Diana and the others, since she had called her not long ago and asked for their new address. Victoria was interested in the word others, and so she asked the girl who she meant, to which she explained that the rest were all her friends, who said that they had very important information for Michael. And so the spy listened with horror to what Kiara's brother's friends said on the phone, that they had been able to identify the enemy agent. Getting up from the table, the owner of the house's sister approached the front door, and soon 4 beauties appeared before her eyes. Out of respect, Kiara invited the girls inside. There, she asked to introduce everyone else to her, noting that they all had extremely worried faces. But Diana said that the matter was very urgent, and they had no time for introductions and conversations, and they needed to see Michael as soon as possible. Saying that her brother and the others were having breakfast, Kiara offered to lead the guests to the kitchen. Less than a minute later, all the girls were already standing at the table where the morning meal was taking place, and everyone, as one, focused their hateful gaze on Victoria, who was sitting with her back to them. Well, Joanna approached Michael, put some papers in front of him, and firmly stated that his personal assistant was an agent of the Calloway family. Having picked up the printout, The young man was very surprised at how well educated and experienced Victoria was. He looked at the dejected girl sitting opposite him, thinking that at her age, having such talents was something incredible. "Well," Joanna continued, telling that it was she who brought the company created by Michael into decline, and passed on all the information to those who united against him. Kiara also turned to the evidence provided, and could not believe that Victoria, who had become almost like family to her, was actually a spy. The second person after Michael who was not at all surprised by the information provided was Elizabeth, mentally emphasizing that the guy had already figured it all out himself a long time ago. She also noted, not without pleasure, that she was the first person he told about Victoria being a spy, which showed his true attitude towards her. The documents that Joanna had obtained were also studied by Catherine, who noted that in that case, Michael's second company was his big trump card, something the spy had not even thought about. But then Victoria herself spoke up, confirming that she had indeed been sent to infiltrate the Lone Wolf's team. After these words, Michael put the documents aside and stood up abruptly. Approaching the girl, who was depressed by the circumstances, he invited her to come with him for a private conversation. All the other girls silently watched the owner of this house and the exposed spy as they walked away. But Kiara's nerves couldn't take it anymore, and she burst into tears, saying that she had been constantly telling this girl about her brother, which, apparently, had only caused him great harm. But she was reassured by Elizabeth, who revealed that Michael had long known that Victoria was an alien agent. Where this information had the strongest effect, of course, was on all the other girls who rushed to him with this important, but completely unnecessary news. Diana, extremely indignant, asked why the guy had put this girl in charge of the company and given her unimaginable sums of money. But Elizabeth, taking a defensive stance, declared that she must not tell anyone anything. The girl was only thinking about the fact that all these ladies definitely had their own views on Michael, and therefore she had to keep her distance from them. And so the two girls, who were aiming for the attention of the same young man, were ready to start pulling each other's hair out. However, Catherine intervened in the situation, saying that she understood the meaning of Michael's actions, and was ready to provide an explanation. And as soon as the girl said that the land of the Photon and Crystal Peak companies had common borders, Diana suddenly exclaimed that she understood everything. Where the second company, Crystal Peak, was not created by the Carson family, but also belongs to Michael. Where this guy came up with a simply ingenious strategy to crush his enemies with one blow. Now this young man seemed to Diana even more mysterious than ever. Immediately, all the girls agreed that their beloved Michael was, in a word, a genius. Only now did Joanna notice that in that case, they had exposed Victoria in vain, because now those who were behind her would find out everything. But Jessica reassured her friend, saying that if Michael was talking to her, it meant he already had some kind of plan. The girl breathed a sigh of relief, and the owner of Dexter TV mentally noted that Michael never ceased to amaze her. Despite the fact that he behaves completely recklessly, he always emerges victorious from all situations. But the girl's thoughts led her to the idea that they could all be just pawns in his big game. Meanwhile, Victoria apologized to Michael for barging into his life and destroying everything he had created. The girl asked to understand her, saying that everyone has their own boss, and therefore she had no choice. But then Michael cheerfully said that he had long been aware of everything that was happening. The girl asked him again out of surprise, and the guy added that he knew the reason why she did it, and even who sent her. And suddenly he asked the girl to remember his very recent words spoken to her, where if what she does is related to business or money, then he is ready and can forgive her everything. Victoria was shocked by what her second fake boss was saying now, and the system was already reporting an increase in the level of favor. She tried to say something in response, but Michael interrupted her, saying that he admired the girl's abilities, and therefore offered to become a full part of his team. The girl was overwhelmed with feelings, where she once again tried to object to what was said. But the young man didn't give her a chance, interrupting her speech again and saying that he really needed her. And he ended his speech with the words that together they would be able to conquer the whole world. Leaving the girl alone, Michael cheerfully stated that she just needed to continue doing what she had been doing before. The amazed Victoria stood and watched the young man leave, not believing that he had forgiven her so easily. And a few seconds later, the girl was shocked once again by the fact that another 30 billion came into her account, with a message that this was her next task for the next week. Falling onto the stone floor, the girl burst into tears, unable to understand why Michael was treating her so well. Well, Michael himself, studying the system messages about the next increase in the spy's disposition level, thought that he had the hardest time with this girl. However, he had already finished leveling up his medic skill, and if the girl was not impressed by the money, he would try to reach the required minimum level in another way. His thoughts were interrupted by a message from Victoria, who asked her second boss for forgiveness, saying that she could not disobey her master. Not without pleasure, the young man concluded that the girl was definitely at a loss and did not know what to do next. And then she received a reply where Michael wrote that everything was long in the past, and she just needed to continue to carry out his tasks. Remembering the young man's words about becoming a full member of his team, the girl suddenly had the idea that he wanted to make her a double agent. When the young man returned home, the first thing he saw was the admiring glances of all his fans. Without understanding at all what had happened here, Michael was even a little scared. He especially didn't understand why Joanna, whom he barely knew, was looking at him like that. Where suddenly the system announced to him that the level of this girl's disposition had reached the minimum required level, and the owner of the system received 25 points of reinforcement, as well as a new computer hacking skill. Suddenly, Michael felt that after activating the new skill, his head was spinning and his whole body seemed to go limp. And then the system issued a warning that due to an excessively large number of activated skills, the host's body was at the limit, where it was necessary to increase the energy flow. Only now did the guy realize why he was constantly sleepy. Because in his entire life, a person develops only 1 or 2 skills, while he already had a lot of these skills. He then turned his attention to his new admirer, amazed that she had such an interesting talent as hacking. Deciding not to put it off for later, Michael instructed the system to direct 50 points of enhancement to the development of his internal chi energy. Within seconds, the amplification process was complete, and the young man felt like a completely different person. His head literally turned into some kind of supercomputer, where he instantly calculated the parameters of an object that entered his field of vision. Amazed by his own abilities, the young man wondered whether this is how mathematical geniuses see the world. At that moment, Joanna suddenly asked the guy for forgiveness for interfering with his plans, to which Michael replied that nothing terrible had happened, since sooner or later someone would have exposed the spy anyway. At the same time, the young man asked all the girls not to be biased towards Victoria and to pretend that nothing happened, where such a statement seemed very strange to at least half of his fans, and the other half was immediately thrown into a state of rage. Only Joanna remained calm, trying to figure out the situation, where she quickly realized that Michael was planning to turn the exposed spy into a double agent. This strong game started by the guy was very much to the liking of this girl, who began to fall madly in love with him. A moment earlier, Victoria, approaching the door, heard Michael asking everyone else to pretend as if nothing had happened. Opening the door slightly, the girl heard the young man calling her his assistant and an important person for him. Victoria was amazed at how this young man defended her in front of all the other aggressive girls, and so she mentally noted that this was the most noble person she had ever met, who was definitely worthy of people following him. Soon the former spy had already gathered her things and was standing opposite her former boss, outside the walls of the mansion. Throwing a sad look at the young man, Victoria told the guy not to bother, as she would call herself a taxi, to which Michael told the girl that she could indeed stay and live peacefully in his house and work on his team. Smiling slightly, the girl replied that even if the owner of the house himself accepted her as she was, this did not mean that everyone else would be able to accept her. Elizabeth and Kiara watched the farewell of the young people, where the latter really thought that her brother had lured the spy to his side and was now sending her on a mission. Turning to her friend, she said, a little excitedly, that upon her return Victoria would most likely be punished for her failure. And then, after her words, Elizabeth noticed that the spy was not aware of Michael's true plans. And when the scheme he has built becomes clear, all the blame for the failure will be placed on Victoria, and then she will suffer greatly. And so both girls agreed that the young man's plan was simply flawless. Taking out her cell phone, Elizabeth called her brother, intriguing him with her words about how she had just witnessed some extremely interesting events in Michael's house. In conversation, the girl called Michael so tenderly that her brother was quite surprised by this, assuming that if things continued like this, he would soon have a new relative in the person of a lone wolf. And now Patrick was yelling at his sister, telling her to stop spending so much time with Michael, where he also reminded her that very soon she would have to submit documents for admission to the university. However, the girl had character, stating that she had managed to achieve a lot during this time and did not need her brother's care at all. Meanwhile, Jessica was watching Kiara and Elizabeth from the side and asked Diana who the two girls were, and her friend explained that to the left is Michael's little sister, whom he found quite recently. Well, her interlocutor is none other than the youngest daughter of the Carson family. The Elizabeth family name made a strong impression on Jessica, who knew that it was one of the richest and most influential families in the city. Once the first impressions had passed, surprise was replaced by anger, where Jessica was not at all happy with the new competitor, and so she decided to take a closer look at both her new rival and her lover's sister, attracting their attention. As she approached, the girl introduced herself, also saying that she was currently the head of Dexter TV. Saying that she was also a very close friend of Michael, Jessica suggested that the girls exchange contacts. When the owner of the house himself returned, he could not help but notice that the room was very lively. All his fans approached each other, talked, and exchanged contact information. In addition, Jessica told Elizabeth that she had already sent her an invitation to their general chat. This formation of a common group of female fans somehow did not please the young man very much. Well, the exposed spy had already managed to get to her master's mansion, where Adam told her not to take what happened yesterday to heart, since Gordon and Idris were his partners, whom he could not upset. The man then added that he, of course, offended the girl, but in return he invited the best plastic surgeon to work on her scar. Having assumed the most submissive appearance, the girl said that she understood everything, and thanked the gentleman for the care and attention he had shown. Getting back to business, Adam asked about the reason his spy had arrived here today, to which Victoria explained that she had been exposed this morning, and therefore she could no longer remain with the lone wolf. The son of the Calloway family was quite surprised that after the girl was exposed, they just let her go without doing anything. And the girl continued, saying that the lone wolf not only did nothing to her, but even offered to work with him, which she refused. Still reeling from the news, Adam asked Victoria how the lone wolf had reacted to her leaving, to which his interlocutor replied that he was absolutely calm, since he was perfectly able to control any of his emotions. After a short pause, Victoria suddenly added that apparently Michael knew from the very beginning that she was a spy. This was the most important information, where Adam jumped up and immediately asked who the photon company was officially registered to. And when his subordinate said that the company was registered to the lone wolf's younger sister, the man concluded with horror that it was all just a trap. He immediately gave orders for the map to be brought to him, and for him to be connected with Patrick Carson. While he was waiting for an answer to the phone call, his assistant reported that another company called Crystal Peak, which belongs to the Carson family, was buying up land in the same area. Patrick was quite surprised when he saw that Adam Calloway was calling him. Having answered the call, the young man joyfully greeted his companion, saying that he, too, was going to call him to invite him to dinner. But in response, he heard only choice abuse, where, between the lowest curses, Patrick heard accusations of collusion with the lone wolf. And when he asked his interlocutor to explain what had happened, Adam shouted even louder for him to stop making a circus, since he knew that the Crystal Peak company belonged to the Carson family. But Patrick was no less surprised than his interlocutor had been, since there was no Crystal Peak listed in his assets. And now he was already confusedly telling Adam that he would definitely find out everything, since the company he had named was not the property of their family. To which his interlocutor immediately gave him no more than 8 hours, after which his companion would deal with all the consequences himself. When the conversation was over, the young man threw his phone on the floor without hiding his anger. He was thinking that he had invested $10 billion in cooperation with the Calloway family, and if their agreements were to be terminated now, he would never be able to explain it to the family. And so he turned to his manager, ordering him to find out all the information about a certain company called Crystal Peak. Just a couple of hours later, Patrick was sitting at his desk, beginning to study the report prepared by the manager. He was furious when he found out that such a huge multi-billion-dollar company actually belonged to his family, represented by his younger sister. The young man could not understand where this girl got such a huge amount of money. Well, the old manager drew the young master's attention to the fact that the lands that were acquired by the Photon and Crystal Peak companies had common borders, where a lone wolf had pulled off a grand scheme. Everyone thought they had him cornered, but in the end they themselves ended up trapped, because everyone who was interested in the lone wolf being out of business bought land at a price 3 times higher than it was worth, where now they will simply lose their money. After listening to the manager's thoughts, Patrick said that his opponent had not only come up with an excellent scheme, but had also recruited his own sister. Immediately asking for a new phone, the young man began dialing his sister's number, furiously shouting that she had definitely decided to kill her own brother. The girl, who was relaxing by the pool, answered the call and warmly greeted her brother. But he clearly had no time for pleasantries, where he, without hiding his anger, demanded that his sister tell him whether she really owned the Crystal Peak company. Laughing, Elizabeth, confirming the company's affiliation, added that now her brother would definitely be able to appreciate her abilities. But Patrick was in no mood for fun, where he accused the girl of betrayal and ordered her to immediately return home. But his sister had no intention of listening to her brother, simply hanging up and saying that Michael treated her much better than his own brother. Hearing the short beeps, the son of the Carson family could only state that his sister had simply hung up. The young man's rage went through the roof, and the second phone became unusable after being hit hard on the floor. Having calmed down a little and getting his thoughts in order, Patrick asked the manager to bring another mobile phone. While carrying out the order, the old man also said that the return of the young lady now would not improve the situation, where they should first of all think about how to compensate for the losses. Turning to the man, Patrick asked if he had any specific thoughts on the matter, to which the manager openly said that the gentleman should consider going over to the lone wolf side, where, given his trust in the young lady, the future of the Carson family would be secured. However, if Patrick decides to do this, he will have to forget about his relationship with Mrs. Rockwood, who is obviously in love with the lone wolf. To this, the young man replied that he would never give up on his relationship with Diana and always keeps his word. The manager tried to say that it was not worth putting the whole family at risk for the sake of a woman, but the young man stopped him, coldly saying that while his father was ill, he would make all the decisions and be responsible for the consequences, where the manager had no choice but to accept the will of his master. As he walked away in the opposite direction, the old man thought that Patrick was too young and inexperienced to understand all the consequences, where once all the important figures are convinced that the Crystal Peak Company belongs to the Carson family, then all the blame for the failure will be placed on them, which puts the future of the family in real danger. Meanwhile, Adam listened to a report that Crystal Peak belonged to Elizabeth Carson, who was very close to the lone wolf. But at some point the young man stopped the speaker, after which silence hung in the air. Victoria understood the situation more than anyone else, and was shocked by this development of events, because even being Michael's personal assistant, she did not know that it was he who created Crystal Peak. And now she turned to her master, asking for forgiveness and saying that it was her fault. But Adam was angrier than ever, shouting that losses of more than 10 billion could not be justified by shortcomings. Throwing an ashtray at the girl, the Calloway family's son shouted that Victoria didn't even understand what she had done, and now he was already asking her about whether she had become arrogant, deciding that it was worth the capital he had lost. The girl's wound opened up from the blow with the ashtray, and bleeding, she listened to the man's words that she was nothing more than his property, their family's watchdog. And after Adam said that his family no longer needed her services, two strong young men immediately grabbed the girl by the arms. Her former boss then added that Victoria's actions would be investigated, and that she would be kept in custody here during the investigation. Here, one of Adam's assistants stated that Victoria definitely did not betray the family, since they consider the Calloway family their family. But the heartless young man said that he didn't care whether she betrayed him or not. He just had to account for the lost billions. Listening to Adam, the girl immediately understood that they simply wanted to shift all the blame for the losses onto her. Diana, who entered the house, asked Kiara, who met her, whether Michael often left her here completely alone. But the girl happily announced that her brother was at home, just in the basement. The guest was surprised by such a statement, asking why he was constantly hiding from everyone and what he was doing. To this, Kiara replied that her brother had set up some sort of laboratory there, and she did not dare interrupt or distract him. Diana was very surprised that Michael had set up a laboratory at home and was conducting some experiments in it. Well, the owner of the house himself looked at the resulting purple mass and declared that his research was finally complete. Smiling, the young man noted that it was not in vain that he had developed his skills as a physician and chemist. However, the boy's joy was interrupted by a knock on the door of his small laboratory, after which the young man heard the familiar voice of Diana, who asked permission to enter, to which Michael mentally noted that the girl had come to him at just the right time. After allowing her into the lab, Michael asked if Diana had any scars on her body, and so, moving her hair aside, his guest showed a small scar on her cheek, which she had received in her distant childhood while playing with other children. Clearly interested in the girl's scar, the young man approached and began to examine with interest the consequences of the old injury. From such an unexpected rapprochement, Diana even dropped her small handbag. Feeling the guy's hands on her face, the girl blushed deeply, thinking that he most likely decided to kiss her. She was briefly tormented by doubts about whether they could be seen, preparing for the long-awaited kiss. But without feeling the lips of her lover and beginning to sense some strange smell, the girl opened one eye. In front of her she saw Michael, his eyes glowing, asking his guest not to move until he finished applying the ointment. And while he was covering the scar on the girl's forehead with the potion, she tried to find out whether the product had passed clinical trials and was approved by the Ministry of Health. To which the young man stated that he had developed the ointment himself, and also asked the girl not to wet her face with water for several hours. Turning to Diana, the young man wanted to add something else. But completely unexpectedly for him, the girl suddenly moved closer to him and connected their lips. Shocked that Diana would suddenly decide to kiss him, Michael watched silently as she hurriedly left the lab. The girl herself, finding herself behind the door, could not believe what she had decided to do, and now felt very awkward. Well, the great doctor himself stood and enjoyed the pleasant sensations after the kiss given to him. At that moment, his little sister looked in on him and asked him what he had done to her that made the girl quickly run away, red as a tomato. But Michael said she was just in a hurry, which didn't seem convincing enough to Kiara. And so, approaching the young man, the girl asked in all seriousness whether he had done anything bad to her, to which Michael replied that he was not capable of causing her any harm, and therefore his little sister could not think badly of her brother. But the pouting girl still insisted on her own, not at all believing that Diana could just run away in such a strange state. To herself, the girl thought that Michael was a really good person, but there were too many girls hanging around him. And then the young man showed his sister the ointment he had developed, offering to try it on her, which she refused, stating that the ointment smelled very bad. Having called the runaway girl an ungrateful child, the guy noted that his potion really didn't smell very good. Thinking that it would be nice to add some flavoring to the ointment, the young man noticed his mobile phone. He hadn't visited various chats for a long time and was quite surprised when he read that he had already been practically written off. Michael chuckled and remarked that he had his suspicions about the true nature of most of those who called themselves his friends and comrades, but he did not think that they were so hypocritical that they were now rejoicing at rumors of his bankruptcy. The young man paid special attention to the messages that he was predicted to die by the Calloway family. The young man eagerly read the information about how those who had called him brother just a week ago had agreed to sever all ties with the lone wolf. And so he wrote a message that all those who were dissatisfied could freely leave this chat. At the same time, Julian, who was at the golf club, was struck by Michael's message in the chat, asking his gaming companion if the lone wolf was afraid of being left without support at all, to which the young man, having kicked the ball, said that strong people do not need friends, and he is completely on the side of the lone wolf, since even united families cannot break him. Well, Michael himself watched with interest as his so-called friends were removed from the chat one after another. Having settled comfortably on the sofa, the young man said that now everyone would see how bankrupt he really was. And so he went to the online broadcast site, which was launched by the head of Dexter TV, Jessica, where he decided to amuse the public by spending a couple, or even more, billions. The man sitting at the computer, clearly very nervous, called the project manager. And when Julia asked what was going on, he explained that someone had just topped up the account with several billion. The insightful woman immediately noticed that it was most likely the lone wolf himself who decided to emerge from the shadows. Well, Michael himself was sitting in his mansion, going through one girl after another who were broadcasting online. But suddenly his attention stopped on one of them, where he was quite surprised by who he saw on the screen. His little sister greeted the viewers, saying that she was new here and thanking everyone for watching her broadcast. While the young man was thinking about what to do, his little sister received her first gift from a secret admirer. Having thanked the fan for the gift, Kiara wished him more luck both in work and in his personal life, and now her brother was already reading a bunch of compliments sent to his little sister. But a secret admirer under the pseudonym Real Man sent another, more expensive gift, offering the girl to exchange contacts, where she modestly stated that her brother would not allow her to do so. Michael was beside himself when this Real Man decided he could buy his sister after all and sent her 20 grand worth of gifts. Well, the girl who grew up in the countryside did not understand the behavior of this Real Man, where she had already refused him, but he continued to send gifts, trying to buy her favor. But when she told him not to spend money on her, the Real Man sent her a gift for an even larger amount, which completely discouraged the poor girl. But then something happened that neither the company's management, nor the actresses, nor the audience expected. Without hiding their surprise and envy, everyone watched as the new girl received a gift worth $1 million. And now the project manager was already being informed that the lone wolf had sent the girl the most expensive gift possible, which only amused Julia, who was beginning to understand what was going on. Kiara herself was no less surprised by such a gift than the others, having never expected that her first day on the channel would be so exciting. Well, the young man himself was not going to stop, deciding to show everyone what kind of men his sister should be worthy of. And then, one after another, notifications began to arrive that the lone wolf was sending this new girl more and more gifts worth $1 million each. All those girls who were just preparing for the start of the broadcasts, or had already completed them, were amazed at the momentum the new girl was gaining. Michael, however, did not stop, declaring that a real man was not even worthy of writing to his beloved sister with his pathetic gifts. After some time, The number of gifts sent to them reached 3,000, where each of them cost $1 million. Even Kiara asked the gift giver to stop as the messages about incoming gifts literally filled the entire screen. Julia, who had seen a lot, also could not believe that this girl really had been sent 3,000 gifts. Having spent about $3 billion, the young man hoped that he had managed to revive this world a little. And then he received a private message from his sister, who asked him why he did it. In response, Michael replied that he simply loved his little sister, and besides, it was a small thing for him. Only now did the girl realize that the Dexter TV company was founded by Michael, where he essentially transferred money from one pocket to another. But Kiara still asked the guy to stop sending gifts, which caused her entire screen to be filled with messages. The young man accepted his sister's request, thinking that his plan was to send a gift worth $10 billion. Meanwhile, Julia was reporting to Jessica that a lone wolf had just squandered $3 billion. Sensing that the woman wanted to say something else, the Dexter TV host allowed her to speak her mind. And she immediately said that the guy spent this money on gifts for his own sister. Jessica immediately wondered why the young man had sent such a large amount of money to his sister. And then Julia interrupted the boss's thoughts, saying that all of this was simply specially thought out by a lone wolf, where, having thus marked his return, he will give reason to say that the rumors of his bankruptcy were simply the machinations of his enemies. And then it dawned on Jessica that this was truly a brilliant move, where the guy, with such a smart move, did not spend a cent. Well, her interlocutor, approaching the window, noticed that the lone wolf had grown considerably taller since their last meeting. Her thoughts revolved around the fact that it would be nice to get this man for herself. Julian, who was in the break room, shouted loudly that his companion was right when he said that the lone wolf had only poured $3 billion into Dexter TV, to which his interlocutor stated that the lone wolf was his brother in spirit, who was just as skilled at playing the same games as he was. To himself, the young man thought that until the very end he did not believe in what he was talking about, where circumstances turned out very well. Well, Julian himself continued to read what was written in the chat, where he, like many, was very glad that he decided to stay close to the lone wolf, who defeated his opponents with one move. At the same time, Michael himself was reading this same chat, and his thoughts were that after everything that had happened, there were truly reliable people left nearby, and since their help might someday be needed, it would be worthwhile to somehow reward them for their faith in him. And so he announced that he was giving everyone the opportunity to earn money by launching his project to build a film studio. And now the first of those who remained nearby was already joyfully accepting this pleasant news. Another businessman managed to respond, telling the lone wolf that his restaurant chain could fit well into their industry. Another businessman assured Michael that their cooperation would definitely bear good fruit. And the most enterprising ones immediately announced that they had stopped their cooperation with the lone wolf's competitors and were now offering him to buy building materials from them. Michael was distracted from reading all these pleasant messages by the scream of his sister sitting next to him, and when he asked what happened, Kiara explained that she had become a news star. And showing her brother the screen of her mobile phone, the girl happily declared that all everyone was doing was discussing her broadcast from yesterday. Michael rejoiced with his little sister, once again causing her displeasure by touching her hair. Well, the girl suddenly declared that the real subject of conversation was not her at all, but the lone wolf, where everyone called him a real spendthrift and a spoiled child of rich parents who doesn't know where to spend money. Having experienced the most unpleasant feelings from such reviews, the young man noted that people like to create various rumors. However, his sister was quite serious in telling Michael not to take it to heart, where those closest to him know for sure that he always acts very calculatingly. The young man was very embarrassed when Kiara said that his entire close circle considered the guy a real genius. With understanding of Belle and admiration for her brother, the girl said that she understood his strategy, which was developed to achieve influence in all spheres of human life. Of course, Michael, who had no global plans, sat and silently thought about what he was doing that was leading people to such thoughts. Deciding to change the subject, the young man asked his sister to tell him more about a man from Japan who had proven himself to be an excellent player of Go. The topic was interesting, and Kiara immediately told her brother that a certain player had appeared who had already managed to defeat all the professionals in their camp. Where this strongest player called all professionals nothing more than ordinary amateurs. What Michael's sister told him greatly impressed him, where he could not understand how a player could even reach such incredible heights, having understood the essence of the complex game of Go. And the girl continued, adding that this genius was not even 20 years old, and his name was Yoshihiro Yamada. He studied with the greatest master of the game of Go, who lived in Japan, and in his first confrontation, he defeated the Chinese master. And when a couple of days ago he defeated another outstanding master of this game, everyone froze. waiting to see what would happen next. At the press conference, Yoshihiro openly stated that he has no worthy opponents, and therefore he is ready to fight with anyone who wants to. Michael was already happy that this Japanese guy had managed to piss off a whole bunch of people, and Kiara added that several large companies have chipped in and are offering a jackpot of 200 million to anyone who defeats this guy. When her brother heard the words about the prize on offer, it obviously interested him. He shocked his little sister when he said he was going to take the 200 million. And now the young man has already turned on the conference at which Yoshihiro made that very loud statement. The trick was that Michael had already received a Go skill from one of his subjects, which he could simply upgrade using the system. Well, his sister still couldn't believe that her brother was actually going to take part in the competition, not understanding when he had managed to get so good at Go. And so the girl began to dissuade him, stating that this game is very difficult and multifaceted, which you cannot learn to play in one night, and her brother is a very busy man. Michael was very surprised by this statement, reminding his sister that he just lazes around the house all day. And now Kiara really remembered that her brother either just lies around resting all day long, or plays games on his phone or laptop. The girl came to the conclusion that Michael organized his affairs so well that he had a whole bunch of free time, where she immediately wanted to become more like her brother. The great businessman himself watched his sister's changing face, not understanding why she had suddenly changed and become so dejected. And so, at her next open broadcast, the girl announced that she was immersing herself in her studies, where at that very second, a whole bunch of angry comments poured in from those who were expecting some special show, like last time. Well, Michael, driven by his idea to take 200 million, had already found an online platform where Go players gathered and trained. Warming up his hands, the young man prepared to thoroughly hone his skills. Since his Go playing skill had developed to a master level, he immediately decided to try out what players on this platform were capable of. He registered an account where he gave himself the nickname Sad Master, and now the random number has already chosen his first opponent. Having looked at the avatar of his opponent, nicknamed Simpleton, the young man prepared to start the game. And then his room was filled with the frequent sounds of one of the buttons on the computer mouse, with which the game was played. It took less than 10 minutes for him to corner his opponent and emerge victorious from the confrontation. Noting sadly that the victory had come to him so quickly and easily, Michael remarked that it was very boring. Deciding that this was enough for a warm-up, the young man decided to set a goal of 10 victories in a row, and so he began a game where he repeatedly defeated all his opponents. When his win count exceeded 30, Michael opened an achievement window where he had only amateur level 5. And then he realized that reaching the required level to qualify for a fight with Yoshihiro would be very difficult. The young man never got up from his computer, had breakfast, lunch, and dinner without taking a break from the game. After all, the higher his level rose, the more difficult the opponents became, with whom the game could last for more than 1 hour. But one way or another, everyone Michael came across was too weak for him. At the same time, Yoshihiro was sitting at his computer at home, having just lost another of his opponents in the game of Go on an online platform. Noting that this was his 20th victory of the day, the young man cheerfully said that, in all likelihood, a worthy opponent would never be found for him. After taking a 5-minute break, the champion decided to play again. While going through the players, the young man's gaze fell on a player with the nickname Sad Master, where the guy was really hooked by the fact that it was unclear who of the 5th level decided to call himself nothing less than a master. And suddenly Michael saw a message on his screen that a certain player had challenged him. Having accepted the challenge, the young man saw that behind the invitation was a player with the nickname Ghost Warrior. This greatly amused the young man, who decided that some schoolboy was going to play with him. Well, Yoshihiro was intrigued by the fact that this Sad Master had 30 games with a 100% win rate. And so the functionality of the online platform worked, and the duel between these two masters was declared open. The first move was Michael's, and now a white stone appeared on the battlefield. Yoshihiro didn't keep us waiting, and made his next move, placing a black stone on the field. After some time, Michael noticed that his opponent was good, and if he was not focused, he would fall into a trap. His opponent's style of play was reminiscent of that of a famous Go master. However, in the modern world, it is difficult to find a person who could somehow imitate the playing style of that famous master. At some point, the young man noticed that his mental abilities were not inferior to those of his opponent, where the latter, obviously, simply had more experience. But if he loses now, he will have to spend a whole lot of time to restore his rating. Meanwhile, Yoshihiro in his room also noticed that his opponent was playing quite well. But then, turning to the screen, the young man cheerfully declared that if he wanted to win, he would have to try very hard. But Michael didn't have to try, where he turned to the system, asked to give him 50 years of experience in the game of Go. And so the improvement process was launched, for which the young man spent 10 points of enhancement, leaving another 25 points in reserve. Michael closed his eyes, accepting from his powerful system the abilities that people develop in themselves over the years. And so, when the process was completed, the young man suddenly realized what he needed to do to defeat his opponent. As if having experienced a state of nirvana, Michael returned to the game with a peaceful face, radically changing his tactics and strategy. It was as if he felt that the great unrivaled master had now entered his body in order to continue playing Go. While his opponent was pumping up his skills, Yoshihiro wondered why the sad master had gone quiet and not made his move. The only rational explanation for him was that he had already used up all his resources and knowledge, and now he simply did not know what to do next. And so the young man declared to himself that he remained an unsurpassed master of modern times. But then the screen came to life, where one of his opponent's white stones made a completely unexpected move, in which there was neither tactics nor strategy. But what seemed like mere chaos was in fact the very tactics of the great master. Yoshihiro was shocked by what was happening, where this style of play immediately seemed very familiar to him. The exact same style he played, only at a much higher level, literally tied his hands and feet. Rage overwhelmed the guy, who was not used to and did not know how to lose. He could do nothing but scream that he didn't believe what was happening on the screen, where this incredibly talented opponent, whom he underestimated, somehow managed to escape from the trap that was set. And then came the moment that Yoshihiro had never experienced before, where it was announced that the sad master had defeated the Phantom Warrior. Staring at the monitor showing this truly historic message, the young man could not believe that he had lost after all. Clutching his head, the guy whispered that he, the greatest champion who had won on several continents, lost to some amateur level 5 player on an online platform. Michael's reaction was the exact opposite, where he was very happy that he had finally defeated this schoolboy and could continue playing with other players, raising his level. Since it was not very late yet, the young man, charged with energy after another victory, decided to play again. But suddenly his screen showed another message coming through the Go platform. He was very surprised that people here started writing to him so actively, wondering what it would be this time. But his face brightened when he saw a message from the Ghost Warrior, begging him not to leave and to play with him one more time. And so Yoshihiro read the murderous words in response, where Michael said that he was not his rival, and that the Ghost Warrior should go do his ghost homework for tomorrow at school. Such impudence deeply offended the young man, who even jumped up from his seat. After all, he considered himself the best of the best Go players and had no intention of enduring such humiliation. And now he was already typing a message to the sad master, declaring that he had previously asked but was now challenging. Laughing at the stubbornness of his defeated opponent, Michael said that if he did not want to admit defeat himself, he would force him to. And so he took the mouse in his hand and clicked on the button to start a repeat duel with the Ghost Warrior. After about 10 minutes, a message appeared on the screen informing the opponents that the victory had remained with the sad master. For Yoshihiro, it was something completely unimaginable to lose twice to the same person with an amateur level of 5. He couldn't believe that his opponent had suddenly become so strong that he was able to win in just 30 moves. And now he was sending his opponent a new message, demanding to play another game with him. Another 10 minutes passed, marking another victory for the sad master over the Ghost Warrior. Yoshihiro was already shaking slightly, since this time Michael needed only 20 moves for an unconditional and complete victory. Since childhood, he could not find a worthy opponent, and now some player from an online platform has won against him for the 3rd time in a row. Reading another message from the Ghost Warrior in which he begged for another game, Michael, who was already bored with it, noted that children were becoming badly addicted to this game. So he sent the guy a message calling him a weakling and telling him not to waste his time. Yoshihiro couldn't do anything about this, where he knew perfectly well that he had lost to the sad master 3 times. In a fit of rage and despair, the young man grabbed his computer monitor and threw it at the wall. But then a female voice behind the young man caught his attention, where his beautiful mentor and companion at all the games asked him what was happening to him. And the guy sadly replied that he had just lost to some player on an online platform, where this was the reason for his emotions. Immediately after this, Akira said that winning and losing were 2 sides of the same coin. And besides, Yoshihiro couldn't be sure that his opponent wasn't cheating. The young man was immediately interested in the girl's assertion that the sad master was cheating. And Akira immediately explained that no one has cancelled pirated software, where his online game opponent could use some special program in order to win. And so the situation could have been completely different, where Yoshihiro thought he was fighting a real person. But in reality, he was up against artificial intelligence. And not wanting to admit his defeat, The young man immediately latched onto this idea, recalling how his opponent's abilities had suddenly increased dramatically. Akira continued to motivate the guy, reminding him that just a couple of days ago, he had defeated a great master, and therefore he had no reason to doubt himself. And now the champion has already stated that such a phenomenon on the online platform will definitely never stop him. And so, from today on, he decided to play with only one volunteer per day in order to devote more time to analyzing the game and working out a strategy. Yoshihiro thought to himself that after today, his level as a Go player would increase significantly. Leaving her ward alone, Akira thought that he was still young, and a little lie certainly wouldn't hurt. Where otherwise today's incident might have finally broken his spirit. The girl also thought about the fact that even the great master, her father, had never managed to defeat Oishihiro in 30 moves, as some unknown person had done. It was approaching dawn, and Michael, who had spent the whole night playing, was very angry that he had only managed to reach level 7. After all, in order to fight the great Yoshihiro, he needed to reach at least level 9 and become one of the professionals. Having compared the time spent and the result obtained, the guy calculated that he would need about 2 more days of play to reach the desired level. The only thing he couldn't figure out was how to evaluate his level of skill in playing Go. He noted that the world was truly full of talent, where even some schoolboy with the nickname Ghost Warrior almost beat him. But at the same time, the young man noted that there is no limit to perfection, where he will certainly reach the required level and take the prize money. At the Calloway family mansion, Adam's guards came for Victoria, who was locked in one of the rooms. 2 of them took him by the arms, and the third rudely told him to follow him to the young master. While Adam waited for the guilty spy to be delivered, he listened to a report from his new assistant Becky. And the girl said that, according to the information she received, Victoria eventually began to pass on false information to the gentleman, which resulted in major losses for him. The girl also didn't forget to mention that 30 billion appeared on the spy's personal account from somewhere. Adam, looking at the papers, could not believe that the personal assistant of a lone wolf had such a huge salary. Well, Becky coldly confirmed that all the information was completely reliable and was the main evidence of Victoria's guilt. But suddenly the young man's face changed, where he noticed that even he would find it difficult to refrain from betrayal if such money were offered. A couple of minutes later, he was already addressing the guilty girl herself, declaring that now he knew everything for sure. To which Victoria sadly stated that she did not expect such mistrust from the one to whom she had dedicated her entire life. But Adam didn't believe the girl, throwing a stack of papers right in her face and saying that all the facts said otherwise, where he immediately recalled the girl's strange behavior lately, hiding the fact that she had 30 billion in her account. Looking at her angry master, Victoria tried to give an explanation, but Adam shouted furiously that she was bought by a lone wolf, and this was an indisputable and proven fact. Having loosened the pressure of the collar, the young man walked over to the window and said that she would soon find out what happens to traitors. Where after his words an ominous silence hung in the room. This silence was broken by Victoria herself, who said that she knew the family rules very well, and therefore saw no point in shaking the air, suggesting to move on to solving the problem. The girl's words intrigued Adam, who turned around and asked her what she meant by solving the problem. And so the former spy said that she understands perfectly well what losses the family will suffer when the case fails completely. And so, as a sign of gratitude for everything the family had done for her, Victoria expressed her willingness to give away these 30 billion. However, after she transfers the money to Adam, it will mean that she no longer owes anything to the Calloway family. In her mind, the girl noted that this was the only way to leave here alive, and she asked Michael for forgiveness, deciding to soon return to him and work off this money all her life. Adam, who had been listening to his former agent's words with a tense face all this time, suddenly burst into loud laughter. He noted that buying his life for 30 billion is a pretty smart move, which he agrees to, and after transferring the money, the girl can get out of here. And so Victoria, having accepted the mobile phone from her former boss's new assistant, made the money transfer. And watching as unimaginable wealth flowed into his pocket, Adam thought that he would, of course, let the girl go, but he could not guarantee her safety outside this house. And so, looking at the screen of his mobile phone, where a message appeared about the receipt of 30 billion into his account, the young man did not hide his joy at the fact that he had gained independence from the board of directors. As promised, Victoria was able to leave the house, and Becky asked the gentleman if he was really ready to let go of this girl who knew so much. In his usual manner, Adam coldly asked his new assistant if she was really going to teach him what to do. And the girl had no choice but to apologize to the gentleman for her lack of restraint. But inside, Becky was gloating, thinking that she had managed to take Victoria's place as Adam's favorite dog. The new assistant also understood that the Calloway family would never just let go of someone who knew so many secrets. The streets of the city at night were quite empty, with only occasional cars driving or people walking by. The spy, driven out of her home, walked quietly along these streets, wondering why she had spent so much time and effort on this unworthy man. The girl also understood that she really knew about many of the less-than-legal schemes that Adam's company used. A bright flash of headlights interrupted the girl's thoughts, forcing her to turn around, where a huge truck was rushing straight towards her at great speed. However, the girl had undergone good training and possessed incredible strength and reaction. Noticing that the space under the car was large enough for a person to fit, Victoria instantly found herself on the asphalt, which helped her avoid death. Since the speed was really high, the Iron Giant stopped only after hitting the wall of a nearby building. Well, the girl, looking at the car and holding her bruised hand, quickly threw it away. The girl's thoughts were that from that moment on, Adam forced her to declare war on the Calloway family, since 30 million was not enough for him and he still needed her life. Meanwhile, Adam's people, observing the course of events, reported that the operation had failed and the target had managed to escape. The Calloway family's son listened with a tense face to the report that they had failed to destroy his former agent. But suddenly laughing, Adam ordered the guards to return, saying that for 30 billion the girl could run around this earth a little longer. The young man was sure that the lone wolf would never forgive her for the loss of such a huge capital. Entering her brother's room, the girl put Chinese noodle soup on his table, after which she asked him if he was tired of the computer, where he had been playing Go for more than a day, to which Michael immediately stated that you just have to feel it. The excitement and pleasure of victory. Surprised that her brother had never lost during the entire game, the girl asked him what his current level was, and when Michael replied that he would soon get his 9th, Kiara admired her brother's talent, noting that he had apparently really decided to compete with Yoshihiro. The young man, already gobbling up noodle soup, responded that he had never joked about this, and that the prize money was almost in his pocket. As Michael's sister watched him eat breakfast, she noticed that she had never seen her brother put in so much effort. Instead of dealing with financial matters and the operations of his companies, he learns to play Go in order to beat some champion in this game. Kiara noted with affection that this is exactly the kind of goal-oriented person a real man should be, and so the girl loudly declared that the desire for money was just an excuse, since he was pouring billions into online broadcasts, and therefore she immediately understood the true purpose of these training sessions in the game, to defend the honor of the state. Michael was surprised not only by his sister's conclusions, but also by the fact that her level of affection suddenly increased. Watching the girl enchanted by him, the young man thought that he was really doing all this only for money. After all, this will be his first personal big money, and not money given out by the system. The young man was also interested in what might happen if Kiara's affection level exceeded 95 points, since he was in a completely different relationship with her than with other girls. And then he decided that the level of disposition could not be allowed to rise above the minimum level. After thinking for a moment, Michael caught the attention of his little sister. Still hesitating and not knowing how to start this important dialogue, the young man interested the girl in the fact that he had some information for her. Seeing how serious her brother was, the girl became all attention, and just as the young man opened his mouth to say what he had in mind, their dialogue was suddenly interrupted by the sound of the doorbell. Leaving her beloved brother behind, Kiara headed towards the door to let in the early guest. Well, Michael, looking after his little sister, began to think about whether he had decided to act correctly towards her. After all, the girl has experienced many not very pleasant moments in her life, and therefore perhaps everything just needs to be left as is. Meanwhile, Kiara had already managed to reach the door, where she opened it and found Diana on the threshold of the house. The girl looked completely different and greeted her new friend very sweetly. Immediately after that, the daughter of the Rockwood family handed the girl a bag, saying that she had bought a gift for her on the way here. While Kiara was embarrassedly saying that she shouldn't have bought such an expensive gift, Diana asked her where Michael was now. Having told her that her brother was in his room, where he was practicing playing Go, the girl also noticed a change in the guest's appearance, and the girl immediately explained that before she simply had to cover up the scar on her head, which had now disappeared thanks to the ointment developed by Michael. Kiara was amazed at the effect that foul-smelling liquid had, and then she remembered and told her interlocutor how she refused to test this potion on herself. Soon the girl's dialogue was over, and Diana had already entered Michael's room, who also noticed that the girl's appearance had somehow changed. Saying that there was not much furniture in his room, the young man allowed her to sit on his bed. The bed was a very personal place, so the girl carefully sat down on its edge, carefully touching the bed linen with her hand and thinking about the fact that her beloved slept here every night. Diana was incredibly happy that she was the first one he allowed to get so close to him. Keeping up the conversation, Michael's guest noted the miraculous properties of that ointment, asking the young man for a little more. The young man was incredibly happy that the ointment worked, noting that the girl had doubted it in vain. And suddenly Diana announced that if she got approval from the Ministry of Health and set up mass production, she could make good money. But Michael was very cold about the idea, saying that the very phrase mass production sounded like it would be a lot of trouble. But at the same time, the guy handed the girl the formula for his medicine, saying that if she was interested, she could open a company in which he was willing to invest. Having received at her personal disposal a secret formula, the medicine from which can change the world, the girl was very touched by such trust on the part of the guy, and so she decided that as soon as the company started making a profit, she would give Michael the entire block of shares. Jumping out of bed and pressing the young man's head to her firm chest, Diana tenderly declared that Michael was the best in the whole wide world. The doorbell rang again at Michael's mansion, where Kiara, now working as a butler, went to greet another guest. The girl was very surprised when she saw who came to their house. After all, when the girl took off her mask and pulled back the hood, the owner of the house's sister saw Victoria's face. In an exhausted voice, the girl asked if Michael was home and asked for the opportunity to see him. But the girl, offended by the betrayal of this spy, immediately began to push out the uninvited and unexpected guest, saying that she was not welcome here at all. With almost tears in her eyes, Kiara said that she trusted the girl and considered her a sister, but now she would not allow Victoria to harm her brother. Michael and Diana immediately heard the loud voice of a girl who was clearly arguing with someone, and decided to go and see what was going on. And when they went out into the hallway, they saw Michael's sister escorting Victoria out as she returned. The young man was very happy that this girl had returned, as she could have spent a lot more of his money. Meanwhile, a serious-minded Kiara continued to demand that Victoria get out of this house, and so the former spy gave in, apologized for disturbing them, and walked away. Her only thought was that she had mistaken wishful thinking for reality, and had dedicated her entire life to serving the wrong person. She was just thinking that there was nowhere else to go when suddenly someone's strong hand interrupted her movement. Turning around, the girl saw Michael, who was inviting her to quickly enter the house. Watching the young man literally drag this traitor along with him, Kiara couldn't understand what he was doing, to which the guy said that the past should be left in the past, and Victoria is a very valuable employee. The girl tried to say something else, but the more intelligent Diana was already dragging her into the kitchen to carry out Michael's instructions to prepare something to eat. Well, the owner of the house himself invited the girl to follow him to the basement, where he had a special surprise for her. As they walked, Victoria turned to the guy, stating that she had to tell him something. And so, having plucked up her courage, the girl told her boss that she had lost the 30 billion that he had transferred to her the last time, to which the young man did not react in any way, stopping and lowering his head. Well, the former spy understood that anyone who heard such news would definitely be furious. But she made such a mistake, and therefore was ready to bear any, even physical punishment from Michael. But suddenly the young man turned around and breathed a sigh of relief, saying that he was thinking about some serious incident, after which he recommended that the girl relax about this. Victoria certainly could not have expected such a reaction from her new master, where no one could have accepted the loss of 30 billion so easily. And Michael suddenly approached her, saying that the girl had never disappointed him, and he was convinced of his conclusions that she was a real genius. Victoria didn't understand whether this guy was serious when he said that there was a great lack of capable people like her in his circle. Smiling, the young man said that most people can't handle such amounts for years, but she left for just a couple of days and returned without any money, which is real skill. And so, taking the girl by the hands, Michael for the second time invited her to become part of his team. The former spy couldn't take her eyes off this incredible young man. After all, in his person she found unconditional trust and tolerance for everything, which she had never encountered in her previous boss. And then tears began to flow from the girl's eyes, overcoming which she said that until today it was as if she had been wandering in darkness. And so, getting on her knees, she swore eternal fidelity to the guy, where the frightened Michael asked her to stop and get up. When he succeeded, he said that tears would not move him to pity, since the girl would have a lot of work from tomorrow. But the girl was only happy about such trust, where she really wanted to justify the trust shown and repay good for good. And Michael, with a bored look, noted that the company was currently having problems, and therefore Victoria would have to get it running again. And so, noticing that he had never shown such trust to anyone else, the guy handed the girl a card, saying that there were 50 billion on it. Upon accepting this treasure, The new team member Michael was literally shaken by the realization of how huge this money was. And then tears appeared on her face again, where the girl did not understand why the young man was so kind to her. And the system announced that the minimum required level of disposition had been reached, which greatly pleased the guy who spent a lot of time and effort on this achievement. Without hiding his emotions, the young man studied the list of newly acquired skills, of which there were more than 10. What was no less pleasing was that the system awarded him a whole 50 boost points for this object. Well, the girl herself had already taken an official oath of allegiance to her new master. After which, the young man declared that he believed every word she said, saying that from that moment on, they were one family. Well, Victoria, a little embarrassed, said that the boss could just call her by her first name, which would be more convenient for both of them. Hearing the girl, he suggested continuing on to the basement, where he had something else for her. They were already inside when the young man said that as a result of the experiments he had conducted, he had managed to create a special ointment for dissolving scars. And so he handed Victoria his potion, saying that she would need to apply it 3 times a day for 2 weeks. Looking at the outstretched box, Michael's new family member couldn't believe that someone had gone to such lengths for her. It was hard to even imagine that a billionaire would put all his business aside in order to create a cure for the one who was spying on him. Meanwhile, busy preparing food, Kiara asked Diana why she stopped her attempts to convince her brother. Without hiding her emotions, the girl, nervously stirring the dish, lamented the fact that her brother was so kind to this traitor. And so she grabbed a jar of pepper, deciding that she would now feed her such a hot soup that she would never want to enter this house again. But then Diana intervened in her actions, saying that Kiara had just almost ruined all of her brother's plans. And so, in response to her little interlocutor's questions, the girl explained that because of the failed mission, the Calloway family had left her the scapegoat, and so she had no choice but to return to where she was originally sent to spy. However, Michael's sister did not understand what her brother's plans were that she could interfere with, and Diana reminded her interlocutor that Victoria had worked for the Calloway family her entire life. Consequently, she possesses invaluable information about their activities and all their secrets. And then it dawned on Kiara what her brother had planned, where he definitely would not accept a person who was capable of harming him or his loved ones. Well, Diana added that there is no need to doubt Michael. They just have to help him in any way they can. And now the girl was already praising her lover's sister for understanding everything so quickly. Returning to cooking, the girl decided that in order to support her beloved brother's plans, this dish should be special and memorable. Returning to cooking with a new charge of positive emotions, Kiara pursued a single goal: to help her brother. After some time, Michael and Victoria came into the kitchen, and the girl greeted them joyfully, saying that the food was ready. Where Victoria immediately noticed that the girl's behavior had changed dramatically in just 10 minutes. And indeed, Kiara was more than friendly, where it was impossible to believe that just 10 minutes ago, she was ready to unleash all the dogs on the uninvited guest. Once at the table, both Michael and Victoria were shocked by what the girl had managed to cook for them. Noticing that his little sister had overdone it a little, the young man asked her if there was really anything okay with the food. Telling her brother not to think badly of her, the girl reached for the first piece to prove that the food was definitely not poisoned. Michael watched in fascination as Kiara placed a delicious shrimp into her mouth. And now the girl was already throwing angry glances in the direction of the distrustful young man. Here Diana got involved in the situation, noticing that Victoria had a box of ointment, noting that this potion, apparently, was originally created for her. And so, pointing to this very box, the girl emotionally declared that the potion was simply magnificent. And then she showed her forehead, where not long ago there was a scar left over from childhood, which disappeared in just a couple of applications. Victoria couldn't believe that Michael had created such an effective scar removal ointment. Only now did she begin to fully realize that her disfigured face could be made beautiful again. Well, the first one who tried the new product on herself has already said that she is now deciding on launching mass production. And now Victoria has already joined the discussion on the issue of how best to launch a PR campaign. Meanwhile, Michael's little sister noticed that Victoria was apparently not hungry at all, asking her brother to finish this delicious treat, which was a shame to throw away. Well, the former spy herself has already said that Dexter TV and everyone who broadcasts can be involved in advertising, which will ensure the widest possible dissemination of information. And her interlocutor even took out a notebook, writing down all these excellent ideas and promising to talk about it with Jessica. But at some point the girl stopped and turned her head in the direction where Mai was sitting, slow, looking at how the guy was forcing food down his throat so as not to upset his little sister. Diana wondered if he had thought of all this in advance, since circumstances were working out very well in literally everything. The day passed rather quickly, and the inhabitants of the luxurious villa greeted the night, each busy with their own affairs. Michael, who had decided to personally evaluate the quality of the ointment's action, examined Diana's forehead, making sure that the scar had indeed completely disappeared. Looking into the girl's loving eyes, the young man noticed that the ointment was even more effective than he had expected. She was clearly expecting some further action, and was therefore a little discouraged when the guy suddenly grabbed the papers, saying that the formula could be adjusted a little. Then the girl decided to take the initiative into her own hands, approaching Michael from behind, hugging him and happily stating that they could finally be alone. Having said that this time no one would disturb them, the girl began to gently caress her lover's neck with her tongue. Suddenly, Michael dropped the folder from his hands and turned sharply towards the girl, stopping her actions. Getting closer to her face, the young man asked Diana if she was embarrassed by the presence of other people in the house. Melting under the young man's gaze and experiencing true bliss from his touch, the girl asked who else was in the house, to which the young man replied that his little sister was in her room on the first floor. And not far away, Victoria in her room has probably already begun to sort out the accumulated work. But the girl, already ablaze with an irresistible desire for intimacy, whispered that it was unlikely that the presence of other people in the house would interfere with them. And so Michael, after these words from his fan, pulled the girl towards him, passionately connecting their lips. Filled with tenderness and desire, Diana only thought about how this guy would finally become hers completely and undividedly. But at some point, the girl tore her lips away from her partner's gum, as if deciding to end this madness. But that was just the beginning, where Diana gently pushed the guy, and when he fell onto the bed, she comfortably settled on top of him. While she caressed the young man's neck with her sensual movements of her lips, he thought that he needed to take the initiative into his own hands. Having already spent an unimaginable amount of enhancement points on developing his body, the young man, moving away from the girl, decided to demonstrate the result of his work. And so Diana also took off the clothes that covered her beautiful curvaceous forms and prepared herself for real passion, when suddenly there was a knock on the door of Michael's room. It was Kiara, who was wondering if her brother was sleeping and asked for help in solving one issue. And so the failed lovers were already dressing in a hurry, where Michael asked his sister to wait a little. Kiara managed to distract her brother's attention, and so the next meeting between Michael and Diana did not take place until the morning. As soon as the girl saw the guy, she immediately felt a wild desire for intimacy with him, beginning to come to the conclusion that next to him she begins to behave like a real pervert. Michael looked at his partner from yesterday's tender scene and tried to say something, but then, as if by chance, Kiara appeared nearby and invited her brother to have breakfast, also inviting Diana to join them. Throwing angry glances after his sister as she left, the young man came to the conclusion that she was doing all this on purpose. After helping his assistant apply the ointment, Michael reminded her that the ointment should be applied 3 times a day. Victoria herself looked at herself in the mirror with interest, listening to her boss's instructions. And so, turning to the young man, she sincerely thanked the guy for his concern. Having said that there was nothing to thank him for yet, the young man instructed the girl to closely deal with Photon's affairs. Accepting the assignment, Victoria replied that she would do everything for her part to justify Michael's hopes and expectations. She was determined to show companies like Best Capital and Golden Coin who they were fighting against. Michael was extremely happy that he was able to get rid of all the girls, and now he can devote all his time to practicing Go. But his attention was drawn to his little sister, who remained nearby and asked her brother to devote some time to her. Hearing Kiara's voice, the young man turned silently, waiting for what the girl would tell him. But she stood and simply looked at the young man, also not saying a word. Coming closer, Michael asked his sister what had happened to her, and when he sat down on the bed, offering to tell her everything that was troubling her, the girl said that she simply wanted to ask for help in applying ointment to the bruised area. And now she has already pulled down her t-shirt, showing the bruise and saying that she herself cannot reach it. As he approached, the young man thought that although they were relatives, they were still people of different sexes, and it was not appropriate for a sister to expose herself so naked in front of her brother. And so, turning the girl to face him, Michael said that she shouldn't behave like that, because other people might think God knows what about their relationship. To which Kiara stated that she was not standing in front of her brother in her underwear. There were no other people nearby, and she only asked for help in applying the ointment. But the elder brother continued to lecture her, saying that someday his sister would get married and should be able to respect herself, so that her husband would respect her too. In response to which the girl suddenly declared, approaching the guy, that she would be very suited to a young man as understanding as Michael. While laughingly saying that she needed someone more reliable, The young man felt that there was some strange atmosphere here that urgently needed to be dispelled, and his interlocutor already said that Michael is not at all unreliable, where he will definitely approach the choice of a life partner wisely. And so, exhaling heavily, the young man realized that he definitely wouldn't be able to argue with this girl. Noting out loud that he was unable to convince his sister, Michael asked to give him some ointment to finish this matter more quickly. Rejoicing at this small victory, Kiara turned her back to the guy again, exposing the injured area to his hands. And then the girl felt the first touch of Michael's hand on her body. Enjoying this wonderful feeling, the girl reflected on the fact that she was not deprived of feminine charm after all. But then she suddenly stopped feeling the young man's hand, and Michael himself, removing the remains of the ointment from his fingers, announced that he was finished. The girl, who was just beginning to get a taste for it, was surprised that everything was completed so quickly. And when she asked why Michael did everything so quickly, he explained that it didn't take much time to apply the ointment. But the girl was clearly dissatisfied, immediately recalling that when he left with Diana to apply the ointment, this process lasted much longer. Having joked that during this time he had managed to get the hang of applying the ointment, the young man hastened to leave, citing being very busy. Throwing sideways glances at the upset girl, the guy thought that he needed to quickly get her into some kind of study place before all this went too far. But he put this off until later, deciding for now to return to training in the game of Go, which was his first priority. But as soon as he got to his room, he saw evidence on the screen that someone had hacked his computer. At the same time, Akira, sitting at her laptop, was telling Yoshihiro, who was standing next to her, that very soon she would find out the location of the player who had beaten the guy, since she had already managed to locate the city. The Go champion was very pleased with the performance of his mentor sister. At the same time, the girl noted that this player had only registered on the online platform a couple of days ago, where during this time he had not lost even once, and had significantly raised his level. And Yoshihiro began to get worked up, remembering that this smug, sad master had not allowed him to try to recoup any further, where now he could not imagine how to live on until he defeated this man. It was for this reason that he needed his address in order to come to him and beat him in person. But suddenly Akira made some inarticulate sound, indicating that something had gone wrong. The alarmed champion immediately asked his mentor what had happened, to which the girl explained that the man not only repelled her attack, but also hacked her own computer. But suddenly, the next second, a completely naked man appeared on the screen right in front of the girl's eyes. And when the entire space of the screen was filled with pornographic images, the frightened Akira could only close her eyes so as not to see this shame. With tears in her eyes, she stated that their opponent was too strong, and also thought about what she had just seen, something that she had never intended to do before their wedding night. Of course, this whole show for those who were trying to establish his location was arranged by Michael, who was very amused by such entertainment. The young man even managed to connect to Akira's laptop camera, where he looked at the girl and thought about when and where he managed to annoy the Japanese. But then, having decided that a bunch of interesting pictures should occupy the girl for a while, Michael got up from the table. The next day, during his morning bath, the young man suddenly noticed the news that Yoshihiro Yamada was going to visit his city. The other news was another revelation about a hotel owned by the Carson family for not meeting sanitary standards, where Patrick, also reading this, was furious that his company's shares were going down. And his loyal manager informed the gentleman that if some measures were not taken, the company would suffer colossal losses. In response, the young man stated that they could cover part of the losses by selling previously purchased land. But then he received the shocking news that the land in that area had depreciated, and no one wanted to buy it. All this happened because Photon and Crystal Peak entered into a merger agreement, which devalued the lands. Patrick, not hiding his rage, slammed his fist on the table, shouting that the whole world was united against him. Then he received a call from his sister, who was also concerned about what was happening with the family's company, suggesting that their hotels were suffering because of the Calloway family. Delighted that the girl continues to support the family, Patrick said that Best Capital and Golden Coin are most likely also involved. But Elizabeth cheerfully stated that her brother had nothing to worry about, since Photon and Crystal Peak had merged, where she now headed the new huge company Overground. The girl did not understand at all the negative reaction of her brother, who did not speak very flatteringly about her actions, while she was only thinking about how to help the family. And so he told the girl that their family never intended to become a true ally of the Lone Wolf, where he sent Elizabeth only to scout out the situation. In response, Elizabeth shouted that Michael, unlike her own brother, with whom she no longer wants to have anything in common, treats her like a truly close person. As soon as the connection was cut off by his sister, Patrick once again threw another phone on the floor, calling the girl two-faced, where the guy couldn't get his head around the fact that his own sister considered some Michael to be a closer person than her brother. But then the manager called the young man to reason, saying that this time they definitely couldn't do without help, and offering to enter into negotiations with the lone wolf. But the stubborn young man responded with a categorical refusal, saying that the Carson family was capable of sorting out problems on their own, where it was simply necessary to use reserve accounts. When the old man heard about the reserve accounts, he reminded Patrick of his father's words about using these reserves only in extreme cases. In response, the young man said that now was the very last resort, and so he released the manager to carry out the order regarding the unfreezing of reserves. The guy, without hiding his anger, thought to himself that he would never bow his head before this arrogant lone wolf. Well, the lone wolf himself sat in his mansion and watched the news about the arrival of Yoshihiro in their city, who gives anyone the opportunity to fight him. This greatly angered the guy, who had spent a couple of nights trying to reach a certain level that would allow him to fight the champion. But at the same time, he noted that, overall, the news was good, since he didn't have to fly to where this guy lives, where now Michael will definitely have a chance to take 200 million. The young man's thoughts were interrupted by an unexpected call from Elizabeth. The girl complained to Michael through tears about the way her brother spoke to her, although she does everything only for the sake of her family. The young man immediately realized that Elizabeth did not get along with her brother, solely because of his presence in her life. But in response to the girl, he told her to stop crying, since he would simply buy out their family's entire corporation and make her the sole and rightful owner. Noting that the young man had a good sense of humor, the slightly cheerful girl also said that she was not at all surprised that everyone was trying to become his partner. But the lone wolf, a little smugly, declared that he was not joking at all and was ready to buy her family's corporation at any moment. Finishing the conversation, the girl told her interlocutor in a gentle voice that she would come to visit him tomorrow. As he disconnected, Michael came to the conclusion that this girl was actually very gentle and kind, and that she simply lacked love in childhood. Having decided to help this sweet girl, the young man called his personal assistant, and so he gave her instructions to acquire the Carson family corporation by any means and at any cost, where Victoria interpreted this demand in her own way, deciding that it was a lone wolf's revenge for the actions of the Carson family in tandem with the rest of his opponents. Approaching the window, the girl noted that now was indeed the best time to take over this company, since due to the hype that had arisen around them, the company's shares had dropped sharply. Well, her next thought was that she had chosen the path of following the most worthy person. Once again, the bell rang inside Michael's mansion, where, as usual, Kiara went to open the door. The girl was very surprised when she saw her best friend at the door, asking her how she ended up there. But Elizabeth, instead of answering the question, immediately noted that she was very pleased to meet a real internet star. As a return compliment, Kiara noted that her friend was not far behind her in popularity, since she became the head of the Nadground company. The daughter of the Carson family liked it when her high position was mentioned, and this time the girl experienced the most pleasant sensations. The fascinating conversation about merits and achievements was interrupted by Michael, who told the girls that it was time for them to move forward, and now the whole trio has already left the mansion, where this trip seemed most exciting to Kiara, of course, who had not yet been spoiled by the big city. As they settled into their seats in the car, Elizabeth said that even her cousin couldn't miss the event they were going to. Michael, who overheard the girls' conversation, noted that he didn't even know that Elizabeth had a sister. Well, the girl's interlocutor asked her what her friend's cousin's name was and how old she was. Michael was nearly knocked to the ground when Elizabeth said the name Monica Madison, adding that she was only a little older than her. Choking on air, the young man could not help but cough, where both girls couldn't help but notice what suddenly started happening to Michael. When the guy cleared his throat a little and was able to speak, he asked Elizabeth if he had heard right, and if Monica really was her sister. To which the girl responded positively, immediately asking how Michael himself knew her. Recalling their strange communication at the auction and then at the police station, the young man smiled sheepishly and replied that they had met a couple of times. Already sitting in the car, Elizabeth was thinking about whether there could have been something between her sister, who was not lacking in beauty, and this guy. There was a truly huge crowd of people at the sports palace where the open go competitions were held. While Michael was looking for a place to squeeze through, one of his companions noted that the arrival of a celebrity was immediately felt here. After listening closely, the young man received information that the entrance fee had been set at $500, and so he instructed Elizabeth to purchase 3 tickets for them, for which, of course, he provided her with finances. The people around him immediately began to whisper and condemn the guy, who not only was surrounded by 2 beauties at once, but also forced them to spend money on him. But now the tickets were bought, the gate was left behind, and the trio finally saw the only table where the game was being played. As he walked towards the arena, Michael noted with displeasure that there were really a lot of people there, even despite the high cost of entrance tickets. But then Elizabeth noticed something odd, looking around and informing her companions that the table where Yoshihiro would play was not in the room. Following her, Kiara also looked around the entire visible space, and she also noticed that the champion was indeed not visible. Since there was only one table for the game, one of Michael's companions immediately wondered who this girl was. From the shouts from the crowd, it became clear that one of the best Go players in the city was currently playing with this girl, who was Yoshihiro's assistant. But the most valuable information came a little later, where, as it turned out, in order to fight Yoshihiro himself, it was necessary to defeat this girl. Michael peered closely at the Japanese woman's face, trying to remember where he had seen it before. But then he was distracted by Kiara, who informed him that in order to attempt the battle, he needed to undergo mandatory registration, where after this registration, he will be put on the waiting list to fight Yoshihiro's assistant, Akira Nakayama. Elizabeth found this approach to be reasonable, as the champion would thus avoid having to engage in simple fights. But now the current game was over, where one of the best players in the city suffered a crushing defeat. But as soon as he left the arena, a new contender in the person of Monica immediately took his place. The girl immediately heard the familiar voice of her cousin, who was shouting loudly, calling her to victory. But besides her sister, Monica couldn't help but notice Michael, whom she promised to get for herself at any cost. Deciding to deal with these two a little later, the girl sat down at the table, deciding to focus on the game. In her mind, Monica noted that Akira was a strong enough opponent, and therefore she needed to make every effort to win and get a chance to fight the champion. The entire hall watched the long and, in some ways, even fierce confrontation with unconcealed excitement. But then Akira made his decisive move, after which Monica, sadly bowing her head, no less sadly noted that she had lost. The audience immediately began to discuss the fact that even if Monica Madison, who studied with one of the most famous masters of the game of Go, could not do anything against it, then the rest of us have nothing to do here at all. Then another contender approached the losing girl and said that losing was the other side of the coin, where the first side was winning, and asked the girl to give him a seat so that he could try his luck. The voice of the young man, who also claimed to have tried, immediately seemed familiar to Monica. The girl quickly turned around and immediately recognized her old friend Adrian Reeds. Looking at Monica and adjusting his glasses, the young man said that now he would take revenge for her loss. Well, in the meantime, everyone who was in the hall noticed that the one who was called the king of the game of Go had appeared for the battle. And only Kiara didn't know who this guy was and why everyone was so happy about his appearance at this competition. Michael told his sister that he was a multiple champion of online Go competitions, which is why he was nicknamed the king of this game. Akira was happy to be playing with such a celebrity, greeting her opponent warmly and inviting him to sit down. Adrian, who had come to win, did not need much persuasion, and now he was already making his next move. Yoshihiro himself closely watched the progress of the game from a separate room via video link. Noticing that this young man had fame and popularity, the young man assumed that he was the sad master. As he watched the game, Yoshihiro showed great impatience, where he was already consumed by the desire to quickly fight this man. Meanwhile, Elizabeth greeted her sister with words of support, saying that she had done everything in her power. After thanking the girl, Monica asked her what she was doing there and how she knew Michael, who was nearby. A little embarrassed and stumbling over her words, Elizabeth explained that she and the guy were just good friends, but the perceptive girl, for whom police work was not in vain, immediately realized that there was something more to it than simple friendly relations. During this time, Akira and Adrian managed to finish the game, where the girl, continuing to smile, admitted her defeat. And as soon as it was announced that the king of the game of Go had won, the entire hall immediately burst into loud applause. Well, the winner himself was already asking his defeated opponent whether he could now fight Yoshihiro. The girl agreed, and began to say that she would immediately tell her partner about this. But this was not necessary, since the young man had already come to the hall, where he announced to the winner that he had been waiting for this personal meeting for a long time. Yoshihiro thought to himself that this winner was the same sad master, and now he had to defeat him in front of everyone. And now he was already declaring to his future opponent that he had come to their country and their city only to fight him. Immediately after which the champion added that he acknowledges his past defeats, but his opponent should not have insulted him at all. Everyone in the hall was shocked when they heard the information that the king of the game of Go had already managed to defeat Yoshihiro. But Adrian himself could not understand what this guy was talking about, what victories and insults he had in mind. Less than a minute had passed after these statements by the champion, and both players had already settled down at the table to play. The entire room, including Michael, watched each move of each opponent closely. Michael, who has a fairly high level of play thanks to the system, immediately noticed that the Japanese player's playing style was very familiar to him, where at that very second, he turned his attention to the girl standing next to him, who had previously seemed familiar to him. And then it dawned on the young man where he remembered that this was the same hacker who tried to get into his computer. The guy's next thought was why Yoshihiro's assistant needed to hack his computer and establish his location. The answer came instantly, where Michael quickly realized that the champion was the same schoolboy nicknamed Ghost Warrior, whom he had easily beaten several times. When the young man figured everything out, he was greatly amused by the fact that Yoshihiro mistook Adrian, who was currently playing with him, for the sad master. Then Kiara turned to her brother, interested in his opinion about who would win this game. Looking at the scoreboard showing the playing field, Michael said that although Adrian was smart, his strategy was very outdated. Therefore, Yoshihiro, who uses more modern strategies and adapts to the opponent's playing style, will most likely win this fight. And as soon as he said this, the young man immediately heard less than favorable comments from viewers, who practically called him a traitor to the motherland. Michael and Monica, who was staring at the young man, did not like what was said. The girl thought that this guy didn't understand anything about the game of Go, but he dared to doubt such a talented player as Adrian, and the system had already announced a decrease in her favor level. Well, Michael didn't pay any attention to what people around him were saying, asking his dear little sister to register him for participation. 20 minutes passed, and Yoshihiro's opponent felt as if he was being surrounded on all sides. His hand, with the stone clutched between his fingers, hung in the air, where Adrian thought about how he was missing a few moves. And so, putting down the stone and lowering his head, the young man declared that he admitted defeat. Where immediately after this, Yoshihiro's face literally began to change before our eyes. Jumping up from his seat, the young man laughed loudly, saying that he had finally achieved the desired result. Turning to his defeated opponent, the young man mockingly asked how he had managed to defeat him the previous times. Then, spreading his arms out to the sides, the champion noted with a grin that if Adrian was the strongest opponent, then he had no business being in this city at all. While the Japanese was rejoicing at his victory, Kiara, turning to her brother, noted that he was right. But as soon as she said this, one of the men standing nearby became very indignant that the girl dared to rejoice at the defeat of her compatriot. And now the whole crowd was literally ready to pounce on Kiara, as if she was to blame for the fact that the great King Go Adrian did not have enough intelligence to win. But the girl did not allow herself to be offended, saying that she was only confirming the correctness of her brother's guesses. Meanwhile, the winner, overwhelmed with joy, began to leave the arena, saying that he had nothing more to do there. But suddenly someone's voice, calling him a schoolboy, asked him where he was going to run. And as soon as Michael asked this question, the whole room literally froze. Turning sharply towards the young man, Yoshihiro angrily asked him who he was, to which Michael, immediately revealing his cards, cheerfully replied that he was the sad master already familiar to the Japanese, which could not help but shock his interlocutor, who considered his computer enemy defeated. Well, Michael, having come closer, stated with a grin that the Japanese man could not come to terms with his defeats, and that he decided to come to his city. After which he added that since he had already come all this way, now he would make him reconcile himself once and for all. And in Yoshihiro's eyes, this young man looked like some kind of devilish creature that was capable of throwing him into a bottomless abyss. The audience immediately noticed that the champion turned noticeably pale as soon as this unknown guy entered the arena. Monica also watched with interest what Michael was doing, not yet understanding what he had in mind. Well, the young man himself had already headed towards the gaming table, inviting his opponent to start and finish quickly. As Michael sat down in his seat, he yawned and stretched, giving the impression that he was completely unprepared for the game. As he watched his opponent, Yoshihiro remembered Akira's arguments that he could use artificial intelligence to win, and decided that he could easily defeat this guy in real life. But then his mentor and assistant turned to him and noticed that the new contender had not yet played with her according to the established rules. To which the guy said that the qualifying games were invented for weaklings, while the strong make their own rules. Standing in the middle of the stunned crowd, Kiara stated contentedly that now her brother would show everyone what he was capable of. Elizabeth, who was next to her, asked when Michael had learned to play Go, to which his little sister explained that he had always been good at this game, never losing a single battle in online games. Adrian was also closely watching the actions of the new contender, thinking that he would simply be disgraced if this strange guy were to win now. But the opponents were ready, and their confrontation was declared open. With a look of utmost concentration, Yoshihiro made his first move in this game. In direct contrast to him was Michael, who seemed to care nothing at all. Time passed, and with it the game, where more and more stones kept appearing on the field. Monica, who understands the game of Go, immediately noticed how furiously the champion was attacking. But what was most impressive was that Michael, who was playing against him, was in no way inferior to him. And then at some point, the girl noticed that her old acquaintance was firmly taking over the initiative. The Japanese player who was opposing him began to get nervous, coming to the conclusion that his opponent was not thinking about his moves at all. He simply did not have time to track and understand what Michael was striving for, and where his next move would lead the game. It was a very clear impression that this guy had collected the entire legacy of all the greatest masters of the game of Go. But the young man, having picked up another stone, made his last move in this not very long game. Beginning to become terrified, Yoshihiro looked at the playing field with a frantic gaze. But the guy was brought out of his stupor by his opponent, who pointed out that the game was already over, and the Japanese schoolboy had lost. The champion really couldn't believe that this young man, who had beaten him virtually at first, had dealt him a crushing defeat in real life as well. The entire auditorium continued to maintain a deathly silence, as if afraid to frighten away this incredible moment. But suddenly the entire crowd exploded with joyful shouts and applause, welcoming the new champion. Only Adrian stood silently, deciding that Michael would win only because Yoshihiro was tired after the fight with him. Looking closely at the winner, the young man decided to remember Michael's name and his nickname, the Sad Master. Elizabeth did not hide her joyful emotions either, and even threw herself on her cousin's neck, saying that her friend Michael was much stronger than this guy from Japan. Where immediately after this, the owner of the system received a message that the level of this girl's disposition had risen by another 1 point. Kiara, not taking her eyes off her brother, thought that all his sleepless nights and training in the game of Go had paid off in spades. Looking at the crowd, the girl mentally noted that this was just a gathering of hypocrites who, just 20 minutes ago, called her brother a traitor, and now called him a hero of the country. And so Michael, to his horror, noted that the level of his precious little sister's affection had risen by another point, and was now 94 points. Monica, like most other people, could not take her eyes off the winner, noticing that his victory had come with great ease. The girl admitted that she was wrong about Michael, where he certainly can and has the right to judge how others play, since he will defeat Yoshihiro Yamada himself. Comparing the position of the lone wolf in society, his level of wealth, Monica thought that this guy probably had to go through a lot to be able to achieve such skill. And now the young man was receiving new messages from the system, that the level of favor with his police acquaintance had also increased. However, what worried him most about this whole situation was the attitude of his little sister, who did not hide her loving gaze. After all, there was only 1 point left to the minimum level, despite the fact that they were related. And suddenly the system sent a message about another level increase, which was what the young man was so afraid of. However, he was very surprised when he saw that the level of affection had increased not with Kiara, but with his ex Veronica. Sitting in the passenger seat of the car, Veronica looked at the screen of her mobile phone, where she had Michael's personal contact open. The girl's thoughts revolved around the fact that they had become quite distant from each other. They really seemed to have become people from different worlds, where she couldn't even imagine what he was doing now. The girl's thoughts were interrupted first when the car she was riding in stopped at a red light, after which the guy sitting behind the wheel turned around and asked if everything was okay with his companion, whose face looked very worried. To which the girl replied that she was simply very worried about the fact that she had forced her new boyfriend to spend so much on her today. The young man only laughed at this, but Veronica did not take her gaze off him. Her thoughts were that it was time to leave the past in the past and start a new life, where first of all she should have forgotten this Michael Cross once and for all, and finally started a new relationship. The movement continued, where the guy sitting behind the wheel suddenly noticed that today, some big tournament in the game of Go was taking place in the city. In response, Veronica said that she was not a big fan of this game, but if her companion liked it, then she would be happy to listen to his story. The guy, clearly in the mood, stopped the car and said that a player from their city had brought glory and honor to the entire country. And when he opened the news story about the competition that had taken place, Veronica's eyes opened wider than they had probably ever opened before. After all, Michael, who had defeated the Japanese champion and received a prize of 200 million, was looking at her from the screen of her mobile phone. When the girl's numbness passed, tears immediately flowed from her eyes, where she cursed herself for having so easily decided to forget this wonderful young man who had courted her for several years. This reaction greatly surprised her companion, who tried to somehow calm the girl down, But Veronica suddenly sternly told the young man not to even think about touching her. The guy was shocked when she, with some kind of crazy expression on her face, said that he had no chance, since she had a loved one. And now she has already left the car, running away with the thought that she will definitely return the love of her Michael. At the same time, Kiara, standing opposite the guy for whom she secretly had the warmest feelings, noted that after today's victory, the whole country would know his name. Where this statement was supported by Elizabeth, adding that the game was shown live, and Michael would definitely not be able to hide anymore. After listening to the girls, the young man himself absolutely seriously noted that this was not very good. Where both Kiara and Elizabeth were plunged into a state of amazement after such a strange statement from the guy. The young man thought hard about what might happen if his name became known throughout the country, and then he remembered that among the skills he had acquired, there was a skill of some kind of camouflage, which he could try to apply in this situation. But at that very moment, Michael was struck by a new message from the system that the location level of an object named Christy had increased. A couple of minutes before, in another part of the city, her friends had been convincing Christy that she definitely shouldn't miss this opportunity. Noticing that she was a completely free girl, her friend pointed towards the guys who were playing basketball. Reminding Christy of how she had chased after that guy back in elementary school, Maggie said that now was the best time. But her interlocutor noted that before she could really admire him and his acting. However, Maggie didn't understand what could have changed, as this guy only got better over the years. Where immediately after these words, Michael appeared before Christy's eyes, making one of his throws in that distant game. After which, she said that she couldn't explain to her friend what was wrong now, where she couldn't perceive the guy's game normally at all. Maggie tried to say something else, but her friend stopped her, handing her her bottle of water. Having said that it was too early to talk about anything specific, the girl used her freed hands to take out her phone in order to check the sports news. And so, with the very first entry, she first saw Michael's face, above which was written that he had defeated the Japanese champion in the game of Go. At some point, the same guy Maggie was talking about began to happily approach the girls, thanking them for bringing him water. But when he came closer, he noticed, not without surprise, that the one who had run after him in elementary school had disappeared without a trace. While in his mansion, Michael answered an incoming call from Angelica, who responded to his question with a question, asking why she couldn't just call. To this, the young man stated that the girl was generally free to do whatever she pleased, but his interlocutor continued, saying that she accidentally saw information about his epic victory in the news, and wanted to congratulate the young man on it. Without hiding the pleasure he was receiving, the young man thanked the girl for her attention. But then Angelica changed the subject, asking why the guy didn't show up at the apartment he gave her, to which Michael replied that he had bought himself a country house where he was spending his vacation time. But when school started, he would definitely return to the city. This greatly pleased the girl, who said that in this case, she would be able to feed him tasty food again. Listening to the girl's words, the guy noted how much she had changed since their first meeting, where now she was not at all interested in material things, and she had also become very kind and caring. Finishing the conversation, Michael noted that, in principle, he could be a little kinder with her. Soon, Kiara emerged from the mansion, moving 2 bags, saying that she had collected all her things. But her brother immediately remembered that he had bought many more things for the girl, which the girl should also take with her. To this, his little sister stated that she had collected all those things too, but she did not have enough strength and hands to take it all away. To which the young man stated that she need not worry about this, since she has an older brother. The girl was very pleased with such a caring attitude on the part of Michael. Declaring that her brother was the best and that she loved him more than anyone, Kiara threw herself into his arms. Well, Michael immediately stated that he couldn't have done otherwise, since she was his only sister. Pressing herself against the young man's strong body, Kiara caught herself thinking that she could spend an eternity in these gentle and at the same time strong embraces. She also thought about whether the guy could notice her true feelings, and whether it was worth telling him that they were not related at all. The girl's main fear was that after Michael found out the truth, he would simply turn away from her. But then, having plucked up her courage, Kiara told her brother that she would like to tell him something. However, Michael interpreted this beginning of the conversation in his own way, deciding that the girl wanted to confess her love to him. Working ahead, the young man stated that he knew what she wanted to tell him, but he would always consider her his little sister. The girl, having drawn her own conclusions from what was said, was amazed that Michael had known all this time that they were not related, which, from her point of view, was not something she could doubt, given his mental abilities. But at the same time, he treated the girl in a way that real blood relatives often do not, And so Kiara came to the conclusion that in this case she occupies a special place in this guy's heart and he definitely likes her. Literally a second later, Michael, looking dumbfounded, studied the system's message that the girl's disposition had reached the minimum required level, for which he received reinforcement points, a percentage of the costs, and also improved his singing skill. Literally turning to all the gods, the guy asked them what was going on. After all, he had just essentially rejected his sister's feelings, but at the same time, for some reason, her level of affection had increased. Claiming that they were related, the young man cursed the stupid system. But then his interlocutor came closer and kissed the young man, which he did not expect at all. Without saying another word, Kiara turned and headed in the opposite direction from Michael. Well, the young man himself, holding his hand to the place where the girl kissed him, decided that everything that was happening was nothing more than a karmic impact for the fact that he was playing with the hearts of girls. Adam threw the documents he had received onto the floor with force and muttered through his teeth that such a state of affairs was simply impossible. The young man could not believe that the lone wolf did not punish his former assistant Victoria in any way, moreover returning her to the position of director of Photon, to which his assistant timidly noted that the lone wolf trusted her predecessor very much, where after the merger, the value of the new company Nadground was already calculated in hundreds of billions. In an attempt to relieve some stress, the Callaway son lit up a huge cigar. He could not understand what kind of person this lone wolf was, who could so easily forgive the loss of 30 billion, and then return the girl who had lost that kind of money to a high position. But then, having decided to switch his attention, Adam suddenly asked his assistant why she had reported these events to him so late. The girl tried to justify herself by starting to talk about how the boss had just returned from vacation yesterday, where she had thought about what would be better to report at a personal meeting. But the enraged Adam, who was only looking for someone to take it out on, began to insult the girl, saying that she was not supposed to think, where she should not take on too much, since she did not mean anything in this life and was not worth anything. And so he demanded that his assistant quickly disappear from his sight, where he would place all responsibility on her in the event of a loss in this confrontation. Only now did the girl, who just recently was happy that she was able to take Victoria's place, begin to understand why she wanted to escape from this family.